At 2 in the morning at the Yunnan County People's Hospital in Southern Province. Outside the window the rain poured down as if to drown the entire city. On the 10th floor of the inpatient department, the weather stripping at the window at the end of the corridor had long aged, and the biting cold wind seeped through the gaps, letting out a mournful howl. The electronic clock hanging in the corridor swayed back and forth like a dead man's head dangling. Inside the doctor's office, Suyu slumped in a chair, his entire skeleton feeling as if it were about to fall apart. After working nonstop for 20 hours, his brain felt like it was filled with paste. A layer of ineradicable work smell soaked into his skin. Suddenly the phone screen lit up, glaringly bright, on the dim desk. Suyu barely managed to grab the phone. Affected by the strong typhoon, the temperature in Southern Province will drop sharply. Please keep warm. He casually swiped away the weather alert and opened WeChat. The pinned chat, little fool, had several unread messages. Hey, ignoring me again, you big meanie. Reply to me, or you'll lose your baby. Looking at the messages sent by his little girlfriend 3 hours ago, Suyu's tense lips curled into a faint smile. He was about to reply. Boom! A muffled, deep roar suddenly exploded from beneath the ground, instantly drowning out the wind and rain. The entire building lurched violently downward without warning. The water glass on the desk shattered with a crack. The fluorescent lamp above flickered wildly, bursting with sparks. Earthquake. Suyu turned pale. There was no warning at all. The floor beneath his feet undulated violently like ocean waves. The ceiling shattered, plasterboard crashing down, and the load-bearing column let out a sickening, twisting sound. Instinctively, Suyu lunged toward the desk. But at that moment a strange light, like a galaxy, burst from a crack in the floor straight toward his forehead. Suyu's brain felt as if a grenade had been stuffed inside. It exploded. Pain. His brain matter seemed to boil. After an unknown time, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. The air raid siren was tearing through the night sky. I'm not dead. Not only that, but his mind had been filled with a terrifying vision. Continuous disasters, collapse of order, people biting each other for half a moldy piece of bread. Exchanging children for food, bones everywhere. That chilling despair crawled up his spine, spreading through his body. Suyu gasped for breath as if he had just been pulled out of deep water. But what shocked him even more was that his severely exhausted body, after working 20 hours straight, now felt no fatigue at all. A cold line of text appeared in his mind. Life Reconstruction Space bound. Current status temporary enhancement. 20 minutes remaining. Suyu froze for 2 seconds. Hallucination. His eyes swept over the corner of the office where a half-broken potted plant lay on the ground. He stared at the plant, and a thought crossed his mind. Whoosh. The potted plant vanished into thin air. And deep in his consciousness he clearly perceived a pure white space, where the plant sat quietly. Since the space is real, then the future of cannibalism is also real. Taking a deep breath, Suyu clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, as if he could punch through a steel plate. He raised his hand and punched the load-bearing wall. Bang! The already cracked plaster wall was dented with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. Hiss! After the shock, the pain brought him back to reality. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn, I was careless. Looking at the scraped and bleeding knuckles, Suyu sucked in a sharp breath. His strength had increased, but his skin was still at the level of an ordinary person. Help! Doctor! Where is the doctor? The shaking of the inpatient building had temporarily stopped, and from the corridor outside the door came continuous cries of despair. Suyu snapped back to reality. The building structure was damaged. Aftershocks could come at any moment. He had to leave immediately. Suyu yanked off the stethoscope from his neck and strode out of the office. The corridor was a mess. The dim green emergency lights illuminated scattered rubble and bloodstains with terrified figures everywhere. Then, from the direction of the nurse station, a vicious curse cut through the noise. Where the hell is that deadbeat doctor? Where did he run off to? Suyu turned his head. The young nurse Lin Lan was cowering in a corner, her face covered in blood. Her nurse uniform was torn open, several buttons, a gash on her forehead, bleeding streaming down her cheek into her neck. Several burly men, who looked like family members, were surrounding her, pushing and shoving their fingers, almost poking her nose. Speak. Are you mute? Look me in the eyes and answer me. Where is the doctor? The leader, a man with a thick face, roared like a mad dog, completely ignoring the imminent collapse of the building. Lin Lan was trembling with fear, tears and blood streaming down her face, unable to utter a single word. Suyu paused. His gaze shifted from Lin Lan to the faces of the family members, his pupils narrowing. That doctor, surnamed Su, is over there. At that moment someone caught sight of him in the green glow of the emergency lights and shouted at the top of their lungs. The burly men surrounding Lin Lan all turned their heads in unison. The next second, like sharks scenting blood, they charged towards Suyu with murderous momentum. The ringleader, a brutish man with a face full of heavy jowls, seized Suyu by the collar, without preamble, spraying spittle everywhere. You son of a bitch. Hiding here slacking off for you. Go save my dad right now. If anything happens to the old man, I'll make you pay with your life. Beside him a young man thrust his phone into Suyu's face, the flash blinding him into a blur as he muttered nonstop. Everyone look at this. This is what doctors are like nowadays. nowhere to be found when something happens. They leave patients to die. Suyu swept a cold gaze across those faces. The family at Bed 7 was notorious for being impossible to deal with. The old man had end-stage lung cancer complicated by a cerebral infarction. He was barely hanging on with the help of a ventilator, and not even a god could save him now. This family was loitering at the hospital purely to wait for the old man to breathe his last, so they could tear a hefty sum from the institution. Suyu followed the direction of the man's pointing finger with a glance. Bed 7 was wedged crookedly between fallen plasterboards. The emaciated old man lying on it was ashen-faced, his chest long since still. Even someone with no medical knowledge could tell he was already gone. 10 minutes earlier, Suyu might have gone through the motions just to keep his job. But now, around him chaos reigned like the apocalypse had descended. Cries and screams mingled with the groaning of splitting architecture. Power surged and churned within his body, and those apocalyptic images of people resorting to cannibalism flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. He couldn't even be bothered to pretend anymore. The building teetered on the brink of collapse, yet these wretches valued money over their own lives. The pent-up grievances of years as a corporate cog detonated in his chest. Did they truly think this was still a civilized society, where throwing a tantrum could make them rich? Seeing that Suyu hadn't spoken, the plump woman beside him clutched her bag with a death grip, her finger jabbing, so close it nearly gouged his eye. What are you looking at? Get over there, and start resuscitating him. Son, make sure you're recording clearly. If the old man dies, it's his fault. We'll squeeze every last cent out of him. Breathing in the metallic scent of blood, Suyu was so furious he laughed. Enough with the act. His voice was quiet, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. The man's already cold and stiff. In a bit, livor mortis will be setting in. You want me to perform CPR on a corpse, or perhaps draw talismans on the spot to summon his soul back? The plump woman froze for a beat, then unbridled delight exploded in her narrow, triangular eyes. Wonderful. Son, did you catch that? He admitted to letting the patient die. Today I'll skin him alive. So desperate for money you'd eat any filth, would you? Suyu's gaze turned glacial. Go to hell. How dare you talk back? Beat him to death. The ringleader's face twisted savagely. He seized a collapsed metal four-stand nearby and brought it crashing down toward the crown of Suyu's head. You killed our man. We'll beat you to death and get away with it. Believe me, you'll be on your knees apologizing and paying us back before the day is out. The wind shrieked through the air. If that blow landed, his skull would surely split open. In the past, Suyu could only cower and take the beating. But now, the apocalypse had arrived, the law was void. Since they had no shame left, he would help them find some dignity. Killing intent ignited. Crack. Suyu advanced instead of retreating, raising his hand to firmly catch that weighty metal pole mid-swing. Not a tremor. The brutish man's vicious grin froze instantly, as though he had seen a ghost. You want money? Go fetch it from the underworld. Suyu's right leg snapped out like a sprung coil. Thud. The gut-wrenching sound of bone fracturing exploded outward. A muffled detonation rang out, the crunch of splintering bone drilling into everyone's eardrums. The man's features crumpled all at once, his entire body sent flying backward. He slid several meters across the floor and curled up like a boiled shrimp. Shit. This guy knows martial arts. Everyone get him. From the side, another tattooed man, sensing trouble, hoisted a heavy printer and hurled it at Suyu with vicious force. Suyu snorted coldly, his right foot sliding laterally. The four-stand gripped in his hand reversed, swung around in a full arc by inertia. Its hefty cast-iron base slammed brutally into the tattooed man's waist. Crack. The unmistakable sound of a spine snapping rang out clearly. The tattooed man's eyes bulged grotesquely, his tongue lolling out obscenely as he was sent flying sideways. He crashed to the ground and instantly passed out cold, clean and decisive. A one-strike kill. Suyu's stride never broke. He pressed forward against the tide of panicked bodies. The metal pole swept out again, connecting heavily with the plump woman's face. Smack. That foul, venom-spewing mouth was smashed into a pulp on the spot. Shattered teeth mingled with flesh sprayed out like scattered flowers, splattering across the face of the young nurse Lin Lan nearby. The world fell utterly silent. Only the young man with the phone remained. The turn of events had come too swiftly. It was only now that he seemed to register what had happened. His face went ashen, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground in a heap. He scrambled backward on all fours, his sobbing voice cracking on a different pitch. And no, don't come any closer. Be big brother. Sir, I'm sorry. I'm just a videographer, I didn't do anything. Suyu dragged the contorted four-stand, closing in step by step. His soles ground against the shattered glass and gravel, producing a grating crunch. Keep filming, Suyu sneered. Slumped on the ground, the young man wept hysterically, tears and mucus streaming down his face. No, I was wrong. Dr. Su, I was truly wrong. Please spare me. Suyu did not halt his advance. You do not regret your actions, you merely realize you are about to die. Sure enough, the moment the distance between them shrank to less than a meter, the young man, who had been wailing pitifully just a second prior, suddenly lunged forward with violent force. Go to hell. With his left hand, he flung a handful of gravel directly at Suyu's face, while his right hand whipped a folding knife from behind his waist, lunging ferociously towards Suyu's abdomen. His previous pleas for mercy had been pure acting, now his eyes burned with unadulterated savagery. Suyu tilted his head to dodge the gravel, flicking his wrist. Clang! The afterimage of the four-stand swept past the immense force, sending the folding knife flying out of his grip. Immediately after, his right leg whipped out, without any fancy flourishes, striking the center of his chest dead on. Crack! The sharp sound of a fracturing sternum pierced the eardrums. The young man's chest caved in as a torrent of blood sprayed from his mouth, and his entire body flew backward like a tattered rag doll. He crashed heavily right next to his deceased father. A whole family neat and complete. Suyu tossed aside the four-stand, which was now splattered with red and white tissue. Looking at the corpses strewn haphazardly across the floor, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. It was so damn satisfying. The frustration accumulated from years of being a corporate slave, along with the bullshit doctor-patient conflicts, was completely purged by this wave of slaughter. Only then did Lin Lan's delayed scream pierce the air like an air raid siren. The turn of events had unfolded so rapidly that it threatened to short-circuit her mind. Just a moment ago, she was terrified that Dr. Su would be beaten to death. The next, the gentle and refined Dr. Su had transformed into a living llama in the blink of an eye. Shut up. Suyu's temples throbbed from the noise, and he let out a sharp, low bark. The scream was instantly severed. Lin Lan trembled violently, all over, desperately shrinking into the corner of the wall. Dr. Su, you. Her teeth chattered as she instinctively wiped her face. With this motion, the blood and flesh splattered on her face were smeared evenly, making her entire face look as if it were coated in a layer of cheap ketchup. She stared blankly at the crimson bits of flesh on her hand. 2 seconds later. Bleck. Ugh. Catching the pungent stench of blood on her hand, Lin Lan leaned against the wall, bent over, and retched violently, nearly throwing up her bile. Suyu paid her no mind, habitually reaching to push up the glasses on the bridge of his nose. His fingertips met only empty air. The prescription glasses that had accompanied him for years were gone. Yet his vision, far from being blurry, was terrifyingly clear. The intricate cracks in the wall plaster, the floating dust in the air, everything seemed to have been upgraded to a 4K high-definition remaster. The system's enhancement had evidently extended to his eyesight. Suyu clenched his fists, his knuckles letting out a series of sharp pops, and a sense of absolute certainty settled in his heart. In a chaotic world, a hard fist is the ultimate truth. Move once you are done retching. Suyu glanced at the tottering electronic clock. The building's load-bearing structure has collapsed. If you do not wish to be buried with them, keep up. Lin Lan had nothing left to vomit. She messily wiped her mouth with her sleeve and forced her trembling, weak legs to follow. As terrifying as Suyu was, he was the only calm person left in this place. The instinct to survive overrode everything else. The two ran toward the stairwell, stepping over the debris. But just as they passed the brawny man whose chest had been blasted open, an abrupt mutation occurred. The man whom they had assumed to be completely dead suddenly convulsed. A bloody hand shot out like an iron vice, locking tightly around Lin Lan's ankle. You, bitch, die together. Blood foamed from the man's mouth, his eyeballs bulging, and his throat rasped like a wheezing bellow. Under the extreme shock, Lin Lan's sanity crumbled in an instant. Screaming frantically, she raised her hard-soled white shoes and stomped violently on the man's hand and head. Let go of me. Once, twice, thrice. Crack. The sharp snap of a neck bone breaking was particularly piercing in the quiet corridor. Lin Lan felt her foot loosen. The man's neck was twisted at a bizarre right angle, and the hand gripping her ankle slid off limply. This time he was truly dead. Lin Lan froze in place, her chest heaving violently, cold sweat soaking through her nurse's uniform. I killed someone. She stared blankly at the corpse beneath her feet, her teeth chattering wildly. Suyu, walking ahead, raised an eyebrow. Impressive. An accidental killing under extreme stress, yet she was able to unleash such reckless ruthlessness at a time like this. She was indeed good material for adapting to the apocalypse. Move, what are you dazed for? Do you want to stay behind and mourn him? Suyu barked in a low voice, rushing toward the emergency exit without looking back. This voice acted like a lifeline, pulling Lin Lan back from the brink of collapse. Disregarding her guilt, she messily wiped the blood off her face, panting heavily as she followed closely. The two sprinted all the way, rushing into the elevator lobby of the floor. The chaos here was even worse. Panicking crowds surged from two separate wards, packing the area so tightly that not a drop of water could trickle through. Under the dim emergency lights, human shadows jostled and trampled one another in a chaotic frenzy. Surprisingly, several elevators were still operational, their red digital displays blinking constantly as the arrows pointed downward. Ding! The elevator car was already packed like a tin of sardines, yet the crowd outside still tried to force their way in like madmen. Let me in. Hurry up and let me in. Get lost. It's overloaded. Can't you hear the alarm blaring? Suyu paused in his tracks, utterly speechless as he watched the mob desperately cramming themselves into the elevator. Taking an elevator during an earthquake? Are they so impatient to be reincarnated that they want to take the VIP lane? At a time like this, an elevator shaft was nothing short of a vertical coffin. Once the structural frame warped and jammed, or the steel cables snapped, not a single soul inside would survive. Stop looking at the elevator. Take the stairs. Suyu grabbed Lin Lan, who was staring toward the elevator like a headless fly, and dragged her straight into the adjacent fire exit. The stairwell was equally packed to the brim. Cries, curses, and the sounds of shoving merged into a chaotic din like a boiling pot of porridge. Don't push. You're stepping on me. I'm pregnant. So what if you're pregnant? Does being pregnant give you the right to block the way? Get lost. Let me through first. In the face of mortal peril, the ugliest facets of human nature were laid bare. Suyu frowned, just about to use his enhanced strength to force a path through. Suddenly, a screeching, teeth-grating sound of twisting metal echoed without warning from deep within the building's skeletal frame. Immediately after, the floor beneath their feet began to jolt violently, as if being savagely kneaded by an invisible giant hand. An aftershock, and it was far more violent than the previous one. Boom. A deafening crash erupted from the direction of the elevator shaft, accompanied by blood-curdling screams, followed by the thunderous roar of heavy objects plummeting. Those iron coffins had, as expected, plunged down. Suyu's expression changed dramatically. With no time to think, he shoved Lin Lan into a corner and threw himself down beside her. Protect your head. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, the remaining emergency lights overhead went completely dark. Blackness fell instantly. Crack. Crack. The piercing sound of fracturing concrete exploded right next to his ears. Aided by the faint flashes of lightning filtering in from the far end of the corridor, Suyu watched in horror. On the load-bearing wall opposite them, a hideous fissure was spreading rapidly at a visible pace, instantly tearing through the upper and lower floors. Plaster peeled away, and thick steel rebars snapped one by one. Boom. Amidst the violent tremors, the entire inpatient building was torn cleanly in half down the middle, beginning a terrifying tilt to one side. The shadow of death instantly enveloped everyone. In the pitch blackness, countless agonizing shrieks were cut short the moment they began. Suyu saw with his own eyes the elderly man who had just been shoving others to grab a spot on the stairs. In an instant, the collapsing wall crushed him into paste, transforming him, and the cloth bundle he clutched tightly in his arms, into a reddish-black mush. Next was a strong young man who, before he could even take a step, had his chest impaled by a falling steel rebar, pinning him to the wall like a specimen as his limbs twitched in futile agony. Dr. Su! A desperate scream pierced his ears. Suyu whipped his head around. He saw the floor beneath their feet fracture completely as a massive rift opened like the gaping maw of an abyss, instantly separating him and Lin Lan into two different worlds. Lin Lan's footing gave way, and she fell backward, uncontrollably plunging into the endless dark abyss. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. By the sparks ignited by the friction of falling debris, Suyu clearly saw Lin Lan's final expression. Her blood-smeared face was a chaotic mix of a desperate yearning for life and the ultimate terror of death. She reached out, her fingertips clawing wildly at the empty air as if trying to grasp Suyu as her final lifeline. Help! Bang! A massive chunk of concrete crashed down mercilessly, instantly burying her slender figure. Her voice was abruptly silenced. The young nurse, who had just begun to show a sliver of adaptability to this apocalyptic world, was wiped away by this colossal disaster like an insignificant ant. This was the apocalypse. All living beings were mere ants. Suyu had no time for grief, nor even a moment to sigh, for a massive precast concrete slab was already hurtling down right above his head. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the 11th and 12th floors above had completely collapsed. Hundreds of tons of reinforced concrete poured down frantically toward the 10th floor, where he stood like Mount Tai, crushing down upon him. I absolutely cannot die here. Under the extreme pressure of impending death, Suyu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot and red, and his primal survival instinct was fully ignited. His body, already in a state of temporary enhancement, felt as though it had been injected with a massive dose of adrenaline, sending his levels skyrocketing to the absolute limit at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. Thump thump, thump thump. His heart raced like a war drum, surging past 120 beats per minute. The violent sounds of collapse and the whistling wind of falling heavy debris weirdly slowed down in his heightened senses. Whoosh! Suyu exerted sudden explosive power through his legs, the terrifying force instantly cracking the remaining floor tiles beneath his feet. He glided forward in a bizarre posture, nearly flying flush with the ground, narrowly brushing past two sharp steel rebars that had pierced downward. Even with the aid of his extreme speed, the density of the collapsing debris was simply too overwhelming. Boom! A load-bearing precast slab weighing several tons crashed down, completely sealing off all of Suyu's overhead and forward evasion space. There was no escape. A mortal body could never withstand this impact, and would be instantly crushed into paste. Get in there. Suyu's eyes nearly tore at the corners as he instantly connected with the mysterious laboratory space in his mind. At the very instant when the multi-ton precast slab was less than 20 centimeters from his scalp and the icy draft had already sliced the skin of his forehead. An invisible ripple shivered through space. The massive concrete slab vanished into thin air, forcibly pulled into his storage space. Boom. The spot where Suyu had just been standing was instantly buried by the oncoming onslaught of building debris, but he had already used the split second he bought to roll violently forward. Yet the crisis was far from over. Crack. The 10th floor slab beneath Suyu's feet shattered completely. The entire building snapped to one side, sending him plunging irreversibly into the abyss. A free fall from over 30 meters high, and he was surrounded by lethal falling debris of the building. The wind howled savagely in his ears. Forcing down the vertigo of weightlessness, Suyu twisted his torso desperately in midair. His gaze locked onto what lay directly beneath him. A snapped rebar as thick as a child's arm jutting straight up, its jagged end pointing directly at his inner thigh. Collect. The rebar along with the broken load-bearing column vanished into his space in an instant. To his left, a discarded ventilator came hurtling toward him. Suyu bent his knees, tensing his thigh muscles to the absolute limit, and kicked off violently against a falling wall panel beside him. Bang! The immense recoil forced his descent path to shift 2 meters sideways. He barely missed the ventilator. In those brief seconds of free fall, Suyu pushed both his system's spatial collection ability and his temporarily enhanced physical body to their absolute limits. Every massive, unavoidable obstacle was frantically stuffed into his space. Every piece of debris he could leverage was used as a stepping stone to cushion his fall. 10th floor, 7th floor, 4th floor. Forcing another leverage point during his rapid plunge, a massive shockwave surged through his body. His internal organs churned violently as Suyu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His temporarily enhanced body had reached its breaking point. His muscle fibers groaned under the unbearable strain. Only 2 floors left. Illuminated by the lightning tearing across the night sky, Suyu spotted a sloped ruin below formed by a massive accumulation of soft mud from the greenbelt and rainwater. He clamped his hands tightly over his head to shield his fragile cervical spine, curling his body into a tight ball. Boom. The massive kinetic energy drove Suyu crashing violently into the muddy greenbelt. Mud splattered everywhere. He rolled frantically over a dozen times down the slope littered with broken glass and sludge, smashing through a large patch of ornamental flowers and shrubs before finally coming to a halt. The freezing torrential rain poured down overhead, relentlessly lashing against his face. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing racked his entire nervous system. Pain. Not a single patch of unblemished skin remained on his entire body. His bones felt as if they were on the verge of shattering. The white lab coat he wore was shredded into tattered rags, clinging to his bleeding lacerations. Suyu lay paralyzed in the mud, allowing the rain to wash away the blood and grime on his face. Suddenly, he parted his cracked lips and burst into a fit of hysterical laughter. He had survived. From the collapsing hell of the high-rise, he had carved out a path to life through sheer willpower. The laughter triggered a sharp pang in his chest. Grimacing in pain, he rolled over and propped up his upper body. Behind him, the towering 12-story inpatient building was no more reduced to a colossal wasteland of steel and concrete. Countless lives had been laid to rest here forever within that single fleeting minute. The night rain poured relentlessly. A biting chill seeped through his skin, penetrating deep into the marrow of his bones. Suyu spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Forcing his trembling legs to support him, he dragged himself up from the mire. He could not afford to stop here. Despite the temporary boost to his constitution, in this severe convective storm, where temperatures were plummeting off a cliff, hypothermia could claim a life in a mere dozen minutes. Orienting himself, he dragged his numb body stumbling through the dark toward the open-air parking lot at the side of the hospital. The parking lot sat on higher ground with the standing water only reaching his ankles. Several cars belonging to the night shift doctors were parked haphazardly, some with roofs crushed by flying debris. His own gray domestically made hybrid car still sat quietly in its usual spot. This sturdy old companion, powered by both fuel and battery, was nothing short of a life-saving fortress at this moment. Suyu yanked the car door open and tore away the cumbersome rags clinging to his body. He tossed his cracked screen phone and the miscellaneous items from his pockets onto the passenger seat. Bare-chested, he slid into the driver's seat. Ignition start. He cranked the heater to its maximum setting. Suyu grabbed a box of tissues, roughly wiping the blood and mud from his face and body. Then he retrieved a spare tracksuit from the storage compartment beneath the back seat and pulled it on. Working like a dog in the hospital year-round, he always kept a set of clean clothes in the car, just in case they were soiled by a patient's vomit or blood. He had never expected it to become a lifesaver today. The temperature inside the cabin gradually rose, dispelling the freezing chill in his bones. Suyu leaned back against the seat, casting his gaze upward at the pale, scab-covered face reflected in the rearview mirror. Leaning against the driver's seat, Suyu stared at his paper-pale face streaked with blood in the rearview mirror. In his mind, terrifying fragments of memory regarding the future surged once more. Endless natural disasters, encroaching tsunamis, and mutated species. Humans living worse than dogs. If he were still in that so-called civilized society of the past, he would be doomed to endless night shifts at the hospital. Enduring the abuse of eccentric patient relatives waiting for the day he would drop dead from a sudden myocardial infarction right before the operating table. Making daily rounds, writing medical records, and pulling shifts. Carrying an indelible stench of overwork that could never be washed away. Occasionally, he even had to watch out for dementia patients rolling feces into balls and throwing them at his face. Was that kind of life truly fit for a human? Was a monotonous mechanical existence as a beast of burden really what I wanted? Suyu gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the strain. If that is the case in a fleeting century of human existence, why bother coming into this world at all? Since the heavens have reshuffled the deck, he will never be cannon fodder, let alone a beast of burden at the mercy of others. He will climb to the absolute peak in this apocalyptic world step by step. With these thoughts, Suyu closed his eyes, putting the distant future out of his mind. His consciousness sank instantly. His vision suddenly opened up, and Suyu's spiritual entity descended into a mysterious pure white dimension. A cubic space measuring 50 meters in both length and width. A pure white dome emitted a soft, gentle light. In the very center stood a massive bronze creation shimmering with a faint, eerie glow, the decomposition furnace. Complex and bizarre runes were engraved upon the furnace's surface. With just a single glance, its purpose naturally manifested in his mind. Recycle materials to extract source essence. Beside it sat a conceptual operating table made of the same material, its size adjustable at will. This was where source essence was consumed to extract and graft attributes. On a wall not far away was a metallic door radiating a freezing aura, the large-scale preservation chamber, a place dedicated to storing high-quality materials. As for the surrounding ground, a vast pile of load-bearing wall debris and discarded medical equipment which he had pulled in during his fall lay stacked there. This space could also serve as a basic storage warehouse. Within this space, Suyu's spiritual entity was an absolute god. With a mere thought, tons of concrete fragments floated into the air, stacking neatly into a small hill along the perimeter according to his design. Subsequently, he summoned his attribute panel. Life Reconstruction Laboratory. Source Essence 0 prompt: please find materials containing source essence and put them into the decomposition furnace as soon as possible. Strength Index 3. 2. 10 musculoskeletal strength, explosive power. Neural response 4. 7. 10 neural reaction, speed, limb coordination, dynamic vision. Constitution strength 3. 1. 10 endurance, recovery rate, wound healing speed, immune resistance. Current status subhealth, multiple soft tissue contusions and abrasions, temporary buff state, 8 minutes and 24 seconds remaining. Individual evaluation, physically weak and prematurely aging, deficient kidney, chi, low sperm motility. Comprehensive comment: the average value of the 3 stats for a normal adult male is 5 points. The real you is in a state of chronic subhealth, fair without, but decayed within. It is advised to stay up late, less drink, more goji berry tea. Right now you are even weaker than Prince Void. His initial ecstatic relief of surviving the disaster ground to a screeching halt the moment he read those last 2 lines. It felt exactly like happily eating hot pot and singing songs only to suddenly discover a fly fresh from a feast in the latrine floating at the bottom of the pot. Suyu stared at the words, physically weak and prematurely aging, and Prince Void, on the panel, his eyelids twitching wildly. This system was a bit too offensive, wasn't it? He was an attending physician at a tertiary hospital. How could he be weak? Suyu wanted to refute it, but the glaring 3.1 inch in constitution strength slapped him right in the face. Having worked like a dog in the hospital for the past few years, his body had indeed been pushed to its absolute limit long ago. Suyu was left speechless. Sighing, he exited the space. Before he could make any other move, the phone lying on the passenger seat, with its cracked external screen, suddenly lit up. Suyu hadn't expected this domestic brand phone to still be functional in such condition. Truly a leader in its field. A relentless vibration shattered the deathly silence inside the car. Breaking news: earthquakes have struck multiple regions across our country with a focal depth of a massive magnitude 9.3 earthquake has devastated the Kyoto Bay area of the island nation, triggering the eruption of Mount Fuji. A catastrophic magnitude 8.7 earthquake has hit the west coast, causing seawater backflow. Several Indian cities have been struck by earthquakes, with coastal cities hit by a massive tsunami. Several bold red highlighted push notifications crowded the screen. Suyu picked up the phone, his gaze sweeping quickly across the display. Without exception, the entire globe was convulsing in synchronized tremors. Though many regions hadn't registered particularly high magnitudes, that eerie worldwide synchronicity sent an unsettling chill down Su Yu's spine. All of this conclusively confirmed those fragmented visions of the future he had witnessed. Immediately afterward, WeChat notification sounds continued unabated. Ding, ding, ding. The pinned chat, topped with a cartoon avatar labeled Little Silly, was flashing continuously, displaying multiple unread messages. Fish brother, there's an earthquake. Our dormitory building cracked. Everyone is on the sports field now. It's so cold. Hello, why aren't you replying, stinky uncle? Our class group chat has exploded. Fish brother, please reply to me. I'm really so worried about you. If you keep ignoring me, I will. I will cry for you to see. Watching the screen bombarded with emoji stickers, Su Yu's previously taut nerves eased slightly. Good. She can still send stickers, so she's alright. He had just been about to call back. The phone rang immediately, and Su Yu picked up at once. Stinky uncle. The girl's soft, crisp voice pierced through the receiver, carrying an obvious nasal tremor of someone on the verge of tears. You finally answered. I called home, and the line was dead, sent messages, and got no reply. You scared this baby to death, wah. Still alive, intact from head to toe. Leaning back against the driver's seat, Su Yu softened his tone and reassured her. I'm still alive, completely intact. I just escaped from the hospital. Signal towers getting damaged is completely normal. Don't scare yourself. Really? Jiang Mumu sniffled. Really? What's the situation over there on your end? Yangqing City, Chengnan University of Technology. The sprawling sports field was crammed with students who had fled in panic. Jiang Mumu was dressed in a set of pink fuzzy pajamas, her dark long hair cascading over her shoulders, tear tracks still glistening on her pitifully beautiful cheeks. Several roommates huddled beside her, trembling. She gripped her phone, her tone pitifully small. A corner of the dormitory building collapsed. The counselor told us not to run around. Just now a bunch of guys ran out without even putting on clothes, and now they're covering their vital parts while getting battered by the wind. Mumu, listen to me. Su Yu had no mood for jokes. His voice dropped low. This is no ordinary earthquake. The moment it gets light, or even right now, go straight to the campus supermarket. Compressed biscuits, chocolate, bottled water. No matter how much it costs, the more the better. Don't care what other people think of you. A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Jiang Mumu's roommate beside her was complaining about the school's painfully slow emergency response. She turned slightly, putting some distance between them. Her previously pitiful expression vanished, entirely replaced by an uncanny calm. Do I need to stockpile a lot? Her voice remained soft and sweet, yet the panic had faded, replaced by a trace of probing and confirmation. Take as much as you possibly can. Su Yu tapped the steering wheel. After you've got the supplies, find a safe spot and stay there. Keep your phone on. Wait for me to come find you. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Mumu answered obediently. The call ended. Jiang Mumu clutched the phone tight in her palm. Mumu, what did your boyfriend say? A long-haired roommate leaned in to ask. Jiang Mumu instantly switched to a helpless expression, her eyes reddening slightly. He said things outside are really chaotic. I'm a little scared. I want to go to the convenience store to buy some water and food to have on hand. Several male students who had been secretly watching her immediately stepped forward eagerly. Don't be afraid, Junior. We'll go with you. Yeah, it's the middle of the night. The supermarket is definitely going to be chaotic over there. We'll help you carry everything. Jiang Mumu timidly looked up, revealing a sweet, lovely smile. Really? Thank you so much, seniors. You're so nice. The boys immediately straightened their backs, scrambling toward the supermarket with unprecedented enthusiasm. Jiang Mumu followed behind at an unhurried pace. Yinshan County parking lot. After hanging up, Su Yu didn't pause for a moment, immediately dialing his younger brother Su Hang's number. Hello, bro. What's the situation over there? The other end of the line was as chaotic as a marketplace. Su Hang's booming voice mingled with the surrounding chatter. Cut the nonsense. If I remember right, you've been on break these couple of days and went home, right? How's home? Is mom okay? Su Yu got straight to the point. We're fine. The moment I heard the commotion, I scooped up mom and ran, faster than Usain Bolt. A thrill of post-disaster excitement colored Su Hang's tone. Right now mom's busy gossiping with Annie Wong from the village. She's in great spirits. Hearing this, Su Yu's suspended heart finally settled back down. Good that you're fine. Listen, the earthquake here is strong. Don't sleep inside the house these next few days. Get out my camping gear and make do on open ground. No way, bro. It's that serious on your end. Want me to let mom talk to you? No, absolutely do not hand it to mom. Su Yu's scalp prickled. If their mother got on the phone, she wouldn't let go for at least half an hour. I have something serious to discuss with you. Su Hang's tone grew a touch more serious as he lowered his voice. Bro, I think this whole thing is kinda eerie too. The internet right now is full of apocalypse posts. Some people are saying it's the resurgence of spiritual energy. Some are even predicting tsunamis and extreme cold coming next. Bro, do you think this is all real? As he spoke, Su Hang deftly worked his phone and sent over several screenshots. Su Yu tapped them open, his pupils contracting slightly. A prophecy post. It had not only predicted the earthquake, but even outlined the trajectory of disasters for the coming month with uncanny accuracy. Have I really run into a fellow traveler? Wait, something's off. Scrolling rapidly to the end, a flicker of surprise crossed Suyu's face. There isn't a single word in there about biological mutations. Deliberately hidden. Or just an oversight. Bro, you still there? Yeah. Suyu drew a deep breath. He decided not to reveal everything. Phone lines could be monitored, and it was impossible to explain clearly anyway. Better to believe it and be wrong. In a global disaster of this scale, ordinary people are just cannon fodder. Then what do we do? Su Hang was starting to panic. Everyone in the classmate group is discussing whether this is the end of the world. Ignore whatever they say in those groups. Don't spread rumors. Be careful or you'll get invited for tea. Suyu shifted his tone. But there is one thing you absolutely must do. Stockpile. Stockpile. That's right. While prices haven't collapsed, yet having grain in hand keeps the heart at ease. Suyu spoke rapidly. The moment it gets light, head straight to the wholesale market. Grain common medicines. Buy as much as you can. Don't worry about the cost. Got it. Though Su Hang usually came across as a slacker, he knew how to read the room when it truly mattered. Don't worry, bro. I'll round up some people to haul stuff right now. After hanging up, Suyu's fingers flew across the screen, immediately transferring 150 yuan to Su Hang via mobile banking. With everything handled, Suyu leaned back against his seat and exhaled a long, turbid breath. He knew this younger brother of his, despite his usual cavalier attitude and the fact that he had just graduated from university and was currently unemployed back home, could distinguish priorities when it truly counted. Suyu trusted that his brother had already taken his words to heart. But he estimated the stockpiling process wouldn't be easy. After all, he couldn't take everyone else for fools. Although the apocalypse had only just begun to show its hand, there were plenty of smart people in the world. He expected supplies to tighten up imminently. It all depended on how fast the authorities reacted. Without a certain degree of power and influence, money alone probably wouldn't be enough to secure supplies by then. But once I get back there, none of this will be a problem anymore. He scrolled through various chat groups and short video apps, finding them all flooded with disaster footage. A wave of irritation washed over Suyu. He pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a long, heavy sigh. Outside the car window, the rain kept falling, as though trying to wash this world clean. He glanced at the system panel. Temporary enhancement 005. The countdown was about to hit 0. 3, 2, 1. Ugh. Suyu let out a muffled groan, his entire body instantly curling up in agony, like an overcooked shrimp. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as if every bone in his body was being shattered and reassembled, as if hundreds of needles were piercing his veins all at once. That hollow emptiness of power being ripped away in an instant left him drenched in cold sweat, without even the strength to lift a single finger. Was this the price of cheating? Damn, what a rush. His consciousness gradually fading, Suyu's head lolled to one side, and he blacked out completely. Yinshan County People's Hospital parking lot, where several cars sat parked haphazardly. The dark clouds hanging over the city had now dispersed, a faint sliver of fishbelly white rising at the edge of the sky. The once prosperous city had lost its former glory everywhere, revealing the broken devastation of an apocalyptic landscape. A beam of morning light pierced through the darkness, filtering through the windshield into the car. Thud. Suyu jolted awake violently, instinctively attempting to spring upright, only to crack his skull hard against the roof of the car. HSSS. He clutched his forehead, grimacing as he collapsed back into the seat. That collision at least knocked away the phantom pain lingering from the night before. Suyu gasped for breath, watching the sky outside that had already cleared and the scarred ruins stretching before him. His gaze gradually sharpened into focus. Not a dream. The apocalypse had truly arrived. System. At the thought, a transparent panel materialized. Host Suyu. Source essence 0. Strength index 3. 23. 5. Neural response 4. 75. 1. Physique rating 3. 13. 6. Status subhealth multiple soft tissue abrasions. Oh. Suyu's eyes lit up. The numbers had genuinely climbed a notch. That inhuman torment hadn't been for nothing. His body had absorbed a portion of the residual energy through that extreme strain. Worth it. He stretched his limbs and pushed open the door to step out. The biting cold of the early morning wind assailed him, carrying the metallic tang of blood. Suyu tightened his coat and directed his gaze forward. The inpatient building ahead had been utterly reduced to a massive tomb of steel and concrete. Limb fragments, mud, and twisted rebar intertwined in a grotesque tapestry. Half of the outpatient building had collapsed. Of the giant red signage on its rooftop, only the characters for Peoples still clung precariously to the edge, swaying on the brink of falling. The remaining structure was laced with spiderweb cracks. The ground was littered with peeled-off wall fragments and shattered glass. Help! Someone please help me. My leg. My leg is broken. Wah! Mommy! Piercing wails and helpless pleas echoed through the cold wind. Surviving family members and those with minor injuries were digging through the rubble with bare hands. A living hell on earth. Suyu leaned against the car door, watching it all with a blank expression. He did not step forward. not out of cold-bloodedness, but out of razor-sharp clarity. In an era where order was about to collapse, saints were the first to die. He was just a slightly stronger than average, ordinary man incapable of saving the masses of suffering souls. All he could do was amidst this chaos protect himself, and protect his family. Suyu turned and slipped silently into the heavily damaged outpatient building. The lobby was suffocated by deathly stillness. Shattered concrete and shards of glass crunched gratingly beneath every footfall. Drawing upon his familiarity with the hospital's layout, he dodged the collapsed load-bearing pillars and made straight for the dispensary. The security glass of the dispensary window had long been smashed by fallen debris, leaving a twisted iron frame jutting out at an angle. Suyu climbed through the window frame and ducked inside the beam of his phone's flashlight, sweeping swiftly across the darkened medicine shelves. He reached out with his mind, connecting directly with the Life Reconstruction Laboratory space within his consciousness. This was the largest people's hospital in the county, its pharmacy stockpile nothing short of staggering. The prescription medication section yielded box upon box of amoxicillin, cephalosporins, and levofloxacin. In the early days of the apocalypse, antibiotics were priceless hard currency, the difference between survival and death for the wounded. Wherever his palm made contact, the cardboard boxes vanished into thin air, landing securely in the storage area of his space. The emergency medication section offered adrenaline injectables, potent analgesics, and various serums. Stowed. The medical supplies section yielded rubbing alcohol, iodine solution, sterile gauze, and suture thread. Stowed. He swept through row after row of shelves, and wherever his will reached, the supplies were simply emptied from sight. Having ransacked the pharmacy without pause, he turned and plunged into the half-collapsed emergency department. Portable defibrillators, patient monitors, oxygen tanks. Stacked in one corner were a dozen or so still-sealed sterile orthopedic surgical instrument kits. These were all things that could be traded for lives in the future, and he stuffed every last one into his space. By the time he withdrew from the building, the entire ground floor core area had been picked clean. Even a single adhesive bandage had not been left behind. Back inside the car, Suyu twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took great gulping swallows, granting brief relief to his parched and cracked throat. The parched throat received a measure of soothing. A glance at his phone told him it was already 7 in the morning. He dialed Jiang Mumu's number again, intending to inquire about her current situation. Do. The line was dead. Another attempt, still no connection. Suyu's brows furrowed into a deep crease as he stared at the signal bars in the corner of the screen, jittering more erratically than a cardiac monitor, until they finally flatlined into no service. This is getting troublesome. He switched to Feishin and attempted to send a message reporting his safety, only to be greeted by an ominous red exclamation mark. The communication base stations were beginning to fail one after another. Suyu tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and tapped his fingers irritably against the steering wheel. He had to get to Yangsheng to find Jiang Mumu as quickly as possible. After years of affection, how could such bonds simply be severed at will? Unbidden, the memories of their first meeting surfaced in his mind. She had been dressed as a wild Yao princess, with fox ears, pink hair, and a shrine maiden's garb, her long bare legs flashing and almost dazzling white. Jiang Mumu had been standing by the roadside, the very picture of innocent allure, and a single glance was enough to steal half of Suyu's soul away. "You wretched girl, you'd better be hiding yourself well. Just wait for me to come find you." Suyu cursed under his breath, though his eyes grew faintly hot and stinging. He shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator. The hybrid vehicle let out a deep, guttural roar as it surged out through the hospital gates. Daylight had fully broken. The morning light brought no hope to the city. Instead, it brutally tore open its grievous wounds for all to see. The streets lay in utter devastation. Toppled utility poles lay sprawled across the road, the asphalt beneath them cracked into countless fissures. Survivors wailed beside the rubble. One man tried to lift a slab of concrete with his bare hands, his fingernails snapping as blood streamed freely. Suyu's grip on the steering wheel tightened, an inexorable heaviness welling up within him. He was, after all, a fine young man raised under the red flag, and watching his fellow humans suffer awakened an instinctive visceral discomfort. But he knew with absolute clarity that this was merely the appetizer. The future fragments stored in his mind surged up again, playing out like crisp, vivid slides. First would come global tremors, followed swiftly by coastal tsunamis, seawater surging inland to transform bustling metropolises into sunken kingdoms. Then would come the mass eruptions of volcanoes, a period that would likely stretch on for some time until the Yellowstone supervolcano finally detonated, releasing the immense pressure building within the planet's core. But beyond these successive calamities, the most troublesome element remains that mysterious energy. Suyu gazed through the windshield at the flower bed in the middle of the road. The clusters of wild grass stubbornly persisting amid the ruins were beaded with dew, their green so vivid it seemed almost enchantingly strange, almost uncanny. Biological mutations will soon begin to reveal their earliest signs. The thought cast an even deeper shadow across Suyu's heart. When his attention returned to the present, the road ahead had grown increasingly treacherous. Barely 2 kilometers out, a pot-bellied middle-aged man with a balding Mediterranean haircut stood in a flooded section of the road ahead. He held aloft a black leather briefcase, its zipper flung wide open as bundles of crimson cash fluttered wildly in the cold wind. "Stop! I'll buy your car. I'll give you $1 million once we leave the city," the middle-aged man bellowed at the top of his lungs, spreading his arms wide as he attempted to block the vehicle with his body. Money. In the future, it wouldn't even be worth using as wiping material. Without so much as a flicker of his eyelids, Suyu gave the steering wheel a slight turn. The tires rolled through the fluttering banknotes, sending muddy water spraying half a meter high, drenching the suited man's head and face completely. After passing through 2 more blocks, his speed was forced to drop due to the ubiquitous rubble. Directly ahead, kneeling at the edge of the curb, was a woman dressed in tattered rags. She clutched desperately to her chest a swaddled infant, whose condition was unclear, her forehead striking the flooded asphalt again and again. Spying the passing vehicle, the woman lost all control and threw herself into the middle of the road. "Please, I beg you, save my child. Take us with you." To stop at such a moment. What if it were merely an ambush, a trap designed to rob him of his vehicle, morally entangle him, and leave him with nothing, not even his underwear? In the apocalypse, saints die first, a saying that was no idle joke. Suyu's expression hardened to ice, his horn blaring as it pierced the silence. He floored the accelerator, the vehicle screaming past within a hair's breadth of the woman's knees. The car was about to enter the main thoroughfare of the old western district. At the crossroads ahead, 2 wrecked Jetta sedans had been pushed sideways by human hands, forming an impassable barricade. 5 or 6 strapping young men stood shoulder to shoulder, sealing the passage completely. Their leader, a fierce-looking bald brute, weighed a blood-stained solid steel pipe in his hand, his expression murderous. "Kill the engine. Get out. Leave the car and everything in it, and I'll spare your life." The bald man brought the steel pipe crashing down hard against the Jetta's hood, producing an ear-splitting clang. Blatant armed robbery. Suyu shifted his right foot onto the accelerator. The engine erupted into a savage snarl. 40 kilometers per hour. 60. The massive vehicle showed no sign of slowing, hurtling straight toward that wall of men. The crushing presence of death rushed toward them head-on. The bald man's arrogance caught in his throat, transforming instantly into utter terror. "He's mad. He's really going to ram us. Move." The bald man dropped his steel pipe, scrambling on hands and knees to fling himself into the adjacent green belt. The others likewise tumbled and fled in all directions. Crack. The tremendous force of impact exploded outward. The car's nose smashed brutally through the wrecked vehicles, serving as barricades, sending sparks showering in all directions as shards of glass and fragments of metal flew everywhere. The bumper crumpled inward, the headlamp cover shattered. Suyu gripped the steering wheel tight, forcing a passage through and racing onward. In the rearview mirror, that group of men picked themselves up and cursed furiously, quickly shrinking into indistinguishable dark specks in the distance. The biting wind, like a bone-carving knife, seeped through the crevices of the car window. Speeding along, the scarred domestic hybrid vehicle finally veered onto the highway leading out of the city. As he crossed the edge of the new town and entered an old district, Suyu noticed that the buildings in this area were surprisingly intact. The low-rise clusters of the old town had shielded it from most of the collapsing devastation, leaving the road conditions here far superior to those in the new district. Suyu stepped on the brakes. He glanced at the passenger seat, where only 2 bottles of mineral water remained alongside a pack of biscuits left behind in the car from some forgotten time. The supplies were far too meager. The journey to Yanqing, the provincial capital, was long, and with the temperature steadily plummeting, these meager rations would never sustain him to his destination. Growl. Having devoured the single pack of biscuits, the burning sensation of hunger in his stomach did not subside. Instead, this meager catalyst only made the craving flare up even more fiercely. Having just endured extreme physical exhaustion, this body was now like a bottomless pit, desperately craving high-calorie fuel. Suyu backed the car into a dead-end alleyway, half buried by collapsed walls on both sides. For he recalled an old street within this historic district, once the most bustling hub of daily life in the county. Food stalls, bubble tea shops, and clothing boutiques had once packed the area to the brim. At the end of the street stood a large 2-story supermarket. While finding Jiang Mumu in Yanqing was paramount, freezing or starving to death along the way would make the endeavor a tragic joke. He needed to secure essential supplies first. Stepping out of the car, a bone-chilling cold washed over him once more. Suyu instinctively shrugged his shoulders, reached into the back seat to pull out a spare white lab coat, but hesitated the moment he draped it over himself, sensing something was amiss. The current county town was a powder keg. Walking down the street in this skin was tantamount to seeking his own death. Prejudice in people's minds was an immovable mountain. The moment they saw someone in a white coat, they assumed they were a doctor. Those begging for help, those wielding moral blackmail, or even those seeking to drag a doctor down with them to the grave, would tear him to shreds. Suyu side-slipped off his hoodie, pulled it over the white coat, and rolled up the excessively long hem to tuck it into his waistband. He then grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and smeared it across his face. Within seconds, the elite doctor vanished. In his place stood a destitute, disheveled survivor looking no different from the refugees around him. The first rule of survival: never make yourself stand out. With his preparations complete, he first detoured to a deserted blind corner of a building. With a mere thought, he connected with the Life Reconstruction Lab in his mind. Rumble. A massive amount of reinforced concrete debris previously stored from the hospital poured out of thin air, instantly filling the blind corner. Premium steel must be used on the blade. Every inch of space had to be reserved for valuable resources. Having cleared the space, Suyu oriented himself and dissolved into the hazy gray streets like a specter. The deeper he ventured into the old street, the more crowded it became. At times like this, the malice of human nature was like an uncovered sewer reeking with an unbearable stench. The roller shutter of a small jewelry store by the roadside had been pried halfway open, and 7 or 8 people were brawling bloodily over a few gold necklaces. Fools. In a matter of days, this gold would not even fetch a single steamed bun. Suyu kept his eyes straight ahead, walking directly toward an outdoor brand menswear store. This was the true treasure trove. The security roller shutter had already been violently torn open, leaving a massive gap. Just as he approached, 2 thugs clutching crowbars crawled out from inside. One red head and one yellow head stood out starkly amidst the ruins. As they walked out, they spat on the ground. Bah! What bloody bad luck. This garbage store doesn't even have cash, just worthless clothes. The moment they met, their eyes locked. Suyu neither paused nor averted his gaze. Seeing this, the 2 thugs instantly went silent, quickly turning away to head toward their next target. As they brushed past each other, they sized one another up from the corners of their eyes. Scared the life out of me. I thought it was the owner. Watching them recede into the distance, Suyu could still faintly hear their hushed muttering. Suyu quickly slipped into the clothing store. Switching on his phone's flashlight, he saw the shop was in utter disarray with clothes strewn everywhere. The cash drawer at the entrance had already been pried open. Showing no hesitation, his hands blurred into a flurry of motion, sweeping frantically across the shelves. Top-tier windproof and waterproof 3-in-1 jackets. All sizes taken. Polar grade, thickened down jackets. Take as many as there are. High thread count, thermal underwear. Taken along with the packaging boxes. Waterproof tactical boots, fleece-lined knee pads, windproof face masks. Suyu was like a human vacuum cleaner. Wherever he passed, the shelves were left cleaner than a freshly washed face. In the process, his swift eyes and quick hands allowed him to change into a top-tier black Arc'teryx alternative jacket and fleece-lined cargo pants, instantly dispelling most of the chill clinging to his body. For the next half hour or so, Suyu completely transformed into a ruined scavenger. From the hardware store next door, fire axes, oversized crowbars, multifunctional entrenching shovels, steel nails, and even an unopened silent diesel generator were all swept into his space. From the digital store, solar charging panels, high-capacity power banks, high-intensity flashlights, tablets, phones. Not a single item was left behind. Sweeping through relentlessly, Suyu spared nothing he could gain access to. It was only when he emerged from an electronics store that Suyu keenly sensed 2 pairs of eyes glued to him. Calmly, he glanced up using the reflection of a shard of broken glass. Behind the distant ruins, those yellow and red heads were peering stealthily in his direction. Fools seeking their own doom. Suyu sneered inwardly, but his pace quickened abruptly. With a swift movement, he turned directly into the labyrinthine residential alleys nearby. After twisting and turning through the maze, relying on the route in his memory, Suyu successfully shook off his pursuers. When he finally emerged from the alleyway, his view suddenly opened up. He had reached the end of the old street. Standing before him was indeed that large 2-story comprehensive supermarket, the ultimate destination of his stocking up expedition. However, the scene before him made Suyu furrow his brow slightly, and he halted his steps. The atmosphere at the supermarket entrance was thick with hostility. The originally spacious glass doors were locked tight from the inside, barricaded heavily, with several massive checkout counters. Outside, a dense dark crowd of at least 100 people had already gathered. The clamor of public outrage mingled with despair and hunger could be heard from afar. Frowning slightly, Suyu did not rashly step forward, but instead slipped quietly into the outer edge of the crowd. Open the door. Let us in to get some food. My wife is about to faint from low blood sugar. Listen to me, you inside. An earthquake just happened and you're still guarding a pile of food. Are you trying to profit off a national disaster? Suyu did not join the commotion blindly. Instead, he pulled his hood down further, shoved his hands into his jacket pockets, and quietly blended into the outermost fringe of the crowd. Standing right beside him was a balding, middle-aged man, shivering violently from the cold. The man was standing on his tiptoes, straining his neck to peer inside, while muttering curses under his breath. Brother, what's going on here? Why is everyone crowding around like this? As he spoke, Suyu maintained a natural demeanor. With a swift flick of his wrist, he retrieved a soft pack of Chunghwa cigarettes he had just scavenged from his space. He smoothly tapped out a cigarette and offered it, his movements fluid and carrying a touch of worldly street-smart sophistication. The balding middle-aged man who had been so irritable he wanted to curse instantly swallowed the word, beat it, the moment he saw the offered chunghwa. Oh, you're too kind, little brother. I really shouldn't. He quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and accepted the cigarette. Suyu immediately pulled out his windproof lighter, and with a sharp click of flame flared up as he leaned in to light it for him. Phew. He took a deep, satisfying drag, exhaling a long plume of smoke. Under the soothing influence of the nicotine, the deep worry on his face eased considerably, and he immediately opened up. Little brother, what else could it be? In times like this, when heaven is angry, human hearts rot right along with it. Gesturing toward the supermarket doors with his cigarette holding fingers, the uncle cursed in exasperation. Bah? Don't even get me started. Some bullshit. Manager Wong inside blocked the doors with a few security guards. The man gestured with his chin toward the faint silhouettes visible inside the doors and continued indignantly, claiming it's to protect company property and await official government takeover so no unauthorized personnel are allowed in. Isn't that absolute bullshit? Everyone is still shaken up, freezing in the cold wind for half the night and starving to the point of seeing stars. We just want a hot bite to eat and a bottle of water. He's just a petty manager, so who is he trying to fool by acting all high and mighty now? I bet he just wants to hoard the goods to drive up prices or use this entire supermarket of supplies as a stepping stone to climb the ladder. Blocking us like this, does he really think the common folk are easy targets? Mark my words, once people get desperate enough from hunger, they're going to beat those guys to death. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Suyu's eyes, though his face put on an expression of righteous indignation. Exactly. This is absolutely wicked. They're trying to drive people to their graves. The more they conversed, the more they found themselves in agreement. Within moments, Suyu and the balding man had exchanged names only to discover they were actually from the same hometown. In truth, as Suyu stared at the barricaded glass doors, he was already sneering inwardly. Blocking the doors. Using company regulations to pressure people. That manager Wong is probably looking to monopolize this fat piece of meat for himself. Lu Wei was 33, but his receding hairline had retreated to the crown of his head, with the remaining hair stubbornly combed from both sides toward the middle, making him look well past 50. He crouched down against the remains of a broken wall, his cigarette clasping fingers stained yellow, shivering in the cold wind. He took a deep drag, the harsh flavor of cheap tobacco forcing its way down his throat and triggering a fit of violent coughing. His eyes were red-rimmed as he roughly wiped his face. For his wife back home, he had worked as a beast of burden in this forsaken county town for 10 years. They had barely managed to buy an apartment, only for the earthquake to turn the property deed into worthless paper. My parents' phone has been busy all day. If they're gone, then I truly have no family left. Fortunately, his wife had just reported that she was safe. Lu Wei took 2 more fierce drags, then pressed the cigarette, but into a puddle exhaustion etched across his face. In these times, even having something to grieve was a kind of luxury. Suyu leaned against the corner without responding, pulled out nearly half a pack of soft Chinese cigarettes, and tossed them into Lu Wei's arms. Just as Lu Wei was about to light his third cigarette, the deadlock at the supermarket entrance exploded. Someone at the back gave a desperate shove. The front line stumbled forward, crashing into the explosion-proof glass doors. Hours of pent-up hunger, panic, and fury finally burned through the last barrier of reason. Die? Why won't you let us in? Smash the door. Grab the food. Dozens of people, eyes wild, shoved forward with everything they had. Manager Wong, who had been standing at the forefront, had long lost his earlier arrogance. His face went completely white, and he crawled and scrambled through the gap in the rolling shutter door. 2 or 3 security guards at the front hadn't even drawn their batons before they were overwhelmed by the surging crowd and pinned to the ground. Fists and leather shoes rained down upon them mercilessly. The sound of cracking bones and muffled screams was completely drowned out by the roar of the mob. After struggling for only a few moments, the bodies on the ground went still. The glass door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Go, grab whatever you can. A sea of heads surged forward, pouring into the pitch-black interior of the supermarket. This way, Suyu grabbed the stunned Lu Wei and, bypassing the chaos at the main entrance, made his way to the side employee exit as if he had done it 1,000 times before. The entire county's power grid had failed, and the supermarket interior was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. At the main entrance, those in the front were tripped by the collapsed checkout counters, and those behind them simply couldn't stop trampling heavily over the spines and skulls of those in front. Screams tore through the darkness. The doorway quickly became a pile of bodies, and the thick stench of blood spread rapidly through the enclosed air. Lu Wei swallowed hard, his calves twitching uncontrollably, gripping the doorframe with all his strength, daring not to step forward. Suyu switched on his phone flashlight, the beam sweeping across the fresh food and snack sections on the first floor. Ventilation ducts lay smashed against load-bearing pillars. Potato chip bags across the floor burst underfoot, mixing with spilled soy sauce and vinegar, releasing a strange sour stench. But at the sight of food, Lu Wei forgot all about fear. He slung his backpack across his chest, bit down on his phone, and dove headlong into the wreckage of trampled snacks, shoving anything edible, bread and biscuits, into his bag with both hands. I'll stay on the first floor, you check the second floor. After a quick word, Suyu switched off the flashlight and disappeared into the darkness. First floor food blind zone. Suyu weaved between rows of shelves using the faint light filtering in from outside. He skipped the step of picking and choosing altogether, pressing his palm against the cold metal shelves and issuing a mental command. Whoosh. 5-meter-tall iron racks along with the vacuum-packed rice barrel, cooking oil, and boxed luncheon meat stacked atop them vanished into thin air. Collect. Seasonings, frozen foods, daily necessities. Stepping over shattered glass, he left every shelf completely bare in his wake, not even a single price tag remaining. This shameless plundering sent Suyu's blood pumping faster. 2 minutes later, scattered phone lights began flickering on around him. The crowd at the main entrance had already pushed through, stepping over bodies. He turned and charged up to the second floor sundries section, ransacking everything. 5 minutes later, the already cramped space was nearly full. Suyu made his move. Passing the fresh food section, he grabbed a thick cleaver from the chopping block. To throw people off, he changed his appearance, pulling a baseball cap low over his eyes. A plastic bag in hand filled with a few loaves of bread and sausage links, he kept close to the wall and backed out against the flow of people. The moment he crossed the supermarket's back exit, a cold wind carrying an edge of danger hit his face. A dozen or so hoodlums were scattered across the open area at the entrance. Their leader, a shaved-head man, wore a cheap shoulder-to-shoulder dragon tattoo coiling around his neck. These guys lacked the courage to enter the teetering supermarket, so instead they had set up a checkpoint at the entrance, wielding rebar and fire axes. Suyu's eyelid twitched as his gaze swept the scene. At the edge of the crowd, 2 garish tufts of red and yellow hair were squatting on the ground smoking. They were the same 2 punks he had encountered earlier at the clothing store. Almost simultaneously, the group's attention locked on Suyu, who had just emerged. The bald man scanned him up and down, his gaze lingering for half a second on the cleaver still speckled with meat residue in Suyu's hand, then made no move. Suyu pulled his cap lower and kept walking. Hold it. The yellow-haired punk suddenly spat out his cigarette, pointed sharply at Suyu's retreating back, and leaned in to whisper something urgently to the bald man. Hearing the commotion, Suyu didn't even look back. He ran. This body of his had been worn down by years of late nights, and the injuries from the fall off the 10th floor had never fully healed. Whatever temporary boost he'd relied on had already worn off. After 2 blocks of burning pain ripped through his lungs. Ahead, a dead-end alley was blocked by collapsed prefabricated slabs. No way out. Suyu stopped, turned, and adjusted his breathing. Behind him, the sound of scrambling footsteps approached rapidly. The yellow-haired punk and 4 of his thugs blocked the retreat, all of them gasping, wielding clubs and bats. Run. Run again, then. You think I don't recognize you just because you changed clothes? The yellow-haired punk pointed a crowbar at Suyu, bent over, gasping for air, a vicious grin plastered across his face. You've winded me. Kid, talk straight. How did you make all that stuff in those shops disappear? Or I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs today. A wiry skin and bones thug spat on the ground and slung a metal baseball bat ahead of him as he stepped forward. Brother Huiwai, waste breath on him. Break his legs and he'll behave. Suyu's back pressed against the cold brick wall as he looked at these scum closing in. In the early days of the apocalypse, the fastest transformations were among these criminal gangs. You're looking for death. For words devoid of any emotion, carrying a deathly chill that seeped into the bones. Feeling slighted, the skinny thug roared and stomped the ground. The baseball bat cut through the air with a whistling sound, coming down hard towards Suyu's temple. Suyu didn't retreat a single step. His nerve reaction index of 5. 1 kicked into action at that very moment. The trajectory of the descending bat was crystal clear in his eyes. His left hand reached out of nowhere. A thick wooden staff, the handle of a mop, materialized instantly from his spatial storage and blocked the blow. Thwack! Wood chips flew everywhere. The recoil made Suyu's palm go numb. The skinny thug's strike had missed, leaving his chest wide open. That was exactly what Suyu had been waiting for. The heavy cleaver in his right hand swept upward in a diagonal arc. As a surgeon who had dissected countless human bodies, he knew precisely where the most fatal cuts fell and where the blade would glide most smoothly. The blade grazed the thug's collarbone and sliced cleanly through the neck muscles, severing the pulsing carotid artery in one precise stroke. A high-pressure jet of arterial blood sprayed outward, gushing more than 2 meters and drenching the yellow-haired punk's head and face in crimson. The skinny thug made a wheezing sound, his hands clutching desperately at his neck, but warm blood continued to pour between his fingers. Neural reflexes caused his limbs to twitch erratically for 2 more seconds before his knees buckled and he collapsed into the pooling blood like wet clay. The thick stench of blood exploded through the dead-end alley. The yellow-haired punk wiped his face, his hands slick with crimson. His earlier swagger froze in place. The remaining 3 thugs raised their bats mid-air, their calves trembling so violently they couldn't bring themselves to take a single step forward. Suyu flicked the blood from his cleaver and looked up at the yellow-haired punk. After all, having grown up in an era of peace, these thugs usually only dared to bully the honest and weak. Their world was one of superficial social pleasantries. When had they ever witnessed such a gruesome bloody spectacle where every blade drew blood? A chilling wind howled back into the alley, sounding like the low wails of countless aggrieved souls. Swept up by the cold gust, the thick stench of blood invaded their nostrils. Those few thugs who usually only bullied the weak and feared the strong stared at the twitching corpse on the ground, their crotches instantly soaking wet. The stench of urine mingled with the smell of blood, inducing waves of nausea. How was this a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered? This was clearly a living llama climbing out of hell. Run! Run! The voice of the blonde leader cracked completely, sounding like a rooster being strangled as he spun around to bolt toward the alley entrance. Trying to run, Suyu remained expressionless, his pace not faltering in the slightest. With a flick of his left wrist, a sharp, boning knife materialized out of thin air into his palm. His figure lunged forward like a fully drawn bow, overtaking his prey in an instant. Squelch! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was muffled yet grating. The sharp knife slipped precisely between the blonde's fourth and fifth ribs from behind. Avoiding any bone obstruction, it plunged straight into his heart with more than half the hilt sinking in. The momentum of his run carried the blonde forward for 2 steps before his entire body seemed to lose its spine. He collapsed limply to his knees, a torrent of pink frothy blood erupting from his mouth. Simultaneously, Suyu gripped the thick-backed meat cleaver which was still stained with bits of flesh in his right hand. Channeling power from his waist and core, he hurled it forward with the momentum. The heavy cleaver traced a dull arc through the air, producing a sharp, howling whoosh. Thud! This throw was incredibly lucky. The tip of the blade slammed violently into the face of another red-haired thug, embedding itself deeply. My face. My eyes. The red-haired thug instantly clutched his face and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing wildly through his fingers as he shrieked in agony. A double kill in an instant. The remaining 2 thugs completely broke down. Having lived in a peaceful era for too long, they had seen street brawls and thugs wielding watermelon knives to strike with the flat of the blade. But they had never witnessed such a ruthless, lethal style of combat where lives were taken without a second thought. Letting out strange cries, the 2 instinctively turned and fled. Yet because their legs had turned to jelly and refused to cooperate, they could only tremble as they shuffled toward the alley entrance, their minds screaming in panic. Damn legs. Move. Run. In this moment of collapsing order, letting the enemy escape would be digging his own grave. Suyu had no intention of leaving any survivors. Reaching back, he pulled several previously scavenged boning knives from his spatial storage. Feeling the cold blades beneath his fingertips, he bypassed the need to aim and threw them directly. At a distance of just 1 or 2 meters, even a blind throw would hit. His arm whipped repeatedly as cold glints flashed. Squelch! Squelch! 2 muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. Blood instantly bloomed on their backs and thighs, soaking their jeans into a dark crimson. They stumbled, still struggling to crawl outward, their fingernails scratching bloody streaks onto the concrete ground. Help! Please! Before the plea for mercy could fully escape their lips, Suyu had already caught up. Holding a sharp, horn-handled knife in each hand, he drove them directly into their hearts through the gaps in their back ribs. He pulled them out. The 2 bodies convulsed violently before falling completely still. Suyu stood up, flicked the droplets of blood off his hands, and shifted his thoughts. The 5 corpses on the ground, along with the scattered steel pipes and cleavers, vanished into thin air in an instant. The alley, which had been littered with corpses just moments ago, returned to a deathly silence. Only a few prominent bloodstains on the ground remained, testifying to the massacre that had just occurred. He quickly took off his bloodstained windbreaker, flipped it inside out, and put it back on with the black lining facing outward. Pulling his cap low, he vanished from the alley entrance like a ghost. 10 minutes later, Suyu returned to his domestic hybrid car. Stepping on the gas, the car roared to life and sped away from the old city district. A few minutes later, Suyu found a secluded spot to park, reclining his seat. His consciousness instantly submerged into the Life Reconstruction laboratory within his mind. At the center of the space, the bronze-textured decomposition furnace let out a low hum. The patterns on the furnace body flickered, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The corpses of the 5 thugs were lined up neatly on the platform in front of the furnace. As Suyu's spiritual form approached, several lines of translucent illusory text immediately appeared on his retina. Biological carrier detected. Analyzing traits. No traits found. Target 1 blonde, chronic alcoholism, liver lesions. Decomposition value 0. 12 source essence. Target 2 redhead, kidney deficiency, low bone density. Decomposition value 0. 1 source essence. Target 3 decomposition value 0. 4 source essence. Target 4 decomposition value 0. 3 source essence. Target 5 decomposition value 0. 3 source essence. Looking at this series of data, Suyu frowned slightly. What a bunch of garbage. These thugs looked young and strong, but in reality their bodies had long been hollowed out. In the system's evaluation, they were nothing but a pile of low-grade industrial waste. Decompose all. Suyu did not hesitate and directly issued the command. The lid at the top of the furnace slid open, and an invisible suction dragged the 5 corpses inside. Eerie blue flames danced within the chamber. There was no smell of burning, only a pure sensation of energy being refined. A few seconds later, decomposition complete. Obtained source essence 1. 22. Only 1. 22. Suyu shook his head, slightly disappointed. This tiny amount of source essence did not even meet the minimum requirement to activate the conceptual operating table once, let alone strengthen his body or extract traits. Then again, he didn't have any suitable genetic traits to transplant anyway. However, the feasibility of obtaining source essence by recycling trash eased his tense mood slightly. His consciousness returned to reality. The heater in the car was running high. Suyu took out some spoils of war he had previously looted from the supermarket from his spatial storage. An exquisite cream cake and half of a sliced chilled watermelon. He picked up a spoon, scooped out a large chunk of watermelon, and stuffed it into his mouth. The icy juice exploded in his mouth, washing away the lingering metallic scent of blood in his lungs. Following that, he took a few bites of the high-calorie cake. In this ruined city, such an extreme culinary pairing was an unimaginable luxury. As his body gradually warmed up, the tension from the killings was slowly suppressed by this physical satisfaction. While eating, Suyu pulled out another newly looted phone. He swapped in his original SIM card. As the car drove away from the old city, the signal towers seemed to regain some functionality. The network was no longer completely cut off like it had been in the morning, though it remained intermittent. He opened Feishin. Ding 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 ding. A barrage of message notifications exploded like machine gun fire. They were sent by Jiang Mumu after 8 o'clock and were only refreshing now. Brother Yu, I still can't contact my mom. I'm really scared. Another part of the dormitory building just collapsed and the counselor is calling everyone to assemble. My phone is about to die. Where are you? I miss you so much, so much. Looking at these words, Suyu could almost automatically picture Jiang Mumu's pitiful, lovely face. This girl seemed soft and easy to bully, but in reality, she was as sharp as a tack. Only in front of Suyu would she show this clingy, dependent side. She might be a bit of a green tea, but she's my green tea. Suyu wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to type a reply, the screen flickered violently. A new message squeezed through with great difficulty, sent 2 minutes ago. Brother Yu. The school issued an emergency notice. A lot of military trucks have arrived to take us all away. They said we're going to a temporary evacuation point in the western suburbs. There are so many people on the playground. Everyone is lining up to get on the trucks. The scene is so chaotic. Some people who didn't want to leave were forced onto the vehicles. Once we arrive and I know the exact location, I'll find a way to contact you. My phone is dying. You must come find me. The western suburbs evacuation point. Suyu's brow instantly furrowed deeply and the watermelon in his mouth suddenly lost its sweetness. He immediately dialed her number. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Fuck. Suyu slammed his steering wheel in frustration, letting out a dull thud. Since when has the government acted so swiftly? According to his fragmented memories, large-scale rescue and evacuation efforts should only have begun about 3 days after the disaster. Suyu's expression grew dark. According to his original plan, covering the distance of over 100 kilometers, provided he avoided congested roads, would allow him to reach Yancheng before dark and find Jiang Mumu at the Southern Province Institute of Technology. Then he would take her to a safe place to lay low and slowly build up their strength. Now that she had been taken away, the variables had multiplied. A sudden sense of foreboding rose within Suyu as he realized things were slipping out of his control. Just then the phone vibrated. The screen lit up and a bold red news headline popped up. Shocking. Doomsday confirmed. The blood-red, bolded title lay across the phone screen like a scar. Suyu's finger trembled slightly as he tapped the video link, which had been forwarded countless times. The footage was heavily pixelated with noise, the signal clearly suffering from severe interference. In the frame, an elderly man stood on a hastily constructed podium. His hair was slightly disheveled and his expression weary, yet his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. A familiar steady voice cut through the noisy background and came through clearly. To all. Confirmed by the Supreme Academy of Sciences, this is an unprecedented global catastrophe. I declare that we are now officially entering a state of emmer. We will spare no effort to guarantee the supply of daily necessities and orderly organize the evacuation of coastal citizens inland. As his speech concluded, the elderly man who usually only appeared on the national evening news bowed deeply to the camera. That single bow seemed to carry the weight of 1 billion lives. The video cut off abruptly there. Suyu holding his phone, his expression was incredibly grim. He silently dragged the progress bar back and watched it 3 more times, turning over every word and every pause in his mind. Although it wasn't stated explicitly, anyone could read between the lines of this brief but momentous announcement. Suyu suddenly recalled the screenshot of the prophetic post his younger brother had sent earlier. The higher-ups must have known some information in advance. I just wonder how much they knew and how accurate it was. He turned off the screen, tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, and narrowed his eyes. No wonder on Mumu's, in the moment the notice arrived, personnel and vehicles were already mobilized. Such rapid efficiency is definitely not a spontaneous reaction. Given our country's fine traditions, everything was probably already deployed in secret by the time the speech was being delivered. But this sudden turn of events had directly disrupted his entire plan. The Western Suburbs. The Western Suburbs. Suyu sighed, his fingers mindlessly tapping the steering wheel, producing rhythmic clicking sounds as his brow furrowed deeply. The Western Suburbs were remote and mostly undeveloped wasteland. At a time like this, what place could possibly serve as a large-scale evacuation point? Unless... He suddenly sat up straight as a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. His fingers swiped rapidly across the car's central control screen, pulling up the offline map he had downloaded long ago. His gaze swept repeatedly over the Western Suburbs before locking onto a massive gray landmark. West City Railway Station. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. That was a special class station completed just 3 years ago. Built for wartime readiness, it was constructed entirely with reinforced concrete. Its underground structure reached a depth of 30 meters. Practically a modern fortress of war. Moreover, it connected to the national railway network with a highway entrance right next to it. If they wanted to rapidly evacuate the tens of millions of residents in Yangqing, there was absolutely no other option in the Western Suburbs except this place. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu spun the steering wheel, his tires screeching sharply against the wet road. The car veered around, its engine roaring as he headed straight for Yangqing. Under the intermittent network connection, the navigation system could still function slightly. But the blinding patches of red on the screen were utterly despair-inducing. It was either traffic accidents or destroyed roads. Suyu stopped and started along the way, constantly detouring, and even drove his car directly through farmlands twice just to bypass roadblocks. A journey that used to take just over 2 hours dragged on, and by 3:00 p.m., he had still not arrived. And ultimately, he found himself completely blocked on a highway outside Yangqing that led directly to several provinces. Beep, beep. Move up ahead. Are you all dead? Stop rushing me. Rush, rush, rush. Can't you see it's completely gridlocked in front? The rising and falling honks of car horns merged into a massive wave of sound, making eardrums ache. Suyu rolled down his window and leaned out to look. The endless queue of cars stretched beyond the horizon. There was no telling how far the traffic jam went. Quite a few people had simply turned off their engines and stood by the roadside smoking and cursing. How the hell long is this going to take? Suyu ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Just then a dark shadow suddenly flashed in his rearview mirror. A modified. A black Range Rover resembling a raging wild boar with its menacingly modified bull bar charged forward aggressively, tearing down the emergency lane. Bang! Crack! Without slowing down in the slightest, it tore off a row of side mirrors along the way, scraping door against door as it roared past amidst a barrage of curses. Suyu froze for a moment, then curled his lips into a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Interesting. With someone clearing the path, what was he waiting for? He immediately spun the steering wheel, shifting back and forth a couple of times, and without a care for scratching the paint, forced his way into the emergency lane. But he was still a step too slow. The Range Rover had surged ahead too quickly, and several other private cars, equally unwilling to wait, instantly cut in front of him. He had no choice but to tail them, speeding forward along the emergency lane. However, the good times did not last. After tailing the Range Rover for a few kilometers, the traffic ground to a halt once more. This time, even the emergency lane was completely gridlocked. Damn it! Suyu slammed his fist onto the steering wheel, cursing under his breath. Staring at the motionless sea of cars ahead, he felt a surge of inexplicable rage rush straight to his head. Yet no matter how furious he was, his only option now was to wait in silence, unless he abandoned his vehicle and proceeded on foot. Time slipped away second by second. As dusk began to fall, his stomach started to growl. He casually tore open a pack of bread, chewing mechanically as if eating wax. Meanwhile, his phone vibrated. It was a message from his younger brother Su-hang. As expected, Su-hang had only managed to buy enough food to last the two of them for 3 months, mostly consisting of staple grains like rice and flour. Even so, this was only because he had acted quickly. But when Suyu went to reply, the loading icon spun endlessly before finally popping up with a red exclamation mark. Sending failed. Damn. Suyu slammed his phone onto the seat. More than 2 hours had passed, and the long queue of cars had barely advanced 2 or 3 kilometers, a literal snail's pace. Finally, just as Suyu's patience was about to wear thin, the traffic rounded a bend. The road ahead suddenly opened up, but it also revealed the culprit behind the massive gridlock. 2 private cars, a Toyota and a Mazda, had crashed into each other in an intimate head-on embrace, blocking the middle of the road in a V-shape. Not only did they occupy the main lanes, but they also blocked half of the emergency lane, forcing the vehicles behind to squeeze past them. Right beside these 2 barricades, 2 groups of people were engaged in a heated argument, shoving and pushing one another. Pay up. Not a single penny less. This is a brand new car. Are you blind? You're the one who changed lanes and hit me. Those people completely ignored the blaring horns of the thousands of cars behind them, acting as if they owned the road. Among them, a middle-aged woman in a floral dress and permed wavy hair held up her phone, screaming abuse at the cars behind that were honking furiously. Suyu looked ahead and saw that the vehicle at the very front of the queue was none other than the modified Range Rover from earlier. By now the driver's window had been rolled down and a bald head with a fierce fleshy face poked out. He wore a thick gold chain, his arms covered in tattoos. Looking at them as if they were fools, he spoke in a chilling tone. "Get out of the way. You're telling me to get out of the way? Who do you think you are?" The woman's voice was shrill, spit flying everywhere, her finger practically poking into the bald man's nostrils, completely devoid of fear. "Let me tell you, if you don't pay up today, nobody is leaving. Hit me if you dare. Go ahead, try it. Let's see if you have the guts." Suyu watched the scene with cold detachment, finding it utterly absurd. The government had practically announced the apocalypse, yet these people were still squabbling over a minor scratch. Did they still want to play the extortion game of a civilized society? Or did they simply not know the news yet? It takes all kinds to make a world. Was their brain filled with mush? The bald man at the front had clearly lost his last shred of patience. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of fierce, triangular eyes, and grinned at the woman. "Fine, you asked for it." The next second, the Range Rover's engine let out a beastly roar. Boom. The bald man slammed the gas pedal all the way down without a moment's hesitation. The massive modified Range Rover transformed into a roaring heavy tank, charging with unstoppable force and slamming violently into the vehicles blocking the road. Bang! A deafening crash resounded, accompanied by the screech of tearing metal and the sharp shatter of glass. The Mazda, as if made of paper, was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground before landing upside down with its chassis facing the sky. The front of the Toyota was also smashed to pieces, shoved aside by several meters, forcibly clearing a path. The woman who had been clambering by the car was clipped by the Range Rover, spinning in place before being thrown to the ground. The others who had been arguing around the two cars only felt a sudden blast of wind rush past their faces. Screaming, they scrambled to dive out of the way, tumbling to the ground like flipped turtles, completely stripped of their previous arrogance. The bald man did not even roll up his window. He thrust his hand out, flipping a defiant middle finger at the woman rolling on the roadside. Then with a stomp on the accelerator, he sped away. Beautifully done. Witnessing this, Suyu felt a wave of sheer satisfaction wash over him, and the frustration bottled up in his chest instantly vanished. This was the pace the apocalypse demanded. Action over words. The drivers behind also snapped out of their daze, eagerly stepping on their gas pedals one after another. The emergency lane cleared up instantly, and Suyu stepped on the gas to quickly follow. With the Range Rover clearing the way ahead, though the rest of the journey remained bumpy, they were at least moving. In the early hours of the morning, Suyu finally reached the boundaries of Yanqing. The entire city was now plunged into a dead silent darkness. The power grid had clearly collapsed entirely. Only the cold, full moon overhead cast down its pale light. Under the moonlight, Suyu slowed his car down, his gaze sweeping across this once bustling metropolis. Compared to the devastation of Yunnan County, the situation in Yanqing seemed slightly better. Although many low-rise buildings had collapsed, many of the landmark skyscrapers in the distance still stood in the darkness like silent giants. The road conditions were terrible, looking as though they had been plowed through with broken-down vehicles and scattered luggage everywhere. It was already the early hours of the morning. Suyu drove his gray hybrid car into an undeveloped wasteland where the terrain was slightly higher and offered a clear view. Turning off the engine and pulling the handbrake, he collapsed limply onto his seat. Glancing at the dashboard, he saw that 60 of the fuel remained, and the battery level was still quite sufficient. Thank goodness it's a hybrid. With a full tank and full battery, it can run over 1,000 kilometers. Otherwise, I'd really be stranded right now. Suyu laughed mockingly at himself. In the apocalypse, this unremarkable domestic car actually provided a greater sense of security than those delicate supercars. As the last faint glow of the dashboard faded, the car interior plunged into a suffocating silence. Only the ticking sound of the cooling engine stood out sharply in the quiet night. Tired, so damn tired. The exhaustion of working nonstop seeped deep into his very bones. Suyu leaned back against the seat, habitually pulled out his phone. The screen lit up its harsh glare, making him squint. Though he harbored no hope, he found that the signal bars were actually flickering slightly. Even though there were only 2 or 3 bars at a critical moment like this, it was a pleasant surprise. His fingers moved rapidly, immediately dialing the number he knew by heart. "Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off." The cold, mechanical female voice echoed within the cramped cabin. Suyu hung up and dialed again. "Sorry, the number you..." "Still powered off. Damn it." Suyu tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and rubbed his face in frustration. Powered off. At a place like the evacuation point, there should theoretically be emergency power vehicles. How could he not even charge his phone? Could it be that the cell towers had collapsed? Or was it an even worse scenario? He dared not think too deeply, forcing himself to calm down and open a news app. Overwhelming red pop-up notifications flooded the screen instantly. the panic of the end times was spreading wildly along the weak signal. In videos from foreign websites, once great international metropolises had been reduced to ruins and seas of fire. Rioters reveled wildly in the streets, and the collapse of civilization was occurring as rapidly as a falling row of dominoes. By contrast, the camouflage uniforms flashing occasionally in the domestic footage became his only psychological solace at this moment. However, a pinned disaster notification that popped up next made Suyu's pupils contract sharply. Global tsunami warning. Emergency evacuation for coastal cities. He clicked on one of the highly liked videos. The footage was a night vision view captured by a drone showing the location of the once prosperous Nan Province Delta. In the video, the coastline of Nan Province, once dreamily prosperous, was now a dead silent black. Then a bizarre white line surged at the edge of the horizon. The white line widened and rose rapidly, ultimately transforming into a colossal wall of dark water that connected the sky and the sea, sweeping forward with a roar that threatened to destroy everything. Rumble. Even through the screen, the deafening roar made Suyu's palms sweat. The giant wave, tens of meters high, was like the colossal hand of God slamming violently against the edge of the city. The sturdy seawall shattered instantly, and the coastal office buildings were as fragile as children's building blocks before the colossal wave. Large areas of glass curtain walls exploded, and the entire structure shook and disintegrated painfully in the torrent. Countless luxury cars rolled and collided like toys on the crests of the muddy waves. In the background of the video, the wails of tens of thousands could be faintly heard, but in an instant everything was utterly swallowed by the sound of the greedy waves. On this night, the brightest pearl of Nan Province was finally extinguished. Suyu closed the video, his breathing growing heavy. The tsunami had made landfall, and the ensuing chain reaction would only be more terrifying. Looking out at the ink-black night, the pins and needles' urgency made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to reach the evacuation point as soon as possible and leave this disaster-stricken Nan Province. He bit open a bottle of mineral water and took a deep gulp. The ice-cold water slid down his esophagus, slightly calming his frantic heart. Please wait for me. He knew that rushing now was useless. The road conditions were too poor, and traveling blindly in the pitch black would only get him into trouble. Locking the door, Suyu lowered his seat and finally fell into a deep sleep amidst his anxiety. The next morning, rustle, sizzle. A strange scraping sound woke Suyu, who was drenched in sweat from the heat. The sound was very close, like someone scratching the car paint with their fingernails, making his teeth itch. Who is it? Suyu snapped his eyes open, a sharp knife instantly appearing in his hand as he bolted upright. However, it was dead quiet outside. Or rather, he couldn't see if there was anyone out there at all, because the windows were completely blocked off. The once clear windows were now covered in a thick layer of green, letting in not a single ray of sunlight, leaving the car interior as dark as dusk. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately pushed at the car door. Thud. The door only pushed open a crack before it seemed to be held firmly by something, letting out a muffled sound. Through this gap, Suyu finally saw the scene outside, and his pupils dilated instantly. What the hell? Is this a joke? When he parked last night, this was just a desolate development zone, with sparse weeds barely reaching his ankles. But now, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a wild, rampant green. The weeds that had only reached his ankles were now overgrown to half a person's height, their thick stems a dark green, with sharp serrations lining the edges of the leaves. The once unremarkable shrubs had expanded several times over their branches, spreading out like tentacles. His car was now wrapped layer upon layer by countless vines and stalks, like prey caught in a spider's web. The harsh scraping sound from earlier was precisely the sound of these plants' leaves brushing against the car body as they grew. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. This rate of growth completely defied biological common sense, carrying an eerie, hair-raising quality. Daring not delay any longer, he exerted all his strength, slamming the door open with a loud bang and forcing his way out. The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt a slick, muggy heat. It was as if yesterday's cold had been nothing but an illusion. The surrounding air was excessively humid, carrying a strong, grassy stench. Not only this wasteland, but even the concrete road not far away had been cracked open. Tender green shoots pushed tenaciously through the crevices, greedily soaking up the sunlight. I can't stay here. Suyu immediately got back into the car, started the engine, and shifted into reverse. Viru. The engine let out a heavy roar, and the tires spun wildly on the wet grass, kicking up a storm of debris. Moved. Suyu slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the hybrid car's torque erupted instantly. Accompanied by a series of cracking snaps as vines ruptured the car body, shook violently, finally breaking free from the plant's clutches and charging back onto the road like a wild bull. Only when the wheels pressed against the hard concrete road surface again did Suyu breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced back. The wasteland shone with a vibrant, chilling green in the morning light, resembling a breathing green behemoth ready to swallow any intruder at any moment. The mutation rate of the plants is even faster than I imagined. Suyu's face darkened. If even the city had turned into this, what about the wild? What about the green belts on both sides of the highway? The transportation network that humanity took such pride in would likely be paralyzed very soon. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature skyrocketed like a roller coaster, a stark contrast to yesterday's bone-chilling shivers. The scorching sunlight seemed intent on baking the oil out of the scarred earth, causing the air to warp and shimmer in the intense heat. The erratic climate of the apocalypse was on full display at this moment. Suyu turned off the navigation system, which had long since ceased to function, relying entirely on the assistance of offline maps, to inch his way toward the west suburbs railway station. The closer he drew to the western suburbs, the heavier the suffocating pressure became. The once broad main thoroughfare now resembled a microcosm of a refugee camp. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a dense, swarming sea of people. Private cars, along with numerous low-speed electric vehicles and shared bicycles, were tangled together like a dying serpent writhing painfully along the fractured asphalt. The roadside green belts had long lost their original form, replaced instead by eerily rampant mutated weeds that seemed to mock humanity's wretched state. Suyu rolled down his window halfway, and a gust of turbid air, a mixture of sweat, burnt odors, and dust, instantly flooded the cabin. "Move aside. Let me through first. I'm in a hurry. Stop shoving. Are you rushing to your grave?" Clamor, the weeping of children, and the blaring of car horns intertwined, creating a deafening din that made one's head throb. Suyu gripped the steering wheel expressionlessly, his hybrid car crawling forward at a snail's pace in the gridlock. His gaze swept over his surroundings. Though this was the suburbs, it had once been a forest of high-rises. But now those modern residential buildings, once a source of pride, mostly looked as though they had been torn apart by a giant. Large patches of the walls had peeled away, exposing the grotesque steel skeletons beneath. Some buildings leaned precariously against adjacent structures on the verge of collapse, with shattered window glass littering the ground, reflecting a harsh, blinding glare in this peculiar morning light. The phone's signal bar remained a glaring X. However, he had already gathered information from others. The people in the city had received a broadcast notification yesterday morning informing them that the entire Yangqing area, including its surrounding regions, was to be evacuated. Currently, the military was working urgently to clear major transportation hubs and had announced several evacuation points, instructing all citizens to evacuate to the nearest one. Sure enough, the closest was the West Suburbs railway station. Finally, the flow of traffic merged into the main intersection of West City Avenue. The atmosphere here shifted abruptly. Heavily armed military and police forces had set up multiple roadblocks. The deterrent force of the dark, gaping gun barrels and riot control armored vehicles compelled the chaotic crowd to settle down. Several young soldiers, rifles slung over their backs, had faces covered in dust and lips parched and peeling. Yet they stood resolutely upright, maintaining order with hoarse voices. Ahead is the West Suburbs temporary evacuation point. Citizens with vehicles take the left lane. Pedestrians take the right. Megaphones blared the instructions on loop, carrying an unquestionable authority. Suyu's car rolled slowly up to the checkpoint. Looking at those young soldiers who seemed even younger than Su Hang, Suyu felt a faint stir in his heart. On the eve of the collapse of order, these uniforms represented the final twilight of civilization and their greatest current reliance. Without hesitation, during the brief interval for the vehicle inspection, he reached back to pull an unopened case of mineral water from the back seat, which was actually from his storage space, and pushed it out the window. "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Have some water." The young soldier froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to refuse. "Comrade, we have discipline. Just take it. Your lips are completely parched. If even you fall, who will protect everyone?" Suyu gave him no chance to refuse, stepping on the accelerator as the car glided into the left lane. In the rearview mirror, the young soldier, cradling the case of water, saluted the retreating car with a perfect military salute. Suyu withdrew his gaze to him. This was merely a fleeting stir of emotion, a trivial interlude. After driving for about 20 minutes along the cleared West City Avenue, his field of vision suddenly opened up. The vast wasteland in front of the West Suburbs railway station had now been forcibly leveled and compacted by several heavy bulldozers, resembling a massive makeshift fortress. Countless tents stretched out in an unbroken expanse, with green military vehicles weaving between them, while the central open ground was packed tightly with private cars. Just as Suyu parked his car in the designated area, a piercing broadcast blared into his ears. "Attention, all vehicle owners. During this extraordinary period, the evacuation point is under wartime control. All private vehicles must be registered. Fuel supplies will be distributed upon presentation of tickets. Additionally, the provincial government will arrange carpooling for other disaster victims based on each vehicle's carrying capacity. Compulsory measures will be taken if necessary. Please cooperate voluntarily." These words were like a massive boulder dropped into a vat of boiling oil, causing the crowd to erupt instantly. "On what grounds? This is my private property. I have a wife and children. How could there be any room for strangers?" "Exactly. What if we pick up a bad person?" "I won't do it." Protests erupted one after another, but they were swiftly suppressed by the synchronized clatter of rifle bolts. A squad of fully armed soldiers marched past with expressionless faces, their cold gun barrels pointed toward the sky, instantly silencing the clamorous shouts. The crowd fell dead silent in an instant. Suyu watched coldly, his mind as clear as day. Demanding private property rights at a time like this. That was sheer idiocy. He knew very well that in the face of an extreme collective crisis, individual interests would be ruthlessly crushed. Cooperation was the only shortcut to survival. Furthermore, to evacuate such a massive population in a short time, the authorities had to rack their brains and utilize every available resource. Suyu locked his car and quietly blended into the crowd, heading toward the registration area. A row of long tables was set up ahead with sweat-drenched staff members seated behind each one. Suyu's gaze swept over them like a hawk, keenly observing the expressions of each clerk before finally choosing a line. Seated behind that table was a middle-aged police officer, his uniform somewhat tight around his plump belly, and his name tag reading Liu Jianming. The registration was highly efficient, and the queue quickly reached Suyu. He glanced at the form on the table, which had only a few simple entries: fuel vehicle, or not carrying capacity, and current passengers. Instead of writing immediately, he took a deep breath, trying his best to make his voice sound like that of an ordinary family member, asking with just the right amount of urgency, "Officer, excuse me, my sister is a student at the Southern Province Institute of Technology, named Jiang Mumu. I heard their school was brought to this evacuation point yesterday, but I haven't been able to contact her since yesterday morning. Do you know where the students are now?" The middle-aged officer Liu Jianming was mechanically flipping through the forms and did not even look up when he heard this. He replied casually, "A university student. They are a highly protected group and seem to belong to the first batch to be evacuated. By now they should have mostly evacuated by train. Already evacuated." These words struck Suyu's heart like a heavy sledgehammer. If Jiang Mumu had already gone north with the main force, then in this apocalyptic world where order had collapsed, finding her in the vast sea of humanity would be nearly impossible in this lifetime. Seeing Suyu standing frozen, Liu Jianming impatiently tapped the desk with the tip of his pen, his tone carrying a numbness accustomed to life and death separations. "All right, don't just stand there dazed. In these chaotic times, plenty of people have been separated. You'd better hurry up and fill this out. We have to arrange a unified evacuation. Once we're settled, you can take your time looking." Liu Jianming's urging grew muffled in Suyu's ears, but his mind began to race furiously at that very instant. "No," he said mostly. As a doctor accustomed to hearing vague medical terminology in the hospital, Suyu possessed an almost instinctive sensitivity to such words. Mostly meant not everyone. It meant there were still stragglers. It meant that Jiang Mumu might still be stranded within this chaotic fortress. Suyu's heart, which had plummeted to rock bottom, gave a violent throb. The despondency in his gaze vanished in an instant, replaced by a resolute calmness. As long as the final moment had not yet arrived, he would never give up. Quickly scanning his surroundings and confirming no one was watching, he leaned forward slightly. "Officer Liu, I implore you." Suyu's voice was pressed to an agonizing whisper. His left hand pressed against the form, while his right slid into the deep pocket of his oversized windbreaker. With lightning speed and utter concealment, he retrieved 2 packs of soft Chinese cigarettes acquired through a $0 shopping spree in the old district. His movements were swift and subtle, shielded by his body and the form. He slid the 2 packs of cigarettes beneath the form and slowly pushed them within Officer Liu Jianming's line of sight. "My younger sister is young and timid. I truly cannot bear the thought of her alone in an environment like this. Officer Liu, you're well connected on the inside. Please do me this favor. Could you check whether a few might have been overlooked among these?" The moment Officer Liu Jianming's calloused fingertips brushed the cigarette packs, they trembled faintly. At a time when tobacco supply was nearly severed, those 2 packs of premium cigarettes held far more weight for an old smoker than a stack of cash ever could. A fleeting glance from the corner of his eye swept across the desk, and in his formerly numb stare a trace of shrewdness finally emerged. Instinctively he scanned left and right. Then, feigning nonchalance, Liu Jianming pulled the form closer and slid both precious gifts into his drawer. Lowering his voice, he raised an eyebrow at Suyu. "You lad actually know your manners. For someone in your situation, exceptions do exist. Come along. Given the bond between you and your sister, I'll take you over to have a look. But let's be clear up front, if we truly cannot find them, you return immediately and accept the arrangements for unified evacuation. Don't put me in a difficult position." Suyu nodded eagerly, his eyes revealing just the right measure of gratitude. Liu Jianming beckoned over a young-looking police officer and whispered a few instructions. The young officer glanced at Suyu, asked no questions, and took Liu Jianming's seat. "Stay close. This place is vast enough to turn anyone dizzy." Liu Jianming made a gesture, eagerly tore open a cigarette pack, and drew a deep pull. The rich tobacco aroma unfurled through the murky air, and his face assumed an expression of near-ecstatic bliss. It was as though that single drag had blown away much of the apocalypse's oppressive gloom. Suyu followed in silence, and after winding through countless turns, they finally boarded a mud-splattered military off-road vehicle. As the engine roared to life, Suyu truly began to grasp the monumental scale of this evacuation point. Beyond the window, endless tracts of yellow earth had been forcibly leveled and compacted by heavy machinery. Countless green military trucks moved like industrious worker ants, continuously unloading truck after truck of shell-shock survivors and mountains of supplies. This area stretches at least 5 or 6 kilometers. Lu Jianming drove, while casually explaining, a hint of pride coloring his tone. See that? Now that's what I call infrastructural madness. In a single day and night, they clawed an entire temporary camp right out of barren wasteland. But this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Once we enter the core area around the train station, that's when you'll witness a sea of humanity. Roughly 10 minutes later, the vehicle bumped onto a cement road. The enormous dome of the Western District train station came into view. Yet at this moment, the modern structure resembled more a beast, with its gaping maw swallowing tens of thousands of souls. Inside and outside the station, armed soldiers stood guard at every corner, their presence rendering the atmosphere grim and suffocating. Lu Jianming escorted Suyu through checkpoint after checkpoint. At one intersection, he deliberately stopped to offer a cigarette to a familiar old officer and exchanged a few quiet words. Upon entering the station, an indescribable stench assaulted their nostrils. A vile concoction of thousands of bodies packed together, mixing sweat, the aroma of cheap instant noodles, and the sour tang of fierce sweat. The once orderly seats in the main hall had long been removed. Cardboard and tattered bamboo mats now covered the open floor. People sat or lay scattered about, their eyes hollow and numb with post-trauma shock. Occasional muffled sobs pierced the cavernous waiting hall with an almost jarring sharpness. Lu Jianming led Suyu through the bustling crowds to a relatively tranquil area in the station's southeastern corner. There, this is the spot. Lu Jianming pointed ahead. College students are the priority, first wave. Most were sent off last night. The remaining few hundred are either those who've lost their families and refuse to leave no matter what, or troublemakers who slipped through the cracks of the school's roster. He paused, glanced at his watch, and his tone turned grave. You've just caught the final guard, kid. Old Zhang just informed me that by tonight at the latest, everyone here will be forcibly loaded onto vehicles for evacuation. After that, searching would truly be like finding a needle in a haystack. Suyu was no longer hearing anything Lu Jianming said. His gaze swept like a high-precision radar, frantically scanning the hundreds of grayish figures ahead. Suddenly his vision locked onto a support pillar. Amidst a sea of gray-blue tracksuits and dirty school uniforms, that flash of fluffy pink appeared so starkly out of place, yet inexplicably familiar and comforting. It was Jiang Mumu. She was curled on a piece of cardboard beneath the pillar, clutching a deflated school bag to her chest, wearing the pink plush pajamas Suyu himself had chosen for her. Her chin rested on her knees, her slender shoulders trembling faintly, like a small creature that had lost its den in a torrential downpour. Mumu. Suyu's voice came out hoarse, carrying a tremor he hadn't even noticed himself. He pushed through the crowd and strode forward rapidly, his final steps nearly becoming a sprint. The pink figure stiffened momentarily, as though hearing some impossibility, a phantom sound. Slowly she lifted her head. Her once rosy little face was now nearly translucent, with pallor, exquisite features etched with exhaustion and terror. When Suyu's familiar face came into view, Jiang Mumu blinked hard, crystal teardrops still clinging to her long lashes. You? Brother, you, she murmured tentatively, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Then an incredulous surge of joy instantly washed over her face, as though every cell in her body leapt with jubilation. She sprang up with startling speed, stumbling slightly from the abrupt motion. But she cared for nothing. She crashed into Suyu's arms, her hands wrapping desperately around his waist with enough force to press herself into his very bones. Wah! The fear, loneliness, and despair she had endured for nearly 30 hours collapsed entirely in that single moment. Jiang Mumu burst into loud sobbing, her tears instantly soaking Suyu's windbreaker. Brother, you. Woo-woo. I thought you had abandoned me. I lost my phone and couldn't reach you. They kept forcing me onto the bus, but I refused to go. I was terrified that if I left, you wouldn't be able to find me. Woo-woo, I was so afraid. Suyu felt the warmth of her body violently trembling in his embrace, and his heart clenched as though something sharp had seized it. In his memory, this girl always carried herself with composed calculation. She had occasionally displayed the refined artistry of a holy maiden of the beast-taming sect, charming those suitors who surrounded her into complete enchantment. But when had she ever been this utterly, completely vulnerable? Inside the station lobby, the stench of sweat, instant noodles, and an inescapable lingering anxiety intermingled, creating a nauseating concoction. Suyu tightened his arms, resting his chin gently against the crown of the girl's head in his embrace. There was no romantic fragrance, only the sour stench of sweat and dust. This was the most authentic scent of the apocalypse. Woo-woo-woo. Jiang Mumu buried her face in his windbreaker, her entire body trembling with convulsive sobs. It was the fear accumulated over nearly 30 hours finding its outlet at this very moment, bursting forth like a collapsing dam. Many surrounding survivors cast numb glances, and a few men with sinister glints in their eyes even let their gazes roam unscrupulously over Jiang Mumu. Suyu furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of coldness flashing deep within his eyes. In such a chaotic place, drawing too much attention was never a good thing. All right. Suyu patted her back twice with his large hand, more like soothing an overly startled little beast, his tone carrying a hint of playful disdain. Keep crying, and I'll leave you right here. The figure in his arms did not respond. Tisk, take a sniff of yourself. You're practically pickled sour as a salted fish. The crying ceased abruptly. Jiang Mumu snapped her head up. Her tear-streaked face was still wet with droplets, her cheeks instantly puffing up like a bristling hamster. You're the sour one. I'm a little fairy. Fairies don't stink. She sniffled, then rubbed her face aggressively against Suyu's chest twice, vengefully wiping all her tears and snot onto his clothes. Though she was still talking back, the hysteria that had verged on a breakdown dissolved in an instant. This girl's emotional resilience remained as remarkably strong as ever. The corner of Suyu's mouth curled upward. He reached out to mess up her already disheveled long hair even further. All right, let's talk business. Suyu withdrew his smile, his gaze scanning the surroundings as he lowered his voice. We cannot stay here long. Jiang Mumu quieted down as well, her eyes red as she whispered inaudibly, Brother, you about my mom. Someone said the coast has already submerged. I know. Suyu offered no empty words of comfort, choosing instead to calmly state the facts. All communications are currently down. No news is the best news. However, Southern Province is indeed being abandoned, and all stranded personnel must evacuate by tonight at the latest. He pointed outside the lobby. My car is parked right over there, and Officer Liu is waiting for us. We must leave immediately for Xiang Province. The terrain there is high, and it is currently the nearest safe zone. Jiang Mumu froze for a moment. Looking into Suyu's eyes, which were calm to the point of being cold, much of the panic in her heart inexplicably dissipated. This was her man. As long as she followed him, even if the sky fell, he would hold it up. I'll listen to you. Jiang Mumu nodded vigorously. Then, as if remembering something, she hastily pulled Suyu behind a pillar. Brother, I have a friend here too. Could we? Behind the pillar stood a tall, cold, and elegant girl. Though her hair was messy and her white windbreaker was stained with dust, she stood there like a pine tree on a snowy ridge, exuding an aloof aura that warned others to keep their distance. Suyu's gaze lingered on her face for a second. Superb looks, at least a 9 out of 10. Sister Qingli, this is my boyfriend Suyu. See, I didn't lie to you, he really came. Jiang Mumu's voice carried an unconcealable pride as she tightly clung to Suyu's arm. Brother, this is senior sister Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli nodded slightly, her cool gaze sweeping over Suyu as a silent greeting. Suyu merely nodded back, showing no excessive warmth. She was beautiful indeed, but in the apocalypse, ornamental vases were the most fragile, unless she possessed some other value. Sister Qingli, come with us. Jiang Mumu urged anxiously. Suyu has a car. We can head straight to nearby Xiang Province. There's no need to go to that plateau. If we go all the way to the distant Zhang Province, the vast distance combined with the chaotic world will make it nearly impossible to contact our families. Lin Qingli pursed her pale lips, a trace of struggle flashing in her eyes. After a moment, she shook her head, her voice as crisp and cold as shattered jade. Mumu, you guys should go. My name is on the registration list. If my family comes looking for me and can't find me, they'll worry. But Jiang Mumu wanted to argue further, but Suyu cut her off directly. There's no need to persuade her. Suyu glanced at his watch, his tone indifferent. Everyone has their own choices. It's time for us to leave. He had no time to play house and coax people here. Since she was unwilling to go, he would respect her fate. Just then the clatter of several bottles of mineral water rolling onto the ground abruptly broke the impasse. Suyu turned his body. A young man as solidly built as a bear stood frozen in place, cradling a few crushed packages of instant noodles in his hands. This physique. Suyu's eyes brightened slightly. Broad-shouldered and thick-waisted with knotted muscles on his arms, he exuded an immense sense of intimidation. However, his eyes seemed a bit too innocent. Shrank behind the young man was a girl in loose sportswear. With her head lowered, showing only a glimpse of her pointed chin, she looked so fragile that a gust of wind might blow her over. Aha, you're back. Jiang Mumu, as if seeing a savior, hastily gestured to them. Come over here. This is my boyfriend Suyu. I told you about him before. She quickly introduced them to Suyu. Zhang Yunhao and Zhang Yunyao, they're siblings from our school. Thanks to Ahao's help along the way, we would have been bullied long ago. Dr. Su, hello. Zhang Yunhao scrambled to pick up the water bottles from the ground, his face a mask of despair, his deep voice rumbling. Ju, just now they issued an announcement over there. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot. This is the final distribution of supplies. Everyone is being forced to board the train tonight. And, I just want to ask again, there's still no news of my parents. This blow struck with perfect, devastating timing. Suyu's words had been proven correct. The surrounding air instantly grew heavy. Lin Qingli's previously firm expression finally faltered, her cool facade showing signs of cracking. Mandatory evacuation. That meant completely severing all ties with their families and heading to an unknown, potentially far more brutal and bitterly cold plateau. Sister Qingliahao, don't hesitate anymore. Jiang Mumu stamped her feet in anxiety. This is our last chance. Our car is parked right outside. Jiang Yunhao stood there in a daze, looking as if his spine had been removed. At this moment, Jiang Yunyao, who had been acting like an invisible person all along, suddenly raised her head. She reached out and tugged at her brother's sleeve. Then she looked at Su Yu with timid eyes. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly. This girl's eyes. Though the light was dim, he keenly captured a bizarre faint glimmer deep within her pupils, reminiscent of a nocturnal animal. Quite interesting. Jiang Yunyao bit her lower lip and gathered all her courage, her voice trembling, but clear as she spoke. Dr. Su, could you take us with you? My brother is very strong. He's an athlete, so he can carry heavy loads and fight. Though I'm useless, I eat very little. She tightly gripped the hem of her brother's shirt, her knuckles turning white, her eyes filled with entreaty. We don't want to go to the plateau. Please. Su Yu did not answer immediately. He was weighing his options. 1 car, 5 people. It would be a tight fit, but they could manage. As for supplies, with his system space, keeping a few people fed was no issue at all. The key lay in their value. The car will be very crowded. Su Yu finally spoke, his voice serious. And let me make things clear up front. I don't support freeloaders. If you want to get in, you must follow orders and do exactly as you're told. His gaze swept across the 3 of them, finally locking onto Jiang Yunhao, a cold curl appearing on his lips. When trouble strikes, those with strength must stand at the front. Can you do that? Jiang Yunhao dithered for a second, then nodded frantically, slapping his chest with a thundering thud. Yes. As long as you take us, I'll do whatever you ask. I have plenty of strength. Su Yu turned his head to look at Lin Qingli. This cold and aloof school beauty finally bowed her noble head at this moment. She took a deep breath and picked up the backpack by her feet. I don't want to go to the plateau. She looked at Su Yu, her eyes regaining their clarity. I will prove that I am not a burden. Good. Su Yu looked at Lin Qingli's determined eyes and nodded slightly. His cold, sharp gaze made the 3 people before him feel an invisible sense of oppression. Since you've decided to get in my car, there is only one rule: obey. Su Yu's voice was not loud, but every word struck deeply into their hearts. There is one more thing I need you to understand. Su Yu's tone softened slightly as he stated rationally. The national government's mandatory evacuation of all people to the plateau is out of goodwill. It is an officially planned refuge area with military garrisons. But the cost is the long journey. Once you go in the current chaos, you may completely lose contact with your separated family members. And following me may not necessarily be safer than going to the plateau. If you want to change your mind now, it is still possible. No regrets. Brother Su, I'll follow you. Jiang Yunhao shook his head like a rattledrum. He had never been very decisive, and now he just wanted to desperately hold on to this last straw of hope. A touch of calmness flashed in Lin Qingli's cold eyes. I won't go to the plateau. I want to stay in Hunan province to continue waiting for news from my family. As for you. Su Yu's gaze bypassed Jiang Yunhao and fell on that frail figure stepping forward half a pace. Jiang Yunyao's body shuddered violently. She gripped her brother's clothes tightly, timidly raising her delicate, pitiful face. After accidentally meeting Su Yu's gaze for a moment, she quickly lowered her eyes like a startled fawn. However, it was precisely this glance that allowed Su Yu to keenly perceive those abnormal pupils hidden beneath the messy bangs. Those pupils under the dim light actually shimmered with a faint and eerie glow, carrying a supernatural quality that should not exist during daytime. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, a trace of deep thought flashing across his eyes. Brother Fish, a pair of soft arms timely wrapped around Su Yu's arm. Jiang Mumu keenly sensed Su Yu's lingering gaze, and she subtly positioned herself half in front of Jiang Yunyao. Tilting up her pure and innocent face, her voice was soft yet timid. There are more and more people here. I'm so scared. Let's go quickly, okay? On the surface it seemed coquettish, but in reality it was claiming sovereignty while diverting Su Yu's attention. Su Yu glanced down at her, a barely perceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Just then a massive commotion swept through from the other end of the hall, like a tsunami. It turned out that people who went to collect supplies were returning one after another, and the news of mandatory evacuation had thoroughly spread through the crowd. The college student group erupted into chaos, with many girls beginning to sob softly. For these ordinary people who grew up in peaceful times, they still believed this was merely a once-in-a-century catastrophic geological disaster. As long as they endured it, the country would always rebuild their homeland. But now, being forcibly taken to the distant plateau, the panic of leaving home and being separated from loved ones instantly shattered their psychological defenses. Su Yu frowned slightly and decisively signaled to the others, "Gather your things and go." Quickly helping everyone collect the items on the ground, Su Yu turned and walked outside. Jiang Yunyao tugged at her brother's clothes, and the 2 siblings silently followed behind. Finding Officer Lu smoking outside, Su Yu took out 2 packs of cigarettes again and handed them over, briefly explaining the situation. Officer Lu skillfully put the cigarettes in his pocket. Looking at the few people following behind, although somewhat helpless, he went along with it and agreed. After all, this was not a violation of regulations. Previously, family members had also come one after another to take their relatives away. Under the current circumstances, as long as both parties reached an agreement, they could be arranged as one family. Anyway, the empty seats in Suyu's car would eventually need to be arranged for other people to evacuate by car. Who else would he arrange? As long as the car was full when they left, he would have completed his task. On the way back to the parking lot, Suyu also learned about Jiang Mumu's experience after losing contact. Yesterday, after arriving at the evacuation point, Jiang Mumu only then discovered that her phone was missing. The evacuation point was hastily established with nothing perfected. The station personnel were tense, and amidst the chaos combined with various rumors, multiple incidents of disorder once occurred. Many people who had lost emotional control suddenly rushed into this area, causing considerable casualties in the confusion. At that time, Jiang Mumu was caught off guard and almost faced a life-threatening danger. In the critical moment, it was precisely Lin Qingli and Jiang Yunhao who worked together to save her. It was not until the army that gathered later stepped in that the chaos was forcefully suppressed. Jiang Mumu, worried about her mother, firmly believed that Suyu would definitely come to find her. Combined with not wanting to go to the Tibetan region deep inland, she joined Lin Qingli and the others in refusing the first batch of evacuation. It was not until dawn that the backup power supply of the entire train station was restored. Lin Qingli and the others' phones finally charged, but at this time the communication signal was completely unusable. Later, Suyu came to find them. Learning the full story, Suyu harbored no more reservations about bringing these three people along. The fact that they risked their lives to save others in such extreme moments showed that their character far exceeded that of the vast majority of survivors. Holding the filled-out forms, Suyu led the group to collect supplies. They received 3 portable 20-liter fuel tanks and 2 days' rations for everyone. After filling up his hybrid car with fuel, everyone got in the car and waited. Time slowly drifted to 10 in the morning. Mixed into the massive flow of vehicles, Suyu finally got onto the highway heading to Hunan province. According to official planning, this was a lifeline directly connecting to the hinterland of Hunan province. Currently under full military control, the two-way 4-lane road had become a one-way 8-lane highway with densely packed vehicles stretching forward on both sides. Suyu activated the network-free intelligent assisted driving mode. As the flow of vehicles gradually left the urban area, the speed gradually increased. Along the way, Suyu discovered that the highway surface had many signs of damage and emergency repairs. And beside the road, those mutant vegetation that flourished almost supernaturally were eroding the remnants of human civilization at an alarming speed. How what are your plans after reaching Hunan province? Since you did not follow the official coordinated arrangements, your subsequent survival will have to rely on yourselves. Suyu looked at the flourishing plants outside the window and suddenly spoke, breaking the silence inside the car. Jiang Yunhao, sitting in the passenger seat, was gazing blankly out the window. Hearing Suyu's words, a clear confusion instantly appeared on his honest face. I haven't thought about it. My family is all in Yangqing. If my parents are okay, they should try to contact us. Jiang Yunhao scratched his head, his voice gradually dropping. From childhood to adulthood, all things in our lives have been arranged by our families. I really don't know what to do. Suyu glanced at Jiang Yunhao, then swept through the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of Lin Qingli, who also carried hope. He silently shook his head in his heart. The time of peace had been too long, despite the national government having issued a statement. Yet a considerable number of people, including even some of the military police maintaining order, still believed in their hearts that this was merely an earthquake and tsunami with an unusually wide reach. They thought that once this period passed, social order would be restored and their lives could return to the proper track. But only Suyu, who had glimpsed fragments of the future, understood clearly that this was no ordinary geological disaster. It was the true beginning of an apocalypse that devoured all humanity. You're all overthinking things. Suyu stared at the road rushing past ahead and decided to gently shatter their unrealistic illusions. Southern Province has suffered the most devastating earthquake in recorded history, and the densely populated coastal areas have been swallowed one after another by tsunami waves. The current death and missing toll is likely an astronomical figure you dare not even imagine. Although I don't know much, this catastrophe will absolutely exceed your expectations. Far from over at this moment. Calling it the end of the world would not be an exaggeration. Perhaps after we drive a bit further, if the network slowly recovers, you can see the devastation outside and understand for yourselves. Woo. No sooner had Suyu finished speaking than a suppressed sob suddenly echoed from the corner of the back seat. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Jiang Yunhao sat with her head lowered, her slender shoulders hitching with each sob. Lin Qingli turned her head to stare out the window, her eyes slightly reddened, stubbornly biting her pale lips. Jiang Mumu sat in the middle of the back seat, secretly shooting Suyu a glare, as if blaming him for speaking too bluntly and scaring the others. Watching the 3 girls in the car, each consumed by different emotions, Suyu thought of the cruelty the coming apocalypse would bring. The faint warmth belonging to humanity within his heart ultimately moved at last. He sighed, his tone softening. If you have no plans once we reach Xiang province, stay at my place with Mumu for the time being. We can figure things out from there. Saying this, Suyu used the seat for cover and pulled a large bag of snacks from his system space, casually handing it to Jiang Mumu in the back seat. Eat something to pass the time. The road is still long. Jiang Mumu took the bag, opened it, and her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Wow, so many snacks. Chocolate chips. Huh, there's even a tablet. Brother, did you prepare this specifically for me? She exclaimed in pleasant surprise, her curved brows and smiling eyes turning towards Suyu as the earlier gloom instantly vanished. Didn't you lose your phone? When there's a signal later, you can use the tablet to connect to a hotspot and browse the internet. Suyu smiled calmly, one hand on the wheel, his tone relaxed. These were naturally the spoils from his earlier $0 shopping at the electronics store in the Old City District. Given the circumstances at the time, adhering to the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, he had swept the counter clean of its inventory, items that were now proving useful. Wow, it's the latest model too. Jiang Mumu hugged the tablet in delighted surprise, her peach blossom eyes curving into crescents. The girls shared the snacks Suyu had produced, and the high calories from the chocolate slightly eased the anxiety that had built over recent days. The atmosphere inside the vehicle became unusually relaxed. The girls even began chatting softly about amusing school stories, as if the ruins constantly flashing past outside the window were merely a film set. Suyu did not participate much in the conversation, only occasionally chiming in with a word or two. He was exhausted. The continuous high-tension mental strain under the baking afternoon sun at this moment. Sleepiness surged over him in waves like a rising tide, nearly drowning his consciousness. Although he had engaged the vehicle's intelligent assisted driving, he still dared not close his eyes completely. Yet his eyelids grew increasingly heavy and his vision began to blur briefly with phantom overlays. You have entered Xiang Province Highway. A service area is approaching 500 meters ahead. The mechanical navigation prompt echoed throughout the vehicle, its monotonous frequency delivering a hypnotic effect to the fullest. The voices of the three girls in the back seat gradually faded, clearly unable to resist sleep any longer. They drifted off in various awkward positions. Suji! Suji! Wake up! Suddenly a coarse and terror-filled shout exploded by his ear like a thunderclap. Suyu jolted violently and snapped his eyes open. His heart hammered like thunder, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. Only then did he realize that he had truly experienced a momentary lapse of consciousness just now. Damn it! If anything had gone wrong, it would have been 2 lives in one car. No 5 lives in one car. Suji, look over there. What is that? In the passenger seat, Jiang Yunhao had pressed his entire face against the glass, his trembling finger pointing toward the horizon. Suyu followed the direction of his finger, and his pupils instantly contracted. There, the once azure distant skyline was being forcibly devoured by a pitch-black curtain. Those were not dark clouds. Those were birds. Boundless, endless flocks of birds. Crows, sparrows, pigeons, and countless wild birds of unnamed species. Now defying every biological instinct, they mingled together, converging into a black tide capable of obscuring the very sun. Countless birds filled both the lower and upper skies, and the heavens above abruptly plunged into gloom. The rustling of feathers rubbing together rapidly approached, ultimately swelling into a deafening roar. Rumble! Hold on! Suyu bellowed, before his words had even faded. Crack! Crack, crack, crack! Dense impacts hammered down like a hail of bullets. Blooms of crimson gore burst across the windshield, accompanied by the splatter of feathers and shattered bone. The low-flying flocks became like bullets gone haywire, indiscriminately bombarding the speeding traffic on the highway. The 3 girls in the back seat were jolted awake by the sudden darkness and thunderous noise. Jiang Mumu let out a brief scream, then instantly clamped her hand over her mouth. Damn! Suyu inwardly cursed. At this moment the highway was choked with dense traffic and many drivers had no time to react. Vision obscured, panic spreading. This was the prelude to a chain collision. Bam! Just 20 meters ahead of Suyu. A white sedan had clearly been startled out of its wits by the impacts. The driver's steering wheel jerked askew, and the car's nose slammed viciously into a black SUV in the adjacent lane. Sparks flew in all directions. The white sedan, driven by enormous inertia, flipped onto its side and spun across the ground like a top, debris scattering everywhere. The black SUV that had been struck lost control, skidding sideways across its body into the lane where Suyu's car was traveling. Like a wall of despair, it sealed off the road ahead. The shadow of death instantly enveloped the entire vehicle. Suyu could even make out within the SUV's cabin the utterly despairing gaze of its driver. Time in this moment seemed to stretch to infinity. Suyu heard the thunderous drumming of his own heartbeat, and everything around him seemed to have transformed into slow motion. The tumbling sedan, the skidding SUV, the bird corpses falling from the sky. Every detail was sharply visible. As a professional doctor, he knew this was merely an illusion born from a sudden surge of adrenaline. His instincts as an experienced driver told him one thing: he must not brake. Braking meant certain death. There were still cars behind them. Suyu's mind was intensely focused, his gaze locked onto the fleeting gap that had opened up as the two colliding vehicles ahead rebounded. "Get through," he roared, slamming the accelerator all the way to the floor. The torque of the hybrid motor erupted instantly, and the powerful acceleration pinned everyone firmly against their seatbacks. The car roared forward like an enraged bull. As it squeezed through, both sides of the front crumpled, leaving deep scrapes along the body of the car and producing a bone-chilling screech of grinding metal. Suyu's hands spun the steering wheel like lightning. Left, straight, right, cut, squeal. The car swayed violently at high speed, its tires shrieking in protest. Thud, thud, thud. Several more blind birds slammed into the windshield, leaving behind splatters of red and white mush. Suyu had no time to worry about the damage to his car. After bursting through the gap, the ramp to the service area loomed directly ahead. Get into the service area? He spun the steering wheel repeatedly, and under the immense centrifugal force the car veered straight toward the rightmost ramp. Fortunately, the ramp was relatively empty at that moment. Drifting all the way and scraping against several broken-down cars parked by the roadside, the vehicle finally slid sideways into the service area's parking lot. Screech. With a piercing shriek of brakes, the car came to a steady halt. A dead silence fell over the interior, broken only by the sound of heavy, ragged breathing. Suyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white from the strain. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes, stinging sharply, yet he did not even blink. The sheer exhaustion of surviving a near-death experience made his hands tremble uncontrollably. We survived. In the passenger seat, Jiang Yunhao remained frozen in a bizarre posture. His legs kicked out straight, one hand gripping the door handle tightly, and the other braced against the roof. He looked completely petrified, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. The back seat was in utter chaos, with the three girls tangled together. Jiang Yunhao, the most timid of them all, buried her head in Jiang Mumu's embrace, shivering violently, not daring to steal a single glance. Jiang Mumu's face was deathly pale, her chest heaving violently. She gripped Lin Xingli's arm tightly, her fingernails nearly digging into the flesh. Lin Xingli's right hand tightly gripped the door handle, the veins on the back of her hand faintly bulging. The cold, aloof demeanor in her eyes had completely shattered, leaving only lingering terror in her pitch-black pupils. Suyu took several deep breaths, forcing his racing heart to calm down, and slowly released his grip on the steering wheel. He looked out through the windshield, which was covered in bloodstains and feathers. The sky remained pitch black, a dense canopy formed by countless flying birds. They showed no intention of attacking the ground, but were fleeing frantically toward the inland, as if pursued by some immense terror. It took a full 10 minutes before the flock of birds which had blotted out the sun began to thin. Sunlight struggled to filter down once more, and the sky gradually brightened. What is wrong with these birds? Jiang Mumu's tearful voice broke the silence, a lingering trace of terror still visible in her eyes. Hearing her question, Lin Xingli gradually suppressed her panic, struggling to regain her composure. She released her grip on the handle and tidied her disheveled hair. Though she regained her cold expression, her brow was tightly furrowed. A natural disaster. Before major catastrophes, many animals exhibit abnormal behavior, but this kind of situation is unheard of. I'm afraid this is not as simple as a mere natural disaster. With a grim expression, Suyu pushed the door open and stepped out of the car. His feet made a sticky, squelching sound as they touched the ground. Looking down, he saw the ground covered in a thick layer of bird carcasses, feathers, and droppings. The air was thick with a sickening, pungent stench of blood and decay. Feathers were still drifting down from the sky. The entire service area looked as if it had been bathed in blood. At this moment, those who had fortunately survived the ordeal inside the service station began to emerge one after another. Some screamed in terror at the surrounding devastation, some filmed frantically with their phones, while others knelt on the ground in prayer. Suyu ignored them, quickly inspecting the condition of the car. Although the exterior looked battle-scarred, fortunately, no fundamental damage had been done. You guys wait in the car. Don't wander off. Suyu turned and instructed the occupants of the car solemnly. We should have crossed the border of Nan province by now, so there might be a signal. Keep an eye on your phones, and see if you can contact your families. Having said that, his gaze swept over the clumps of flesh and blood obscuring the windshield, and he frowned. How go inside the service area, and see if you can find some water to wash the windshield. The smell is too strong, and we can't see the road. Suyu kicked the passenger door, his tone grave. I'm going ahead to the highway intersection to check on the situation. I'll be back soon. Oh, okay, Brother Su. Jiang Yunhao snapped out of his daze, hurriedly fumbling with his seatbelt, and stumbled out of the car. Suyu had barely taken a few steps when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Lin Xingli quickly caught up and stepped alongside him. Brother Su, wait. I'm coming with you. Her voice was cold, carrying a hint of insistence. In case of any sudden emergencies, two people can look out for each other. You? Perhaps it's better if you don't go. Looking at Lin Xingli, who had followed him, Suyu raised an eyebrow, sizing her up with unconcealed hesitation. The scene outside was likely to be gruesome. Even a professional forensic pathologist might feel uneasy, let alone a young woman. My. Sensing the doubt in Su Yu's eyes, Lin Qingli's cold gaze faltered slightly. The pride inherent in her bones instantly flared up, and just as she was about to retort, Jiang Mumu's crisp voice echoed from behind. Brother Yu, you really underestimate people. Sister Qingli is definitely not just a pretty face. She comes from a martial arts family and has trained since childhood. She's incredibly strong. Just let her go with you. An extra pair of eyes is always good. Jiang Mumu leaned out of the car window, blinking her innocent eyes as she defended Lin Qingli. A martial arts family. Southern fist or northern kick. But this has nothing to do with fighting ability. This is a major accident scene. Su Yu was taken aback. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily wandered over Lin Qingli. It had to be admitted that this woman was exceptionally well endowed. Her tall, slender figure was perfectly contoured by her tight-fitting white windbreaker. Particularly when his gaze swept past her remarkably prominent and pert chest, Su Yu's eyes paused instinctively for half a second. It wasn't until he met her embarrassed, resentful, and razor-sharp gaze that he snapped out of it, coughing to cover his tracks. Ahem. All right then, keep close to me, and don't wander off. Then the two of them passed through the exit on the other side of the service area and returned to the highway. However, when he truly took in the scene before his eyes, even Su Yu, who had mentally prepared himself, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Stretching his gaze as far as it could go, the highway before him was nothing short of a breathtaking earthly purgatory. If viewed from above at this moment, one could clearly see that at the end of the horizon the highway appeared as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, transformed into a steel graveyard stretching for over 10 kilometers. Countless chain collisions had completely blocked the entire stretch of road. Rolling black smoke surged into the sky like columns of ink, blotting out the already feeble sunlight. Many critically injured people were trapped in their burning, twisted vehicles, their anguished screams tearing through the air. Help! My legs are pinned. Save me! The flames mercilessly devoured and scorched their bodies, producing a bone-chilling crackling sound as fat sputtered and popped. Thick, nauseating stench of burning flesh mingled with the acrid smell of gasoline and the heavy coppery tang of blood, filling the stifling air with an unbearable miasma. Along the roadside, some fortunate survivors had escaped from their crushed vehicles. They sat drenched in blood and soot on the ground, trembling uncontrollably as they watched the burning wrecks, sobbing hysterically. While Su Yu was still carefully examining the conditions on the highway, that sickening odor hit him head-on, carried by a gust of warm wind. Ugh! Lin Qingli, who had been maintaining her composure beside him, turned deathly pale in an instant. She suddenly pressed her hand over her mouth, retching painfully twice before bending over violently and vomiting uncontrollably by the roadside. I knew this would happen. It has nothing to do with being strong or capable, you know. Su Yu watched Lin Qingli convulsing with her violent retching and couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead, letting out a long, weary sigh. Even at an ordinary accident scene where a single mangled corpse might be found, many ordinary people would feel physically disturbed just looking at it. So what of this massive car crash grinder claiming hundreds or thousands of lives? With no other option, Su Yu stepped forward to steady her faltering shoulder and guided her to sit down on the relatively cleaner roadside. He skillfully patted her back gently, then reached into his space to pull out a bottle of purified water and a pack of tissues, handing them to her. Lin Qingli had nearly emptied her stomach, completely expelling everything she'd managed to keep down over the past few days, and was now on the verge of bringing up bile as well. Her hands trembling, she took the water and rinsed her mouth, barely managing to quell the nauseous churning in her stomach. Gradually her reason began to return. A wave of inexplicable shame and indignation swept over her, particularly when she recalled how Jiang Mu had just praised her as a martial arts master in front of Su Yu before they set out. It felt like a loud slap across her own face. Lin Qingli, oh Lin Qingli. You pride yourself as a descendant of the martial family, always so haughty and aloof, yet when faced with actual bloodshed you prove utterly useless. Now I've lost all faith completely. Shame and anger surged within her, her slender white fingers clenching tightly into the fabric of her windbreaker jacket. Her toes curled inside her shoes from sheer embarrassment, nearly tearing through her socks. This sudden shift from aloof campus beauty to vulnerable young girl created such a striking contrast that it was almost endearing. Su Yu, standing nearby, was nearly captivated by the sight. As if sensing his intense gaze upon her, Lin Qingli didn't dare to look up. Her once pale, beautiful face flushed a deep crimson before his eyes. Even her delicate earlobes turned a vivid red as though ready to bleed, and she desperately wished she could simply vanish into the ground right then and there. Boom! Suddenly the fuel tank of a car on the highway exploded from the relentless heat of the surrounding flames. A massive shockwave surged upward, carrying burning metal fragments and a storm of flying flames toward the sky. The deafening explosion instantly snapped both of them back to reality from whatever fragile moment they'd been sharing. Su Yu watched Lin Qingli before him, her face flushed red as though smoke were about to rise from her head, and scratched his nose awkwardly before quickly averting his gaze. He turned his head to gaze at the chaotic fiery wreckage of the multi-vehicle collision ahead. The roiling inferno now completely blocked the wide roadway. Sigh. Given how things look, we won't be able to drive away until these vehicles finish burning and the temperature drops. Suyu sighed inwardly with resignation. The apocalypse, where human life held no more value than common weeds, had truly arrived. His mindset had completely shifted by this point, with no room left for any unnecessary compassion. Once confirming the route was impassable, Suyu immediately turned around without hesitation and made his way back to the service area. Along the journey, Lin Qingli kept her head bowed in silence. She simply trailed behind him like a scolded child who'd done something wrong, lost in thought about what might be occupying her mind. Arriving back at the parking area, Suyu found Zhang Yunhao had shed his outer jacket and was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that revealed the defined musculature of his arms. He was lifting a large bucket of clean water and splashing it forcefully against the windshield. With a rushing sound, the dark red blood stain streamed downward, revealing the car's original gray paint beneath. This gray sedan, with its damaged front end and scrapes all over the body, had that post-apocalyptic battle-worn aesthetic. At last, the patchy crimson stains had been washed away, making it look considerably less alarming. Setting down the bucket, Zhang Yunhao wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded approvingly at his handiwork. But the moment he turned his head, he spotted the pair approaching, ahead and behind, wrapped in an eerie tension between them. "Nice work," Suyu said in his usual tone as he brushed past Zhang Yunhao, gave his broad shoulder a casual pat, then turned and opened the car door to get in. Zhang Yunhao's face broke into a grin at the unexpected praise, and he was about to offer a modest reply when, crack, the driver's side door slammed shut. Zhang Yunhao could only turn to look at Lin Qingli, who was walking behind him with her head bowed, and scratched his head in confusion before asking, "Senior Sister Lin, what's the situation on the highway?" "Hey, what's wrong with you? Your complexion looks terrible." Lin Qingli lifted her gaze slightly and shot him a cold stare. Without saying a word, she pulled open the rear door and slid inside, bringing a chill with her. Zhang Yunhao stood frozen in place with the empty water bucket in hand, completely bewildered. He instinctively ran his hand through his hair and wore an expression of utter confusion. His face displayed the classic, "Where am I? What's going on?" look of total disorientation. The moment he climbed into the car, Suyu spotted Jiang Mu and Zhang Yun Yao huddled together in the backseat corner. With their heads huddled close together, they held the tablet in their hands, staring intently, and even with a hint of dread, at something on the screen. "Mumu, what are you looking at? Did you get a signal?" Suyu, keenly sensing that something was amiss, asked in surprise. Hearing Suyu's return, Zhang Mumu, who was in the back seat, withdrew her gaze from the tablet. She took a deep breath and with a solemn and grave expression passed the tablet to the front seat. The service station had an intermittent Wi-Fi connection. "I managed to connect and open a video just before the signal went out again. Brother, you come and look at this." "Okay." Feeling a bit puzzled, Suyu took the tablet and glanced at it, his pupils instantly contracting. The footage on the tablet was heavily distorted, with static occasionally flickering with snow, but it appeared to depict a massive offshore drilling platform in some deep-sea region. In the video, dark clouds blanketed the sky as if doomsday had arrived, and thick bolts of lightning flashed relentlessly through the clouds. The ocean surged and rolled violently, whipping up colossal waves over 10 meters high. And within those deep, dark depths, a colossal, suffocatingly terrifying shadow loomed, flickering in and out of view. Suddenly, the entire surface of the sea erupted. A colossal crimson tentacle as thick as a skyscraper and covered in dense, menacing serrated suckers resembling a meat grinder burst from the ocean with thunderous force. Carrying a force capable of decimating everything in its path, the tentacle slammed violently onto the sturdy steel drilling platform. A deafening roar accompanied by the sharp, agonizing screech of twisting and tearing metal filled the air. Even through the screen, one could feel the profound despair and suffocation of the moment. Then the footage shook violently before cutting to black, ending abruptly. "Brother, you, what kind of monster do you think this is?" I saw some comments that managed to load below. Some experts claim a massive undersea earthquake occurred, forcing a giant squid hidden in the deep sea to the surface. But I can't help but feel something is wrong. What kind of squid could possibly be that massive? Jiang Mumu tightly gripped the back of Suyu's seat, her voice laced with deep panic and anxiety. She stared at Suyu with wide, unblinking eyes as she asked. Suyu's expression was grim. He dragged the progress bar back and replayed the video several times before handing the tablet back. His mind was clear as day. This was absolutely a deep-sea aberration, mutated by the influence of some mysterious energy. However, to avoid causing excessive panic among the passengers in the car, he quickly chose his words in his mind. Judging by the appearance of the tentacle, it's either a squid or some kind of octopus. It has probably just grown excessively large due to the stimulation of a geological disaster. But there's no need to worry too much. The deep sea is vast, and there are bound to be ancient creatures that humanity has yet to discover. Suyu's voice was steady, carrying a reassuring magic as he calmly comforted them. No matter what kind of monster has emerged from the sea, as long as we remain inland, they cannot threaten us. Though he was comforting the others, the sense of urgency in Su Yu's heart did not ease. Instead, it grew wildly like weeds. He had originally thought he was fully prepared for the arrival of the apocalypse. Yet he never expected that in just 2 short days, certain exceptionally gifted, terrifying creatures would already begin to emerge. Su Yu took a deep breath, forcing down the gravity in his eyes. He turned around, looked at the shaken passengers in the car, and said in a deep voice, "Right now the highway is blocked by fire. Once the temperature drops a bit later, we'll find a way to get through." "Okay." Zhang Mumu took the tablet back and nodded obediently, her eyes filled with complete trust in him. Seeing how wholeheartedly she relied on him, Su Yu turned back and sighed softly in his heart. The more this girl became inseparable from him, the heavier the burden on his shoulders grew. By now it was just past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun hung high overhead, baking the air until it was extremely distorted. Every breath felt like swallowing burning coals. Under this abnormal extreme heat, although the car's air conditioning performed well, power consumption had clearly spiked. To save fuel, Su Yu had everyone get out of the car and take temporary shelter in the service area lobby. A scattered crowd of about 30 people had gathered inside the service area. Most of them were stranded due to vehicle breakdowns, while a few were survivors who had narrowly escaped nearby car accidents. However, this fragile peace lasted only a brief moment. With a sharp crash, a loud noise erupted from a corner of the lobby. "What kind of trash water is this? It tastes terrible. I want cola. I want ice-cold cola." A chubby boy of about 7 or 8, round as a meatball, slammed the bottle of mineral water he had just received onto the floor. The cap popped off, and more than half of the water splashed directly onto a young woman nearby. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a dirty white dress, her hair disheveled, and her eyes swollen and vacant. Drenched in water, she recoiled like a startled bird, her tears instantly bursting forth. Yet she dared not make a sound, only biting her lip hard as she trembled helplessly. "Cry, cry, cry. That's all you know how to do. What a jinx." A fashionably dressed woman with permed wavy hair rushed forward like a ruffled hen. Instead of apologizing, she poked her finger almost directly into the woman's forehead. "If it weren't for our car along the way, you would have died in Yangqing long ago. The government shoved you into our car, and we were kind enough to give you a lift. What's wrong with asking you to look after the kid? Now that the car is broken, everyone is frustrated, so stop playing dead here. Hurry up and go inside to find a bottle of cola for my grandson." Exactly. No common sense whatsoever. Beside them, a stout middle-aged man with a bare chest and a back full of tattoos also stood up. His face thick with flesh glared at the woman as he toyed with a heavy wrench in his hand, speaking in a chilling tone. "Sister, you need to learn to be grateful. If we hadn't driven you out, would you even be sitting here, crying now?" Surrounded by this family, the woman's face was as pale as paper, her mental state clearly on the verge of collapse. Her family had been separated during the evacuation, their lives unknown, leaving her alone to be forcibly assigned to this private car by the authorities. All along the way, this family had ordered her around, hurling abuse at the slightest displeasure. Even the old man would occasionally steal glances at her with his dull, cloudy eyes. Now that the car was broken down at the service area, the family vented all their frustration on her. I'll go." Her voice trembling under the threat of the man raising his wrench as if to strike her. She had no choice but to swallow her anger, stand up, and run toward the back of the convenience store while wiping her tears. Meanwhile, on the chair behind them sat a withered, scrawny old man. He squinted through half-closed eyes, his gaze lingering with a sickening viscosity upon the retreating figure of the young woman. A lecherous grin curled at the corner of his lips. "Xiangzi, that girl has a soft temperament. Easy to manipulate. When night falls and no rescue has arrived. Heh." By the distant glass entrance, Su Yu observed the entire scene with cold, impassive eyes. He recognized this family. Their vehicle, an aging sedan, now sat crippled in the parking area outside. They treated the passengers officially assigned to them as nothing more than slaves, and now that their car had broken down, they vented their frustrations upon the weak. Su Yu's heart curled with contemptuous amusement. Men like these were parasites upon society in peacetime. But in the apocalypse, they were nothing less than beasts stripped of all human decency. Bad people grow old and spawn a whole litter of bad seeds. Su Yu's gaze remained indifferent. In peacetime, such a family was a thorn in everyone's side, distasteful and impossible to deal with. But in the apocalypse... Just then, a sudden disturbance erupted from the corridor leading to the restrooms on the far side of the hall. "Where's my husband? Has anyone seen my husband? He's been in there for half an hour already." A middle-aged woman anxiously grabbed passers-by, desperately seeking answers. Immediately after, 2 more people stepped forward, their faces ashen with dread. "Something's wrong. My friend went in just now and never came out. We called out to him from outside, but there wasn't a single sound from within." A few bolder men banded together and charged into the restroom. They scrambled back out not long after, tumbling over each other in pure terror. "There's nobody. It's completely empty inside. Not even a ghost in sight. But the iron railing of the ventilation duct has been torn apart. The moment those words fell, the temperature within the hall seemed to plummet instantly to the freezing point. Several grown adults vanished into thin air within a sealed restroom. Suyu's brow twitched sharply. He did not approach. Instead, his keen senses detected something beyond the stench of sweat in the air, an indescribable acidic miasma of decay. Ugh, what's wrong with this bread? Not far away, a man who had been about to eat suddenly hurled the half-eaten bread from his hand onto the ground. The loaf which he had merely bitten into that morning was now covered in mottled patches of mold. It was not only the bread. Others discovered that any unsealed food, within mere hours, had already begun to reek with rot. The pace of decay, accelerated by this abnormal heat, was at least 10 times faster than usual. Food rotting at unnatural speeds, people disappearing without a trace. Suyu drew a deep breath, rapidly weaving these threads together within his mind. He immediately retrieved his phone, refreshing the news through the sporadic connections of an unstable network. True enough, beyond the overwhelming warnings of tsunamis and volcanic eruptions, he caught occasional reports of abnormal plant growth in certain regions, though these garnered far less attention than the various natural disasters. Panic was spreading. Time crawled forward in suffocating torment until 7 in the evening. The sun sank westward, leaving only a single streak of blood-like afterglow upon the horizon. The missing people still had not been found, and the atmosphere within the service area had sunk to its absolute nadir. We can't wait any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. Suyu made his decision without a shred of delay. He ordered the others to return to the vehicles and stand by. Then alone he made his way toward the highway entrance to investigate. Climbing to higher ground, he surveyed the distance through the gathering dusk and beheld the wreckage of car accidents stretching endlessly before him. The towering flames had largely died, leaving only wisps of black smoke and the dull red glow of dying embers. The warped steel frames, though still scalding hot, had finally opened gaps narrow enough for vehicles to thread through. We can go now. Having completed his reconnaissance, Suyu turned and strode back toward the service area. However, the moment he returned to the small parking square, his feet halted abruptly and his gaze plummeted to a glacial depth. By now, the area beside his gray hybrid vehicle had descended into utter chaos. That same family of 4, along with a handful of survivors eager to fish in troubled waters, had surrounded the car in an impenetrable ring. With their own vehicle now thoroughly wrecked, they had fixed upon Suyu's still-functioning car like ravenous wolves. As for the white-dressed girl they had been bullying earlier, she had long since vanished without a trace. Before the driver's door, Jiang Yunhao stood like an iron tower blocking the way. Beneath his skin-tight t-shirt, his knotted muscles radiated a striking visual force. Gripping a steel reinforcing bar, he stood his ground. Indeed, his presence alone filled those surrounding them with enough wariness that none dared lay hands upon the vehicle directly. Yet the innocent, fresh-faced look of a university student on his face betrayed him entirely. These scoundrels had clearly seen through the big man's simple nature. All muscle and no killer instinct, a soft persimmon who had never tasted blood. Though they dared not strike outright, the threats from their lips never ceased. Brother, let's talk business. The bare-chested middle-aged man, wrench in hand, even tapped it rhythmically against his palm. He leaned against Suyu's car door with brazen familiarity, his tone cloaked in the pretense of negotiation, but bearing every mark of a command. Our car's broken down on the road. We can't move. Yours is a big vehicle. Take our family of 4. We're headed for the provincial capital. The curly-haired woman beside him pressed shamelessly against the rear window, peering inside, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Her greedy eyes seemed ready to pierce through the glass itself, an appreciative clucking sound escaping her lips. Oh my, there are a few young ladies sitting inside this car. How utterly improper. Make 2 of them get out right now. Clear some space for us. We have elders and children with us. The old and the young must be given room to sit comfortably. These young people today, have they no sense of civic decency at all? But this car is already at full capacity. Though Jiang Yunhao was powerfully built, his temperament had clearly not yet adapted to such situations. Confronted by these shameless ruffians, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Bullshit. If it's full, then kick those women out. The wizened old man went so far as to hoist his chubby grandson directly onto the hood, then seated himself cross-legged beside the boy, the very picture of a street corner thug. If you don't take us today, nobody's leaving. Blee. Big dummy. Get lost. We're taking this car. The brat perched upon the hood stuck out his tongue in mocking faces and kicked at the windshield with his feet, leaving behind a series of grimy footprints upon the glass. The few bystanders who had also hoped to hitch a ride, seeing how utterly shameless this family was, shrank back to watch from a distance instead. Just then, an icy figure cut through the crowd. Suyu walked over expressionlessly and patted Jiang Yunhao on the shoulder. Jiang Yunhao instinctively shifted aside, yielding his position. The tattooed man's wrench slapped rhythmically against his palm. His face a mass of brutish flesh contorted as he sized Suyu up with a sidelong glance. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, slender and scholarly looking, with barely any muscle on his frame, and not a single thing in his hands. A classic pushover. Well, look who finally decided to show his face. The tattooed man let out a mocking laugh, the rolls of fat on his neck jiggling with each chuckle. He closed in step by step, his rancid sour stench of sweat invading every nostril. Buddy, can I bum a light? No, wait. Lend me your car. Smart move would be handing over the keys. Or get those chicks in your car to scoot over. I promise you a safe ride. Otherwise. The curly-haired woman beside him stood with hands on her hips, her cheap, lipstick-stained mouth stretched, wide open, spittle flying in every direction. You hear that? My whole family suffered enough tragedy. Letting you give us a ride. That's you earning good karma. Don't be ungrateful. Get those people out of here, especially that big dumb oaf. Make room for us. The tattooed man seemed to lose patience. He suddenly raised the heavy wrench, the air whistling as he leveled it at Suyu's forehead, his features twisting into something monstrous. I'm talking to you. Keck out your tongue. You think I won't crack your skull open, eh? Otherwise what? Suyu finally spoke. His voice was soft, yet it caused the tattooed man to freeze mid-motion. Just as the wrench reached its apex, Suyu's right hand slipped into the pocket of his windbreaker. When it emerged, it gripped a thick-backed stainless steel bone-chopping cleaver. Not a single wasted word. Swish. A blade of frigid light carved a ghostly arc beneath the blazing sun. Suyu rode the momentum of his swing, the blade arcing clean and true, chopping brutally toward the tattooed man's forearm. Squelch. Crack. The sound of steel slicing through flesh and lodging in bone cut through the noisy service station with sickening clarity. Blood didn't flow, it sprayed. The scalding crimson spatter drenched half of Suyu's car, door a few drops, even landing squarely in the woman's mouth as she gaped in terror. The scene froze for one suspended second. The tattooed man stared blankly at his own arm. The cleaver was buried deep in his radius, trembling faintly with each pulse of his heartbeat. His brain seemed unable to process the sudden onslaught of agony. Then the next second, ag. A blood-curdling shriek tore through the air as the wrench slipped from the tattooed man's fingers and clattered to the ground. He tried to clutch at the wound, yet couldn't bring himself to touch the blade embedded in his bone. His entire body convulsed in agony, features twisted into a grotesque knot, his eyeballs seeming ready to burst from their sockets. My hand. It's broken. Somebody help. Murder. Murder. The woman beside him showered in blood, rolled her eyes back in terror. Her legs gave way beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground, her screams splintering into hysterical octaves. Suyu looked down at the writhing man on the ground with an utterly blank expression. He raised his foot and ground it viciously into that howling face. Weren't you full of bluster just now? What happened? Can't even take a single blade, and you thought you could carjack someone. Suyu's voice was quiet, yet it sent a violent shudder through the tattooed man's entire body, choking his screams back down his throat. Those eyes held not a shred of warmth. The man was looking at him no differently than one would look at a slab of dead pork. The tattooed man finally realized that what he'd stumbled into wasn't iron. It was a steel spike. Be big, bro. I was wrong. I was blind. Please spare me. Tears and snot streamed down his contorted face as he scrambled backward in agony, dragging a horrifying trail of blood across the ground. Suyu withdrew his foot in disgust, too lazy to pull the blade free. He turned, pulled open the car door, got in, and locked it. Each motion was crisp and clean, as though he hadn't just cleaved a man, but had casually split some rotten firewood. Don't let him get away. The old man, who had been sitting on the hood the whole time, didn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he smoothly threw himself backward onto the windshield. He pressed his back hard against the glass, howling loudly, attempting to halt the vehicle with this most primitive form of shameless hooliganism. He ran someone over. Everyone come look. This man's gone violent. Go ahead, run me over. I dare you. Let's see if you've got the guts. Grandpa, smash him. Smash him to death. The little brat excitedly fished a toy gun from his pocket, pounding it against the car window with bang-bang thuds. Inside the car, Jiang Yunhao's face had gone bone white, at a complete loss. Suji, what do we do? Is this old man tired of living? Suyu fastened his seatbelt, his gaze cutting through the windshield to rest on the hideous faces of the old man and the child. Still playing those thuggish, shameless tricks. Too bad. In the apocalypse, there's no such thing as morality, let alone law. Since you love this patch of ground so much, then stay here forever. Suyu shifted into gear, and his right foot slammed the accelerator to the floor. Ruhar. The hybrid engine unleashed a ferocious torrent of torque, and the vehicle surged forward like an enraged bull, bellowing as it charged. In that instant, the arrogance on the old man's and the child's faces froze solid. What replaced it was the purest, most unadulterated terror. And no. Bang! A tremendous impact thundered through. The old man and child on the hood rocketed off like two cannonballs, tumbling over the roof of the car. The two bodies traced an arc through the air before slamming heavily into the concrete below, rolling into a tangled heap, their fates unknown. Oh, no. He's just a child. The fashionable woman let out a piercing shriek, then threw herself like a madwoman toward the fallen pair. Suyu didn't even bother to tap the brakes. He spun the steering wheel, the rear end of the car carving an arc through the air as it shot straight out of the service station. In the rearview mirror, the white-dressed woman who had been bullied earlier was hiding behind a pillar in the main hall. She stared at the scene in a daze, the receding taillights reflected in her pupils, as if she were seeing the world for the very first time. Suyu pulled his gaze away, his heart stirring with not the slightest ripple. This is the apocalypse. The car interior sank into a deathly silence. In a corner of the back seat, Jiang Mumu buried her face in a pillow, her shoulders trembling faintly. Jiang Yunyao covered her eyes tightly with both hands, not daring to peek even through the gaps between her fingers. Only Lin Xingli and her originally cool ink-dark eyes were now locked in a death grip on the back of the man in the driver's seat. Having witnessed firsthand Suyu's merciless severing of a man's arm and the ramming of thugs aside, the shock that struck her was greater than for anyone else. Hailing from a martial arts family, she had seen blood before, but never such clean, decisive killing. As the initial terror faded, what welled up from deep within her was an indescribable sense of security. The moral shackles of the peaceful era shattered completely in that instant. Had it been someone soft-hearted, everyone in this car today would have come to harm. Lin Xingli's fingers unconsciously gripped the edge of her seat, and the proud, unapproachable air she had carried was quietly crumbling away. She gazed at Suyu's cold, hardened profile, and though she didn't know it herself, her eyes held less scrutiny now, and a little more of a burning heat she hadn't yet recognized. Leaving the service area, the car re-entered the highway. Gazing into the distance, the entire expressway was littered with nothing but vehicle wrecks. Hollow frames burned down to their skeletons. The air was saturated with a suffocating, acrid stench, the mingled smell of burning rubber, plastic, and some unidentifiable protein. Gripping the steering wheel, Suyu navigated cautiously through the vast expanse of blackened steel wreckage. At first scattered among the twisted metal, he could even make out some grotesque and terrifying silhouettes. Human-shaped charcoal figures contorted into bizarre postures. Some of them even retained the desperate, pleading postures of their final moments of struggle, made all the more harrowing by the fleeting shadows cast by the headlights. Only Suyu's years of training as a physician, forging a steely psychological fortitude, allowed him to maintain his composure. Anyone else in his place would have already gone weak in the knees long ago. Before long, the sky had blackened completely. Beyond the low hum of the engine, an unnerving silence hung over everything. This kind of silence was far from normal. Suyu's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. They had driven nearly 10 kilometers since setting out, yet all he had seen up ahead were some charred corpses. Further along, there was nothing but blackened vehicle frames. Where were the people? Even if they were dead, there shouldn't be so few of them. Where had all the survivors of those accidents gone? Where had the wounded, who could no longer walk, gone? Even if they had abandoned their vehicles and fled, they couldn't have vanished so completely. Not even a ghost of a trace left behind. The entire world seemed to have been muted, leaving only their single vehicle driving in lonely solitude. In the flickering shadows of the headlights, those twisted steel frames resembled a host of snarling, claw-wielding monstrosities. In the passenger seat, Jiang Yunhao kept his head bowed, his hands clutching the seatbelt in a death grip, utterly afraid to look outside. The three girls in the back seat said nothing either. The atmosphere inside the car had reached its breaking point. Something's off. Suyu suddenly spoke, his voice cutting through the dead silence of the cabin with startling clarity. What is it, Brother Su? Jiang Yunhao jerked his head up, his voice trembling. It's too clean. Suyu stared ahead. The road is too clean. Just then, a military green transport truck came into view on the emergency lane ahead. Suyu had seen this kind of vehicle at the evacuation point before. It was a standard military troop transport, its cargo hold typically packed with evacuees and usually escorted by 2 armed soldiers. But now the vehicle sat in eerie stillness, its front end rammed against the guardrail with no severe damage. Yet the tarpaulin covering the cargo hold had been shredded into strips, fluttering ominously in the night wind. The driver's side door hung wide open, the cab completely empty. Suyu eased the car to a crawl, gliding past the truck. In the lingering glow of his headlights, he made out the windshield of the military vehicle. The glass was shattered, but it hadn't been broken by an impact from the outside. The web-like cracks and gaping hole bulged outward. Something from inside the cab had violently smashed through the glass and burst out. And on the jagged edges of the broken glass hung a few strands of dark red fabric, scraps of camouflage uniform. As for the people, the entire military vehicle cab and cargo hold alike was utterly empty. Not a single corpse nor a single living soul. Only trails of blood, as though something had been dragged away, stretched into the dense roadside undergrowth that stood taller than a man. A chill shot up Suyu's spine and pierced straight through to his crown. Buckle your seatbelts. Hold on tight. Suyu's voice dropped low, laced with tension. Roll all the windows up and lock the doors. No matter what you hear, no one makes a sound. Something's not right around here. The car slid slowly past the flank of the military truck. Though all around seemed to offer nothing but the wind's whisper and dead silence, Suyu's tightly wound nerves never once relaxed, his palms slick with a thin layer of sweat against the steering wheel. The headlights pierced the darkness ahead, casting pale pools of sickly white light across the devastated highway. Suyu's eyes narrowed sharply, his gaze instantly locking onto the left side of the road. Just outside the driver's side door, lying on the asphalt, was a black Type 92 pistol. Its metal body exuded a cold, steely sheen in the faint reflected light, and scattered around the pistol lay several gleaming brass shell casings. A gun. In this post-apocalyptic world where order had collapsed, what a firearm represented went without saying. Vigilance and greed waged a fierce battle on the scales within Su-yu's heart. The surroundings were terrifyingly still. Beyond the rustling of wind through mutated roadside shrubs, not a single sound stirred. This kind of deathly quiet was almost always the calm before the storm. Fortune favors the bold. Su-yu gritted his teeth as though something had occurred to him, and his gaze hardened instantly. He didn't hesitate for a moment, slamming his foot on the brake. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, he had already unbuckled his seatbelt, his left hand thrusting the door open. Half his body shot out of the vehicle in one fluid motion, his right hand reaching toward the ground, like a fisherman snatching treasure from the sea. The instant his fingertips grazed the cold metal of the pistol, a sudden sense of solid reassurance flooded through him. But just as his finger hooked around the trigger guard, and he prepared to pull himself back inside, Su-yu's peripheral vision accidentally swept toward the pitch-black forest beyond the highway guardrail. In that single glance, the blood in his veins seemed to freeze solid. It was a towering ancient tree, a tree so immense that its canopy nearly blanketed half the mountainside, and from its dense branches hung not fruits, but countless thick aerial roots. No, those weren't aerial roots. They were mangled, incomplete corpses bound and suspended upside down by thick vines. Among them were soldiers in camouflage uniforms, as well as ragged civilians. Thick vines had coiled around them, like pythons burrowing deep into their flesh. As if detecting the disturbance over here, the colossal tree's trunk abruptly rotated half a turn without warning. Crack! Crack! The canopy shook violently, and the countless branches bearing corpses began whipping about wildly like a frenzy of tentacles. Droplets of warm liquid were flung into the air, one even landing on the back of Su-yu's hand. Fetid. It was blood. Shit. Su-yu felt his scalp explode, a bolt of icy terror shooting up from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. He wrenched himself back inside, slamming the car door shut with a heavy bang, tossed the pistol onto his lap, and with lightning speed shifted gears and floored the accelerator. Hold on tight. A low roar tore from his throat. Tires screamed against the asphalt in a violent friction, plumes of blue smoke billowing out, and the vehicle rocketed forward like an arrow loosed from its bowstring. Su-yu didn't dare look back, nor even glance at the rearview mirror. His gaze was locked dead ahead on the road as he pushed the speed to its absolute limit. He weaved frantically through the chaotic maze of abandoned vehicle wrecks, dancing along the razor's edge of death like a desperate fugitive. It wasn't until he had driven at full speed for over 10 minutes, rounding several massive piles of charred car frames, that the view finally opened up before him. They had completely left behind the stretch of road choked with wreckage. The endless highway ahead was utterly empty. Apart from their own car, not a single other vehicle was to be seen. Only after confirming that the terrifying corpse tree had vanished completely from sight did Su-yu gradually ease his right foot back from where it had nearly punched through the floorboards. Huff! Huff! The cabin was filled with ragged, heaving breaths. Su-yu wiped his forehead, his palm coming away drenched in cold sweat. The visual impact of what had just transpired moments ago was simply too overwhelming. Even for him, his stomach churned with an unbearable wave of nausea. Suji. From behind him came a faint, whispery voice carrying a tremor barely perceptible to the ear, yet beneath it lurked something far more unsettling. A strange, inexplicable excitement. Did you see it just now too? That tree. It was so beautiful. Beautiful. Su-yu was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yuniao had been seated directly behind him, so from that angle, she must have witnessed it as well. But something about her tone struck him as deeply wrong. Instinctively, he glanced up at the rearview mirror. What he saw made his blood run cold. Jiang Yuniao, who had been curled up in the corner all this time, was now draped over the back of his driver's seat, her usually delicate and pitiable features transformed into something altogether different. Bathed in the dim ambient lighting of the car, her face was split into a stark dichotomy, one half cloaked in shadow, the other illuminated by an eerie glow. She neither wept nor trembled with fear. Yet her blue-green heterochromatic eyes now reflected a most bewitching luminescence in the gloom reminiscent of some nocturnal feline predator lurking in the dark. I think I saw countless human heads wrapped around the trunk, and so many mangled limbs of the dead dangling from its branches. The corners of her lips curled upward into a half-smile that was not quite a smile, her gaze devoid of terror, instead glittering with a kind of morbid pathological fascination. So many people, hanging from it like berries on a branch. Jiang Yuniao murmured softly, her voice sweet and tender, yet it sent shivers crawling down the spine. Their roots burrowed into the blood vessels, and those people were still moving. Suji, you saw it too, didn't you? That exquisite beauty. Creak. Su-yu's hand slipped on the wheel, sending the steering into a violent skid as the car lurched wildly. He quickly wrestled the vehicle back under control, but his heart seized with a violent contraction. That momentary fright struck him with a force even more terrifying than the ghostly tree itself. How could this possibly be the same Jiang Yunyao who was timid as a mouse, who scarcely dared to speak above a whisper? Those eyes belonged to nothing less than a madwoman who had just laid eyes on her most treasured toy. Xiaoyao. Jiang Yunhao in the passenger seat also sensed something amiss and whipped his head around with a low, sharp bark. That single shout was like some kind of switch being flipped. In the rearview mirror, the uncanny gleam in Jiang Yunyao's eyes seemed to extinguish in an instant. Like a startled little rabbit, she scrambled back into the rear seat with lightning speed. She buried her face between her knees, trembling violently, as though the bewitching girl from moments ago had been nothing more than a figment of Su Yu's imagination. A deathly silence descended upon the car. Jiang Mumu and Lin Qingli both pressed their hands over their mouths, their faces drained of color. Clearly they too had been terrified out of their wits by what they had just witnessed. The tree had been on the left side, and aside from Su Yu and Jiang Yunyao seated in the left rear, none of the others had seen anything at all. They had simply thought Su Yu had gone mad and was driving like a maniac. Yaya, what are you even talking about? Jiang Mumu finally could not contain herself any longer. She patted Jiang Yunyao's back in a soothing gesture while asking in a voice that trembled at the edges. What exactly did you all just see? Human heads. Some giant tree. What on earth was that thing? Don't try to scare us. Su Yu drew a deep breath and switched on the car's ceiling light. He casually checked the Type 92 pistol he had picked up earlier, with one hand finding 13 rounds still remaining in the magazine. After tucking it into his jacket, he turned toward Jiang Yunhao with a razor-sharp gaze. Care to explain? A hint of bitterness crept across Jiang Yunhao's honest, weather-beaten face. He glanced at his sister, now curled up in a ball, then lowered his voice, his tone steeped in apology and unease. Suji, I'm sorry. I scared you. It's just. Xiaoyao was born with these peculiar eyes. When she was little, because of them, her classmates bullied her mercilessly, treating her like some kind of monster. They even locked her up in dark rooms. Jiang Yunhao let out a weary sigh, his eyes brimming with aching affection. Later, a psychologist said it was her self-defense mechanism kicking in. Whenever she's plunged into extreme darkness or subjected to intense stimuli, she becomes an entirely different person. We call it her Dark Knight personality. But don't worry, Suji. She's never hurt anyone. It's just, she becomes incredibly bold and develops a strange fondness for peculiar things. At this point, Jiang Yunhao instinctively stole a glance at the two in the back seat, Jiang Mumu and Lin Qingli. Though their faces were pale, clearly rattled by the harrowing high-speed drive and the eerie atmosphere that had preceded it, they showed no particular astonishment at Jiang Yunyao's luminous heterochromatic eyes or the spine-chilling tone of her voice from moments ago. Su Yu caught this subtle detail with keen perception. It appeared that during their night at the evacuation point yesterday, these girls had already borne witness to this side of Jiang Yunyao. Only he, the newly appointed captain, who had just joined, was still kept in the dark. Split personality. Night vision. Su Yu cast a contemplative glance at the rearview mirror. At that moment, Jiang Yunyao was being cradled in Jiang Mumu's arms, her appearance now the very picture of pitiable fragility. Utterly unrecognizable as the bewitching girl whose eyes had shimmered with that uncanny glow. Interesting, Su Yu mused to himself. In this apocalypse, this girl might prove far more valuable than her muscle-bound elder brother. All right. As long as it doesn't affect the team, I have no objections. Su Yu withdrew his gaze, his fingers absently tracing the cold metallic body of the gun tucked inside his jacket, and his heart settled into a quiet calm. In these early days of the apocalypse, this firearm was a treasure worth its weight in gold. The atmosphere within the car eased ever so slightly, though the lingering dread from moments before remained stubbornly suspended in the air. Jiang Mumu gently patted Jiang Yunyao's back, and at long last could no longer resist breaking the suffocating silence. Her voice carried a noticeable tremor threaded through with curiosity. Yaya, what are you talking about? What exactly did you all see just now? Human heads. Some giant tree. What on earth was that thing? Don't try to scare us. That uncanny tree had been on the driver's side, and with the car hurtling along at breakneck speed through pitch darkness outside, those seated in the passenger seat and the right rear had been unable to discern anything at all. They had merely felt Su Yu inexplicably accelerate, as though the devil himself were at his heels. Upon hearing Jiang Mumu's inquiry, Jiang Yunyao's slender frame gave a faint shudder. She slowly raised her head. The uncanny, feverish excitement that had blazed in her eyes moments ago had completely faded, and she had reverted to her usual demeanor, demure, soft-spoken, with the timid air of a startled fawn. Su Yu caught a glimpse of her through the rearview mirror, his thoughts drifting in contemplation. After a moment's consideration, he carefully arranged his words and spoke first on her behalf. It was probably some kind of plant, but it was too dark. I couldn't make it out clearly myself. He then turned his gaze to Jiang Yunyao, his tone shifting to something more solemn. Xiaoyao, did you get a clear look just now? What do you think it might have been? Being singled out by Su Yu, Jiang Yunyao swiftly glanced up at him for a fleeting instant, but the moment her eyes met his scrutinizing gaze, she lowered her head once more, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. I saw vines, lots of them coiling around so many people, all wrapped around a great tree. She paused momentarily, her voice growing fainter, as though recalling some horrifying vision, then spoke in a murmur barely louder than the buzzing of a gnat. The vines sprouted from a person's, their body burrowing into the blood vessels, as if they were drinking. Her voice faded into near silence as she spoke, only the faint trembling of her shoulders betraying the turmoil within, perhaps a suppressed excitement of another kind. Brother, you could it possibly be? Upon hearing the description, Jiang Mumu's face drained of all color instantly, her gaze turning towards Su Yu with undisguised worry. She had evidently recalled the news articles she had seen earlier on the tablet. Su Yu's expression grew solemn as he gave a slow nod. That's right. This should be a mutated plant. No different from those other mutated creatures. That military vehicle we encountered earlier most likely fell victim to it. The moment these words were spoken, the vehicle was once again swallowed by a deathly stillness. The fear of the unknown coiled around every throat like an invisible suffocating hand. If even plants had grown so bloodthirsty, what refuge could possibly exist along this endless treacherous road? The vehicle had just crested a gentle slope when a blinding beam of light cleaved through the darkness ahead. Whooshed! A searing column of light from a searchlight struck the windshield dead-on, rendering them utterly unable to open their eyes. Su Yu instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes while lightly tapping the brake. Moments later, a hoarse male voice amplified through a loudspeaker erupted into the stillness of the deserted highway, an authoritative warning that brooked no argument. Vehicle ahead. Pull over and shut off your engine immediately. Submit to inspection. Su Yu pressed the brake with measured calm, easing the vehicle to a halt against the inner guardrail of the highway. Dazzling high beams blazed from the opposite direction. Four-wheeled armored vehicles painted in camouflage bore down upon them. For steel behemoths that crushed the asphalt beneath them with a thunderous rumbling growl. Everyone stay in the vehicle. I'll go take a look. Su Yu issued the instruction in a low voice, his gaze sweeping briefly across the taut faces within the car, before pushing open the door and stepping out. The opposing armored convoy ground to an abrupt halt some 20 meters from Su Yu. The machine gun turrets atop the vehicles rotated slowly, their mechanical gears clicking with quiet menace. Immediately after, 3 fully equipped soldiers in camouflage fatigues leapt from their vehicles, the beams of their tactical flashlights locking onto Su Yu in an instant. 2 of them held their weapons at the ready in tactical formation, barrels slightly lowered, yet fingers resting just outside the trigger guards, poised to fire at any moment. The third strode forward, sweeping his tactical flashlight across Su Yu's face before demanding in a low, sharp voice. Who are you? Where did you come from? What's your destination? Su Yu made no extraneous movements, simply raising his hands before his chest to signal his harmless intent. He then calmly produced his hospital identification badge and extended it toward the soldier. I'm Su Yu, a doctor at Yinshan County Hospital. The others in the vehicle are students evacuating with me. We came from the direction of Yancheng and are heading to Xinxiang in Xiang Province. The soldier accepted the badge, casting a swift glance at the photograph before peering through the car window to scrutinize Jiang Mumu and the others within. Satisfied that no armed threat was present, he handed the identification back to Su Yu. He then pressed the walkie-talkie at his shoulder, his voice low and rapid. Foxhound to base. Survivor vehicle spotted. 5 civilians. Lead individual claims to be a physician, of credentials partially verified. No obvious threats detected. Requesting instructions. Over. After a brief silence, the walkie-talkie crackled with bursts of static. Clang. The thick armored door of the command vehicle in the middle was thrown open and 2 figures leapt down. The one in the lead was an officer with a countenance carved from iron resolve. His face was smeared with dust, his stubble unkempt, yet his frame was exceptionally tall and powerfully built. He appeared to be only in his mid-20s. His eyes were deeply sunken, clearly the eyes of a man who had not rested in a long time, yet they burned with startling intensity. He strode purposefully towards Su Yu, removed his gloves, and extended a calloused, weathered hand. In the dim glow of the headlights, Su Yu caught a glimpse of the insignia on his shoulder, a single bar and 2 stars, marking him as a lieutenant. Comrade, I am Zhou Hong, leader of the 7th Reconnaissance Platoon, 319th Regiment, Southern Theater Command. Zhou Hong's grip was formidable, radiating the characteristic strength of a soldier. He dispensed with pleasantries, cutting straight to the matter, his tone laced with a barely perceptible edge of urgency. Did you come from the direction of that service area ahead? Did you notice anything unusual along the way? He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yu. Or rather, any bizarre biological phenomena. Su Yu felt a subtle lurch in his chest. Just as he had suspected. Su Yu withdrew his hand with studied composure, his thoughts racing beneath an impassive exterior. The fact that they had resorted to a term like bizarre biological phenomena meant the authorities possessed intelligence far more extensive than ordinary civilians could ever imagine. He recalled that so-called prophet's post from earlier. That person had likely already been absorbed into official channels. Regarding the anomalies you mentioned, platoon leader Zhou. Su Yu met Zhou Hong's scrutinizing gaze directly, his voice calm and measured. Would a plant capable of stringing human heads like fruit count? What a... Zhou stoic facade shattered instantly. For a fleeting moment the horror in his eyes was naked and unconcealed, his pupils contracting sharply. You witnessed it. Where? Tell me everything. Su Yu held nothing back, delivering a concise, yet thorough account of the eerie military vehicle they had encountered on the road, the shattered windshield, and the drag marks trailing behind. Naturally, the matter of the pistol he had quietly pocketed along with other incidental details he artfully omitted. Combined with the earlier bird swarm and chain reaction crashes, the commotion was too great, the stench of blood too overpowering. Su Yu analyzed with clinical detachment. That thing is most likely a mutated plant capable of mobility and possessing an extreme sensitivity to blood and flesh. It's probably hunting in that very area right now. Upon hearing Su Yu's account, Zhou Hong's countenance turned ashen. He had originally held little hope of gleaning any useful intelligence from refugees. After all, in the current climate of panic, most people were capable only of wild, incoherent ramblings. Yet here stood this young man before him, articulate, sharp-eyed, offering not merely clues but a tactical analysis to accompany them. Radio man. Report to regimental headquarters immediately. Zhou Hong barked over his shoulder, then turned back and rendered Su Yu a solemn military salute. Snap. Dr. Su, the intelligence you've provided is absolutely critical. On behalf of the reconnaissance platoon, I thank you. Having spoken, he gestured to the soldier behind him. A soldier immediately retrieved a dark green combat ration box from the vehicle and set it down heavily at Su Yu's feet. These are individual self-heating field rations. It looks like you don't have much food in your vehicle. Consider this box a gift from us. We were born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze of a new era. This is simply our duty. Platoon leader Zhou is too kind. Su Yu did not refuse, accepting the crate with solemn gravity. In the apocalypse, such things were worth more than gold. He studied Zhou Hong's weary yet unyielding face, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Platoon leader Zhou, that thing gave me an extremely dangerous feeling. Extraordinarily dangerous. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I suggest you wait until dawn or call in heavy fire support before proceeding any further. That bone-chilling tremor still lingered in Su Yu's perception, clinging to him like an unshakable curse. Zhou Hong paused for a moment, then shook his head with a rueful smile and reached up to adjust his helmet. Dr. Su, you're right. It's extremely dangerous. He turned his gaze toward the pitch-black highway ahead, his eyes seeming to pierce through the darkness, fixed upon the service area where people were still stranded. But precisely because it's dangerous, we must go even more. Zhou Hong's voice was quiet, yet it rang with the force of steel striking steel. There are still civilians trapped in that service area. If that thing is truly as terrifying as you say, then if we don't go, they're doomed. He drew a deep breath, his eyes burning with resolve. When you wear this uniform, some roads, even roads to death, must still be walked. Having spoken, Zhou Hong lingered no longer. He turned and strode heavily up onto the armored vehicle. All personnel, target 5 kilometers ahead. Full speed forward. Prepare for combat. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The engines roared back to life, and the 4 armored vehicles kicked up a cloud of dust as they charged headlong into the fathomless darkness ahead without a moment's hesitation. Su Yu stood in place, watching that row of red taillights gradually recede into the distance, a tightness catching in his throat. He was no saint incapable of such self-sacrificing valor, but he deeply respected such people. He returned to the car where the atmosphere had grown heavy and subdued. Jiang Yunhao had lowered the window a crack and was leaning against the frame, watching the departing convoy with a complicated expression. Brother Su, are they going to fight monsters? Su Yu started the engine, shifted into gear, and sighed softly. Maybe. Let's hope their armor is thick enough. The car began to move slowly, preparing to drive away. Su. Brother Su. Suddenly a sharp cry rang out from the corner of the back seat. Jiang Yunhao, who had been curled up in the back seat, suddenly sprang up, as if electrified. She was pressed almost flat against the rear window. Her heterochromatic pupils glinted with a faint, eerie light in the darkness, fixed intently on the direction in which the armored convoy had vanished. Her body trembled violently, as though she had glimpsed something utterly terrifying. Her teeth chattered in a strange, feverish excitement. They're coming. So big. So many. They're watching those cars. What? Su Yu's heart lurched, and he slammed the brakes. Who's coming? Where? Before Jiang Yunhao could answer, far in the distance something terrible happened. Boom. Screech. An ear-splitting explosion accompanied by the anguished shriek of twisting metal erupted from a low-lying stretch of road several hundred meters away. Su Yu snapped his head toward the sound. He saw the lead-wheeled armored vehicle, weighing several tons, struck as though by a colossal invisible hand. Crash. The entire front of the vehicle caved in instantly. The massive chassis was hurled nearly half a meter into the air, then crashed down heavily onto its side. Screech. The overturned armored vehicle slid wildly along the pavement under its own momentum, steel grinding violently against concrete, sending a shower of blinding sparks flying like a writhing fire dragon. The three trailing armored vehicles reacted with lightning speed. The shriek of brakes tore through the night tires, leaving scorched black marks on the asphalt as they narrowly avoided the wreckage. Enemy attack. Flares. Even from this distance, Suyu could hear the hoarse, desperate roar. Thwomp. A muffled detonation and a brilliant white meteor streaked skyward. The next instant, the pallid magnesium light exploded mid-air, banishing the darkness for a full kilometer in every direction. And in that very moment, Suyu Jiang Yunhao Jiang Mumu. Everyone in the car drew a sharp, collective breath. A numbing chill crawled across their scalps, a breath of cold air shooting straight to the crown of their heads. In the ghastly glow of the flare, they finally saw the scene unfolding beneath the highway. There should have been a dense forest there, but now the forest was gone. In its place churned a seething black ocean. It was an endless mass of black vines as thick as pythons, layer upon layer packed so densely there was no space between them. They surged forth from the darkness beneath the highway, writhing and tangling, as though possessed of their own terrible life. Try as they might, they could not see the source. From somewhere deep within the distant darkness, the vines crept along the base of the highway, their origin completely beyond sight. In fact, they extended well beyond the reach of the flare's light. Beside the overturned armored vehicle, dozens of vines twisted and coiled with frightening speed, merging in the blink of an eye into a colossal tentacle as thick as a water barrel and over 20 meters long. The tentacle rose high into the air, casting an enormous shadow in the flare's flickering light. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Yunhao's voice cracked with terror. Suyu stared at the enormous tentacle, his knuckles white where they gripped the steering wheel. He knew it was a mutated plant, but he had never imagined it could grow to such an impossible scale. And it had followed them all the way here. The scene before them defied all reason, a crushing blow that shattered every assumption they had ever held about the world. The air seemed to freeze for an instant, and even the wind fell deathly silent. But in the next moment, the steel beasts let out furious roars of their own. Open fire. Blast them to pieces. Zhou Hong's voice tore through the comms channel, raw and desperate. Boom, boom, boom. The 30mm autocannons mounted atop the three remaining armored vehicles swiveled in unison. They spat bright tongues of flame, weaving a deadly web of tracer fire across the night. The high-caliber rounds carrying terrifying kinetic force ripped into the black vines with savage fury. Sap sprayed in all directions. Severed tentacles twisted and thrashed in the air like beheaded serpents, then exploded into a rain of foul-smelling chunks. But the mutated creatures were far more numerous than anyone had imagined. Rustle. Whoosh. In the gaps between bursts of fire, dozens more sinister shadows burst forth from the darkness below the road. No longer did they charge mindlessly forward. They moved like a swarm of intelligent serpents. Slithering low along the ground with cunning precision, they dodged the lethal fire net and lunged straight for the nearest armored vehicle. Screech. A teeth-grinding screech tore through the air. Several thick vines instantly coiled around the armored vehicle's axle and gun turret, tightening with vicious force. Move, damn you. Move. The driver slammed the accelerator in desperation. The engine wailed under the strained tires, spinning wildly on the asphalt, billowing thick clouds of blue smoke. But even so, the entire vehicle was dragged inch by inch toward the yawning darkness at the edge of the roadbed by that monstrous, inhuman strength. Damn it. Support. Support Vehicle 2 now. Inside the two remaining armored vehicles, the commanders roared as they swiveled their turrets. Use the rockets. Cut them apart. Boom. With a piercing shriek, a shoulder-fired rocket lanced forward, its tail flames streaking through the night, and struck the writhing main vine dead on. Fire-blossomed shockwaves rolled outward. The thigh-thick main vine was blasted clean in two. Dark red fluid gushed from the severed stump, the wound thrashing wildly like a wounded beast in agony. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing the rocket's devastating effect, the remaining gunners held nothing back. Explosions erupted across the highway, one after another, firelight turning the black of night into blazing day. Flesh and blood could ultimately not withstand the brutal aesthetics of modern industry. Under the combined barrage of 30mm autocannons and rocket shells, the entangled armored vehicle was finally freed. Zzz. The engine's roar shot up sharply as the armored vehicle violently broke free from the remaining vines and reversed out at speed. Whoosh! Another flare shot into the sky, its pallid light cascading down, once more revealing every detail of the battlefield. In less than a minute of combat, the few onlookers at a distance found their palms drenched in cold sweat. Without the military relying solely on their sedan, a sudden encounter would have likely crushed them into a pancake of steel in an instant. Suyu sat in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed intently on the periphery of the battlefield. He could see clearly that many of the severed vine fragments were still oozing a viscous fluid from their broken ends, and some were even twitching faintly. Suyu's atoms apple-bobbed slightly, a barely perceptible fervor flickering in his eyes. I wonder if this plant meets the requirements of the decomposer. Perhaps. Risk is the price of fortune. A decision crystallized in Suyu's mind in an instant. He turned his head, his expression stern and composed. Lock the doors and windows in the car. No matter what happens, do not get out. Suyu warned in a deep voice. I'll go check the situation and give them a heads up. Brother, you don't go. Jiang Mumu's eyes reddened with anxiety, reaching out to grab his sleeve. Those monsters are too dangerous. Lin Xingli in the back seat also knitted her brows tightly. Though she said nothing, her eyes were filled with disapproval. Only Jiang Yunyao in the corner with her heterochromatic pupils glimmering faintly in the darkness watched Su Yu's retreating figure with an air of expectation. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm a doctor. When I go over now, they won't shoot. Su Yu gently patted Jiang Mumu's hand, giving her a reassuring look, then pushed the door open and stepped out. The scorching night wind hit him thick with the smell of gunpowder and that distinctive vegetal stench. By now, 3 surviving armored vehicles had retreated to a safe zone, forming a triangular defensive formation. The rear hatch opened, and over a dozen fully armed soldiers leaped out. With their rifles at the ready and tactical flashlight beams crisscrossing, they cautiously advanced toward vehicle number 1, which lay overturned in the middle of the road motionless. That vehicle was too quiet, silent as a steel tomb. Suyu lowered his profile and closed in rapidly. By the light of the headlamps, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Zhou Hong. The young lieutenant was leaning out from the commander's position of one vehicle, his face etched with urgency as he directed the rescue efforts. Lieutenant Zhou. Suyu made no effort to conceal himself and instead called out loudly. Shua. Several blinding flashlight beams instantly fixed on Suyu's face, and a handful of dark gun muzzles swung toward him in the same moment. Zhou Hong squinted to identify him, and upon recognizing Suyu, his tense nerves relaxed slightly, only to immediately flare into rage. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Get back to your vehicle right now. This isn't a place for spectators. Lieutenant Zhou, I have important information to report about these monsters. Suyu wasn't intimidated. He took 2 steps forward instead. These vines may be a parasitic species. I saw them growing out of corpses. Also, I'm a doctor. If there are any wounded, I can help treat them. Those words, particularly the second half, struck at Zhou Hong's weakest point instantly. Zhou Hong paused, his gaze sweeping over Suyu with complex emotions before turning back to vehicle number 1, overturned and utterly lifeless. During the recent firefight, vehicle number 1 had shown absolutely no movement, a clear anomaly. Every passing second now could mean the difference between life and death for his comrades. Let him approach, Zhou Hong ordered through gritted teeth. Suyu hurried across the perimeter and reached Zhou Hong's side. Up close, the nauseating sweet stench grew even more overpowering, hitting him straight in the skull. Make it brief. Zhou Hong stared fixedly at Suyu. What did you mean by parasitic? It means. Suyu pointed toward the overturned armored vehicle in the distance, his expression grave. Those vines may not just be wrapping around things. They could be burrowing into human bodies. I suspect it. Turns people into culture media. The corpses I saw hanging from trees earlier, some of them were still moving. That's the best proof. What a... Zhou Hong's face contorted as a horrifying realization detonated in his mind. He spun around, abruptly sprinting toward vehicle number 1 while barking into his radio at the top of his lungs. Everyone fall back. Do not make direct contact with the vehicle. Alert level 1. Level 1. Suyu followed closely behind. When the two reached the overturned armored vehicle, the surrounding soldiers had already dispersed per orders, though their weapons remained trained firmly on the hull. By the beam of tactical flashlights, the sight before them sent chills down everyone's spines. Those black vines, previously severed and dangling limply against the vehicle's body, were now moving with apparent purpose, threading themselves into the gaps of the armored vehicle. Particularly at the observation window of the cockpit, a dense cluster of fine black rootlets had already penetrated deep inside, like countless greedy straws. Lieutenant, the rear hatch isn't latched, but it's jammed. An veteran reported in a raspy voice inside. There's no movement. The light from the second flare also faded completely. Darkness reclaimed the earth, leaving only a few trembling tactical flashlight beams standing desolate in the wind. Zhou Hong took a deep breath, drew his pistol from his waist, his eyes cold and hard. Bring me a rope. Loop it around the handle. Everyone pull together. Open it. 1, 2, 3. Pull. With a guttural roar, several men exerted force simultaneously. Creak, bang. Accompanied by the grating sound of twisting metal, the heavy armored hatch was forcibly wrenched open. Thud. The moment the hatch opened, a figure in military uniform tumbled out from the compartment, crashing heavily onto the pavement. It was Wang Hai, a soldier from vehicle number 1. Haizi. Brother Hai. Several soldiers close to Wang Hai instinctively rushed to help him up. Shwa shwa shwa. Several flashlight beams instantly converged on the body. Wang Hai lay prone on the ground, motionless. But beneath the exposed skin of his nape, something was crawling frantically. Suyu stood at the periphery, and he could see clearly. It was more than just raised blood vessels. They were dark, bluish-black plant stems resembling living earthworms, densely covering Haizi's subcutaneous tissue, even pulsing rhythmically. An intense warning of danger exploded in Suyu's mind. Don't go over there. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply, and with all his strength he roared, "Step back." However, his warning came half a second too late. The Wang Hai, lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head at an impossible angle, a movement no human joint could achieve. Crack! A teeth-grinding snap pierced the deathly silence of the air without warning. Every gaze seemed riveted, dragged by an invisible hook, to the source of the sound. The figure on the ground stirred, but he did not rise. Instead, his upper half folded in upon itself in a grotesque posture that defied every law of human anatomy. His spine let loose a staccato of pops, as though invisible hands were forcibly reassembling his skeletal frame from within. Ugh! HGH! A rasping, broken-winded wheeze squeezed through his shattered windpipe. Then came a series of muffled PTHFTS. Dark crimson thorns pierced through his military uniform, erupting with savage fury from his ribs, his back, even from within his eye sockets. Blood glistened. Shreds of flesh clung to tender shoots. The clash of red against green was so grotesque, it churned the stomach. How could this still be called a man? It was plainly a plant draped in human skin. Heisey, or rather that monster, suddenly froze, his head twisted a full 180 degrees, the two vine-burst eyeballs still dangling obscenely against his cheeks. The next instant, a gust of fetid air rushed toward them. The monster kicked off with both legs, his entire body launching like a flesh and blood shell, casing straight at the nearest soldier. Fire! What are you all standing there for? Fire! Zhou Hong's hoarse bellow finally jolted the frozen crowd awake. Survival instinct instantly overpowered camaraderie, and more than 20 rifles spat flame almost in unison. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The dense gunfire crackled like a string of exploding beans. Muzzle flashes wove together into a dazzling web against the darkness of night. The mid-leaping monster was instantly torn into pulp. Flesh sprayed in all directions, severed vine limbs scattered, sent flying by the kinetic force of the bullets. Only when the magazines emptied did that mound of offal finally go still. A few stubborn tendrils continued twitching spastically in the pool of blood like something possessed. The reek of cordite mingled with the thick stench of blood, spreading in an instant. Cease fire. All of you cease fire. Zhou Hong panted raggedly, his eyes bloodshot crimson. All around an absolute hush reigned. Only the sound of labored breathing rose and fell in turn. Several young soldiers' hands trembled so violently they couldn't even reload, their faces pale as paper. What they had just witnessed had utterly shattered their entire worldview. Zombies. A biochemical catastrophe. Or something far worse. The dread of the unknown gnawed at every heart like a venomous serpent. No one dared speak. Then, rustle, rustle. An extraordinarily faint scraping sound arose once more, seeming to emanate from the overturned armored vehicle ahead. Every nerve in the group snapped taut. Dozens of tactical flashlight beams swept over in unison. The harsh light pierced the darkness and shone into the vehicle's interior. Hiss! A collective sharp intake of breath rang out. Within the cabin, the corpses that had been dead mere moments before now hung from the ceiling like slabs of cured meat. Countless black rootlets burrowed into their skin, writhing madly beneath the surface as they fed on the nutrients within. Stung by the harsh light, the corpses convulsed violently. Lumps rose beneath the skin, and with a series of soft pops, countless slender black vines erupted outward, writhing and clawing as if desperate to burst free of the vehicle. Fall back now. Zhou Hong's face was ashen as he roared orders for the unit to retreat. The crowd scattered like leaves before a plague wind. The unit retreated a full 100 meters in one breath. 3 intact armored vehicles reformed a defensive line, their headlights locking onto the ghost vehicle with an unyielding grip. Suyu did not retreat with the others. He halted at the fringe of the crowd, his gaze sweeping the ground. The mangled vine wreckage torn apart by the autocannon lay scattered nearby. The fluid at the severed stumps was beginning to coagulate, glistening with an uncanny oily sheen. Suyu swept his eyes around swiftly, noting that every gaze remained fixed upon the armored vehicle. He swiftly produced a pair of medical gloves and a large curved forceps from his spatial storage. He pulled on the gloves, and the forceps precisely clamped down on a fragment of severed vine. The thing was still faintly writhing, dark crimson sap seeped from its broken end into the spatial storage. Suyu moved with lightning speed, drawing no one's attention whatsoever. Then he swiftly circled through the darkness, once more clamping scattered fragments and severed roots from the surrounding area. The entire operation took no more than 2 minutes. Natural in motion, flawless in execution. To any outsider, it merely looked like a doctor taking a turn around the area, thoughtfully surveying the battlefield wreckage. Suyu straightened up, casually patted his gloves, and slipped them absently into his pocket. Passing beside a young soldier reloading his magazine, he paused, drew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered them over. Good work out there. The soldier hesitated, declining the cigarettes. His throat bobbed once, but he said nothing, only shook his head. Suyu did not press further, striding toward Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong's expression was grim in the extreme. He arranged for the site to be secured and used the radio to report the situation to his superiors. Several minutes later, he ended the transmission and strode towards Suyu. The iron tower of a man now wore nothing but exhaustion across his features, a faint, barely concealed tremor lingering deep within his gaze. Brother Su. Zhou Hong removed his cap and roughly swiped the oily sweat from his face, his voice dry and hoarse. This world has truly gone to hell. He glanced back at the distant armored vehicle, a flicker of grief passed through his eyes. Then turning back, he solemnly offered Suyu a military salute. For what happened today, we owe you our lives. Had you not warned us in advance, our entire squad would have become fertilizer for that thing by now. As he said this, he drew a notebook from his chest pocket, tore out a sheet of paper, and swiftly scribbled down a string of numbers and an address. Things aren't great in Star City right now either. Total lockdown. Take this. If you hit a wall you can't get past, call this number. And if the line doesn't go through. Zhou Hong paused, casting Suyu a complicated look. Go to this address and tell them you're Zhou Hong's life-saving benefactor. Suyu took the slip of paper and glanced over it. The handwriting was scrawled yet bold. Thanks, Suyu replied without false ceremony, tucking it away with care. In this order, on the verge of collapse, a favor from the military was worth more than gold. The main force will be here any moment. We're staying to handle the scene. Stay safe out there. Zhou Hong clapped Suyu on the shoulder, the grip heavy and firm. He then turned and climbed into the armored vehicle, beginning to assign security tasks. Suyu didn't dawdle either, heading back to his hybrid vehicle. Fishgitch. That terrified me just now. What in the world was that thing? Jiang Mumu's little face was ghostly pale. She pressed close like a frightened quail, clutching Suyu's sleeve and refusing to let go. Though she said nothing, Lin Qingli in the back seat watched with ink-dark eyes that shimmered with shock and unease. A type of parasitic organism, probably using a human body as a flower pot. But it's fine now. The main military force will be here to take over any moment. Suyu offered a casual explanation, keeping his tone as steady as possible. He said no more, started the engine, and prepared to drive off. Just then, a low rumble suddenly echoed from the highest reaches of the sky. It was not thunder. It was the roar of engines, the screech of metal tearing through the atmosphere, the kind of blood-pumping wave of sound heard only during military parades. Suyu snapped his head up. In the night sky, two slender trails of fire were piercing through the clouds at a suffocating speed. Is that? Jiang Yunhao pressed his face against the car window, his voice trembling. Planes. Not just one. It was a formation. Suyu could faintly discern the familiar silhouettes. Slender fuselages, swept back wings, and blue-white tongues of flame spewing from the engine nozzles. Strategic bombers. Immediately after, an even lower hum pressed in from the flanks. It was a different sound. Reconnaissance aircraft. 1, 2, 3. They circled high in the sky like falcons, locking onto their prey, pinning the mountain forests swallowed by mutated plants firmly within their fire control coordinates. Open your mouths and cover your ears. Before Suyu's words could fully register. Boom. A blinding white light suddenly erupted across the distant horizon. It was not a single explosion. It was a continuous, earth-shattering roar like the onset of doomsday. 1, 2, 10. Cruise missiles trailed plumes of fire, plunging into the dark forest one after another like a swarm of angry meteors. With every impact, a massive orange-red mushroom cloud billowed upward, illuminating the night sky for kilometers around, as if it were broad daylight. Shock waves rolled in wave after wave. Suyu could even feel the car frame trembling slightly, the reflections in the rearview mirrors blurring into a hazy smear from the vibration. Whooshed. Immediately following, a torrent of rockets trailing orange-red plumes blanketed the sky, raining down upon the forest already consumed by mutated vegetation. It was a long-range rocket artillery system. A single salvo poured dozens of rockets down within seconds, covering an area vast enough to level an entire town. The explosions merged into a continuous din, making it impossible to distinguish where one began and another ended. The entire horizon was ablaze. Inside the car, silence reigned. Jiang Mumu covered her ears tightly, her eyes rimmed with red, yet she did not cry. Jiang Yunhao huddled in the corner, her heterochromatic eyes reflecting the distant flames, her expression a complex mixture of fear and awe. Lin Qingli stared blankly at the burning horizon, her fingers digging deeply into the edge of the seat. Jiang Yunhao's mouth was agape, unable to close for a long time. This is the true might of the government. Suyu gazed at the horizon plowed by steel and fire. In the early stages of the apocalypse, humanity's firearms still held absolute dominance over carbon-based life forms. Yet he knew in his heart that with endless natural disasters, the industrial strength humanity had accumulated over a century was constantly deteriorating and regressing. Meanwhile, the evolution of mutated creatures would only accelerate. Perhaps personal evolution was the only way out. He shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle sped away, leaving the burning horizon behind. Once on the highway, darkness enveloped them once more. Suyu activated the autopilot mode. Leaning back against his seat, he appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but in reality his consciousness had plunged into the system space. A translucent attribute panel expanded in his mind. In the corner of the preservation vault, several fragments of vine remains lay quietly, the dark red fluid at the severed ends not yet fully dry. The attribute panel unfolded, lines of entries appearing one by one. Target: a pile of mutated parasitic vines remains, weak vitality. Decomposition value 17. Source essence. Extractable gene module entries 3 items. Growth hormone hypersecretion gene. Plant cells enter a state of rapid proliferation under the stimulation of flesh and blood nutrients, with tissue growth rates far exceeding the upper limit of similar organisms. Continuously consumes various biomass within the host's body, posing a risk of collapse if the energy supply is insufficient. Mycorrhizal chemical signaling network gene. Individuals achieve collective sensory sharing through volatile chemical signals secreted by their root systems. Information transmission is not limited by physical distance, which can be regarded as a primitive form of a distributed nervous system. Neural node invasion gene. The root tips carry specific proteases that can penetrate the host's skin to anchor peripheral ganglia, gradually usurping control over their autonomic nervous system. Suyu quickly evaluated these 3 genes in his mind. They were clearly plant-based genes. Transplanting them into a human would likely cause some rejection reactions, Suyu thought as he looked at the pile of remains in the space. Do not extract for now. Decompose all remains. Suyu issued the command in his consciousness, and the translucent panel dissolved into specks of light. As his consciousness returned to reality, his senses were instantly filled with the stuffy air of the cabin. After experiencing that earth-shattering bombardment, once the intense adrenaline faded, an irresistible wave of exhaustion washed over everyone. In the back seat, Jiang Mumu and Jiang Yunyao had fallen asleep, huddled together, their breathing heavy. Although Lin Xingli was forcing her eyelids open, her gaze had already lost its focus. Even Jiang Yunhao in the passenger seat couldn't help but nod off like a chicken pecking at grain. The cabin was so quiet that only the low hum of the engine and the rustling of the tires on the road could be heard. Outside, the night was as black as ink, the dense darkness seeming to swallow this solitary off-road vehicle whole. No one knew how much time had passed in this suffocating silence. Ding! An extremely faint yet exceptionally crisp notification sound chimed in the quiet cabin. The phone screen, which had been dead silent, suddenly lit up, its faint blue glow instantly illuminating Jiang Yunhao's groggy face. There's a signal. 3 bars. In the passenger seat, Jiang Yunhao bolted awake, shouting in pleasant surprise, his voice trembling. The once lifeless cabin erupted instantly. Almost everyone grabbed their phones at the same time, their trembling fingers dialing the numbers they knew by heart. Suyu did not hesitate either. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he quickly dialed his home number. Beep. Beep. Hello. Xiaoyu. Is that you, eh? His mother's familiar weeping loud voice came through the receiver. In that instant, Suyu felt his heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally drop heavily back into his chest. Mom, it's me. I'm almost there. I should arrive in about 2 or 3 hours. Tell Xiao Hang to open the door then. Hanging up the phone, Suyu exhaled a long breath of white mist, his lips curling upward uncontrollably. However, the atmosphere inside the cabin did not lighten with the restoration of the signal. Instead, it plunged rapidly into an icy abyss. Answer. Please answer the phone, Mom. In the back seat, Jiang Mumu gripped her phone so tightly her knuckles turned white. Only the cold, automated response of "the number you have dialed is out of service" came from the receiver. Unwilling to give up, she redialed again and again until large tears splashed onto the screen, blurring her vision. Beside her, Lin Xingli also set aside her usual aloofness. Her face was pale, and her fingers stiffly tapped the screen again and again. The number you are dialing is switched off. The mechanical female voice sounded particularly jarring in the quiet carriage. Jiang Yunyao huddled even more in the corner, burying her head into her knees and sobbing silently. Her brother Jiang Yunhao's hand holding the phone fell limply to his side, his honest face filled with despair and confusion. Yangcheng was a severely affected area, and the so-called "cannot be reached" often meant a more cruel reality. The carriage fell into a deathly silence with only intermittent suppressed sobs. Suyu glanced at everyone in the rearview mirror, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. At this moment, any comforting words seemed pale and powerless. He could only silently press the accelerator. For the following hour, the carriage remained deathly silent. No one spoke and no one slept. Jiang Mumu, exhausted from crying, rested her swollen red eyes against the window, staring blankly at the dark night outside. Lin Xingli kept tightly grasping her phone, as if still hoping for the ringtone to sound. The Jiang siblings appeared like 2 soulless sculptures, mechanically swaying with the vehicle's bumps. That grief hadn't disappeared. Instead, it thickened like viscous liquid, gradually solidifying into an asphyxiating numbness. Until finally a stretch of continuous lights appeared on the horizon. Xingqing had arrived. Despite the earthquake, as the provincial capital, its power system seemed to persist in operation. In the distance, the city skyline emerged faintly in the dawn light, with a few landmark buildings still illuminated. This faint light finally stirred a reaction from the lifeless group inside the vehicle. But as they entered the Ring Expressway, their mood was quickly replaced by an indescribable sense of eeriness. It was too clean, not hygienically, but visually. Along the entire journey, whether on national roads or in the wilderness, hadn't mutated plants grown wildly everywhere. Those weeds and bushes seemed determined to overturn the asphalt road. But once entering Xingqing's jurisdiction, not a single trace of green could be seen in the field of vision. The protective slopes on both sides of the expressway were bare, exposing grayish-yellow soil, as if a layer of skin had been fiercely scraped away. Where green belts should have been only overturned earth pits remained. Even the distant mountain peaks resembled bald monks, with only exposed rock and charred tree trunks remaining. Traffic on the road was extremely sparse. Occasionally, a military truck roared past, kicking up clouds of dust. Most shops along the road had their doors and windows tightly shut, some even nailed with wooden planks. Pedestrians were scarce, all hurrying with numb expressions. What's going on? Jiang Mumu's voice, hoarse with a heavy nasal quality, broke the silence. She pressed against the car window, gazing at the abnormal scene outside, her voice trembling slightly. Where are the trees? The grass? Why has everything vanished? This place looks more terrifying than outside. This dramatic visual contrast forcibly pulled them from their painful reveries. After all, survival instinct always comes first. Lin Xingli also took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the bitterness in her heart, furrowing her brows with those ink-black eyes full of confusion. Could it be that the authorities cleared them in advance to prevent mutated plants from injuring people? Su Yu's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly, his gaze growing more focused. This place, once known as the City of Mountains, Waters and Islands, now appeared more like a massive concrete prison. It seems the situation here is more complicated than we imagined. Su Yu murmured softly, gently pressing the accelerator as the vehicle slowly slid into this unknown steel jungle. The vehicle passed through Xingqing along the Ring Expressway without stopping. This provincial capital was merely a giant waypoint on their journey, not the destination. Su Yu made a turn on the Ring Expressway and entered a provincial road extending southwestward. The city lights rapidly shrank and dimmed in the rearview mirror before being completely swallowed by darkness. What followed was a suffocating wilderness. The cleanliness they had felt within Xingqing's jurisdiction vanished completely within less than 10 minutes of leaving the urban area. Vegetation had made a comeback, and it was even more wild and unrestrained than what they had seen on the national highway before. The roadside trees along the provincial road were already unrecognizable. The once straight parasol trees appeared as if something had burst them from within, with cracked trunks and black branches twisting together above the road, forming a dim tunnel. When the headlights shone upon them, the shadows of the leaves and branches resembled countless deformed arms. Jiang Mumu subconsciously shrunk towards Su Yu. After driving on the provincial road for less than half an hour, the navigation prompted them to turn onto an even narrower county road. This road had no streetlights at all. The headlights were the only source of light, with two pale beams cutting through the dense darkness ahead, but only illuminating a distance of over 10 meters. The temperature here. Why is it so cold? Jiang Mumu leaned against the window, her warm breath condensing into fog on the glass. We just left Nanxing, but now it feels like entering an ice cellar. Su Yu discreetly glanced at the darkness outside, his brows furrowing slightly. Indeed abnormal. 2 days ago in Nanxing, even at night the temperature remained around 30 degrees. But upon entering Xiangxing, the temperature dropped sharply, with the external thermometer now showing a decrease to 10 degrees. This contrast was definitely not normal. He silently noted this detail in his mind, but said nothing more, simply continuing to drive focusedly. Beyond 10 or so meters lay an endless undulating dark green. Those wildly growing bushes and weeds had long crossed the road shoulders, spreading from both sides toward the center of the road. At the narrowest points, the dual lanes were squeezed into a gap barely wide enough for one vehicle to pass through. Vines dragged across the road surface, making a crackling sound when run over by the wheels. Occasionally the headlights would sweep over houses along the roadside. Those houses were almost devoured alive by the vegetation, with walls covered in finger-thick vines, windows sealed by leaves and branches, and even small trees growing on the rooftops. From a distance, they didn't look like houses at all, but rather like green mounds rising from the jungle. Do these houses actually have people living in them? Zhang Yunhao asked in a hoarse voice, his tone full of unease. No one answered him. Inside the carriage there was only the low rumble of the engine and the muffled sound of the vehicle constantly bumping along. What was even more chilling were the occasional sounds coming from the depths of the darkness. Sometimes a rustling friction sound, as if some enormous creature was moving through the bushes. Sometimes a sharp caw that didn't resemble a bird call, nor an animal cry. It was unclear what it was. Lin Xingli subconsciously tightened her grip on her phone, her knuckles turning white. The most terrifying stretch of road was passing through what had once been a rice paddy area. The rice paddies had long since mutated into something unrecognizable. Black stalks, each taller than a grown man, stood densely packed across the fields, bearing fist-sized spiked clusters at their tips that swayed gently in the night wind. Thousands upon thousands of those black stalks swayed in unison, emitting a low rustling sound, schwa schwa, as though some creature were softly keening. In the brief instant the headlights swept across them, Suyu even noticed the surface of those spiked clusters seemed covered by a layer of fine dense fuzz. No, that wasn't fuzz. It looked like densely packed writhing tentacles. Suyu abruptly pulled his gaze back to the road and pressed harder on the accelerator. He was already regretting his decision to travel through the night. Had he known things would be like this, nothing could have persuaded him to pass through Star City without staying overnight and continuing on by daylight. He drove that stretch of road with extreme concentration, and no one inside the vehicle spoke another word. Everyone instinctively curled up in their seats, deliberately avoiding the ghastly sights beyond the windows. Only the engine's growl stubbornly tore a narrow passage through the boundless darkness and the maddened vegetation. After more than 2 hours of torment, just as Suyu was beginning to believe this road would never end, artificial light finally pierced through the darkness ahead. It was the searing white glare of several searchlights shining directly toward him from an intersection. A steel barricade blocked the road with sandbags piled into waist-high fortifications on either side. Several armed police soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood with weapons raised vigilantly, watching the vehicle approaching from the darkness. It was a checkpoint. Vehicle ahead, kill the engine. Driver, step out and present your documents. The frigid command echoed from a loudspeaker. Suyu complied without hesitation, handing over his driver's license and briefly explaining the situation. After verifying his information, the soldiers used high-powered flashlights to meticulously inspect every person inside the vehicle as well as the trunk before waving them through. The instant the barricade was removed, Suyu noticed a road sign, hastily nailed up behind the obstacle. Scrawled across it in red paint were several large characters. Baishui County, complete lockdown. The vehicle entered the county town. Baishui County was small, with a permanent population of only 300,000 or 400,000, a typically quiet, somewhat somnolent southern town. Yet at this moment, even in the dead of night, the entire county exuded an atmosphere of tension stretched to its absolute breaking point. Temporary checkpoints appeared every 100 meters along the streets, manned by both armed police and militia. Several military trucks sat by the roadside, their beds loaded with trees that had been torn up by the roots. Suyu's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Those were no ordinary roadside trees. He recognized several of them. Those ancient camphor trees beside the Central Park Plaza in the county. Trunks so massive that 3 grown men linking arms couldn't encircle them. Reportedly more than 300 years old. As a child, whenever his father brought him to the Central Park, he would always rest in the shade beneath those great camphor trees. The county government had even mounted official protective plaques upon them, designating them as protected ancient and famous trees, numbering each one and fencing them with iron railings. Now those colossal giants lay strewn haphazardly across the beds of military trucks, their enormous root systems thrust skyward, clumps of earth and shattered bricks still clinging among the tendrils. 300-year-old trees uprooted on a mere whim. As the vehicle slowly proceeded down the county's main thoroughfare, even more harrowing sights came into view. The green belts along both sides of the road had been completely torn open. What had once been flower beds planted with osmanthus and shrubs were now nothing but pitch-black pits of earth. Several excavators sat idle by the roadside, torn tree roots still dangling from their massive mechanical arms. And at a street corner, a construction crew worked through the night. A dozen or so workers in reflective vests wielded chainsaws and axes, putting the finishing touches on a row of roadside trees. The piercing whine of the chainsaws echoed through the empty streets. A camphor tree with a trunk as thick as a rice bowl trembled for several seconds beneath the saw's teeth, then crashed to the ground in a thunderous collapse, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Immediately, workers stepped forward, looping iron chains around the trunk and dragging it to a waiting truck at the roadside. Their movements were practiced, their workflow ruthlessly efficient. Clearly this labor was one they had repeated countless times before. Even here, Jiang Mumu pressed against the car window, watching those great trees torn up by the roots and piled along the roadside, her voice barely above a whisper. That tree was so thick. How many years must it have taken to grow? Lin Xingli's gaze swept past the remnants of iron railings and a shattered stone tablet by one of the pits where the words, "Key protected ancient tree of Baishui County," were still faintly visible. The furrow between her brows deepened. For the authorities to spare no expense in uprooting century-old trees that they themselves had officially designated for protection. She paused, her voice dropping low. It means the threat of these mutated plants is far more severe than what we encountered on the road. Suyu offered no response. His gaze swept heavily across the unrecognizable little town. Turning the steering wheel, he steered into an alley he could have found with his eyes closed. At the end of the alley, a traditional 2-story red brick house stood quietly in place. A spacious cement courtyard surrounded it, the walls built of old-style red brick, their tops embedded with broken glass shards as a crude safeguard against intruders. It was already the wee hours of the morning, yet the courtyard blazed with light. Su Hang and his mother Yi Chuanmei, bundled in thick down jackets, paced back and forth beneath the eaves. At the sound of the engine, both rushed forward to greet them. The incandescent lights in the courtyard fell upon the vehicle. The sedan, once gray, was now covered in horrific scrape marks, its front end badly dented, and dark crimson stains, so resistant to washing, still clung to its surface. Yi Chuanmei's heart clenched at the sight. Her steps faltered for an instant, then she hurried forward. Su Yu pushed open the door and stepped out, stretching forcefully to work the stiffness from his spine. 2 days and 2 nights of relentless mental strain, and only when his feet finally touched the cement of his old family courtyard did the exhaustion of total depletion come crashing over him, redoubled in force. Xiao Yu. Yi Chunmei seized Su Yu's arm, looking him over from head to toe, her eyes reddening. Su Yu reached back and patted the back of her hand reassuringly. Mom, don't worry. I'm back all in one piece. The car door opened once more. Jiang Yunhao and his sister, along with Lin Qingli and Jiang Mumu, stepped out one after another, immediately shivering from the cold. They hadn't noticed it inside the vehicle, but once outside they discovered the temperature here was like night and day compared to the southern province they'd left behind. Yi Chuanmei's gaze passed over her son and settled on the 3 girls behind him. Though each was travel-worn and dusty, their natural beauty shone through, one more striking than the next, especially that tall, elegantly cool girl and the one in the pink fuzzy coat with those bright sparkling eyes. The old woman's eyes immediately lit up. She tugged at Su Yu's sleeve, gesturing wildly with her gaze. Su Yu knew exactly what was on her mind. He turned aside, seized Jiang Mumu's wrist in a firm grip, and pulled her forward. Stop guessing. This is your daughter-in-law. Su Yu declared bluntly, then gestured to the side. Mumu, this is my mother. The one standing over there is my younger brother Su Hang. Jiang Mumu had never expected Su Yu to lay things bare so directly at this moment. Her already pallid little face, weary from the long journey, instantly flushed a deep crimson, the color spreading all the way to the roots of her ears. She lowered her head slightly, hands clasped in front of her, and called out timidly, "Hey, Annie." Hello. Her voice was soft and obedient, and paired with that pitifully endearing expression, its impact was devastating. Yi Chunmei beamed from ear to ear, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes crinkling together as she nodded rapidly and turned toward the kitchen. Good. What a lovely girl. You must be starving. Auntie will bring out the food I kept warm for you. Mom, don't fuss. Su Yu quickly called out to stop her. We already grabbed a bite on the road. The temperature here in Star City is unusually cold, and everyone's exhausted and freezing. Let's get them rooms first so they can take a hot shower and rest. Yi Chunmei came to her senses and slapped her thigh. Right. Get upstairs quickly. The guest rooms are all made up with thick quilts, right on the 2nd floor. There were 4 rooms on the 2nd floor in total. Su Yu's own bedroom took up 1, leaving 3 to spare. Jiang Yunhao and Lin Qingli each took 1, while Jiang Mumu proactively took Jiang Yunyao by the hand, deciding the 2 of them would share a room. Once everything was arranged, Su Yu used the pretext of fetching luggage from the trunk to rummage through his system space and pull out several large packs of brand new thermal clothing, shoes, and socks, which he distributed among them. These were all spoils from his 0 yuan shopping at a clothing store in the Old City district. The price tags hadn't even been removed. After a scalding hot shower, Su Yu changed into clean cotton pajamas and sprawled out in a star shape across his familiar wooden bed. The bedding carried the fragrance of soap and sunlight. This sense of security that only home could give was something no place outside these walls could ever match. Su Yu's mind began to race. Now that he had returned to the rear, the first priority was survival, followed by unlocking the potential of that spatial ability of his. Though all he had witnessed were fragmented visions spanning roughly a month into the future, even within that brief span the planet's environment had undergone earth-shattering changes. The earthquakes were followed by relentless tsunamis, then massive volcanic eruptions. Waves crashed inland one after another, swallowing coastal nations and submerging low-lying regions. As he was lost in these calculations, a faint click echoed from the doorway. The door creaked open, warm light spilling from the corridor. Jiang Mumu slipped inside in cotton slippers, then quietly locked the door behind her. She had just washed her hair, her long locks loosely gathered at the nape of her neck with a few damp strands clinging to her porcelain skin. The dark red silk robe she wore was slightly oversized, draping loosely over her frame. The generous neckline rose and fell with each breath, revealing the elegant hollows of her collarbones and glimpses of snow-pale skin beneath the dim light. She stepped barefoot onto the bed, her smooth calves exposed as she settled gracefully beside Su Yu. The disheveled girl from the day had transformed. Her delicate, innocent face was devastatingly alluring now. Not yet asleep. His Adam's apple bobbed as he glanced up at her. She bit her lip, then climbed onto the bed and straddled his lap. She bent her head, closed her warm breath ghosting across his neck. With so many beautiful women suddenly appearing at home, I feel I should lay claim. Her voice was soft and sweet, yet laced with unyielding possessiveness. He cupped her chin firmly, tilting her face up to meet his gaze. That pure, guileless expression always found its mark on his desires. His hand slid down to gather her slim waist, pulling her flush against him. Up. A soft gasp escaped her as she sank into his arms. Words were unnecessary. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him, and claimed her lips with his own. Wait. Brother, you. The curtains aren't drawn. No need. Even the moon wants to watch. He switched off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness save for the cold moonlight filtering through the window and the growing warmth of their shared breaths. Time lost its meaning as the storm passed. Leaning against the headboard, he traced fingers through her cascading hair while she nestled against him like a contented cat, strands tumbling free. A lingering blush remained on her delicate features, satisfaction shimmering in the corners of her eyes. Gazing at her now, his heart skipped a beat involuntarily, and his thoughts drifted back to the day they first met. It had been a gathering organized by a friend where his partner arrived with two companions fresh from a manga convention, one of whom was Jiang Mumu. She had worn an elaborate Yae Miko cosplay, her makeup sophisticated and alluring, yet her eyes betrayed an innocence so pure it was dangerously captivating. It was the kind of breathtaking beauty that made a man want to claim her instantly. Suyu was a man of action. Once he set his sights on her, he deployed every measure at his disposal to pursue her relentlessly. Jiang Mumu's resistance crumbled swiftly, their relationship intensifying into something inseparable. Yet Suyu remained fundamentally rational. When he happened upon her bare face one day and learned she was far younger than he'd assumed, still attending school, a warning bell rang sharply in his mind. He feared holding her back, and even more so repeating the mistakes of certain top-ranked players who had ruined lives. So he pulled the brakes decisively, ended things, and began to distance himself. He thought this would make the complication go away, but he had gravely underestimated the fox's tenacity and cunning. Their subsequent encounters became a push-and-pull dance. Until that night, when liquor emboldened her to throw herself into his arms without hesitation. A desperate all-or-nothing gamble. As the crimson blossoms appeared on the sheets, he realized her inner ferocity far exceeded her delicate exterior. That conviction drove him to race to Yansheng without hesitation once the apocalypse struck. Beautiful women were plentiful, but those who were both clever and unwaveringly devoted were rare. Holding the girl sleeping peacefully in his arms, listening to her steady breathing, the anxiety in his chest finally began to settle. No matter how broken tomorrow might be, he still possessed the strength to protect what mattered. The next morning, the sun hung high beyond the window as Suyu opened the door. Though the light remained pale and weak, a night of undisturbed rest had at last begun to wash away the exhaustion and dread that had weighed on them. Downstairs in the living room, they gathered around a large circular table. Before them sat simple porridge and steaming buns, accompanied by pickled vegetables, mustard greens, and chili sauce. Yet to those who had faced starvation and death, this modest meal was as lavish as an imperial banquet. "This is delicious. Auntie, your steamed buns are even better than cakes from a bakery." Jiang Yunhao stuffed 3 buns into his mouth, at once his praise muffled through the food. Even Lin Qingli, usually composed and distant, quietly finished 2 large bowls. At the table, Suyu listened as his younger brother Su Hang briefed him on the situation in Xingqing. "Brother, things aren't looking good." Su Hang picked at his pickles, his expression grave. "I went to the wholesale market in town to stock up on supplies like you told me to. Lucky I went early. I managed to grab some grain before they put limits on purchases. If we ration it carefully, that's enough for the 3 of us to last 3 months. But now," Su Hang glanced at the 4 extra mouths at the table, lowering his voice. "With so many people added, these supplies won't last more than a month at most." The table fell silent. Jiang Yunhao stopped chewing, Lin Qingli set down her chopsticks, and Jiang Mumu, with Jiang Yunyao, lowered their eyes uncomfortably. In the apocalypse, food was life. Plus, the national government has issued emergency mobilization orders. Even if you wanted to buy, you couldn't. Su Hang sighed on. The military has moved into every city nationwide. Our large supermarkets and farmers markets here are all under military control. Strict rationing is in effect now. Everyone gets only enough daily to survive based on their ID cards. There's a black market, but prices have skyrocketed to absurd levels. Hearing Su Hang's report, the others at the table grew paler. The brutal reality of the apocalypse was finally laid bare before them. 1 month. Suyu scoffed, tapping his fingers on the cold table. "I fear it's not that optimistic." Su Hang frowned. "What do you mean?" Suyu stood and walked to the door, throwing it open. A bitter wind howled inside, making everyone shiver. "Doesn't it seem strange to you? It's summer, yet the temperature here is close to winter." Suyu closed the door, his expression grim. "Mumu, do you remember when we were at that highway service station? It was scorching hot there, and many food items, some still unopened, were already accelerating in spoilage. That rate of decay was simply against natural law." He picked up a half-eaten vegetable from the table, pinching the stem between his fingers. "The reason food can be stored here now is likely entirely due to this abnormal cold." Suyu looked around at them, delivering a harsh conclusion. "If the temperature rises again, even just to normal levels, those unsealed grains, flour, and cooking oil in the storage room will likely mold and rot completely within a very short time. And at that point, forget about a month. We won't last 3 days." Suyu's words landed like an invisible icicle, piercing deeply into everyone's bones. The memory flashed before their eyes. The Xingqing Highway Service area bread covered in dark green mold, the nauseating sour stench in the air. The implications were terrifying. Xiaoyu then. Then what about our rice? Mom, don't worry, I'll have a solution when the time comes. Suyu spoke with certainty. For now, let's first understand what's happening outside. Food is still not an issue for now. Xingqing, as an inland provincial capital, still has its base stations operational. While we still have internet access, let's keep an eye on what's happening outside. Like someone had suddenly awakened from a dream, several people pulled out their phones. The exhaustion from last night had left everyone dazed and disoriented, none of them having thought to check their devices. The moment they connected to the network, a tidal wave of information crashed over them. As soon as they opened various social media platforms, an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed everyone. The news online had already descended into a kind of apocalyptic frenzy. In the videos, major cities were plastered with red notices announcing military conscription and expansion. Armies were seen entering cities everywhere, heavy machinery working through the night to construct fortifications, while fully armed soldiers took control of all districts, the atmosphere thick with grim tension. The once thriving coastal city clusters were being battered by successive waves of tsunamis crashing onto the shores. Along the continental plate fault lines, volcanoes dormant for centuries erupted, spewing ash that darkened the sky. On the map of the eastern island nation, the entire territory was marked in red. Within the country, thanks to the iron-fisted military-civilian unity policies during wartime, the situation was barely contained within acceptable limits, with no large-scale riots erupting yet. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in those Western capitalist nations that championed extreme freedom, hellish scenes of demons running rampant had already taken hold. Brother Yu. Jiang Mumu pressed closer to Suyu, her voice trembling noticeably, her small face drained of color. Her phone screen displayed a short video that had already garnered over 100 million views, the title using an overly sensational format, shocking appearance. The real-life Homelander has landed on the streets. Upgraded version of free shopping. Suyu's gaze dropped. The video footage shook violently, set against the backdrop of a Western city's shopping mall exterior with screams rising and falling. In the video, a tall Caucasian man with blonde hair stood imposingly, his muscles so prominent they nearly burst from his clothes. He was currently surrounded by two black police officers brandishing guns. Bang, bang, bang. Muzzle flashes erupted as bullets rained down. The white man didn't flinch or dodge. Instead, with a single hand raised, he somehow lifted a 2-ton Ford Raptor pickup truck and slammed it in front of him as a shield. Bullets struck the vehicle, sparking off its surface. The burly man let out a roaring cry and tore the mangled car door clean off with his bare hands, hurling it forward like a frisbee. Squelch. The spinning car door, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, struck the black man on the left clean in half at the waist. Internal organs mixed with blood sprayed across the ground. Then, amid the other black man's desperate screams, the burly man delivered a devastating kick to the underside of the pickup truck. The massive vehicle shifted laterally, crushing the man flat on the spot. The destructive power of a single kick was terrifying. No one at the dining table spoke. Suyu's pupils contracted slightly. That man's displayed strength, conservatively 5 to 10 times that of an ordinary person, had completely shattered the boundaries of human capability. Before Suyu could respond, a curse erupted from nearby. What the hell? Su Hang's eyes bulged wide, frantically crawling over to hand him his phone. Bro, look at this. The big news from the peninsula. Constant exclamations rang out from the video. The language sounded like Korean, but it was impossible to tell whether it was north or south. The camera shook as it pointed toward the gray sky. At first it resembled a giant bird circling overhead, but as the lens zoomed in and focused, what appeared in the frame was unmistakably a human figure with enormous black bat-like wings. Those fleshy wings had erupted from the person's back, flapping violently as they hovered in midair, one hand clutching a bulging bundle. What the fuck is that thing? Jiang Yunhao's voice cracked with disbelief. Meanwhile, the comments section below had already erupted completely. I eat cherries, there's something filthy here, evil spirits and demons, leave quickly. Evil spirits and demons, quick. Don't speak, kiss me, holy shit, is this a new movie from South Korea? These special effects are insane. Big Grey Wolf verified AI generated, everyone, just go wash up and sleep, you gotta work tomorrow. Please call me Second Master, wake up folks upstairs. This is real. A monster covered in green scales just appeared in our residential complex this morning, bit through 2 security guards' necks like a rabid dog, and was just shot dead by the military. Immediately after this, netizen named Second Master posted several high-resolution images. In the photos, a humanoid corpse covered in fish scales lay in a pool of blood-dense bullet holes oozing dark green fluid. I eat cherries, you guys are going this hard, so thrilling, so early in the morning. Puke. Ugly but classy. Don't speak, kiss me. Peninsula Iron Box, this world is really going to hell. Feng Xingyang, a monster, also appeared downstairs from my house. A beast with a human body and wolf head. The old lady next door went out early to buy groceries, and before she even reached the doorway it tore half her head off in one bite. I've locked the door and am hiding under the bed. Outside there are only screams of agony. Waiting online I'm about to lose it. The accompanying image showed a death scene captured from the second-floor balcony above. A wolf-headed creature clad in a floral dress was crouched over a mangled human corpse, feasting hungrily. Its mouth was stuffed with bits of flesh and blood, and its greenish intestines could be seen dangling from its jaws. Su-Hang's stomach churned violently, and she pressed a hand to her mouth, turning away to retch. Jiang Yunhao's face had turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. Jiang Mumu could no longer bear to look, burying her face entirely in Su Yu's arm. Lin Qingli remained silent, but the hand gripping her phone trembled faintly. Only her eyes refused to look away, locked onto the screen, as if etching every frame into her memory. In the corner Jiang Yunyao had curled into a tight ball, the gruesome images making her whole body shake. Yi Chunmei had long stopped looking. The elderly woman held her hands together in prayer, muttering words under her breath. Just as they were about to continue scrolling further, video blocked due to violations. The screen went black. Immediately after, countless posts and videos began disappearing in a domino effect, one batch gone, with each refresh another vanishing with the next. The authorities had initiated a comprehensive crackdown on the internet, systematically cutting off every channel through which panic was spreading. We're running out of time, Su Yu murmured, his fingers flying across the screen. He was racing against time. Just before the digital iron curtain descended completely, Su Yu managed to intercept the final batch of overseas information being relayed in. One tweet's headline even featured an absurd emoji-style emoticon meant to grab attention. Breaking. Multiple cases of human mutation have been confirmed worldwide. The CDC issued an emergency statement. This is not a virus, it's at the genetic level. The tweet abruptly cut off there, the remainders swallowed by a broken link. Su Yu stared fixedly at that fragmented headline, his thumb motionless on the screen. A suffocating silence once again enveloped the living room. The second hand of the wall clock ticked away, each tick-tock echoing like a heavy step on their hearts. The insidious influence of the mysterious energy mutation was accelerating its infiltration. Plants, animals, marine life, and even humans. Su Yu withdrew his gaze and bent his index finger, rapping it sharply twice against the tabletop. The crisp, decisive sound abruptly dragged everyone back from their thoughts. It seems I must help you face reality a bit sooner. Su Yu swept his gaze across the room, noting the varied expressions on their faces, and decided to lay some of his cards on the table. Last night on the highway, platoon leader Zhou and I had a brief exchange. Because I sensed the danger of that parasitic vine beforehand, I indirectly saved their entire squad. Out of gratitude, he shared some insider information with me. He maintained a perfectly calm facade as he invoked Zhou Hong's authority, wrapping his source of information in a flawless watertight cover. Sure enough, the moment the words military insider information left his mouth, everyone's spine straightened instantly, their gazes locking onto Su Yu in unison. Earth's environment is undergoing an irreversible cataclysmic shift. The natural disasters that follow will only grow more severe. More critically, an unknown energy is permeating the entire biosphere. The things you just saw in the video, the hulking man flipping cars with one hand, the winged humans, the lizard men tearing throats open, are all results of this energy acting upon biological organisms. Su Yu spoke at a measured pace, enunciating every single word clearly. The mutations fall into two categories. The first is benign, where bodily functions experience a quantum leap, elevating strength, speed, and perception across the board. And the other. Lin Qingli interjected astutely, her cool, crisp voice tinged with a dry tightness. Malignant mutation. The body is twisted and deformed by the energy, stripping away sanity and reducing the host to an absolute monster. The wolf-headed man and the scaled beast from the video earlier belong to this category. Brother, are you saying we could also turn into superhumans like those in the video? Su-Hang swallowed hard, a trace of irrepressible excitement unexpectedly surging through his initial fear. Theoretically, yes. Su Yu cast a brief glance at him. But in the natural world, the sheer volume of flora and fauna exceeds humanity by more than 100-fold. Their rate and probability of mutation leave us far behind. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy once more, Su Yu abruptly shifted the conversation. His gaze traveled across the table, locking onto Jiang Yunyao, who had been sitting with her head bowed, nervously wringing her fingers. Xiao Yao. Jiang Yunyao shuddered. Look up. In the daylight, Jiang Yunyao looked exactly like a startled fawn. She slowly lifted her face, her lips pressed tightly together, looking so uneasy, she seemed ready to dissolve into the floor. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to her expression. Even in the bright sunlit living room, Jiang Yunyao's heterochromatic eyes, a swirling blend of blue and green, still reflected a bizarre and captivating shimmer. Upon closer inspection, the intricate patterns of her pupils had noticeably deviated from the realm of normal humans. Your night vision only appeared after the earthquake, didn't it? Su Yu asked. Yes. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. My vision seems to have improved significantly. Last night in the car, I could see very far away. She hesitated for a moment, then added softly, I could clearly see the scratch marks on the steel plating of that military truck over 100 meters away. Enhanced night vision coupled with a terrifying eagle-like visual range. Jiang Yunhao suddenly bolted upright from his chair, staring at the younger sister he had protected since childhood, his mouth agape, as he stammered, Xiao Yao, did your eyes really mutate? Yi Chunmei anxiously glanced from Jiang Yunyao's eyes to Su Yu. Will there be any danger to the child? Don't worry, Xiao Yao's case is a benign mutation. For now it is entirely beneficial to her body, with no harmful side effects. Su Yu reassured his mother. A living example of a benign mutation was sitting right beside them, quietly eating a steamed bun. This reality carried far more impact than any words could. The leaden-gray despair that had been hanging heavily over everyone's heads was finally torn open, letting in a sliver of light. Su Yu struck while the iron was hot. But before speaking, he rapidly sifted through the blurred fragments of disaster in his mind. At the moment of the system binding the future, scenes he witnessed from a godlike perspective were incomplete, resembling a shattered mirror with only a few large puzzle pieces remaining. He had only glimpsed the changes up to about a month post-disaster before being pulled back, leaving him without specific details regarding humanity's plight. He only knew that the peak outbreak of plant mutation would be most severe during the first 5 days, after which the rate of growth would slow down, though it would still remain dozens of times faster than normal. Following that would be the frequent appearance of various mutated creatures, insects, beasts, aquatic life, and birds, in countless numbers. Over the coming month, global volcanic activity would become increasingly frequent, with volcanic ash gradually blanketing the atmosphere. Yet contrary to expectations, the world would not enter an ice age. Instead, abnormal scorching temperatures would emerge, followed by widespread torrential downpours, causing massive flooding. This information was fragmented and unrefined, lacking precise timelines, but the general direction was enough for him to make initial judgments. There's one more thing. Su Yu walked over to the window and drew back the curtains. Under the overcast gray sky outside the courtyard, the uprooted tree pits scattered across the county seat presented a shocking sight. Next, global volcanoes will enter a phase of intense, frequent eruptions. Volcanic ash will gradually spread into the atmosphere, blocking out the sun, which will subsequently be accompanied by extreme high temperatures and widespread torrential rains. How do you know so much? Lin Xingli stared at Su Yu's back, her brow furrowed. Platoon leader Zhou told me. It's the military's predictive model. Su Yu replied without turning around. He only gave a general direction. He wasn't entirely sure of the specifics himself. Having grown accustomed to lying, his tone was so natural that no one could find a single flaw. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Then what should we do? Su Hang was the first to leap to his feet, his fist slamming against his knee. Brother, why don't we head into the mountains? We can find a remote spot and dig an underground shelter. I've seen doomsday survival bloggers do exactly that. The mountains? Su Yu turned around and cast a glance at his younger brother. The vegetation density in the mountains is at least 10 times that of the plains. Going in under these conditions is practically delivering yourself to your death. Su Hang opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. What if we find an abandoned factory or warehouse? Lin Xingli chimed in. The space would be large enough, made of reinforced concrete, and with a bit of modification it could serve as a stronghold. And what if we do find one? Su Yu leaned back against the window frame, crossing his arms over his chest. With natural disasters of this scale, ordinary small-scale personal shelters simply won't work. Lin Xingli fell into brief contemplation. She proposed an alternative. What about Xingqing then? As the provincial capital, it has an abundant military presence, and its defensive fortifications should be the most complete. Perhaps heading directly to Xingqing for refuge would be a safer option. Su Hang immediately shook his head in opposition. It's impossible to go there, he said, running his hand through his disheveled hair, his expression growing increasingly grave. Sister Qingli, you just came from Nan province. You don't understand the situation here. I have a classmate in Xingqing, and it's even more chaotic there than our county town. Lin Xingli leaned back against the living room chair, a flash of rational thought crossing her cold eyes. After several coastal cities were swept away by the tsunami, tens of millions are fleeing inland. Xingqing, the capital of Xiang province, is bearing the brunt of this. Su Hang counted on his fingers. Xingqing has a resident population of over 10 million, and now millions more flood migrants have swelled the numbers. Hotels are full. Stadiums are full. Schools are full. Su Hang's voice grew quieter. Even underground parking garages are cramming people in. If you go there now, forget about finding housing. You won't even find a crack to stand in. Lin Xingli furrowed her brows, but didn't argue. She turned to Su Yu, seemingly waiting for his judgment. And the roads may not even be passable. Su Hang added, his eyes flickering. Yesterday I was walking around town and encountered 3 checkpoints just on the road leading to the county seat. Every checkpoint requires ID checks. The authorities are controlling the flow of people and guarding against something. Didn't you see it at the checkpoints? The soldiers' nerves are stretched to their limit. As his words fell, the entire living room fell into an oppressive silence. Jiang Yunhao's fists instinctively clenched, his knuckles turning white. So we should stay here for now? Jiang Mumu peeked out from beside Suyu, her face etched with anxiety. Su Heng nodded, but his expression remained tense. At least this is the best option for now. We have a house, no need to crowd into tents. Every day with our ID cards we can collect rationed food, though it's not much. But it won't let us starve. Suyu remained silent, tapping the edge of the table rhythmically with his index finger. He turned to Su Heng. What else? Your expression tells me this isn't the whole story. Su Heng hesitated, his gaze flickering. Finally, he exchanged a pleading look with Yi Chunmei before lowering his voice. Brother, while you were still on the road yesterday, people from the county government came by once. They brought a family of 5 claiming they'd evacuated from the towns below and insisted on being accommodated at our place. Su Heng spoke rapidly. Those villages and towns below lack military presence. Rapidly growing vegetation has swallowed roads and houses outright. Villagers have fled in families toward the county seat and Xingxing, the playground at County No. 1 high school, and the Riverside Flood Defense Dam, along with that unfinished construction site abandoned for 5 years, all packed with disaster relief tents. Yi Chunmei sat beside him, sighing along. I explained repeatedly, telling them my eldest son was bringing his partner home soon, and only then did I manage to turn them away. Yi Chunmei's tone carried a lingering dread. Next door, Old Lee's second floor was crammed with 2 families, over 10 people. Last night, they nearly came to blows fighting over a single toilet. Total chaos, no peace anywhere. Jiang Yunhao's eyes widened. The government is forcing people into residential homes. How is this allowed? Martial law is currently in effect, compulsory allocation. Su Heng explained the reason to everyone, but his tone carried an indescribable sense of powerlessness. The county government is already overwhelmed trying to resettle refugees. Every building with vacant rooms must accept external populations. That's the current rule. Those who resist get blacklisted. Su Heng's expression suggested this wasn't over. I don't know if it's effective, but since the authorities are enforcing it, there'll be pressure regardless. Su Heng shrugged. I don't know whether it still has any use, but since the officials are talking about it, they'll surely apply pressure. Jiang Yunhao hid behind her brother, her small face already pale with fear at the chaotic and harsh living conditions. Jiang Yunhao instinctively patted his sister's shoulder and grunted. Does that mean the county town isn't safe either? With so many people, basic needs like food, water, and sanitation become problems. Once order breaks down, anything can happen. His words struck like a whip across everyone's minds. Just then the iron gate outside the courtyard was slammed repeatedly. Clang! Clang! The dull thud of metal echoed through the cool morning air. Yi Chunmei's hand trembled, nearly dropping her bowl. Su Heng's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. Here we go again. Here we go again. Suyu set down his chopsticks without hesitation and rose toward the courtyard gate. 2 middle-aged people in blue work vests stood outside wearing ID badges that read, Baishui County Emergency Resettlement Office. A man and a woman. The man with a buzz cut holding a plastic folder under his arm, the woman in a mask with tired eyes clutching a stack of forms. Behind them stood a large family. An elderly man leaning on a cracked bamboo cane, around 50 years old, with a woman of similar age beside him. A couple in their 30s, the husband's face etched with weary desperation, the wife cradling a swaddled infant with a stained corner of the quilt showing. 2 children of 7 or 8 trailed behind, their faces covered in snot, eyes hollow with shock as they shivered behind their parents' legs. 7 people in all. The man with the buzz cut glanced at Suyu, opened his folder, and recited mechanically. Emergency resettlement notice from Baishui County per order No. 037 of the County Emergency Command. Your household's living space exceeds the per capita standard. We are hereby assigning 7 members of the Zhangdan family from Tsueju village to your residence. Please comply. With that, he stepped aside, gesturing for the family behind him to enter. Wait. Suyu didn't move, bracing one hand against the doorframe to block their way. The man's brow furrowed. He clearly hadn't anticipated resistance. Comrade, this is an order from the county command. All households with vacant rooms must. I'm aware of the policy. The flat-headed man's expression soured. He closed the folder and took a step back. He turned to glance at the family behind him. An elderly man, young woman, and child. The old man pressed his bamboo cane down forcefully, his eyes darting toward the courtyard as though searching every corner for the slightest possibility. Comrade, could you squeeze us in? The living room would be fine too. We won't take up much space. The man in his 30s stepped forward with an ingratiating smile, rubbing his hands together. Suyu glanced at him without a word. Yi Chunmei hurried out from the house and took her place behind Suyu, her face plastered with apology, but her stance unmistakably firm. Oh, it's not that we don't want to help, but look, there's just no room left in this house. You'd better try asking some of the other families. The flat-headed man drew a long breath, tucked the folder under his arm, and turned back to the family. Let's go. We'll try the next few houses up ahead. The young wife holding the child did not move. Her lips trembled slightly, as though she were gathering the courage to plead. The baby in her arms suddenly burst into a wailing cry, its sharp voice piercing through the cold wind with unbearable shrillness. Suyu watched the scene with an impassive expression. A flicker of compassion stirred within him, but in the end he swallowed it down. He pulled a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and pressed the entire pack into the flat-headed man's hand. "You've worked hard, running around in this kind of weather." The flat-headed man paused. He accepted the cigarettes, drew one out, and lit it, drawing a long, deep breath. He said nothing more and led the family away as he turned to leave. The courtyard gate closed. Suyu turned and walked back into the living room. Yi Chunmei was still patting her chest. "That scared me to death. I really thought they were going to stuff people into our house." Su Hang came over and gave a thumbs up. "Bro, that was brilliant. A pack of cigarettes works better than any argument." Suyu ignored the flattery and sat back down at the table. After breakfast, he gave no one the chance to dawdle. "Su Hang, you're staying home. Lock every door and window from the inside and add another layer of wire mesh over the broken glass on top of the courtyard wall. The toolbox is in the storage room. Mom, no matter who knocks on the door today, don't open it. Xiao Yao and Zhang Yunhao stay home to help. No one is to step outside the courtyard." The orders came in quick, crisp succession, leaving no room for discussion. Su Hang wanted to ask why, but the moment his eyes met his brother's, his mouth snapped shut. "Mumu Qingli, you're coming with me." Zhang Mumu obediently pulled on a thick black windbreaker, zipped it all the way up to her chin, concealing most of her delicate doll-like face. Only a pair of bright almond eyes remained darting about as she walked meekly to Su Yu's side. Lin Qingli said nothing, wasted no breath on unnecessary words. She changed into a pair of well-fitting running shoes borrowed from Su Yu, swept her long hair into a sleek high ponytail, and followed the two of them out the gate. The moment they stepped out of the alley, the street scene of Baishui County struck them like a blunt weapon to the face. This was an entirely different world from the slow-paced, tranquil little town in Su Yu's memories. The planting pits along the main road still reeked of fresh earth. An excavator sat abandoned on the curb, its cab door hanging wide open, the keys still dangling inside. Less than 200 meters east, a massive gap had been torn open in the perimeter wall of the County No. 1 middle school. The authorities had hastily patched it over with a few rusted sheets of iron and broken wooden boards, but through the absurdly wide gaps, one could clearly see the sports field crammed wall to wall with disaster relief tents in every color imaginable. The stench seeped through the iron sheets, carried outward by the cold wind. The smell of sweat, fermented urine, and rotting food scraps mingled together, the cold wind solidifying them into a nauseating wall of stench. Anyone who drew near was slapped in the face by the smell, which bored straight into the deepest recesses of the nose. Zhang Mumu's face went pale. She quickly clamped her hand tightly over her nose, her brows knotting together, but she made no sound. Su Yu swept an impassive glance over the weathered notice posted at the school gate. Baishui County 3rd Temporary Settlement Point. Several thousand people were packed together like sardines into a single middle school playground and a handful of dilapidated teaching buildings. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's scalp crawl. Just then a dirty little hand suddenly poked through a gap in the iron sheet. It belonged to a little girl of only 6 or 7. No guardian was in sight. Her hair, unwashed for days and matted with sweat and grime, had fused into stiff, tangled clumps. Her face was smeared with patches of black and gray, and the dark circles beneath her eyes were so heavy they resembled cheap, poorly applied smoky makeup. She stared at the 3 passers-by with a blank, numb gaze. In her open palm rested half a hardened steamed bun, as though she were still debating whether to eat it. Zhang Mumu's steps faltered. A flicker of compassion flashed in her eyes, and she glanced back at Su Yu. Su Yu shook his head. Yet as they passed, he couldn't help reaching into his jacket and pulling out a compressed biscuit, which he handed over. The 3 of them continued on their way. Su Yu's gaze did not linger on the refugees. Instead, his eyes kept sweeping over every official checkpoint along the route. In just 3 intersections, they had already passed 2 fixed sentry posts, and even a heavy-wheeled infantry fighting vehicle sat parked nearby. Soldiers patrolled in pairs, rifles loaded, watching every passerby with wary, alert eyes. Su Yu observed them carefully without changing his expression, but his heart was gradually sinking. Most of the soldiers were far too young. A few were even shivering slightly in the cold as they gripped their rifles. The calluses on the web of their hands were so thin they were nearly invisible. It was obvious this batch consisted either of fresh recruits who had just enlisted or reservists hastily mobilized back into service. The entire standing armed force of Baishui County at full stretch amounted to little more than a single infantry regiment. Deploying such meager forces to defend a county town backed by a vast looming mountain range was nothing short of a drop in the bucket. The 3 of them turned a corner, and ahead a plaza was packed with a surging sea of people. A vivid red banner with yellow characters was strung haphazardly between 2 utility poles, flapping violently in the wind. It read, Baishui County Emergency Conscription Mobilization Point. It was a military recruitment station. The enlistment conditions had been brutally scrawled in black on red paper and pasted onto a nearby brick wall. All healthy male citizens aged 18 to 45 who volunteer for military service shall receive 3 meals daily under military rations, and their immediate family members shall be entitled to double the standard daily ration allocation. Double the ration allocation. Among starving people, those few words carried the destructive force of a nuclear bomb. Hundreds of people shoved forward with everything they had. A lanky middle-aged man was knocked to the ground, but scrambled back up and kept pushing his way in. Behind him, a woman clutching a child screamed herself hoarse, "Honey, did you make it through? Did you make it through?" Jiang Mumu watched her lips bloodless and instinctively tightened her grip on Suyu's sleeve. Suyu did not linger. He merely patted the back of Jiang Mumu's hand and led the two onward. After turning around 2 more dilapidated streets, the massive tin-roofed shed of the old farmer's market came into view. Suyu knew this place all too well. Having grown up wandering its alleys, he would come here with his mother every spring festival to squeeze through the crowds and buy New Year meats and loose candies. Now it had a new identity, the Free Trade Square. In truth, it was nothing more than an open-air black market that the authorities turned a blind eye to. Beneath the enormous tin shed, the winter wind howled through like a ghost. Rough stalls were scattered across the filthy ground, their wares laid out on patches of ragged cloth. Old clothes, rusty kitchen knives, half-used shampoo bottles, shriveled potatoes. Suyu crouched beside one stall and idly flipped through several crumpled packets of seasoning. He looked up at the vendor, who was wrapped in a tattered army coat and shivering uncontrollably. "How much for a pack of ordinary salt?" The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, but extended 5 gnarled branch-like fingers from his sleeve. 5 yuan. Suyu raised an eyebrow. The old man let out a cold sneer, his throat rattling as if clogged with phlegm. 500. No bargaining. This is life or death salt. Suyu stood up without a word. He moved on to several more stalls, only to find prices growing ever more absurd. A roll of toilet paper for 200, a bar of soap for 300. And anywhere even the smallest bit of food appeared among the stalls, it was immediately swarmed and bought up by a pack of desperate wolf-like customers. Suyu watched with his own eyes as an elderly man, near the side, furtively and tremblingly pulled half a plastic bag of rice from his inner pocket, perhaps 2 or 3 jean at most. The moment the bag was set on the cloth, 7 or 8 hands shot forward like lightning bolts. "I'm offering 2,000. Cashed. I'll trade a solid gold ring for it. Give it to me." The old man, terrified, curled himself into a tight ball around his rice bag, making guttural gasping sounds like a cornered rat desperately guarding its last scrap of food. Lin Qingli standing behind Suyu, her usually composed and serene expression darkened considerably. Suyu quickly ran a mental inventory of his spatial stash. When he had been wildly sweeping Yunshan County Hospital and the Old City District, he had focused exclusively on emergency medicines, high-calorie foods, digital devices, and cold-weather clothing. For everyday necessities like toothpaste, soap, grooming products, and women's sanitary items, things that seemed unremarkable at the time, he hadn't paid much heed due to the urgency grabbing them only incidentally. And now these very items had become the most critically scarce necessities. Suyu paused, stroking his chin, calculating whether he should find an empty corner and pull out some scarce antibiotics from his spatial storage to exchange for cash and make a buying spree. Just then a fair and slender hand reached out from the side. "Here you go." Lin Qingli stepped forward carrying a faint fragrance and stood beside Suyu. She drew a bank card from the inner pocket of her windbreaker. A pure black card, surface devoid of any flashy decoration, bore only a long string of dark gold numbers and a bank logo. Suyu took it, gave it a weighty flick in his palm, and turned it over to read. "Password is 6 zeros. There's about 1.2 million inside, my leftover allowance from normal spending. Take it and use it." Lin Qingli added it offhandedly. Jiang Mumu, who had been trailing alongside, suddenly poked her head out from behind Suyu's arm. Her round apricot eyes widened to their limits, mouth slightly agape, and she silently mouthed 2 words, "Look, allowance." Suyu held the card, his thumb brushing the smooth surface once. "You're a college student, and you have 1.2 million in leftover pocket money. I keep my spending low. I have no interest in designer bags. Each month I buy books and custom fitness supplements and save the rest." Lin Qingli answered as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Suyu gave her a deep look. Claiming to come from a martial arts family, but carrying a 1,000,000 yuan card as spare change, this Lin Xiaohua's family was far from ordinary. But now was not the time to press the matter. "Then I won't be polite." Suyu tucked the card into his pocket and turned on his heel. "Brother, you." Jiang Mumu jogged forward 2 steps to catch up, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You're just taking it like that. Not even saying thank you. The rich lady herself told me to spend freely. Do I really need to put on some act of reluctant refusal and false modesty?" Suyu chuckled lightly and flicked Jiang Mumu's forehead. "Ouch." Jiang Mumu rubbed her brow, pouting grievously. She glanced back at Lin Qingli once more. The latter walked with a blank expression, yet her gaze rested steadily on Suyu's back. "Let's move. No time to waste. We need to find a bank first." The 3 of them navigated a wide detour through the chaotic and cramped county town, eventually locating 2 bank branches still illuminated and open for business. But even before they reached the entrance, Su Yu's brows furrowed into a deep furrow. Outside the branch, a snake-like queue stretched more than 10 meters, filled with irritable curses and the wailing of children, all ordinary people desperate to convert the string of digits in their accounts into physical cash. Several armed police officers stood at the glass doors, riot shields in hand, their faces taut beneath their helmets, desperately holding together the fraying order. After finally shouldering their way into the hall, the three approached the counter only to find the exhausted teller not even bothering to lift her head, instead pointing at the red notice freshly pasted on the glass. Emergency notice effective immediately. All bank accounts are subject to a daily withdrawal limit. The maximum single account daily withdrawal is capped at 1,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan. In normal times it was a considerable sum, but in this cursed market it would barely buy a few large sacks of daily necessities. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Without another word, he swiped the card and made the withdrawal. A crisp stack of 1,000 yuan in fresh bills was roughly divided into 10 bundles, heavily stuffing both pockets of Su Yu's windbreaker, while several more bundles were shoved into Jiang Mumu and Lin Qingli's backpacks. Stepping out of the bank, he headed straight for the black market. The shopping list had been prepared in his mind long ago. Salt, women's hygiene products, toothbrushes and toothpaste, towels, lighters, candles, heavy-duty rope, waterproof tape. Every survival essential, buy as much as possible. The three transformed into shopping machines within the black market, sweeping through for over an hour. Su Yu selected the goods while Jiang Mumu and Lin Qingli carried them. By the time they emerged from the black market, the sun had already dipped westward and a gray, biting wind gnawed at their bones. The 100,000 yuan had dwindled to just over 2,000, yet everything they had bought would have been worth only a few hundred in peaceful times. Walking home laden with their purchases, Jiang Mumu stayed at Su Yu's left side, while Lin Qingli walked to his right, the two girls separated by precisely one width of Su Yu's body. At some point, two individuals had been trailing behind them without being noticed. Their footfalls were erratic, their breathing rapid, and their intent unmistakably one of observation and pursuit. Su Yu did not turn around. He merely slowed his pace, subtly maneuvering Jiang Mumu and Lin Qingli to walk ahead of him. At the same time, his right hand silently slipped into the inner lining of his windbreaker, firmly grasping the cold grip of the Type 92 pistol concealed against his body. Mumu, Qingli, take a left into the abandoned alley ahead. Once you reach the entrance, go straight in and do not look back. Su Yu's voice was extremely low, carrying an icy chill. Jiang Mumu was remarkably perceptive. She immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere, and without asking a single question, grabbed Lin Qingli's sleeve and quickened her pace. Lin Qingli had also witnessed bloodshed before. Her eyes narrowed sharply, and she instantly adjusted her footing to keep pace. Su Yu cast a sidelong glance at the side mirror of an abandoned van parked by the road. They were two men in their early 20s wearing filthy padded jackets with their hands buried in their pockets. A conspicuous bulge at the waist of the taller, thinner one clearly indicated a concealed weapon. He had spent too liberally at the black market and attracted the attention of desperate souls with bloodshot eyes. By the fourth day of the apocalypse, Su Yu needed no one to teach him that humans were far more terrifying than ghosts. He made a sharp turn into the alley and suddenly accelerated. Ahead, Jiang Mumu and Lin Qingli had already rounded the corner. Su Yu closed the distance in 3 swift strides, halted at the alley entrance, pressed his back against the wall, drew his pistol, racked the slide, and chambered around. His gaze was as cold as a frozen pool. If those two dared to step even half a pace into the alley, he would not hesitate to add 2 more corpses to his system space as materials for decomposing and extracting source essence. The alley entrance fell silent, broken only by the distant sound of wind. Eventually, no one pursued them inside. Muffled curses drifted from outside the alley, accompanied by gradually fading footsteps. It seemed this group lacked the courage to act within the coverage range of patrol sentries, but Su Yu was fully aware that they had memorized his face. He holstered his pistol back at his lower back, a flicker of lethal intent flashing across his eyes before vanishing. Move faster. We'll take another route and loop back through the old street. The 3 of them circled widely, navigating the tangled labyrinthine alleys of the old urban district until they confirmed they had shaken any tail, finally arriving at their own courtyard gate. Su Hang cracked the door open cautiously, and upon seeing his eldest brother, quickly pulled him inside and bolted the courtyard gate. His face was etched with anxiety. Brother, why did it take you so long? I was worried to death. We went out to procure supplies and ran into a few rats, so we took a detour. Su Yu and the others piled the provisions onto the living room floor, their tone calm and unruffled. He sat on the sofa and lifted his teacup to gulp down a large mouthful of cold water, the frigid temperature stimulating his nerves. Suddenly, a deeply abnormal anomaly he had noticed while wandering through the streets and alleys that day surfaced in his mind. Xiaoheng, Su Yu immediately asked in a grave tone, are there many households in the county town that keep cats or dogs? Su Hang was baffled by the abrupt question and scratched the back of his head. There used to be plenty. Just in our own alley, I know old Jang's village dog, and Aunt Lee's orange cat across the hall. Why do you ask? I'm asking about now. Su-hang paused, his eyes darting quickly. Shit. Brother, come to think of it, you're right. There really isn't a single one in sight. Not even the stray dogs around the street corner remain. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Yi Chunmei emerged carrying a basin, wiped her hands, and chimed in. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Right after the earthquake, early the next morning, a large contingent of soldiers came and collected pets door to door. They claimed an emergency epidemic prevention notice had been issued from above. Whether cats, dogs, or even birds in cages, everything was forcibly taken away. Not a single one was allowed to remain. Old Zhang absolutely refused to hand over his guard dog, and argued with the soldiers for ages. In the end, they simply produced a document. The red sealed stamp on it was larger than a palm, with text stating those who refuse to cooperate will be prosecuted under the crime of endangering public safety. Old Zhang was so terrified his legs gave out. He cried as he handed over the dog leash. As she spoke, Yi Chunmei sighed with lingering unease. Back then our neighbors were all puzzled. Even if disinfection and vaccinations were needed, there was no reason to rush and collect everything so urgently. Su Yu's hand holding the water cup froze midway to his lips. The day after the earthquake. At that time the entire nation was still engulfed in chaos. The vast majority of people had not yet comprehended what had occurred, and news of mutated creatures had not yet erupted on the internet on a large scale. Yet the military had already begun forcibly collecting all livestock and pets on the second day. What did this signify? It meant someone had known in advance that animals would mutate. Not only did they know, but they knew with extreme precision. Precise enough to calculate the exact timing window, ensuring all potential threats were eliminated before the mutation even occurred. Su Yu set down his water cup. The thread of suspicion that had remained unresolved in his mind finally clicked into place with a satisfying snap, fitting seamlessly together. That prophetic post. The post that accurately predicted the trajectory of the natural disaster on the internet, followed by the government's preemptive deployment, the nationwide address, and the emergency evacuation order. Zhou Hong's remarkably precise phrasing, bizarre biological phenomena, which bore no trace of improvisation. All of it pointed to one clear conclusion. There was a prophet. Someone who, like himself, had obtained information about the apocalyptic catastrophe in advance. But this fellow was far bolder. He had simply handed himself over to the state. Thinking this through, Su Yu actually felt a sense of relief. If someone within the government's higher echelons could see the full picture, that would be good news for everyone. But this likewise raised a question: was that prophet a reborn individual? Did they possess precognition? Or perhaps, like himself, they had bound with a system when the earthquake struck? Brother, what are you spacing out for? Su-hang cautiously poked him from the side, interrupting his thoughts. Nothing. I'm just craving your mother's chopped pepperfish head. Su Yu brushed it off casually and stood up to stretch his shoulders. He admired the courage of that prophet who dared to surrender himself to the state. But in the apocalypse, Su Yu trusted only himself. To hand over his life and livelihood unreservedly to the colossal machinery of the state and become a docile chess piece. Sorry, he simply could not do it. Su Yu closed his eyes and sank his consciousness, reorganizing the chaotic supplies in his storage space and clearing out a reserve area. He then retrieved several thick down jackets from the space and distributed them to everyone. The outdoor temperature continued to plummet steadily. With no central heating indoors, they relied entirely on those old-fashioned coal-burning stoves to ward off the cold. Dinner was once again a simple meal of plain congee with pickled vegetables. However, feeling sorry for the children, Yi Chunmei gritted her teeth and added an extra dish of steamed cured meat that she usually reserved for special occasions. At the dinner table, Jiang Mumu held her bowl and vividly recounted the gruesome scenes she had witnessed on the streets that day to the Jiang siblings who had not ventured out. But her perspective was entirely different from Su Yu's. Where Su Yu saw stretched troop deployments and tactical loopholes, Jiang Mumu saw the people. She saw the young fathers desperately jostling in front of the recruitment stations for a single ration of food, and the little girl whose filthy tiny hand reached out through the gaps in the corrugated iron. Sitting beside them, the habitually timid Jiang Yunyao listened until her eyes grew uncontrollably red. She quietly set down her bowl and chopsticks. She had always been a light eater, but now she could not swallow a single bite. Seeing this, Jiang Mumu obediently silenced herself. She discreetly shifted her body to sit flush against Su Yu, her small hand secretly hooking around his fingers beneath the table, trying to draw a sliver of security from him. The night grew as deep and still as water. At 10 in the evening, Su Yu ushered everyone off to bed, while he reclined on the lounge chair in the first-floor living room, cradling his gun in his arms, his eyes half closed. Rest eluded him entirely. Though his body was utterly exhausted, his mind kept racing like a tightly wound clockwork. The two figures tailing them during the day, the ravenous bloodshot glares in the black market, and the fragile defensive deployments of Baishui County. These images flashed repeatedly through his mind like a slideshow. If the mutant tide truly swept in, how many days could this county town hold out? Time ticked away, and the freezing wind outside seeped through the gaps of the door, plunging the temperature to freezing. At 2:10 a.m. suddenly a deafening volley of gunfire erupted violently and abruptly from the northwest of the county town. Bang, 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 bang. This was immediately followed by the dull thuds of exploding grenades. Suyu sprang from the lounge chair in an instant, his hand seizing the gun faster than his conscious mind could react. A flurry of panicked footsteps echoed from upstairs. Jiang Mumu was the first to rush out of her room, a down jacket hastily thrown over her shoulders. Don't come down. Everyone back to your rooms. Get down. Stay away from all the windows. Suyu's sharp, low growl instantly froze everyone on the stairs in their tracks. The gunfire outside grew increasingly dense, like a torrential downpour. Amid the crisp bursts of rifle fire, the wild, savage roar of heavy machine guns began to intermingle. The heavy thuds of large-caliber ammunition tearing through the air carried a terrifying kinetic energy, vibrating with enough force to numb one's eardrums, even from across half the county. The window panes of the entire single-story house rattled with a low hum. Then came the roar of engines. Several heavy military trucks thundered past the alley outside the courtyard, the sound of tires grinding against the concrete road like rolling thunder. Peering through the cracks, Suyu saw that the truck beds were packed with fully armed soldiers, the expression on every single face spelling out one word: desperation. They were heading toward the outskirts, where the flood control dam and the refugee camps were located. Yi Chunmei emerged with a coat draped over her shoulders, her lips trembling, utterly speechless. Su Hang followed closely behind, clutching a meat cleaver tightly in his hand. Despite the depth of winter, his forehead was slick with cold sweat born of terror. Everyone sit down, stay away from the windows, and don't make a sound. Suyu's voice was barely a whisper, yet it was as steady as a rock. The gunfire persisted for nearly an hour, punctuated by several dull explosions. These blasts did not sound like rockets. They were blunter and heavier, likely from hand grenades or improvised directional mines. The family huddled together in the first-floor living room in absolute silence. Yi Chunmei clasped her hands together, her eyes closed, murmuring prayers under her breath. Lin Qingli sat on a wooden chair opposite Suyu, her spine perfectly straight, her hands clasped over her knees, completely motionless. On the surface, she still appeared aloof and composed, but the taut veins on either side of her neck betrayed her inner tension. Meanwhile, in the deepest, darkest corner of the room, Jiang Yunyao curled herself into a tiny ball, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Yet if anyone were to look closely at this moment, they would find that her heterochromatic blue and green eyes held no fear. Instead, they reflected an eerie, supernatural gleam in the darkness. The gunfire finally began to sparse out. Following a final brief burst of shots, silence fell outside. This silence was more agonizing than the gunfire itself. No one knew whether the military had successfully held their ground or if the defensive line had been breached. Suyu glanced at his watch. It was 3:17 a.m. Just as everyone sat frozen in anticipation, the incandescent bulb overhead suddenly flickered with a sharp buzz. With the first flicker, the light dimmed for an instant before struggling back to life. With the second, it died completely. The entire house, the entire alley, and the entire visible skyline plunged into a pure, unadulterated darkness. Even the low hum of the refrigerator compressor vanished. The world grew so quiet that only the heavy breathing of the people in the room remained. The power is out. Su Hang's voice was dry as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. Suyu had already retrieved a high-powered flashlight from his space. With a click of the switch, a beam of white light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the opposite wall. Guided by the peripheral glow of the flashlight, Jiang Mumu squeezed her way over in the dark and grabbed his arm, her fingers icy cold. Suyu made no extra movements to comfort her. He looked up at the incandescent bulb that would never light up again, with only one thought in his mind: the last lifeline of Baishui County was about to snap. The fifth day of the cataclysm. Just as dawn was breaking, Baishui County was smothered in a layer of thick, cloying fog. The fog rolled close to the ground, reducing visibility to less than 20 meters, rendering even the courtyard wall opposite nothing more than a hazy, dark outline. Worse still, as the wind blew, the fog carried a nauseatingly strong stench of blood. Suyu put on his windbreaker, tucked his pistol into his waistband, and declined Su Hang's offer to accompany him, heading out of the courtyard gate alone. The atmosphere on the streets was worlds apart from yesterday, as if they had plunged into hell overnight. Along the main road, a stretcher could be seen every few steps. They were covered with white sheets, soaked through by the thick blood seeping from beneath. The blood dripped down the iron bars of the stretchers, leaving a series of shocking dark red trails on the cold, hard concrete. Some sheets were too short, exposing severed limbs beneath their mangled edges, showing clear signs of being torn and mauled by some terrifying immense force. Those carrying the stretchers included both soldiers and civilians, their faces smeared with soot and blood, their eyes vacant and numb, crushed by an overwhelming terror. Suyu stopped at a street corner, intercepting a middle-aged man who was sitting on the curb staring blankly. The man wore a down jacket so filthy its original color was unrecognizable. His right hand was wrapped in bandages where the blood had already dried into a dark brown crust. "Brother, got a light?" Suyu handed him a soft-packed Chunghwa cigarette. What happened on the outskirts last night? Did the flood control dam break? The man raised his head sluggishly, his eyes deeply sunken. His dry, peeling lips trembled several times before he finally managed to squeeze out two trembling sounds from his throat. Pigs. They're all pigs. What? What pigs? Suyu frowned slightly. Wild boars. Mutated wild boars. Rushing out from the deep mountains to the west, a massive herd of them, at least 20 or 30. The man's voice began to drift, his speech faltering and halting. His eyes were filled with sheer terror, as if he were desperately resisting the memory of that nightmare. The largest one. It was as big as a minivan. Its fur was iron gray and bullets just sparked off it. They couldn't penetrate it at all. Suyu's brow furrowed instantly, his expression involuntarily tightening. That beast crashed right through the barricades and charged straight into the refugee camp in the Old Street district. I watched with my own eyes as it tossed a car 7 or 8 meters away with a single flick of its tusks. It rammed into and collapsed 2 brick houses. The people sleeping inside didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into a pulp. Size of a minivan, a bulletproof defensive layer, and the strength to fling a pickup truck. What happened next? How did it end? Didn't they use heavy firepower? Suyu pressed his hand, tightly gripping his lighter. The man extended his uninjured hand, pointing toward the outskirts of the town. The main military force arrived, but ordinary guns couldn't make a dent in those massive ones. The more they shot, the wilder they became. Then an officer arrived. He swallowed hard, his tone laced with something highly complex. In the freezing cold, that man wore only a thin tank top. His muscles bulged like blocks of granite, and his arms were thicker than my thighs. He charged right in, carrying an autocannon. Brother, you've seen those 30mm autocannons mounted on top of armored vehicles on TV, right? That thing weighs hundreds of pounds with the mount. The recoil alone would shatter an ordinary person to pieces. But he held it barehanded, his feet digging 2 craters into the ground, and unleashed a relentless barrage right at the head of the largest mutated wild boar. Boom, 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 boom. The man gesticulated wildly, his pupils contracting. A single shot left a bloody hole the size of a wash basin. He literally blasted the giant boar's skull into a mushy watermelon. The remaining smaller ones were scared out of their wits by that beast of a man, squealing as they bolted back into the mountains. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, his breath hitching for a fraction of a second. That officer, did you see what he looked like? The man shook his head blankly. I was too far away, and it was too dark. I could only make out the man and that autocannon. Suyu didn't press further. He stuffed the entire pack of soft Chunghwa cigarettes into the man's pocket, turned, and walked away quickly. A human evolver, and one within the military system. For someone to lift a vehicle-mounted autocannon and fire it at will, his strength, by the most conservative estimate, must be 7 to 8 times that of an ordinary person. Suyu continued walking forward, piecing together more fragments of information from various people along the way. The mutated wild boars that charged in last night were divided into 3 waves. The first wave consisted of over a dozen slightly larger than normal boars, which the military suppressed with rifles and machine guns, killing 7 or 8. The second wave comprised 5 massive beasts, 3 to 4 times the size of normal wild boars. With thick hides and tough flesh, they nearly tore through the defensive line. The third wave was that minivan-sized boar king, which plowed straight through the defensive positions. The military casualties had not been made public, but along the blood-stained road leading from the main thoroughfare to the outskirts, Suyu saw at least 100 stretchers covered in white sheets. And that didn't even account for the civilian casualties in the residential areas. As Suyu reached the peri-urban area on the western side of the county, he spotted from afar an open clearing cordoned off by a double layer of military police tape. Several heavy military trucks were parked there, and a heavy-duty crane was lifting some colossal object onto a truck bed. It was the carcass of a mutated wild boar. The sight of it was even more staggering than Suyu had imagined. Although the head of the largest boar king had been obliterated by the autocannon, its body below the neck remained perfectly intact, resembling a miniature mountain of flesh. Its grayish-black bristles stood on end, each as thick as a chopstick, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Its protruding tusks were as long as an adult's forearm, with shredded remnants of bulletproof vests still clinging to the sharp tips. Suyu stood 50 meters outside the cordon, staring intently at the mountain of flesh, his throat swallowing hard. If only he could collect this into his life reconstruction laboratory. In his mind, the translucent system interface seemed to vibrate slightly from sheer intense desire. Within the massive flesh of that boar king, the amount of source essence contained was bound to be colossal, even if it weren't burned and refined into source essence. Perhaps he could extract highly practical combat traits, such as high-density bones, steel bristle defense, or frenzied muscle multiplication. Compared to those few withered vines, this massive carbon-based organism was practically a mobile genetic treasure trove. Suyu's eyes reddened slightly. For a fleeting second, he even felt a surge of impulse to use the collection ability of his system space to create chaos and steal it. But in the next second, his rationality suppressed this suicidal thought. With no fewer than 30 heavily armed soldiers patrolling the perimeter, now was not the time to stick his neck out. Forcing his greedy gaze away from the wild boar's carcass, Suyu turned and walked toward the official military recruitment station around the street corner. The recruitment station's bulletin board had changed overnight. The old requirements were still there, but a newly pasted sheet of red paper had wet ink on it, clearly brushed on just before dawn. The contents were divided into two parts. The font of the second part was twice as large as the first, with every word bolded. Any citizen confirmed as an evolver through medical examination will be granted a non-commissioned officer rank upon enlistment and enjoy officer-level benefits. Less than an hour after these two new regulations were posted, the crowd density at the entrance of the recruitment station had already tripled. Hundreds of people blocked the entrance like wild, with queues stretching 2 streets back. Some stripped to their waists, flexing their muscles to prove they had evolved, while others shouted at the top of their lungs, desperately trying to curry favor with the soldiers maintaining order. Most absurdly, Suyu saw a middle-aged woman desperately dragging her 16 or 17-year-old son, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, and pushing him inside, while screaming at the top of her lungs. "My son is extremely strong. He has mutated. He can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. Please take him." The teenager's face was flushed crimson, wishing he could sink into the ground under the stares of the surrounding crowd. Leaning against a utility pole across the street, Suyu watched this absurd spectacle of humanity in the apocalypse, his mind racing. Evolvers. The authorities had officially adopted this term, and even offered the unprecedented treatment of direct enlistment as non-commissioned officers. This indicated that the upper echelons had fully recognized the phenomenon and begun recruiting those mutated individuals. But it remained to be seen whether they understood that these mutated individuals, while seemingly normal, harbored the risk of sudden aberration and loss of sanity at any moment. Suyu retracted his gaze, his mind rapidly sifting through the fragments of intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. The situation in Baishui County was far worse than he had anticipated. The countywide blackout that had begun the previous night was absolutely abnormal. The most plausible explanation was that those wildly proliferating mutated plants in the suburban areas had wrapped around the high-voltage transmission towers and torn the cables asunder. The county town had no large independent power plant. The military's backup diesel generators could at most sustain operations in the core area. Without electricity, the water supply system would also collapse. The water plant's pressure pumps, purification equipment, and disinfection systems all relied entirely on power. Once the water was cut off, this cramped city housing several 100,000 people would be one breath away from total collapse. The mutated wild boar packs were merely an appetizer in the early stages of the calamity. Baishui County was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with mountainous terrain accounting for over 60% of the county. Hidden within those mountains were hundreds of thousands of wild beasts, birds, and countless insects, rodents, and cockroaches. Once higher-tier mutated beast groups reached sufficient scale and launched a full-scale assault on the county, how could a mere patched-together infantry regiment hope to hold them back? Evacuation was a matter of when, not if. Possibly within the next day or two. But where would these hundreds of thousands of people flee to, and how? All the power over life and death rested firmly in the military's hands. Suyu was well aware that the hybrid vehicle he had driven all the way from Yansheng was nearly out of fuel, with the battery level far from reassuring. The outside world was transforming by the day. Both sides of the provincial highway were overrun with mutated vegetation. Setting out alone on a civilian sedan was tantamount to offering oneself as prey. The only reliable approach was to join the military convoy. With armored vehicles clearing the path and firepower providing cover, his chances of survival would increase at least tenfold. But how could he legally embed himself and his family within the official privilege system? Suyu's cold glacial gaze slowly drifted downward, finally resting on a line of small print at the very bottom of the red notice. Under the County Emergency Command, the Medical Treatment Group is urgently recruiting medical personnel. Selected individuals will receive logistical support equivalent to military personnel. Registration location: Building 3E, County People's Hospital. Upon reading these words, Suyu's lips twitched involuntarily. In peaceful times, the title of attending physician had brought him nothing but suffocating, relentless night shifts, endless doctor-patient disputes, and a meager salary. But on the 5th day of the apocalypse, that same title had suddenly become valuable, though with a rather ironic twist. The military had suffered heavy casualties the previous night. It went without saying that the current medical system was undoubtedly operating beyond capacity. More importantly, Suyu narrowed his eyes, recalling the mutated wild boar king he had just encountered. If he were an ordinary soldier, even if he killed a mutated beast, all spoils would have to be surrendered. But what if he were a doctor? Was there any profession that could more legitimately and stealthily grant access to vast amounts of mutated flesh and blood than a surgeon? Suyu straightened from the utility pole, brushed off the morning mist and dust from his windbreaker, and took one final lingering look at the mutated giant being dragged away in the distance. He turned and strode toward home, his figure vanishing into the dense fog. Quickly returning to the courtyard, Suyu pushed open the door to find the charcoal fire in the living room's heating stove glowing brightly, a wave of warmth washing over him. Jiang Mumo, with her sleeves rolled up, revealed snow-white arms like tender lotus roots as she squatted in the corner with a basin of warm water, helping Yi Chunmei wash dried radish strips. Hearing the door, she immediately looked up, her delicate face instantly blooming with a sweet, obedient smile. "Brother Yu, you're back." On the other side, Lin Qingli stood by the table wearing a floral apron that clashed wildly with her aloof demeanor, methodically slicing cured meat. Her knife work was unpracticed, but her straight spine and cold, striking profile gave the simple act of chopping vegetables an air of sharp, sword-wielding ferocity. This contradictory domestic warmth made Suyu pause briefly, but he soon resumed his stride. "Stop, everything, gather round. We have important business to discuss." Suyu pulled over a wooden chair and sat down. Once everyone had assembled, he got straight to the point. "You all heard what happened last night. The gunfire lasted for over an hour, and the suburban defense line was nearly torn apart by mutated beasts." He swept his gaze across their faces, his voice low. "The garrison in Baishui County amounts to no more than one infantry regiment. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, the mutated beasts within will only multiply. No one can predict when the next assault will come." Yi Chunmei's face drained of color. The clean rag in her hands was twisted into a knot. "Shall you? Then what should we do? Therefore, from now on, everyone must be prepared to flee at any moment." Suyu raised a finger. "This is the first thing. Pack all necessities so you can grab your bags and get in the car at any time. Second." He stood up, retrieved a badge from his spatial storage. It bore the emblem of Yinshan County People's Hospital with a photograph of Suyu in a white coat. "I'm going to the county hospital to obtain official medical credentials within the system." Su Hang's mind worked quickly. "Brother, you're thinking that?" "Exactly," Suyu said. "The official notice states that military dependents and medical personnel receive first priority during evacuation." He tucked the badge into his pocket. Lin Qingli set down her apron, her dark eyes flashing with understanding and quiet admiration. Jiang Mumo asked nothing, simply turning obediently to pour Suyu a glass of water. Suyu reached out and ruffled her hair, then turned his attention to Su Hang and Jiang Yunhao. "You two head out now and find gasoline. Whether through the black market or those diesel dealers west of town, find out who has stock, how much, and at what price. If you confirm a deal can be made, come back and get the card from Qingli to withdraw the money. Don't haggle over the price. Move as fast as you can." Jiang Yunhao patted his chest confidently. "Brother Su, rest assured. Xiao Hang and I will go together. Nothing will go wrong." Suyu studied them seriously. "Remember, buying fuel is secondary. Your lives come first. If anything feels off, run. Do not be reckless." Su Hang grinned and dragged Jiang Yunhao out the door. Suyu then turned to Lin Qingli. "Take care of things at home. Lock the doors. Do not open for anyone." Suyu stood, pulled on his jacket, zipped it up, and strode out of the courtyard. Baishui County People's Hospital was not far from home, only a 20-minute walk. But this particular journey felt unusually oppressive. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, the sight before him made his pace slow. The iron gate at the hospital entrance had long been dismantled, replaced by 2 rows of sandbag fortifications. Several armed paramilitary police stood guard at the entry point. The courtyard was densely packed with army green tents, the narrow passages between them barely wide enough to pass through sideways. The stench of blood and disinfectant mixed together thick enough to tighten the throat. Suyu presented his badge. After a thorough body search confirmed he carried no lethal weapons, he was allowed inside. What he saw along the way was even more harrowing than he had imagined. A young man in his early 20s lay on a stretcher. His entire left leg was gone below the knee. The stump was wrapped in thick gauze, blood still seeping through and staining the military wool blanket beneath him a deep brown. He did not cry out. He simply stared blankly at the ashen sky, his lips moving silently as though whispering some final words. From an adjacent tent came heart-rending screams. A middle-aged man was held down by 4 people on a folding cot, while a nurse debrided his wound without anesthesia. The shrieks were as sharp as metal scraping against glass, making Suyu's temples throb. Deeper still, along the side corridor of the hospital, a long row of cold corpses lay covered by white sheets. There were not enough stretchers, so they had been laid directly on the freezing concrete floor. Suyu walked through this living hell with an impassive expression, heading straight for the administrative building at the rear. The ground floor hall of the administrative building had been converted into a makeshift command center. Several office desks pushed together, piled high with documents and walkie-talkies. A middle-aged woman in glasses was shouting into the phone, "I don't care where you source it from. I need 30 cases of saline solution delivered here by end of day." Suyu waited until she hung up, then stepped forward. "I'm a surgeon. I heard you're short-staffed here." The woman glanced up at him, her gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before dropping to the crumpled badge in his hand. "From Yinshan County, Southern Province." There was a note of irritation and suspicion in her voice. "Yes. Attending physician, general surgery. Credentials. Did you bring your medical license?" "Everything was buried when I fled the earthquake. This is all I have left." Suyu remained composed and unassuming as he handed the badge over. The woman furrowed her brow tightly. In the current chaos, there was no shortage of imposters posing as doctors to worm their way into hospitals for food rations and privileges. Just as she was about to harden her expression and turn him away, a door to an office in the back suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man in his early 30s strode out. Of medium build, lean rather than stocky, his hair combed with meticulous care, his shirt tucked crisply into his trousers, a luxury watch on his wrist, whose strap had been worn to a frayed edge. "What's going on out there? All that racket?" "Director Zhao, this one claims to be an attending surgeon in general surgery from Southern Province, but all he has is a work badge. No other documentation to verify his identity," the woman reported truthfully. Zhao Mingxian strode over, snatched the badge, and examined it briefly. His cold, piercing gaze swept up and down Suyu's figure. This young man's composure was far too steady for someone who had just escaped the jaws of death. "Attending in general surgery." "Yes." Suyu's reply was succinct. "How old?" 28. Zhao Mingxian returned the badge to him, speaking at a rapid clip. "We're in a wartime state now. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If you've truly got the skill, change into scrubs and get into the emergency room immediately. The operating table will prove your worth. If you're here to freeload and scam rations, own up to it now, and I won't make things difficult for you." Without a word of hesitation, Suyu simply nodded. "Where do I get surgical scrubs?" The decisiveness of that response caught Zhao Mingxian off guard for a moment. He jerked his chin toward the end of the corridor, second door on the left. "Ask the head nurse." 3 minutes later, Suyu had pulled on the blue-green sterile surgical gown. His mask was pulled high over the bridge of his nose, the surgical cap pressed low against his forehead, leaving only his eyes exposed. The moment the emergency room doors were pushed open, the wave of blood-tinged air that rushed in nearly knocked him back. But what truly caught Suyu's attention and stirred a flicker of bewilderment was the strict, iron-fisted order that reigned here. In hospitals of peacetime, what were patients' families like? They barked orders, they threw their weight around, they jabbed fingers and yelled, "What's wrong with you doctors?" at the slightest provocation. Such behavior was as common as daily bread. But now, in the corridor outside the emergency room, over a dozen family members crouched in a row, scarcely daring to breathe. Armed sentries stood nearby, fixing them with an icy stare. A middle-aged woman saw Suyu approaching in his surgical gown and dropped to her knees with a resounding thud, the impact of her kneecaps against the concrete floor echoing dully. "Doctor, please, I'm begging you, save my husband. He's the backbone of our family." The woman's face was streaming with tears, yet she dared not raise her voice. A man beside her in a black leather jacket reacted even faster, immediately pulling from his pocket a gleaming pure gold ring and a roll of 100 yuan bills clutched in his hand. Doctor, I'm begging you. My son is in there. His name is Su Xiaoming. Just give him a little extra care, and when you come out, all of this is yours. Please, you must." The head nurse beside them had long since grown numb to such scenes. She hurried to catch up with Suyu's stride and began the work handover. First procedure, a stray bullet fragment embedded in the right forearm radius, the surrounding soft tissue blown into a mangled pulp. The casualty was a young soldier of 18 or 19, his face the color of wax, trembling violently with pain, yet clenching his teeth, stubbornly refusing to make a sound. Suyu washed and disinfected his hands, then donned the surgical gloves. "Has anesthesia been administered?" The soldier's expression stirred a flicker of doubt in him. "A little, but nowhere near enough. Supplies are critically low right now. For wounds like this, we can only use a basic dose." The assisting nurse beside him was a seasoned veteran of over a decade's experience, her voice laden with apology and helplessness. "Should I call in 2 male orderlies to hold him down? I'm afraid he might seize up from the stress and affect your incision." Suyu paused in brief silence, then simply extended his hand toward the nurse. "That won't be necessary." "Scalpel." The instant the blade parted the skin, his world fell silent. The augmentation of his 5-1 nerve response manifested itself flawlessly in such delicate work. Even as the patient exhibited faint muscular spasms from the excruciating pain, the tip of Suyu's blade anticipated every twitch, gliding along the muscle grain and facial planes, reducing secondary damage to an absolute minimum. His hands were extraordinarily steady, incising, performing extensive debridement of necrotic tissue, precisely ligating every bleeding point. Hemostat. Bone curette. The instruments slapped into his palm. Suyu clamped down steadily on the shrapnel embedded in the radius. With a barely perceptible exertion of his wrist, the fragment sprang free, and he swiftly scraped away the bone chips and debris from within the wound. Exposure, extraction, irrigation, complete hemostasis. Facing such an exceedingly contaminated ballistic wound, Suyu rendered a textbook caliber decision: petrolatum gauze packing, open drainage, prepare for bandaging. The entire procedure flowed like water and clouds, executed in one seamless stroke. The assisting nurse was a veteran of well over a decade, having seen no fewer than 80 to 100 surgeons in her time. Yet Suyu's staggering operating speed still made her pupils dilate. From the initial incision to the final bandaging and fixation, the entire procedure took 11 minutes. Under normal circumstances, a debridement procedure of this nature would require at least 25 minutes. Behind the observation window outside the operating room, Zhao Mingxian stood holding a cup of tea long since gone cold, his gaze fixed intently on the entire procedure within. The look in his eyes gradually shifted from initial scrutiny to disbelief and shock. He set down his teacup and said something to the head nurse beside him. "Will in the penetrating abdominal wound on bed 3. The head nurse froze, hesitating. Director Zhao, that casualty's condition is extremely complicated. At least 3 intestinal perforations. He was originally assigned to Chief Wang. Chief Wang is stuck in operating room 2 and can't get away. By the time he finishes, the patient will have bled out." Zhao Mingxuan's gaze never left the young doctor's silhouette behind the glass. "Put him on it. He's got the skill." Shortly after, following brief preparation, the second surgical casualty was urgently wheeled in. Severe penetrating abdominal trauma. The moment the casualty was wheeled in, a single glance at the injury told Su Yu this was a formidable case. The shrapnel had punched through from the left abdominal wall, exiting at the lower back, perforating the small intestine along its path, and possibly nicking the mesenteric vessels. The abdominal cavity was flooded with a foul mixture of blood and intestinal fluids. The patient was teetering on the brink of profound shock. A wound of this magnitude, compounded by severe peritoneal infection, even in a top-tier hospital of peacetime, fully equipped and staffed, once multiple organ failures set in, the odds of successful resuscitation were exceedingly slim. Let alone in a field emergency room, where even anesthetics were nearly depleted. Su Yu had no time for hesitation. He opened the abdomen directly. Suction to maximum. Clear the field. Have sterile gauze ready for packing and hemostasis. Prepare both absorbable and silk sutures for me. The moment his hands entered the abdominal cavity, warm blood welled up over his gloves. Through the murky blood filling the cavity, his fingertips swiftly and precisely located the severed ends of the ruptured intestine and the bleeding vessels. 3 perforations, the largest nearly 2 centimeters in diameter, with intestinal contents still spilling out, surrounded by clumps of congealed blood. For an ordinary surgeon groping through such obscured conditions to locate every perforation would alone devour a fatal amount of resuscitative time. But in Su Yu's hands, it was as though someone had pressed the double-speed playback button. Su Yu needed only 10 minutes. Bowel clamp. He swiftly clamped the perforation, cutting off the source of contamination. His fingers moved through the abdominal cavity with such velocity that his assistant could scarcely keep pace with the instruments being requested. Every clamp, every suture placed with crisp precision, devoid of a single superfluous motion. 3-0 silk suture. Hemostatic forceps. Warm saline, copious irrigation. Drainage apparatus. The assisting nurse beside him was already drenched in sweat, feeling as though she could barely match the rhythm at which the lead surgeon demanded instruments. Until the final knot was tied and the thread snipped. As the abdominal cavity was thoroughly cleansed and sutured shut, the wounded patient's plummeting vital signs finally steadied at the threshold of safety. Su Yu stepped back, stripped off the bloodstained gloves, and tossed them into the waste bin, then flexed his fingers, stiffened from the intensity of the operation. Immediately following came the third procedure, an amputation. A militiaman in his 40s whose right calf had been crushed clean through the middle by the tusks of a mutant boar, both tibia and fibula shattered, the muscle tissue reduced to blackened pulp, leaving absolutely no possibility of salvaging the limb. This kind of surgery was, if anything, the simplest of all for Su Yu. Apply the pneumatic tourniquet, identify the level of transection, fashion the skin flap, rapidly ligate the major arteries and veins, transect the nerve at a high level. Then came the sawing of bone, trimming of the stump, and suturing of the flap. The only thing that furrowed his brow was the bone sawing. The electric saw had run out of power, leaving him to make do with a manual wire saw. Dozens of back-and-forth strokes left his arms aching with fatigue. Nearly 4 hours had elapsed by the time the 3 surgeries were complete. When Su Yu emerged from the operating room, his surgical gown was soaked through with sweat, clinging cold and clammy against his spine. He leaned against the corridor wall and tipped half a bottle of mineral water back. Zhao Mingxian had at some unknown point come to stand beside him. A 28-year-old attending physician, hands like that. Put him in any provincial capital tertiary hospital, and he'd rank among the very best. Zhao Mingxian held out a cigarette. Wasted in that little clinic back in Yinshan County. Su Yu was well aware of his own situation. It was simply that his neural reflexes had been enhanced. He took the cigarette and replied flatly, "Just making a living, that's all. Steady hands. Humility. From today you are a core member of the emergency group. Focus on your work. Everything else, logistics and benefits, leave it to me to arrange." Su Yu nodded and tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "Director Zhao, the pharmaceutical supplies seem rather inadequate. Is the storeroom running low?" Zhao Mingxuan's expression shifted. The smile vanished from the corners of his mouth, his lips turning downward as he heaved a sigh. "Cephalosporins can stretch another 2 days. Meropenem ran out yesterday. Anesthetics are nearly gone too. Those few operations this afternoon were all performed on half dosage. The patients on the beds are enduring it by gritting their teeth and bearing the pain." Suyu offered no reply, but he had already taken stock of the situation. The supply line had been severed, the highways were blocked by mutated flora, and outside provisions could no longer be brought in. At this rate of consumption, in 3 days at most, this hospital would be cast back into a primitive era, cutting flesh without anesthetic, infections left entirely to the mercy of fate. By the time the 4th surgery concluded, it was already 4 in the afternoon. During the shift change, Suyu carried a cup of cooled boiled water into the doctor's office and sat for a while. 3 other doctors remained in the office, 2 men and 1 woman, all slumped in their chairs, their eyes sunken like pandas. The air hung thick with the stench of sweat and blood. Suyu took the initiative to produce a pack of loose cigarettes and passed them around, striking up conversation with one of the older doctors, surnamed Liu. Brother Liu, what's the background on this Director Zhao? He looks fairly young, somewhere just past 30, and already standing executive vice director. Dr. Liu drew in a deep, greedy drag of smoke, lowering his voice. You're new here, so you don't know. Zhao Mingxuan's uncle is our county's #1 official, Chun Guodong. Suyu arched a brow. No wonder he spoke with such authority. But he didn't get there purely on connections, Dr. Liu added. Masters from Peking Union Medical College. He came back and put in 5 solid years on the clinical floor. His ability really is the real deal. Still, in this day and age, you need both talent and a patron. Missing either one, you'd never climb to that position. Another younger doctor interjected. Old Liu dropped the sour grapes. Director Zhao's been decent enough to us. At the very least, he never skimped on overtime pay before. Overtime pay? Dr. Liu scoffed with a cold laugh. Now who gives a damn about that scrap of paper? In this godforsaken world, as long as they make sure we get our full ration grain, that's already more than enough. Suyu quietly filed away these tidbits of information and asked no further questions. 7 in the evening. Shift change. Suyu removed his white coat and hung it on the rack, standing for a while in the corridor, silently gazing out at the inky blackness of the night beyond the glass. The hospital's backup diesel generator still rumbled with a muffled, thunderous drone, but the meager electricity it produced was barely sufficient to maintain lighting in the operating rooms, the intensive care unit, and a few other critical zones. The rest of the facility had long since fallen into deathly stillness, sustained only by candles and flashlights. He reached into his spatial storage and retrieved 2 boxes of imported broad-spectrum antibiotics. Suyu turned and walked toward an empty corner. With a single thought, he summoned from his personal spatial storage 2 boxes of imported broad-spectrum antibiotics. Moxifloxacin, genuine German Bayer imports, the blister packaging sealed immaculately, the production date merely 3 months prior. In peacetime, a single box retailed for no more than 200 yuan. But in this apocalypse where infection and a single fever could claim a life, such a thing could not be purchased for any sum, nor could a single tablet be found at any price. Next, he produced 2 cartons of soft-packed Chunghua cigarettes, still sealed, their red hardshell casings casting an alluring matte sheen beneath the dim lamplight. Carrying his offerings, Suyu made his way to Zhao Mingxuan's office at the far end of the 2nd floor and rapped twice on the door. Come in. Zhao Mingxian was hunched over his desk, scribbling something, his brows knotted into a tight furrow. He looked up to see Suyu set down his pen and slumped wearily back into his chair. What is it, Dr. Su? Haven't left yet. Suyu wasted no words. He strode forward, set the 2 boxes of antibiotics and 2 cartons of cigarettes on the desk, and with a flick of his fingers slid them squarely before Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Mingxian glanced down. His previously casual gaze instantly froze, his brows furrowing sharply. The foil packaging of the 2 boxes of moxifloxacin reflected a piercing cold brilliance under the desk lamp, pristine, factory sealed with not a scratch upon them. The hospital's stockpiles of premium pharmaceuticals had long since been exhausted. In this environment where medicine had become more precious than gold, more precious than life itself, the value of these 2 boxes was simply beyond all measure. Zhao Mingxuan's breathing grew faintly heavier for an instant, but he made no move to reach for them. Instead, he lifted his head and reassessed Suyu once more. This time, the way he looked at Suyu was entirely different from the daylight hours before, bearing less of a superior's appreciative eye and far more of wariness and solemn calculation. You are quite an interesting fellow. You must surely be well aware of the value of these items yourself. Suyu dropped into the chair opposite without the slightest ceremony. Director Zhao thinks highly of me, granted me a core position. I ought to show some appreciation. In these times, only by watching each other's backs can one survive long. Zhao Mingxian stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly laughed. He reached out and swept both boxes of medicine and the 2 cartons of cigarettes into the locked bottom drawer of his desk, the motion crisp and decisive without a hint of affectation. Very well, you're straightforward enough. I like dealing with clever people. Zhao Mingxian retrieved an open pack of Huanggalu cigarettes from the drawer, lit one, and offered another to Suyu. Speak up. What do you want to ask? Suyu accepted the cigarette, leaned toward the lighter Zhao Mingxian held out, and took a deep drag. Director Zhao, this morning, I saw the military hoisting the corpse of that mutant wild boar king at the outskirts of the city. That thing. What does the county government plan to do with it afterward? Zhao Mingxian exhaled a thick plume of smoke, the corner of his mouth curving into an arc that seemed to say, just as I expected. You're a top-tier surgeon and an intellectual. It makes perfect sense that you'd be curious about an evolutionary product that defies the laws of biology. Let alone you. Even I want to cut off a piece of meat and examine it under a microscope. He settled back against the chair, his voice dropping to a near whisper. But I'd advise you not to get any ideas about that thing. The top biological research institutes in Star City have confirmed that the flesh and blood of these mutant beasts contain a special energy substance. This stuff is now classified at the highest military secrecy, completely sealed off. Ordinary people shouldn't even think about touching it. Su Yu's eyelid twitched. He said nothing, waiting for Zhao Mingxian to continue. Zhao Mingxuan, seeing Su Yu fall silent, assumed he had abandoned the idea and pressed on. You can see it too, can't you? You know that in this godforsaken Baishui County the garrison is pitifully small. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it's simply indefensible. I suppose you also heard that my uncle is the county's top official, which is why you came here with your gift. No need to explain, I understand. I appreciate your skills, and you know the rules. I can now lay my cards on the table. The county government began negotiating evacuation support with Star City 2 days ago. He raised a finger and gave a bitter laugh. We've been rejected time and again. Star City is overwhelmed themselves. They only told us to arrange our own evacuation. But where would we find the strength to escort hundreds of thousands of people? But this time is different. Now that Star City knows we killed a mutant boar king here, their attitude has done a complete 180. We're using this as leverage to demand that Star City dispatch a proper heavy armored unit to escort the entire population of Baishui County in the evacuation. Su Yu's heartbeat quickened almost imperceptibly. Did they agree? Zhao Mingxian was just about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. His brow jumped. He snatched up the phone. Hello? Yes. What? He sprang up from his chair so abruptly that the cigarette dropped from his fingers, scorching a black mark on the desk. Confirmed. Good, I understand. I'll head over right away. Zhao Mingxian hung up, grabbed his coat from the back of the chair, and threw it on. His movements were hurried and clumsy. A man utterly unlike the composed deputy director of the daytime hours. What's wrong? Su Yu rose sharply to his feet. Zhao Mingxian fumbled frantically with his buttons, speaking rapidly as he did. It worked. Star City has agreed to provide support. The condition is that the Boar King's carcass along with all small-scale mutant beast specimens be handed over. Star City's armored forces are expected to arrive at the north side highway entrance of Baishui County before 9 tomorrow morning. He began clearing his desk at breakneck speed. The county just issued a hard order. Everything must be ready by 8 tomorrow morning. As soon as the armored units arrive, the entire city evacuates. Howie, are there enough vehicles? Su Yu pressed immediately. Where would we find that much fuel and that many vehicles? Zhao Mingxian scoffed, his gaze turning icy. Internal screening begins tonight. Core staff of the county hospital, key technical personnel, and military families receive priority seating. Buses and military trucks are tightly rationed. Each person may bring no more than 3 relatives. Ordinary civilians evacuate with the main column. If you have a vehicle, bring it. If you don't, you walk. There are too many civilians. The military doesn't have enough hands. They can only handle clearing the path and protecting the front stretch. If anyone falls behind along the way. He paused, leaving the second half of the sentence unsaid, though the meaning was already painfully clear. You now count as a core member of my emergency team. I remember the favor of those 2 boxes of medicine. There's 1 priority spot with you plus 3 slots for your relatives. Get home immediately and make the arrangements. Su Yu asked no further questions. He nodded once and turned to leave. Dr. Su, Zhao Mingxian called out from behind. Su Yu turned back. Tomorrow morning at 7, gather with your family at the hospital's main gate. No waiting for latecomers. Don't be late. Su Yu nodded once more, pushed open the door, and moved swiftly down the corridor before rushing down the stairs. The corridor outside had already begun to stir. The news spread faster than the wind. Several nurses on duty huddled together, whispering, their faces etched with anxiety. Su Yu did not stop. He hurried down the stairs and out through the hospital gates. The moment he stepped onto the street, a shrill broadcast reached him from a distance. Attention all residents of Baishui County. Attention all residents of Baishui County. A military jeep hurtled down from the end of the street. The loudspeaker mounted on its roof was turned up to maximum volume, its metallic electronic voice ricocheting through the empty street. In accordance with County Emergency Command Order No. 042, and in view of the extreme deterioration of the current security situation, it has been decided that full city evacuation will commence at exactly 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. All residents are to begin preparations immediately. Evacuation routes and assembly points will be announced via community broadcasts at 11 tonight. Repeating. The jeep roared past, whipping up a gust of cold wind. Then came a second and a third. Nearly every window along the entire street was thrown open at the same instant. Countless heads poked out, some shouting, some cursing, some weeping. A middle-aged woman in pajamas ran barefoot into the street and seized the arm of an armed police officer passing by shaking him with desperate force. Where are we supposed to evacuate to? Huh. My elderly parent is bedridden and can't walk. Are you trying to make us die? A flash of compassion flickered in the officer's eyes, but his expression remained blank as he roughly shook off her hand and continued forward with his weapon, maintaining order. Suyu quickened his pace, nearly sprinting as the scenes along the way spiraled out of control before his eyes. Some had begun hauling things outdoors, blankets, pots, and pans, even someone wrestling an old television set onto a tricycle. Many more stood dazed at their doorways, helplessly watching it all unfold. Suyu cut into an alley in the old quarter, sprinting all the way until 10 minutes later, he burst through the gate of his own courtyard. Four women in the living room turned their heads in unison. Jiang Mumu was the first to rush forward, her face etched with anxiety. Brother Yu, did you hear the broadcast outside? We're evacuating. I heard it. Suyu was gasping for breath, his gaze sweeping across the living room. Where's Xiaohang? Where's Zhang Yunhao? His voice dropped sharply. Lin Qingli rose from the sofa, her brows knit tight. They left an hour ago with money, saying there was a dealer in the west part of the city with gasoline. They haven't come back and their calls aren't going through. Suyu's breath caught for half a beat. Suyu furrowed his brow, double-checking the details. You certain they said the west side of the city? Which exact location? Before Swang left, he mentioned that over by the old auto repair shop on the west side of the city, there's a bald man, surnamed Ma, dealing in diesel and gasoline. He's got quite a reputation on the black market. Lin Qingli possessed an exceptional memory, reciting every piece of information Swang had shared before heading out without missing a single word. Damn it. Suyu cursed silently in his heart. When the citywide evacuation order was issued, 100,000 yuan in cash still had value 10 minutes ago, but now it wasn't even worth using as tissue. But those 10 liters of gasoline were different. Gasoline was the legs of any vehicle, the lifeline covering the 80 kilometers from Baishui County to Star City. Anyone whose mind hadn't already gone haywire would be scheming to get their hands on fuel at this critical juncture. Suyu didn't hesitate any longer. He turned and headed toward the corner of the yard. Bang! He shoved open the wooden door of the storage room with one forceful push. He quickly wheeled out the electric scooter that Yi Chunmei had ridden for years. The paint was peeling off the frame like a toad's mottled skin, and the rear fender was bound with 3 loops of wire. But the battery had been replaced just last year and was fully charged. It could easily cover a dozen kilometers or more. Fish brother, I'm coming too. Jiang Mumu rushed forward, ready to follow him out. Suyu didn't even turn his head. He reached out and pressed her back into place. You stay here. Pack every essential item in the house that we can carry, divide them into 7 portions, 1 for each person. Keep each portion to the size of a single backpack. Prioritize medicine, compressed biscuits, and warm clothing. Pack in that order. Mom, you help Mumu with it. Follow her instructions. Yi Chunmei's hands gripping her apron wouldn't stop trembling. Her eyes were filled with terror and worry for her younger son. But upon hearing her elder son's command, she swallowed her emotions and dragged Jiang Mumu upstairs. She knew that now more than ever she couldn't be a burden to him. Suyu pushed the electric scooter toward the courtyard gate, only to find Lin Qingli already standing there. She wasn't even wearing a coat, just a black fitted turtleneck sweater that outlined her graceful yet powerfully athletic curves. Her usually flowing black hair was pulled back tight, with a rubber band revealing her long, pale, swan-like neck. In her right hand, she gripped tightly a thick-backed cleaver she had snatched from behind the door. Suyu glanced at the cleaver, then at her. Nobody asked you to come. Stay home. If you go alone and something happens, none of us will make it out. Lin Qingli didn't take the bait. She simply stepped forward and sat on the back seat. One long straight leg rested firmly on the footrest. Her back was ramrod straight, her voice cold and clear as spring water. One more person means one more way out. Stop wasting time. Drive. Suyu gave her a long searching look, then said nothing further. He twisted the throttle and shot out of the courtyard gate. The cold wind in the alley cut like a blade. The temperature was now hovering around freezing. The electric scooter topped out at barely 30 kilometers per hour. Nothing impressive on paper, but on the potholed, uneven cement road it lurched and wobbled with every inch of progress. Every time the tires hit a speed bump, the vehicle staggered. Lin Qingli was tossed about on the back seat. After half a second of hesitation, she finally reached out with her free left hand and wrapped it around Suyu's waist. Her hand was ice cold. Even through the thickness of his windbreaker, he could feel the chill radiating from her skin. Suyu said nothing. He merely straightened his posture, slightly shielding her from one more layer of wind. The moment the electric scooter emerged from the alley and turned onto the main road, both of them fell silent at once. Baishui County had gone mad. The fear, rage, and despair that had been building in everyone's hearts over the past few days had been utterly ignited by that citywide evacuation broadcast. The streets now looked like an entirely different world from when Suyu had gone to the hospital earlier that day. The rolling shutter door of a grocery shop had been pried off entirely and dumped in the middle of the road. 3 or 4 people were frantically hauling goods out from inside. A broad-shouldered, bare-chested man staggered out carrying a crate of instant noodles, cursing loudly with every step. He walked barefoot over shattered glass, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind him. Further off, at an intersection, two groups were brawling over an overturned three-wheeled cart. The clang of a cleaver striking a wrench blended with the piercing shrieks of a woman, the cacophony grating against the ears. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out. A military patrol vehicle tore through the intersection at breakneck speed, its rooftop loudspeaker blaring, that same mechanical female voice on repeat. All residents are to begin preparations immediately. Anyone engaging in lawlessness or looting will be shot on sight by military police. I repeat, shot on sight. The moment the patrol vehicle passed, Suyu spotted a corpse sprawled across the steps by the roadside. Male in his 30s, face down. Two clean bullet holes in his back. The blood had frozen into dark purple ice, cemented to the cement ground. Less than 10 centimeters from his outstretched hand lay a nicked, dull-edged watermelon knife. The military had no resources left to maintain comprehensive order. They had to prepare for evacuation while also defending against threats from outside the city. Their limited forces could only hold a few critical points: the granaries, supply depots, the county government compound, and the hospital. Everything else had effectively been abandoned. Suyu twisted the throttle all the way down. The electric scooter let out a hoarse, keening wail as it accelerated wildly down the road. Hold on tight. Lin Xingli's arms tightened instantly. She reversed her hold on the blade and pressed her entire body against Suyu's back. A faint scent of soap clung to her, mingling with the metallic tang of blood carried by the cold wind. A bizarre combination that made one feel strangely untethered from reality. The electric scooter blew through 3 unmanned intersections in rapid succession, weaving left and right along a pitted side road, dodging 2 sections blocked off by abandoned furniture. In less than 10 minutes, the drab gray cluster of buildings that made up the old auto repair shop on the west side of the city appeared at the edge of their vision. Suyu braked sharply from a distance. The tin gates of the repair shop stood wide. The dim yellowish glow of a flashlight leaked out from within, diffusing into a dirty halo through the thick fog. Several wrecked cars and three-wheelers were parked haphazardly at the entrance. Some people were hurrying away on motorcycles, while others were charging inside, brandishing weapons. At least 40 or 50 people had gathered around the outer perimeter of the yard, furious, cursing, the dull thud of blunt weapons striking metal, and increasingly heated arguments. All the sounds melted together into a thick, viscous stew that churned outward on the cold wind. Suddenly, Suyu's ear twitched. From deep within the crowd, a familiar young voice was screaming. "You said 100 grand a barrel? I've already paid. And now you want to go back on your word? Have you got no shame? Damn you all to hell." It was Suong. He exchanged a glance with Lin Xingli behind him. No words were needed. He pushed the electric scooter behind an abandoned newsstand by the roadside, drew his Type 92 pistol from his coat, racked the slide, and chambered a round. Click! The crisp metallic engagement cut through the cold air with distinct clarity. Lin Xingli shifted the cleaver to her right hand, smoothed back the loose strands of hair the wind had scattered across her face with her left, and followed behind Suyu. The two of them stuck close to the shadows along the perimeter wall, making their way quickly toward the gate. The situation inside the yard was even more chaotic than outside. Crouching low, Suyu used the cover of a thick concrete pillar beside the gate to peek out, with half his head, sweeping the entire scene in an instant. The dilapidated auto repair shop had been converted into a makeshift warehouse. Tires, scrap iron, and several rust-corroded oil drums were piled across the floor. In the middle of the yard, a crude shelter had been thrown together from planks and iron frames. Beneath it stood a long table with several parcels stacked on top, indistinguishable in the dim light. A dense crowd of people formed a semicircle around it, mostly local residents and opportunists drawn by the scent of profit. They clutched wrenches, iron pipes, sharpened wooden stakes, and even several cleavers in their hands. Every face in the crowd wore the same expression of ferocity born of starvation and a desperate fugitive air summoned forth by the city-wide evacuation order. At the very heart of the throng, Jiang Yunhao's mountain of flesh formed a wall, bracing stubbornly at the foremost line. His padded jacket had been torn open in several places, with tufts of cotton fluff spilling from the rips, revealing the slashed lining beneath. His right hand gripped a fire axe in a stranglehold. Behind him, shielded by his body, Su Heng clutched a military green 10-liter plastic jerry can against his chest, guarding the fuel container as though it were his own life. A patch of skin had been scraped from his temple, blood smearing half his face, yet his eyes were wide and rolling, his teeth grinding audibly. Standing between them and the crowd was a bald-headed brute with a face full of brawn. The man was short but immensely thick, his neck wider than his skull. He wore a grimy, grease-shining black leather jacket left unbuttoned, exposing a pilled woolen sweater beneath. He stood with his legs planted apart, a steel pipe over a foot long clutched in his right hand, its grip wrapped in 2 turns of red cloth. Behind the bald man trailed 7 or 8 followers, each glowering with malicious glee, their faces twisted in grins, both mocking and ravenous. Their weapons were a motley arsenal: steel pipes, machetes, claw hammers. and one even hoisted a hoe upon his shoulder. "You little whelp, I've run my trade on the west side of this city for 15 years. You think you know what the rules are around here?" The bald man's voice was thunderously loud, spittle spraying nearly half a meter, carrying with it a stench of tobacco. "My word is law in this courtyard. 100,000. 100,000 won't even buy you a hammer now. I'm the only one in the whole county with stock, and now it's 500,000. Not a cent less. If you won't buy, put the can down and get the hell out of here. Go screw yourself." Su Hang was on the verge of madness, his voice cracking. "You took the money and handed me the can yourself. Now the broadcast sounds, and you turn your back on the deal. In front of all these people, tell me, does your conscience have nothing to say about it?" The onlookers buzzed in discord. Some sided with Su Hang, cursing the bald man's shamelessness, while others, green with envy over the can of oil, stirred up more trouble, and still more lingered at the periphery, craning their necks, scouting for chances to fish in the troubled waters. Su Yu lingered in the shadows a dozen meters away, her cold gaze lingering on the bald man. Demanding such a sum in cash at a moment like this could mean only one of two things. First, the currency market of Star City was still functioning. Paper money still held value within that system, and the bald man was certain the cash would spin just as well once they reached Star City. Second, he had never intended to do an honest deal at all. He was simply exploiting the chaos of the evacuation to rob and devour, taking both the money and the oil for himself. Judging by that greedy, overbearing gluttony on the bald man's face, there was a 200% chance it was the latter. Last time, put the can down. The bald man had lost whatever patience he had left. The steel pipe slammed against the ground with brutal force, sending a spray of dust into the air. His thugs, taking the signal, grinned wider with cruel relish and began pressing forward, step by step, tightening the encirclement. Several steel pipes carved menacing arcs through the dim light. One of them, a peroxide blonde punk, had even raised his machete to within half a meter of the back of Jiang Yunhao's skull, ready to bring it down at any moment. Jiang Yunhao's eyes were shot through with crimson veins. He held the fire axe horizontally across his chest, his jaw clenched so fiercely that the muscles along his cheeks pulsed and bunched. Without a word, he shielded Su Hang and the jerrycan behind him with his very life. His legs sank into a bow stance, knees slightly bent. Every fiber of his posture a declaration that he would rather die than let anyone pass. Su Hang's hands trembled, but his grip on the jerrycan tightened. The bald man snorted with laughter as if looking at two lambs awaiting slaughter, and raised the steel pipe high above his head. "So you won't know what's good for you. Beat them half to death." Bang! A gunshot swallowed every other sound in the courtyard hole. The cement ground one step in front of the bald man's toes exploded into a crater the size of a fist, chunks of gravel and concrete fragments blasting outward from the point of impact. Several sharp fragments of debris embedded themselves directly into the bald man's calf, puncturing 2 or 3 bloody wounds. Thin rivulets of warm blood trickled down his trouser leg and pooled onto his shoe. The bald man froze for a full half-second, then let out a pig-like, inhuman shriek of agony. The steel pipe slipped from his grip, clattering as it rolled across the ground. He clutched his calf, desperately hopping about on the spot like a clown. Dozens of people in the courtyard were collectively pinned to their places by that thunderous crack. Several men's weapons slipped from their fingers on the spot, the iron pipes striking the cement with crisp, jarring sounds. Many more instinctively dropped into crouches, hands over their heads. One lanky man in a blue work suit even flung himself flat onto the ground. Su Yu stepped out from the shadows. A Type 92 pistol rested in his right hand, its muzzle pointed squarely at the bald man's head. The gunpowder smoke had not yet dispersed. Wisps of pale blue haze curled around the flash suppressor of the barrel. He walked neither quickly nor slowly, the soles of his shoes producing a rhythmic crunch against the gravel. Lin Qingli followed half a step behind on his right, a wood-cutting machete slanted in her grip, with its tip toward the ground, her stride matching Su Yu's exactly. Those bottomless black eyes swept across every face around them. Wherever her gaze passed, no one dared meet it. Side by side, the two cleaved through the crowd and arrived before Su Hang and Jiang Yunhao. The once jostling wall of people instantly split open of its own accord, carving out a wide gap. No one even dared to draw a full breath. Bro. Su Hang, delivered from the brink of death, heard his own voice crack with a wild cocktail of relief and lingering terror. Tears nearly burst from his eyes. Jiang Yunhao exhaled a long, blood-flecked breath of stale air. The pallid grip of his knuckles around the fire axe relaxed just slightly. Su Yu did not look at them. His gaze was riveted on the bald man. The bald man had already collapsed to the ground in pain, his right hand clutching his bleeding calf for dear life. The once arrogant brawn of his face had crumpled into a knot, cold sweat pouring from his brow faster than blood. He raised his head, trembling, and caught sight of the pitch-black regulation pistol in Su Yu's hand. His pupils contracted to pinpricks. But the man had survived 15 years on the streets. After taking the hit, he actually forced out a smile more hideous than crying. Brother, listen to me. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm doing an honest trade by the rules. But you fired a gun and hurt someone. If the patrol squad hears about this, Suyu didn't so much as furrow a brow. He simply squeezed the trigger. Bang! The second shot was even more succinct than the first. The bullet pierced clean through the bald man's right thigh, the arc of blood spraying half a meter long and splattering across the ground. Aya! The bald man's shriek leapt 2 full octaves higher than the first. Both hands clawed frantically at his thigh as his body rolled across the ground. His mouth could no longer form whole words. Only shattered gasps and snot-soaked wails escaped him. Suyu stepped forward, the toe of his boot, now less than 20 centimeters from the bald man's head. He crouched down, the muzzle of the pistol nearly pressed against the bridge of the man's nose. What was it you were saying? Teaching me the rules. Patrol squad. The bald man's entire body trembled violently. His mouth hung open, lips quivering as though afflicted with Parkinson's. Yet for a long moment, he could not squeeze out a single coherent syllable. Terror had even driven him to soak a rank, foul-smelling patch into the crotch of his trousers. Suyu stared at him with a face devoid of expression. Old Ma, isn't that right? How many cans of oil do you still have in the shed behind you? As though something had occurred to him, he paused briefly, then continued. I suggest you think very carefully before you answer, because my rule is this: I never ask twice. There are 2 drums. No, 3. 3 drums. In the back of the warehouse. On the left. Behind the iron cabinet. A raspy gurgle rose from the bald man's throat as his incoherent words rolled out between his teeth. A foul-smelling stain of urine rapidly spread across his crotch, mixing with the blood gushing from his thigh, making him look wretched and grotesque. Suyu rose to his feet, his expression devoid of any pity, the gun muzzle pointing downward. Yunhao, go to the warehouse and find the oil. Bring whatever you can. Jiang Yunhao felt the tension in his body snap like a loosened string, and without hesitation he grabbed the fire axe and charged into the iron shed behind them. Those lackeys of the bald man had long since vanished. The crowd of onlookers surrounding the area completely disintegrated after those 2 gunshots, squeezing through the courtyard gate and scattering in all directions. Some people stumbled over the threshold and were trampled by those behind them. Screams of agony rose and fell, but no one dared to look back at Suyu. In less than a minute, the courtyard that had been thick with smoke and chaos emptied completely. Only the bald man remained curled up in a pool of blood, gasping for breath like a fat catfish thrown onto shore. Soon after, Jiang Yunhao emerged from the warehouse, striding forward with a fire axe tucked under his arm. In each hand, he carried a drum, sturdy flat containers painted in military green. Brother Su, I found them. Only 2 drums. There were just 2 behind that iron cabinet. What he said about 3 was nonsense. Jiang Yunhao paused, then added another remark. By the way, there's a pile of machetes inside the warehouse. Thick-backed ones, probably ordered by that bald guy from someone. Suyu glanced toward the warehouse and strode inside. Over a dozen thick-backed machetes were stacked haphazardly on the iron racks, their blades broad and heavy with single-edged sharpening. Though crudely polished, they were substantial enough, far superior to the firewood knife in Lin Xingli's grip. Xingli, come pick one that feels comfortable. Lin Xingli entered the warehouse at his words, her fingertips gliding along the spines of several blades before settling on a narrower one with an elegant curve. With a swift flick of her wrist, the blade traced a silent arc through the air. She gave a slight nod and tossed her old machete onto the iron rack. Suyu brought up the rear, his will directing the remaining machetes into his storage space. In the apocalypse, you could never have too many reliable cold weapons. Returning to the courtyard, Suyu surveyed the 3 drums of gasoline on the ground. 10 liters, each 30 liters total. More than enough. Before leaving, he cast one final glance at the bald man on the ground. Blood, dark and crimson, continued to well up beneath him, unstoppable despite any attempts to stem the flow. He had clearly lost too much blood and was now going into shock, his skin taking on a sickly yellow hue. This man would certainly die. Suyu knew well enough that leaving the roots intact meant the weeds would grow back with the next spring wind. In this apocalypse where humans preyed on humans, showing mercy to an enemy was nothing short of cruelty to himself and those around him. Let him bleed out. Let's go. Su Hang cradled one drum, while Jiang Yunhao carried one in each hand, with Lin Xingli covering their retreat. The 4 of them hurried out through the auto repair shop's gate and disappeared into the thick fog and darkness. The electric scooter couldn't carry all 4. Suyu had Su Hang ride ahead with 1 drum of oil, while he and the other 2 walked, taking back roads through the old city's alleys. But trekking through the old district on foot proved far more difficult than anticipated. The citywide evacuation order had shattered the neighborhood's order completely. At the first corner, near the alley entrance, a grocery store's rolling shutter had been pried off entirely from the outside, the metal warped and crumpled like aluminum foil leaning against the wall. Inside, the shop had been completely ransacked, shelves toppled over, plastic containers crushed underfoot, and the floor slick with oily residue and boot prints. Further ahead, in a narrower alley, 7 or 8 of the 10 storefronts, including a hardware shop, a tobacco and liquor store, and a small supermarket, had been forced open. All that remained were overturned shelves and shattered glass strewn across the ground. In the distance came intermittent cursing and the sharp sound of breaking glass, occasionally punctuated by brief gunshots. At a junction, they encountered two young men carrying armfuls of cardboard boxes from a shop. Spotting Su Yu and the others, particularly Jiang Yunhao's massive frame and the fresh machete in Lin Qingli's grip, the pair froze like startled cats, then scrambled backward into the shop's shadows, holding their breath. Su Yu paid them no mind, pressing forward without breaking stride, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. Jiang Yunhao remained silent throughout, carrying the heavy iron drums, as if they were weightless, his steps quick, yet deliberate. Halfway through he finally managed to speak. "Brother Su, today, I was useless. I nearly lost my life in there. You held your ground and didn't run. That's enough." Su Yu continued ahead, his gaze locked on the darkness at the alley mouth, not turning around. But his voice was low yet drove into Jiang Yunhao's ears like nails. "Oil can be found again, but once you lose your life, you lose everything. Next time something like this happens, protect yourself first. Being alive matters more than anything else, understand?" Jiang Yunhao's throat tightened as he nodded heavily, forcing back the warmth gathering in his eyes. He lifted the drums higher and steadied his steps. Lin Qingli brought up the rear, her right hand gripping the newly acquired slender machete. Her gaze swept constantly between the alley entrances and rooftops on either side. Only briefly did her attention drift to Su Yu's retreating figure. Earlier at the auto repair shop, she hadn't swung her blade once, yet her presence had clearly served a purpose. When Su Yu fired his gun, two rough-looking bystanders tried flanking from the side. It was Lin Qingli who flashed her blade between them, deterring their advance. 20 minutes later, the three finally reached the courtyard. Su Hang had already arrived. The electric scooter leaned against the wall, and he was crouching under the eaves, breathing heavily. Inside, Yi Chunmei paced anxiously, but upon seeing them return, she rushed out immediately, while Jiang Mumu and the others exhaled in relief. "Xiao Yu, good heavens, are you hurt? I've been hearing gunfire all around. Sounds like New Year's fireworks out there." Yi Chunmei's voice trembled as she frantically checked Su Yu's arms and back, afraid of finding blood. "Just a minor situation, I'm fine." Su Yu gently patted his mother's calloused hand, then secured the three heavy steel locks on the courtyard gate and dragged the reinforced door bar into place. In the living room, three gasoline drums sat lined up in the corner. Combined with what remained in the vehicle, they had enough fuel to cover hundreds of kilometers, more than sufficient, even detouring from Baishui County to Xinjiang. Jiang Mumu pressed a cup of hot water into Su Yu's hands, but when her fingers brushed his cold skin, she flinched and immediately enclosed his hand within hers. Su Yu withdrew his hand and flicked her nose. "Enough, you'll rub the skin right off." Jiang Mumu pouted but obediently released him, though she stayed pressed against his arm. By the warm stove, Su Yu surveyed the living room. 6 people, Yi Chunmei, Su Hang, Jiang Mumu, Lin Qingli, Jiang Yunhao, and Jiang Yunyao, were all watching him intently. "Are all the supplies packed?" Su Yu asked gravely. "Yes." Jiang Mumu answered eagerly, pointing to 7 overstuffed backpacks piled near the staircase. "1 per person. I cut out everything unnecessary, just like you said. Good work." Su Yu sat down, took a sip of hot water, and set his cup on the table. "Now I have some good news and some bad news to share." Every eye in the room fixed on him. "The good news is I've been assigned to the core medical response team. Tomorrow at 8 the full city evacuation begins. Medical personnel and military families get priority boarding." Yi Chunmei's eyes lit up immediately, and Su Hang nearly jumped from his chair. As for the bad news, Su Yu held up 4 fingers. "This pass allows only 4 people. I take 1 slot, leaving 3 for family members." He spread his palm and pressed it flat against the table. "Including me, only 4 can board, but there are 7 people sitting in this room." The temperature in the living room seemed to drop several degrees. Yi Chunmei's smile froze on her face. Su Hang opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. Jiang Yunhao stared down at his shoes, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. Jiang Yunyao buried her face in her arms, curling into a small ball, yet her heterochromatic eyes gleamed brilliantly in the dim firelight. Lin Qingli showed no change in expression. She leaned back against the chair, legs crossed, her deep black eyes quietly fixed upon the darkness beyond the window, as though she had long since cast life and death aside, or perhaps she believed Su Yu already had a plan. Jiang Mumu was the quickest to snap out of it. She turned her head to glance at the 3 gasoline drums in the corner, then looked back at Su Yu. "Brother, didn't you manage to get some fuel? We have a car. We can drive ourselves." "Let me finish," Su Yu said, his pace slowing. His voice was low yet clear enough for everyone in the living room to hear. "Along both sides of the evacuation route, vegetation has grown abnormally dense. The mountains are certain to harbor a large number of mutated creatures. Military forces are insufficient. They can only clear the path ahead. The hundreds of thousands of civilians dragging families and belongings along must find their own way to keep up." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. "To those starving mutated creatures, hundreds of thousands of people cut off from urban protection are nothing less than a long line of moving buffets. The danger is beyond estimation." "But," he raised his hand to cut off the words forming on Yi Chunmei's lips, "with fuel we have something to negotiate with." Tomorrow, when everyone gathers, I will go speak with Zhao Mingxian. Exchanging directly for more seats will certainly not work, but I can try offering 2 additional spots plus 2 drums of gasoline as a bargain in exchange for permission to drive ourselves and follow behind the military convoy. Su Yu withdrew his hands from the table and leaned back against the chair. Armored vehicles are clearing the path ahead of the main group. If we stay close to the convoy's tail and do not fall behind, we will be safe. After this plan was laid out, the frozen atmosphere in the living room loosened somewhat. Yi Chunmei exhaled, deeply pressing her hand against her chest and patting it several times. Su Heng muttered beside her, "I told you so. When has my brother ever failed to leave a backup plan?" "Restrain yourselves and don't celebrate too soon," Su Yu said. "This is merely a plan. There is no 100% certainty. We will take turns keeping watch tonight and depart promptly at dawn tomorrow." With arrangements completed, everyone began to act. Jiang Yunhao and Su Heng inspected the car's tire pressure, while Yi Chunmei boiled all the remaining cured meat and dried radish in the kitchen, intending to ensure everyone ate their fill before sleeping. Jiang Mumu ran upstairs to recheck the zippers and straps on several backpacks. Su Yu leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching his mother bend over the stove. Firelight shimmered upon her graying temples, and the dishes in the pot bubbled and sizzled. This stove had never been replaced since he could remember. The bottom of the pot was blackened by firewood smoke, and the edges of the stove worn smooth and gleaming. As a child, he would stand on a small stool watching his mother cook, and when splattering oil burned the back of his hand, he would cry out and run to complain to his father. Memories played out before his eyes as vivid as yesterday. But come tomorrow morning, they would leave this old house where they had lived for over 20 years. For all likelihood, they would never return. "Xiao Yu," Yi Chunmei suddenly spoke while holding the spatula without turning around. "Mom has already wrapped your household register and your father's portrait from back then and packed them into the bag." Su Yu's voice was faint as Adam's apple bobbing. "And that full-month photo of you as a baby, the one where your dad held you in the courtyard, I wrapped it in 3 layers of plastic bags. It won't get wet." Su Yu nodded again. He noticed his mother's shoulders trembling slightly. He did not step forward to comfort her, simply standing silently, as though desperate to carve this smoke-wreath scene deep into his very bones. Only after a long while did he turn and leave without a word. At 9:30 that evening, after finishing the steaming hot dinner, Su Yu took the first watch with Su Heng and Jiang Yunhao each taking half of the second watch. After ushering everyone upstairs, he sat alone in the living room, a cold enamel mug in his left hand. Occasional gunshots still echoed outside. The patrol vehicle's broadcast drifted back and forth in the distance, mingled with wailing from some unknown home and barking. No, there were no dogs anymore. What on earth was making that sound? Su Yu tilted his head and listened for 3 seconds, judging it came from the distant mountains. The sound was faint and unidentifiable. He did not dwell further, closed his eyes, let his consciousness sink, and entered the system space. The supplies within the space had already been reorganized before heading out that day. Neatly stacked vacuum-sealed rice barrel-packed cooking oil, canned goods, and other sealed foods lay quietly inside, showing no signs of spoilage. In the corner, the Type 92 pistol magazine still held 11 rounds. 2 had been fired tonight. Su Yu's spiritual form drifted above the decomposition furnace, and a thought surfaced in his mind. If they encountered mutated beasts on the road tomorrow after the fighting ended, would he have an opportunity to collect biological remains in the chaos? The figure 1822 of source essence flickered in his mind. He stared a few seconds longer at the metallic surface etched with complex patterns. Finally, Su Yu exited the space and opened his eyes, then froze completely. Outside the window, something had begun drifting down without his noticing. At first, he mistook it for fog. Baishui County often grew thick with mist after nightfall, so dense that the opposite wall vanished. But one more glance sent his entire spine rigid with tension. It was not fog. It was snow. Fine white grains descended silently from the gray-black sky, shattering against the window pane into tiny blossoms of ice. A thin white layer already covered the courtyard's concrete floor, and the dishcloth Yi Chunmei had hung on the wire had frozen into a rigid block. It was June. Midsummer. Su Yu shot to his feet and rushed 3 strides to the window, pressing his face against the frigid glass to peer outward. The entire alley, the opposite rooftops, even the faint county skyline in the distance, all were blanketed in snow. These were not the delicate drifting particles of a light flurries, but genuine large snowflakes plummeting like wild goose feathers. Su Yu turned to retrieve the vintage mercury thermometer hanging behind the door and held it close. The red column had already dropped past the 0 mark, settling steadily at -2 degrees, and it was still falling. He pressed his forehead against the window glass, the chilling touch seeping through his skin all the way into his skull. Shattered images of catastrophe began churning once more in his mind. Volcanic ash blotting out the atmosphere, global temperatures in violent oscillation. The next phase should have been extreme heat followed by torrential rains. Why was snow falling in June? Why was this happening? Or had some far more terrible disaster unfolded somewhere beyond his knowledge? In this moment, the certainty and composure born of his foreknowledge The very foundation within Su Yu's heart shook for the first time. He drew a deep breath of the freezing air and exhaled slowly, watching it condense into a white mist that instantly frosted the glass. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock evacuation. If the snow persisted until dawn, icy roads would slash the armored vehicle's marching speed by at least half. Would the rescue force expected to arrive tomorrow morning be delayed by the road conditions? How many of the hundreds of thousands of evacuating civilians would perish? And those mutated beasts in the mountains, would tonight's bitter cold drive them down from the slopes in search of food? The clock turned back to the 5th day of the apocalypse, 7 o'clock in the evening. 2 fluorescent tubes had burned out in the small conference room on the 2nd floor of the Baishui County government, ordinarily used for meetings of the standing committee. The remaining lights flickered in and out, wavering like the final pulse of a dying man. The droning of the backup diesel generator rose through the floor, making the enamel mug on the table rattle in sympathy. County Party Secretary Chun Guodong sat at the head of the long table. His meticulously combed gray-white hair had been tousled into complete disarray. The ashtray before him was crammed with cigarette stubs, at least 20 of them. Across the table lay a map of the entirety of Baishui County. Several strategic locations had been circled again and again with a red marker, only to be crossed out, rendering the map chaotic and despairing. The call had only just ended, yet the hand with which Chun Guodong held the receiver did not return it to the cradle. His 5 fingers slowly released one by one, resembling a gambler who had just pushed his every chip onto the table. What did they say in Star City? Zhou Zhijian, the executive deputy county magistrate seated to Chen's right, was the first to break the silence, his voice hoarse. Chun Guodong did not answer at once. He gently returned the receiver to its cradle and traced a circle upon the table with his finger. Finally he agreed. The moment the words left his mouth, 7 or 8 people in the room simultaneously exhaled in relief. One middle-aged uniformed man even buried his face in both hands. His shoulders twitched twice, and no one could tell whether he was laughing or weeping. But there are conditions. Chun Guodong's icy voice cast the faint flicker of hope that had just risen within them back into an abyss of ice. They can only guarantee the opening and clearance of the main expressway from Star City to Baishui County. Everything else falls outside their remit. Moreover, the corpse of the mutated boar king must be transferred intact to the Biological Research Institute under Star City's jurisdiction. And one final condition. Chun Guodong continued, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Every active duty serviceman and piece of military equipment within our county must, upon reaching Star City, be placed under the unified command of the Star City Military Administration District. What? Zhou Zhijian slammed his hand upon the table, his face flushing crimson. What about us? Once we reach Star City, what will become of this county government? Are we to go there and manage refugees? Chun Guodong raised his bloodshot eyelids and glanced at him. There was something deeply complex in that gaze, as if a man who had served as an official for 30 years had suddenly discovered that the seal in his hand had overnight become a worthless lump of scrap metal. Zhijian, have you still not understood? His voice was barely above a whisper, saturated with bitterness. Those above us have now imposed a wartime military administration system directly controlled by the Military Commission. As for the former administrative hierarchy, you and I both know that it has already been pushed aside. Last night, I tried to contact 3 old acquaintances, one in a provincial department, one in the general office of the Provincial Party Committee, and another in the Development and Reform Commission. He laughed derisively at himself. The provincial department's number connected, but a battalion-level staff officer answered. He told me that the provincial department building had been requisitioned by the military and that all its former employees had been incorporated into the logistical support structure. The other 2 numbers had simply become disconnected. The connections, relationships, and friendships I accumulated over more than 30 years in the officialdom in the face of this catastrophe were worth absolutely nothing. He paused, then said each word with deliberate weight. The conference room fell terrifyingly silent. Someone unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it, but no one had the heart to exchange empty pleasantries. At that moment, Su Dahai, director of the county's People's Armed Forces Department, who had remained silent in a corner, suddenly rose to his feet, his face ashen. Secretary Chen, everyone cease arguing over what we shall be when we reach Star City, for we may never reach it at all. He strode to the table and spread a sheet of paper covered with hastily scrawled figures over the map, jabbing fiercely at a particular line with his finger. Star City has just forwarded an extraordinary emergency warning from the military region's meteorological observatory. Satellite cloud imagery reveals an unprecedented anomaly in atmospheric circulation above Xi'an province. A mass of intensely cold air is advancing southward at extraordinary speed. According to the forecast issued by the Military Region Observatory, the cold air mass will cover central Xi'an province no later than the day after tomorrow. By then, surface temperatures may plunge to below -20 degrees Celsius. -20 degrees. Zhou Zhijian nearly knocked his glass to the floor, his eyes bulging like brass bells. Su Dahai, look carefully at what you're saying. It is June. We are in the height of summer, and you are telling me -20 degrees. Sudahai's expression was even more hideous than tears. He pointed toward a military terminal in the corner of the room, which had remained switched on but unattended. The Star City commander's exact words were, "This is no ordinary temperature drop. It is a global ecological overwrite. See for yourselves the live global military briefing that has just been synchronized to this terminal." He crossed the room in several swift strides and manipulated the controls. One after another horrifying satellite images began flashing across the terminal at tremendous speed. The northwestern interior, once buried beneath boundless yellow sands, now appeared on the satellite imagery in an eerie emerald green. The accompanying caption read, "The deserts have been completely covered by gigantic grasslands and shrubs exceeding 2 meters in height." The image shifted to the Pacific Ocean. Its vast blue expanse had vanished, replaced by an endless carpet of gigantic green algae resembling moss, with a total area greater than that of 6 provinces combined. One geologist said in a final communication, "The plants are reclaiming the earth." Sudahai's voice trembled. Immediately afterward, a video marked "Top Secret" appeared upon the screen. The footage shook violently, accompanied by a piercing torrent of static. "This is the ocean-going freighter Highway. We have veered off course and are trapped in the algae zone. My God, what is that thing?" The green carpet around the vessel churned violently as dozens of dark tentacles, each more than 5 meters in diameter and covered with suckers, suddenly surged from beneath the water. Like a nest of giant serpents erupting from their den, they coiled themselves around the 10,000-ton freighter. Amid the ear-splitting shriek of twisting steel, the entire vessel was dragged bodily into the green abyss. Overseas shipping was completely disrupted one day ago. Sudahai switched off the video. A death-like silence descended upon the conference room, and several faces grew paler than the fog outside. Placed against the scale of this global transformation, the mutated Boar King, whose head had been blown apart by a machine gun in Baishui County, scarcely even registered. The final warning from Star City was, "Everyone must set out no later than tomorrow morning. With every hour of delay, the danger will increase exponentially." Sudahai's voice was hoarse with strain. The air in the conference room suddenly became unbearably thick, as though it could drown a man. Zhou Zijian was the first to break the silence. He savagely crushed his cigarette into a paper cup already brimming with butts, his fingernails whitening from the force. "Old Shen, there are 370,000 people. Our fuel supplies are also critically short. Military vehicles and buses combined can carry only a few tens of thousands at the very most. What are we to do with the remaining hundreds of thousands? Those with vehicles should drive themselves, and those without should travel on foot. On foot. 80 kilometers, sub-zero temperatures, and mutated plants and wild animals on both sides. By the time the elderly and children make it halfway, there'll be nothing but food delivered straight to those beasts. Do you have any other solution? Staying here means waiting to die." Chen Guodong struck the table violently. The veins at his temples bulged, and his teacup overturned, scalding his hand until it reddened, yet he felt nothing. No one answered. Director Zhao of the Public Security Bureau kept his head lowered, drawing circle after circle in his notebook. His strokes grew increasingly forceful until with a sharp rip the pen tip punctured the paper. Chen Guodong's anger had flared quickly and dissipated just as swiftly. He braced himself weakly against the edge of the table and sat down. His voice suddenly sounded as though he had aged 10 years, as if every ounce of vitality had been drained from him. "Draw up the list, the essential personnel, military families, core medical staff, and key county government personnel. Rank them in that order. Not a single additional person will be approved. As for fuel, calculate the precise amount required for every military vehicle to reach Star City and distribute the remainder among the civilian population." Zhou Zijian rose to his feet, tucked the folder beneath his arm, said nothing, and turned toward the door. As his hand settled upon the door handle, he paused and glanced back at Chen Guodong. "Old Chen, will you be able to sleep tonight?" Chen Guodong did not answer. After the conference room door closed, Chen Guodong remained seated alone in the darkness for a very long time. He wanted to light another cigarette, only to discover that the box was empty. No one knew that on this very night the same scene was unfolding simultaneously across hundreds of counties and cities throughout the nation. In this brutal rewriting called evolution, humanity was falling irrecoverably from the summit of the food chain. The 6th day of the catastrophe. 6 in the morning. The jarring ring of an alarm clock yanked Suyu out of his shallow slumber. He opened his eyes, and his first instinct was to reach beneath his pillow for his pistol. The cold touch of metal against his palm brought his nerves instantly alert. Outside the window, the sky was still a dull gray, but the outlines of the courtyard were already discernible. Suyu swung his legs out of bed, his bare feet landing on the frigid concrete floor as he made his way to the window and looked out. The concrete ground in the yard was dry. Last night's bizarre June snowfall had lasted only half an hour before it stopped. There was no accumulation on the ground, no trace of ice. Only a few small patches of white frost lingering in the shaded corners by the wall. Suyu exhaled a breath of stale air. This was a blessing amid the misfortune. At the very least, the roads hadn't iced over and the convoy's pace wouldn't be slowed. He pulled on a windbreaker and stepped out the door, heading downstairs. In the living room, Jiang Yunhao was dozing in a recliner, a fire axe still clutched in his hand. At the sound of footsteps, his eyes snapped open and his entire body went rigid. Brother Su, you're awake. Good work. Su gave his shoulder a pat. Go wake the others. We prepare to move out. Jiang Yunhao rose to his feet, rolled his stiff neck, and turned to head upstairs. Su walked to the kitchen where Yi Chunmei was already waiting. A large basin of reheated cured meat rice sat on the stove. She was shaping the rice into individual balls with her hands, wrapping each one in plastic film. Mom, when did you get up? Couldn't sleep, so I figured I'd get up early and get these ready. Yi Chunmei didn't look up, her hands moving with practiced speed. No telling when we'll get to eat something hot on the road. These rice balls should hold us over for a while. Su said, nothing, simply standing at the doorway watching his mother's hunched back. The firelight by the stove stretched her shadow long across the wall like a sheet of paper crumpled by the passage of years. 10 minutes later, everyone had come downstairs. Jiang Mumu rubbed her eyes, her hair a tangled mess, but she immediately sidled up to Su, her small hand clutching at his sleeve. Lin Qingli had already changed, her black windbreaker zipped up to her chin, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. There was an air of cold sharpness about her. Jiang Yunhao hid behind her brother, her eyes reddened. Whether from lack of sleep or crying, it was impossible to tell. Everyone eat something. We get in the car as soon as you're done. Su distributed the rice balls Yi Chunmei had prepared to each person. We have no idea when we'll reach Star City today. Don't expect to stop for any rest along the way. Su Hang took a rice ball and took a huge bite, his cheeks bulging. Bro, what about all our stuff at home? We're just gonna leave it. Su glanced at him without answering, then turned and went back upstairs. He walked through every room, checking the limited remaining capacity of his spatial storage. He swept all the essentials into the space. Several thick quilts, the supplies he'd bought from the black market last time, toilet paper, daily necessities, and the like. As he passed the desk, his gaze lingered for a second on an old picture frame in the corner. It was a photograph of him and Su Hang as children, one perched on each of their father's shoulders. The photo had long since yellowed with age. After a moment's hesitation, he gathered the frame along with several thick medical tomes and placed them all into his spatial storage. Finally, he stood at the doorway of his own room, looking at the wooden board bed he'd slept in for over 20 years, the yellowed certificates of merit pasted on the wall, and the old textbooks stuffed into the desk drawers. He reached out and closed the door. Then Su opened a drum of gasoline, unscrewed the car's fuel cap, and poured the entire contents in. The remaining 2 drums were placed on the floor of the back seat. 7 people, 1 vehicle. Su took the driver's seat. Lin Qingli, who could drive, sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Mumu, Jiang Yunhao, and Yi Chunmei sat in the back row. Jiang Yunhao and Su Hang volunteered to sit in the open trunk. Hold on tight, don't fall out. Su glanced at them through the rearview mirror. The road will be bumpy. Shout if you can't take it. No worries, I'm thick-skinned. Su Hang grinned broadly. As the car slowly pulled out of the courtyard, Su instinctively cast one last glance at that familiar gate through the rearview mirror. The peeling gray walls and the paint-chipped wooden windows seemed to silently mourn the end of an era. The car turned into the alley and disappeared into the morning mist. 6:30 in the morning, Su's car arrived at the entrance of the County People's Hospital. The road was already jammed with people. Large numbers of civilians who had set out early were dragging their families toward the assembly point in the north of the city. 3-wheelers, motorcycles, bicycles. Even people pushing old-fashioned flatbed carts piled high with luggage. The air reeked of diesel exhaust, the sour stench of human sweat, and a faint trace of blood mingling into a suffocating miasma of apocalypse. The scene at the hospital entrance was even more extreme. 10 buses were parked in the middle of the hospital courtyard, all painted in white with blue stripes. The words, Baishui County Emergency Transport, were spray-painted on the sides, the paint barely dry, an obvious rush job done through the night. 5 military trucks stood in 2 rows, their cargo beds open as several soldiers hauled olive green supply crates aboard. Heavily armed police had cordoned off the crowd entering the hospital into several channels, checking credentials one by one. The line stretched back over 100 meters, a chaotic cacophony of shouting, crying, and children's screams. Su parked the car by the roadside and gave Jiang Mumu's hand a pat. Wait for me in the car. Don't get out. Brother, you be careful. Jiang Mumu nodded obediently, both her small hands clutching tightly at his sleeve, reluctant to let go. Su got out of the car and retrieved a black canvas bag from his spatial storage. Inside were several packs of individual military rations and a small bag of anti-inflammatory medicine. All things he'd grabbed from the Yunshan County Hospital during his sweep. After having his credentials verified, he pushed through the crowd and found Zhao Mingxian in front of the administrative building. Zhao Mingxian was giving instructions to a few people. Upon seeing Su approach, he immediately waved them off. You're here? Quickly get on bus number 7. Su didn't respond right away. Instead, he handed over the canvas bag and lowered his voice. A small token of my regard. Hardly worthy of your attention. Zhao Mingxian took the bag, unzipped it for a quick glance. His eyes flickered, but his face betrayed nothing. He zipped it back up and tucked it into his coat. Out with it. What do you want? Director Zhao, I have 7 people in my car. The quota isn't enough. So you got straight to the point. I'm giving up 2 slots. I just need my mother and my brother on board. The rest of us will drive ourselves. Is there any way you can arrange for us to be incorporated into the convoy? Zhao Mingxian furrowed his brow. Are you out of your mind? Drive yourselves. Both sides of the highway are crawling with mutated plants. What if I have fuel in my car, people in my car, and medical capability? So you cut him off? The buses are packed with more people than they can hold. I'm not fighting anyone for a seat. I just need a position to follow the convoy. Zhao Mingxian stared at him for several seconds. His lips moved and finally he pulled a pen from his pocket. On the back of a prescription slip, he scribbled a few lines in swift strokes and stamped it with his personal seal. But the convoy roster isn't under my authority. That's military logistics scheduling. I can find someone to help you at the assembly point, but whether it works out I can't promise. Also, passage slots are extremely scarce. Once confirmed, they can't be changed. Think it through. Zhao Mingxian emphasized specifically. This is a temporary transit pass I'm issuing. It has my signature and seal. Use it to clear the first checkpoint when you reach the assembly point. Suyu took the crumpled slip of paper, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his inner pocket. Thanks, Director Zhao. Don't thank me. When we get to Star City, you'll still have to work for me. Suyu immediately turned and walked back. Returning to the side of the car, he pulled open the rear door, bending down to look at Yi Chunmei in the back seat. Mom, you and Xiao Hang get out of the car and follow me. Yi Chunmei was pulled out of the car by Suyu with a look of utter bewilderment, while Su Hang jumped down from the trunk, rubbing his frozen hands. Inside the car, Jiang Mumu and Lin Qingli exchanged a glance, instantly understanding Suyu's plan and tacitly remaining silent. Jiang Yunhao cast a worried glance at his sister, but upon receiving a reassuring look from Suyu, he also kept his mouth tightly shut. You two take the bus. It's an official vehicle with armed escorts, much safer than coming with me. Xiao Yu. Yi Chunmei gripped his arm so tightly it felt as though she might press his bones into his flesh. No, if we leave together. Mom can't just abandon you here alone. Mom, Suyu said, holding her hand with a gentle yet firm grip. This isn't abandoning you, it's an arrangement. The bus is in the middle of the convoy, protected by military vehicles ahead and behind. It's the safest position. I must ensure that you and Xiao Hang are absolutely safe. Don't worry, I'll drive the others and follow right behind the convoy. We won't fall behind. Then he turned to look at Su Hang, his gaze calm and steady. Listen, once you're on the bus, take good care of Mom. If anything happens, find a way to protect yourselves immediately. Don't try to be a hero, and don't be impulsive. We'll reunite once we reach Xingqing. Su Hang's eyes welled with tears, but he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Suyu pulled him to the boarding gate, handing him and his mother over to the registration soldier, watching them board bus No. 7. Through the dust-covered window, Yi Chunmei's lips moved soundlessly, her palm pressed against the glass as tears blurred her silhouette. Suyu simply stood in place until the bus's license plate was seared into his memory like a brand. He turned and walked briskly back to his own car, pulling open the door to sit in the driver's seat, where Jiang Yunhao had also returned. No one spoke. The atmosphere inside the car was quiet to the point of oppression. At 7 o'clock, the hospital convoy started up on time. 10 buses and 5 military trucks filed out of the hospital gates, merging into the chaotic torrent of the main road. Suyu drove right behind the last bus, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. At 7:30, the convoy finally crossed the boundary of the county town's built-up area. The scene ahead caused everyone in the car to gasp in unison. The first thing Suyu saw was not the highway, but a wilderness violently cleared out of the landscape. The rolling hills and farmland that originally flanked both sides of the highway entrance had now been completely flattened by bulldozers. The overturned soil was a deep brown, mingled with the crushed remains of vegetation, and the air was thick with the scent of rotting plant sap. This forcibly cleared open space was packed with vehicles. Private cars, minivans, pickups, tricycles, tractors, and even a water truck of unknown origin. Squeezed tightly together, they stretched from the entrance all the way to the horizon, numbering at least 1,000. The gaps between the vehicles were packed with people. Some sat on the roofs of their cars, some crouched on the ground, and many more stood with their necks craned, staring intently at the blockade of military trucks at the highway entrance. The hospital's bus convoy stopped for less than 30 seconds before the blockade, where the vehicles ahead parted to create an opening, allowing the 10 buses to file through. Suyu's car followed right behind the last bus, just about to enter. A young sentry carrying an automatic rifle stepped across, pointing his muzzle diagonally toward the ground, while raising his other hand palm forward. Stop. Identification. Suyu rolled down his window and handed over the prescription slip written by Zhao Mingxian. The sentry took it, glanced at it, flipped it over, and looked again, his eyes devoid of any emotion. To integrate a vehicle, you need an authorization slip from the dispatch team. This won't do. He handed the slip back, his attitude not particularly hostile, but showing absolutely no room for compromise. Suyu did not argue, calmly taking the slip back. Where is the logistics dispatch team? Inside, but you can't enter the core area without a pass. Even as he spoke, a figure in a white lab coat came jogging over from ahead. It was Zhao Mingxian. He was running out of breath, the hem of his lab coat fluttering in the wind. "This is one of our medical team, let him through." The sentry hesitated, his gaze lingering for a second on the pass with 3 red stamps pinned to Zhao Mingxuan's chest before finally stepping aside half a pace. "Park the car by the roadside, the person may enter." Suyu pulled over, turned off the engine, told the back seat to wait, and then carrying 2 canisters of fuel followed Zhao Mingxian forward. The scale of the military convoy was even more massive than he had anticipated. Various models of military trucks, troop carriers, and communication vehicles formed 2 parallel serpentine lines stretching from the highway entrance deep into the ramp, with an estimated total length of over 2 kilometers. Zhao Mingxian led him around 3 troop carriers and stopped beside a camouflage command and communication vehicle. The vehicle door was open, and a major in his early 30s sat at a folding table at the rear, with a topographical map of the route spread before him, heavily marked in red and blue ink. "Major Han." Zhao Mingxian knocked on the door. "Sorry to bother you." The major looked up, revealing an old scar running from his brow bone to his cheekbone. His gaze was sharp, but bore obvious fatigue. "Director Zhao, what is it?" "This is the surgeon I mentioned to you, Suyu. He was the one who saved the soldier with the penetrating abdominal wound yesterday." Han Zheng sized Suyu up, merely nodding slightly as a brief greeting. "I will give Director Zhao face, but we cannot easily make an exception here." Zhao Mingxian spoke a few more words, but seeing that Han Zheng's stance had softened only slightly, he knew his role had reached its limit. He patted Suyu on the shoulder, whispering, "You'll have to negotiate the rest yourself," before turning and heading back toward the hospital convoy. After Zhao Mingxian left, the area around the command vehicle fell silent save for the occasional static crackling from the radio. Han Zheng lowered his head to continue marking the map, as if waiting for Suyu to speak first, or perhaps using the silence to exert an invisible pressure. Suyu's gaze did not linger on Han Zheng's face, instead it fell upon the map spread open before him. His eyes swept past the dense contour lines and blue arrows, finally locking onto several place names heavily circled in red pencil. Beside each circle the same word was annotated: high risk. He suddenly moved, lifting the 2 canisters of gasoline from the ground, placing them gently on the table and tapping the caps. 20 liters of 92-octane gasoline. The military green jerry cans gleamed with a matte finish under the morning sun, the sound of the sloshing liquid dull and heavy. Han Zheng's pen tip halted, his gaze finally lifting from the map to settle upon those 2 barrels of oil. Yet he said nothing, his eyes drifting past Suyu's shoulder to fix upon the dark mass of people in the distance. That gaze held scrutiny and iciness, as though he were regarding an inanimate object. "Oil, eh?" Han Zheng gave a derisive snort, sinking back into his chair and gesturing toward the dark crowd outside. "Every day there are people queuing from this very spot all the way to the county gate, desperate to barter with me for a position. Do you truly believe I lack these 2 barrels of oil of yours?" Suyu said nothing, the silence stretching between them as their gazes locked. He caught the bloodshot web in Han Zheng's eyes with clarity, along with the simmering agitation of a man on the brink of buckling under unbearable weight. It was Suyu who finally broke the silence, his pace measured, but every word crystal clear. "Major Han, the entire convoy extends well beyond 2 kilometers. The armored vanguard is responsible for clearing the route, with primary fire support concentrated across the front and middle sections. The tail end of the convoy represents the most vulnerable segment of the entire defensive line, a fact you understand far better than I." Han Zheng's finger drawing across the map froze mid-stroke. Suyu advanced by half a step, his voice dropping lower still, yet cutting through the air with greater force. "I need to ask something. Under your plan, how many mobile medical personnel would you be able to spare for the rear of the convoy? Would it be an entire squad, or merely 1 medic?" Han Zheng offered no reply, yet his brows gave an almost imperceptible flicker. The old scar across his visage twitched, with it twisting into something grim and gaunt. Suyu knew he had struck true. He pushed harder. "Place my vehicle at the very end of the convoy. If we come under attack at the rear and suffer casualties, I'm already there on site. I can render immediate emergency treatment right there on the spot, debridement, hemorrhage control, stabilization. At the very least, I'd buy precious golden hours for evacuating the critically injured." He let the words hang for a moment before delivering his final, and most vital, remark. "Besides, with my vehicle positioned at the rear, any complications can be handled independently. I can accelerate away or veer off the highway without disrupting the main column's momentum." Suyu bent and gave each oil drum another firm pat, the sound echoing with a heavy thud. "These 2 barrels of oil are simply my contribution. My vehicle can reach Xingqing on its own fuel. I ask for nothing from you. All I require is a position at the tail of this convoy." Han Zheng held his gaze for a full 10 seconds, those bloodshot eyes cycling through suspicion and scrutiny before something shifted. The old scar across his face twisted into an unsettling angle. With a sudden motion, Han Zheng flung his pen onto the map and snatched up the walkie-talkie from his desk, bypassing any consultation as he barked out his command. "Logistics dispatch team. Clear a gap 5 positions back from the rear. Make room for 1 civilian vehicle to slot in." A crisp "copy that" came through the radio. Fifth from the rear, not the very end. Suyu's grip on the walkie-talkie tightened almost imperceptibly for a single heartbeat. Han Jing met Suyu's gaze once more. His tone remained brusque, yet now edged with undeniable authority. Stay within the convoy formation, keep your distance, and obey radio directives at all times. With that, Han Jing grabbed a walkie-talkie from his desk and hurled it toward him. Set it to channel 3. Report any developments immediately. Under no circumstances act without authorization. Understood. Suyu caught the walkie-talkie cleanly and nodded with conviction. One more thing. Han Jing rose to his feet. Though he fell short of Suyu's height by a half head, the weight of his presence remained undiminished. If genuine casualties appear along the route, and you so much as retreat into that cabin like a coward, I'll put a bullet in you myself the moment we reach Xingqing. Suyu's lips quirked faintly. I'm a physician. That's my responsibility. Han Jing grunted his acknowledgement and dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Suyu returned to his car with the walkie-talkie in hand. The instant he pulled open the car door, the stagnant air within seemed to stir back to life. Brother, you, what happened? Jiang Mumu spotted his return and nearly launched herself at him, her small hands clutching his arm with desperate urgency. It's settled. Suyu brandished the walkie-talkie with a casual flick of his wrist. Though his face remained impassive, the unwavering certainty in his eyes loosened the tension in every passenger instantly. Jiang Yunhao's rigid shoulders finally sagged, exhaling a breath he'd been holding for far too long. Lin Qingli's eyes, which had remained fixed on the command vehicle, finally drifted downward to rest upon the hilt of the blade across her knees. Suyu secured the walkie-talkie to the center console, ignited the engine, and crept forward along the designated lane. He brought the vehicle to a halt behind a dark olive military transport truck. The canvas tarp overhead sat loose, revealing through the gaps 2 ranks of soldiers seated within. Rifles rested vertically between their knees, their youthful faces drawn tight with fatigue and apprehension. Behind that truck sat several military jeeps lined abreast. 0845. The entire column had assumed its final formation, all vehicles in position and idle. In that suffocating silence, the distant cacophony of civilian voices, shouting, crying, wailing, cut through the air with painful clarity. All waiting for the relief force heading from Xingqing. At precisely 9 o'clock. From the fog-choked expressway ahead of Xingqing, the dread rumble of treads grinding forward echoed closer and closer. 2 Type 96 main battle tanks led the vanguard, parting the white mist as their gun turrets swept slowly, black maws fixed like the unblinking stare of death itself. Behind them, heavy infantry fighting vehicles rolled forward like metallic leviathans. The rescue contingent had arrived exactly on schedule. The camo paint on their hulls hung in ragged patches, heavy machine guns perched atop each turret, all barrels leveled forward and reeking of carnage. Static crackled through the radio as officers at the front conferred in fragmented bursts. 5 minutes passed before Han Jing's voice cut through the static. All units, attention. Evacuation commences now. Maintain spacing and stay with the column. The lead heavy tanks reignited with a deafening growl. The vast steel column lurched forward, slow but unyielding, toward Xingqing. Suyu kept his hands firm on the wheel, his gaze locked ahead, every nerve strung tight. The path behind had been scoured clean, but beyond either guardrail lay a realm forbidden to humanity. Thick creepers, thick as constrictor serpents, coiled around and twisted the guardrails into knotted spirals. On distant hills, towering timber stretched upward to choke out the sky, casting the land below into an unending, suffocating gloom. From the depths of the distant fog, mournful and shrill shrieks rang out, sending a chill through every passenger. The convoy crawled forward at roughly 15 kilometers per hour, with periodic reports crackling through the radio. Front elements reporting the route clear. Large flora contact 300 meters to the left. No hostile behavior displayed. Proceeding. Suyu kept his attention divided, focused on the road ahead, one ear tuned to the radio, his peripheral vision constantly sweeping the side mirrors. Behind the main column, a throng of civilian vehicles had now fallen in behind them. Sedans, vans, trucks, e-bikes, motorcycles, and bicycles jostled together in chaotic disorder, striving desperately to trail behind the military column like a bloated trailing appendage. Beyond them, those without any transport at all, scattered figures on foot barely visible through the thick fog. The convoy had barely traveled 5 kilometers beyond the outskirts of Baishui County when Suyu noticed something amiss. The temperature was rising. Inside the city, the mercury still hovered around freezing, and the wind seeping through the car still carried a biting chill. Yet once the convoy entered the highway, its shoulders overrun by colossal mutant flora, the surrounding air began to grow warm and muggy, and the world beyond the windows sank into a murky gloom. So hot. Jiang Yuanyao murmured softly from the back seat. A thin sheen of sweat had broken across her pale forehead. She reached down and tugged the zipper of her down jacket open, exposing a sliver of delicate collarbone. An unnatural flush crept across her cheeks. She looked like a fish returned to the deep sea after dehydration, breathing in greedily as her body slowly unfurled. The glow within her heterochromatic eyes grew steadily brighter. Jiang Yunhao recognized the emergence of his sister's alternate personality and shot her a sharp glare, a silent command to rein herself in. Jiang Mumu was unzipping her coat as well. Mid-motion, her gaze swept past the window and her breath caught. What enormous mushrooms! She lunged toward the window, pressing herself against the glass to stare at a cluster of half-human height, umbrella-shaped fungi by the roadside. Scarlet caps dappled with yellow spots, so strikingly beautiful, they seemed almost unreal. Don't look at those things. Suyu did not turn his head. Jiang Mumu obediently pulled back, though her eyes still darted outward with irrepressible curiosity. The towering trees flanking the highway were so massive their trunks required 3 or 4 people linking arms to encircle their bark, rough and coarse as dragon scales. Their immense canopies intertwined directly above the road, weaving themselves into a verdant vault that shut out the sky entirely. Gradually the sunlight was completely blotted out, and the convoy moved forward through a dim, oppressive tunnel of living tissue. The military truck ahead flicked on its headlights. The headlights of the entire Iron Serpent followed suit. Suyu switched on his low beams and fog lights. Pale columns of light struck the rear of the vehicle ahead, illuminating a stretch of road some dozen meters long. Without those lights, one could not have seen their own hand before their face. Through the gaps in the canopy overhead, occasional wisps of pallid light filtered down, thin as gossamer threads, only to be intercepted by lower layers of foliage before they ever reached the ground. This temperature doesn't add up. Suyu experimentally cranked the window open by a mere centimeter. In an instant, a rush of warm, humid air surged in its scent, a nauseating blend of sharp humus rot and an uncanny sweet coppery reek. The stench was enough to make one's stomach turn. Suyu held his breath, slammed the window shut in one motion, and his fingers immediately found the recirculation button on the climate control. Metabolic heat from the plant community itself, the conclusion flashed unbidden through Suyu's mind. Mutant plants metabolize at rates dozens or even hundreds of times faster than normal flora, a process that releases tremendous thermal energy. The dense vegetative cover formed a natural insulating blanket, transforming this stretch into a colossal greenhouse. This explained why one nearly froze to death inside the county town, yet grew warm the moment they hit the highway. But this was hardly good news. Warmth meant conditions favorable to life, and conditions favorable to life meant rear elements, be advised. Mobile heat signatures detected 150 meters to the left. Count 3. Size medium. Currently moving away. The reconnaissance vehicle at the vanguard reported over the radio. Suyu gave the volume dial on his handset a twist, raising the output by 2 notches. The convoy pressed onward. Jiang Yuanyao rested her head on Jiang Mumu's shoulder, her warm breath condensing into a small patch of fog on the window glass. Her gaze was drawn to a cluster of flowers that had pushed their way through the guardrail by the roadside. So pretty. Each blossom was the size of a human head, its petals a translucent lavender, and its stamens a luminous gold, radiating a faint glow of their own in the surrounding gloom. The instant the headlight beams swept across the flower bed, those petals snapped inward with violent force. The golden stamens trembled wildly, then puffed out a plume of pale gold pollen with a sharp whoosh. The golden pollen burst open within the column of light. Countless motes swallowed the beam whole and slammed headlong into the windshield of the car. Hiss! Where the pollen struck the glass, the acidic spatter began eating into the surface, releasing thin curls of white smoke. Suyu immediately jabbed the washer fluid button, sending a copious spray of cleansing liquid across the windshield. The wipers swept across the glass, barely restoring a measure of clarity, though the windshield was left pockmarked with permanent scars. Damn! Jiang Yunhao cursed under his breath, his heart still racing as he stared at the permanently scarred glass. Suyu did not hesitate a moment longer. He snatched the handset from the dashboard mount and mashed the transmit key. Command, this is reporting an emergency. We have encountered a species of pale purple flower approximately human head-sized along both sides of the highway. Under stimulation by strong light, the plant actively ejects a gold-colored pollen possessing intense acidic corrosive properties. My vehicle's windshield has sustained damage. All units exercise caution and avoid. The handset crackled twice before Han Zhang's cold, clipped voice flooded the entire channel. Command copies. Flamethrower teams priority target. Incinerate and clear the hostile flora. All other vehicles maintain distance and avoid. The convoy rolled steadily forward, the occasional fire team up ahead belching serpentine jets of flame toward the roadside. The convoy's headlights carved conical pillars of light as they bored ahead through the pitch-black vegetal tunnel. Beyond those columns, however, lay only a darkness so heavy it threatened to suffocate. The radio crackled intermittently with reports from the vanguard. Vanguard reporting. A massive fallen tree spans the roadway approximately 200 meters ahead. Engineering vehicles are moving up to clear. All units reduce speed and maintain alert. The convoy braked sharply, then ground to a complete halt. Suyu kept his foot pressed firmly on the brake, his gaze flicking to both side mirrors. The military jeep behind had halted as well. Its soldiers sat with weapons raised watching in taut vigilance the edges of darkness lit by the headlights. This marked the second stop since departure. Mutant flora grew at a pace far beyond any projection. The roadway, cleared by the armored column mere hours ago, had already been sealed shut again by fresh growth. From somewhere up ahead came the snarl of chainsaws and the muffled thud of hydraulic shears woven together with the shouts of soldiers at work. Suyu glanced at the odometer on the dashboard. They had been on the move for nearly 2 hours and covered less than 20 kilometers. At this rate, the full 80 kilometers would demand at least 7 or 8 hours. Brother you. Those people at the back, can they keep up? Jiang Mumu clung to the rear window peering backward. Suyu offered no reply. He had already discerned the answer long ago. Trailing the convoy was a bloated tail of civilian vehicles which surged forward a stretch with every halt. A motley jumble of vehicle types, some with luggage lashed to their roofs, others with passengers crammed into every seat, and a handful of motorcycles weaving audaciously through the gaps between cars. Further back still drifted crowds of cyclists and pedestrians, their forms appearing and vanishing in the gloom. Suyu even spotted a single shared bicycle bearing 3 burly men who took turns pedaling furiously in pursuit of the convoy. True enough, when humanity is driven to the brink, it always finds a way. Yet the entire column of evacuees was inevitably being stretched thinner and torn apart. Cleared ahead. Proceeding. The convoy rumbled back to life. Suyu pressed the accelerator, falling back into rhythm behind the military truck ahead. Another 20 minutes or so passed when a sudden report crackled over the radio. Vanguard reporting. Large animal activity signatures found in the tree line to our left. Estimated size. Hold on. Multiple heat sources detected. Numbers unknown. All units raise alert level. Machine gunners stand ready. As the officer's clipped commands erupted through the radio, Suyu's knuckles tightened around the steering wheel. Almost simultaneously, a deep, guttural snarl echoed from the dense forest on the right. The snarl faded and silence reclaimed the world. Whatever lurked within the thicket did not charge out. It merely watched from the shadows where the headlights could not reach as the steel serpent glided slowly past. Suyu fixed his gaze on the right side mirror for 3 full seconds. The trailing edge of the headlight beams cast a pallid film of light along the perimeter of the dense undergrowth. Beyond that film of light, deep in the shadows, he caught a fleeting detail. 2 points of dull yellow light that flashed and vanished in an instant. Eyes. And more than one pair. Something is following us, Suyu said in a low voice. Lin Qingli turned to look at him, her brow faintly furrowed. Following us. The scent of humanity is too strong. Suyu's gaze returned to the road ahead. Thousands of vehicles, hundreds of thousands of lives. When such a vast congregation of living breath gathers, it serves as a deterrent to any beast. But how long such a deterrent can hold, no one can say. Suyu, Jiang Mumu, Lin Qingli, Jiang Yuanyao. Over the next 2 hours, that feeling of being watched never faded. If anything, it grew more oppressive. On the left slope, 3 creatures roughly the size of young calves threaded their way through the underbrush. The headlights occasionally swept across their silhouettes, revealing pelts blanketed in a moss-like green coating that made them resemble ambulatory shrubs from a distance. High in the canopy overhead, dark shapes could be glimpsed darting swiftly between the branches. They were small in stature, but numerous, moving with the agility of monkeys while trailing long tails reminiscent of lizards. A snake even slithered across the roadway. No, that thing had legs, 4 stubby limbs, supporting a serpentine body 3 meters long, its entire form sheathed in fine dark green scales. Illuminated by the headlights, its scales gleamed with a wet sheen as it crawled forward, emitting a sharp hiss with each flick of its forked tongue. Its belly scraped against the concrete, leaving a glistening trail of slime in its wake. Yet the military truck ahead showed no sign of slowing. Its massive tire rolled directly over the creature, producing a sickening crunch of bone and a wet bursting sound like crushed berries beneath the rubber. The dispatches over the walkie-talkie grew increasingly frequent, their tone more strained with each transmission. 500 meters to the left, canine-sized creatures spotted, estimated 10 to 15, moving in parallel. Right slope, large avian creatures roosting, no aggressive behavior detected, continue observation. Unknown creatures trailing the rear of the convoy, small in size, but considerable in number. Suyu's knuckles drummed soundlessly against the steering wheel as his mind raced. The military-escorted convoy stretched over 2 kilometers in length. The lead armored vehicles had limited fire coverage, while the middle section was flanked by infantry fighting vehicles and armed jeeps. But the rear section, his location, had the weakest defenses. The civilian vehicles and pedestrians trailing behind, completely cut off from military protection, resembled a string of defenseless living targets in the darkness. What truly set Suyu on edge was a subtle shift in the dispatches. Initially, the mutated creatures maintained a cautious distance of 300 to 500 meters from the convoy, observing warily. But when the convoy was forced to stop a second time, then a third by obstacles in the road, their operational range began to contract. The most recent report indicated that the trailing swarm of small creatures had closed to within 80 meters of the rear. and their numbers were swelling. What had begun as 2 or 3 dozen scattered thermal signatures had now escalated into the terminology of massive and dense over the radio. They were massing. Suyu's hand drifted instinctively beneath the seat, fingers closing around the strap of his issued medical pack to confirm it was still there. Obstacle ahead, all vehicles reduced speed. This time the stoppage lasted longer. A massive tree trunk over a meter in diameter lay sprawled across the road. Even the engineering vehicle's hydraulic arm couldn't budge it, it would need to be cut into sections. Suyu cut the engine and the headlights died with it. The surrounding darkness surged in like a living tide, swallowing everything whole. Only the taillights and headlights of the military vehicles ahead and behind remained, casting isolated pools of illumination that made the plant tunnel seem all the more abyssal and terrifying. He lowered the window a crack, tilting his head to listen to the sounds beyond. Wind poured through the gap, carrying with it that muggy scent of rotting vegetation. From deep within the forest, rustling sounds approached, not from any single direction, but simultaneously from both sides of the roadbed, rising like floodwaters, encroaching from every quarter. Occasional shrill squeaks pierced through the ambient noise, far louder than any ordinary rodent could produce. The dark shapes that had been leaping between the branches and the canopy had ceased their movements at some unknown point. They were no longer moving, instead crouching one by one upon the boughs in utter silence, as if awaiting some signal. Something's wrong. Suyu's gaze flicked to the dashboard. 42 kilometers, just past the halfway mark. Lin Xingli immediately turned her head, her eyes sharpening. What's wrong? They've stopped moving. Suyu's voice was barely above a whisper. Everything that was moving before, it's all stopped now. In the back seat, Zhang Yunyao suddenly sat bolt upright. Her heterochromatic eyes refracted an eerie cold glimmer in the darkness, her head tilting slightly toward the right window, as though sensing something unseen. She seized her brother Zhang Yunhao's arm in a sudden grip, her nails biting into his flesh. So many eyes are watching us. Her voice had lost its childish softness, now threaded with a strange blend of excitement and trembling. Just out there in the blackness, everywhere. They're coming. A chill crawled across Suyu's scalp. He snatched up the walkie-talkie, but before his thumb could press the transmit button, a barrage of gunfire cut him off. Not from the front, from the rear, and not from one location alone. The first eruption of gunfire came from the military jeeps at the tail end of the convoy, the rapid staccato of rifles interspersed with the deep, thundering roars of machine guns. Almost simultaneously, from even farther back, the dense crack of gunfire erupted from deep within the civilian vehicle column. Suyu's back slammed against the seat as he whipped his head toward the rearview mirror. Soldiers in the rearmost jeeps had already risen to their feet, the muzzle flashes from their weapons flickering wildly in the darkness. The trajectories of tracer rounds carved lines of orange-red death through the green vegetation, streaking toward the black shadows surging madly out of the roadside undergrowth. Then the walkie-talkie seemed to erupt as though a hornet's nest had been kicked. A cacophony of shouts, reports, and screams, all tangled with electronic static, flooded the channel simultaneously. Rearguard report. Convoy tail under attack by swarm of small mutated creatures, roughly the size of hunting hounds. Extreme numbers. Engaging with suppressive fire. Observation point 5 reporting. We're under aerial assault. Those black long-tailed monstrosities. They're diving from the canopy. Oh. My hand. Observation point 7. Observation point 7. Ground creatures are attacking pedestrian groups in the rear. Full automatic fire, but there are too many. Damn. They fly so fast. The crowd is breaking formation. Request reinforcements. I repeat, request reinforcements. Suyu's pupils contracted to pinpoints. A coordinated, multi-pronged assault. This was the instinctive behavior of a pack hunt, even bearing the marks of primitive cunning. The gunfire nearest to them was the first to fall silent. The military jeeps at the rear guard were the most heavily armed, their crews well trained. The interlocking fire of squad automatic weapons and rifles tore through the first wave of mutated creatures charging onto the roadbed in under 3 minutes. A dozen or more grayish-brown corpses riddled with bullet holes lay collapsed at the road's edge, their dark gray blood pooling across the concrete in small, glistening puddles. The remaining mutated creatures emitted reluctant, hissing cries and retreated into the depths of the underbrush. Rearguard report. First wave repelled approximately 15 to 20 hostiles, eliminated no friendly casualties. But the gunfire from the civilian column behind the fire from the observation post showed no signs of abating, instead growing more frantic, more desperate. The firepower of a handful of men against a charging swarm of over 100 creatures resulted in a catastrophic rate of ammunition expenditure. The dispatch over the radio confirmed his assessment. Observation point 5. We've shot down 2 aerial creatures, but more are coming from behind. Less than 3 magazines remaining. Civilians in the vicinity are scattering in all directions. The situation has completely spiraled out of control. Observation point 7. Emergency transmission. Mutated creature numbers far exceed projections. At least 100. Our squad has. Crackle. Been bitten. Massive casualties among the pedestrian group. We can't. Piercing shriek. Hold the line. They're charging through. Suyu's fingers tightened around the walkie-talkie, his knuckles blanching white. The distant screams, gunfire, and clangor of metal melded together, piercing through the electronic static and hundreds of meters of distance with a clarity that churned the stomach. He surveyed his surroundings. The rearguard soldiers were replenishing their magazines, eyes fixed on the convoy's tail end underbrush to prevent a second charge by the swarm. Their mission was to protect the convoy's core, not the civilians trailing behind. No one moved toward the rear. Suyu understood perfectly well that these rearguard soldiers would not abandon their posts on their own initiative. The decision of whether to dispatch rescue forces could only be made by the command center. Ahead of the convoy, inside the command and communications vehicle, Han Zheng stood before the communications console, the old scar across his face rendered all the more grotesque by the ghastly pallor of the emergency lights. His fists were clenched tight, veins bulging across his knuckles. On the tactical map before him, 7 red magnetic markers denoted the 7 observation posts deployed among the civilian column. Beside the markers for posts 3, 5, and 7, a signalman was frantically scratching crossed diagonal lines with a red pen, the symbol for engaged in combat. Post 7 has ammunition for maybe 5 minutes. Post 5 is slightly better off. The signalman's voice was taut, beads of fine sweat seeping across his brow. Post 3 is under the least pressure right now. Only scattered harassment. Han Zheng did not respond at once. His right index finger traced a line on the map from the rearguard position to the marker for Post 7, a distance of nearly 5 kilometers. For soldiers running at full combat load on a normal road, it would take roughly 25 minutes. But this was no normal road. It was a chaotic zone choked with civilian vehicles and panicked crowds threaded through with pockets of active danger under attack. Realistically, arrival would take at least 30 minutes. And those 30 minutes would be more than enough for the defensive line behind them to be torn to shreds. His mind raced through calculations, a torrent of schemes surging through his thoughts, only to be instantly rejected by the cold calculus of reality. Bang! The vehicle door was suddenly wrenched open from the outside. The man who stepped in was the commander of the Star City Escort Forces, Lu Guangliang, Armor Battalion Commander, holding the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. He strode to the map and drove his fingertip hard against the marking for Star City. Han Zheng, we cannot send anyone back. The Star City Meteorological Station issued a top-level alert updated 30 minutes ago. The southward push of an extreme cold front is exceeding all projections. In no more than 6 hours, ground temperatures will plummet to at least minus 20 degrees. 6 hours is our final window to reach Star City. Once the roads freeze over, it won't just be those civilians trapped behind us. It'll be the entire convoy, including your Star City Armor Battalion. Lu Guangliang lifted his gaze, his stare piercing Han Zheng directly. You cannot shoulder that responsibility. Han Zheng said nothing. The rough rasp of his breathing reverberated through the cramped cabin. But at that very moment, the light in the doorway dimmed as a figure blocked it. Chen Guodong, Party Secretary of Baishui County, stood there, his chest heaving violently. A few strands of gray hair at his brow were soaked with sweat and clung to his skin. He had clearly overheard the entire exchange from outside. Commander Lu. Chen Guodong's voice was low, yet every word emerged crystalline, carrying the irrevocable resolve of a man who had resolved to stake everything. If we abandon those behind us now, the mutant beasts will scatter those civilians into the dense forest. They won't even have to wait for the cold to kill them. They'll be devoured long before then. Lu Guangliang's lips pressed into a bloodless, rigid line. He offered neither rebuttal nor assent. The air inside the cabin thickened until it became almost impossible to breathe. Han Zheng's head snapped up. The struggle and calculation in his eyes gave way to a resolve forged of iron. He seized the radio handset in one swift motion, his voice hoarse, yet absolutely unyielding. Rearguard forces. Immediately detach 1st and 2nd platoons plus all reserve squads. 100 men in total. Carry every squad machine gun and reserve ammunition. Push forward along the civilian column toward the rear without delay. Mission: link up with the forward observation posts, establish a temporary defensive line, and cover the retreat of the rear civilians toward the convoy at any cost. He paused. Each word seemed wrested through clenched teeth. Repeat the order. You have only 40 minutes. Mark this. You have only 40 minutes. 40 minutes from now, regardless of the situation at the rear, regardless of what you are doing, every reinforcement element must rejoin the main body at full speed. The convoy will not wait a single second longer. A heavy acknowledgement crackled through the radio. Copy. Mission will be accomplished. Han Zheng released the handset. His knuckles had blanched and ashen white from the force of his grip. He no longer studied the map nor looked at anyone. His gaze merely lingered on the chaotic signals flickering across the communication screen. Chen Guodong closed his eyes. When he opened them again, those aged eyes were threaded with crimson veins, yet they gleamed with an uncommon clarity. Human strength has its limits. We cannot save everyone. His voice was so low it was nearly inaudible, yet each word fell with unmistakable precision. But we cannot, not save even one. He drew a deep breath, his chest subtly collapsing inward. Once we reach Star City, whatever consequences this decision carries, I will bear them alone. Han Zheng did not turn around. He simply lifted a hand in a silent wave toward the communication screen. The perspective shifts to the rear of the convoy where darkness holds dominion. Gunfire from the rear observation post still sputtered intermittently. Through the radio engagement reports and casualty figures spilled out in relentless succession. The immense convoy remained stubbornly at a standstill. And then, suddenly, hurried heavy tactical footfalls sounded from behind Suyu. He whipped his head around to see two files of fully armed soldiers leap down from a military jeep parked behind them, deploying under the command of a captain. Against the tide of panicked civilian vehicles and fleeing crowds they charged, undaunted and resolute, toward the region where the gunfire raged thickest, where despair ran deepest. Command had dispatched reinforcements. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. His heart hammered wildly. He did not know who had made this decision, but it did not matter. What mattered was that this force would inevitably draw the attention of vast numbers of mutant creatures, and in its wake it would also leave behind countless mutant carcasses. A reckless, audacious notion blazed through his mind like wildfire through dry grass. In this infernal tableau to every other eye it was the end of days, death, a hopeless flight. But to his eyes it was a landscape strewn with mineral wealth. He had no idea what conditions were like in Star City, nor how chaotic the situation might be. The eruption of mutated beasts had already begun, which meant that among humanity an ever-growing number of awakeners would soon emerge. But one thing was certain. Without sufficient strength, without the power to protect himself, he and his people would eventually become fish upon someone else's chopping block. Therefore this stretch of road was his one and only chance. He pulled the military-issued emergency medical kit from beneath his seat. "Qingli, drive." Before the words had fully faded, Suyu had already risen swiftly and reached for the car door. But at that moment a pair of slender pale fingers gripped his sleeve with fierce determination. Suyu lowered his gaze and met Jiang Mumu's eyes, those orbs swimming with a misty sheen. She bit down on her lower lip. The rims of her eyes had already reddened. Her voice was barely suppressed, yet in it lingered a vulnerability and unease she would reveal only before him. "Fishgage, where are you going?" Her fingers tightened further, still her knuckles paling faintly from the strain. "I heard everything on the radio just now. There's fighting in the back, so many people dying. You're heading to the rear, aren't you?" Suyu turned back to look at her. At last a single tear escaped Jiang Mumu's eyes, tracing a path down her cheek. Yet she did not cry aloud. She merely bit down fiercely on her lip, fighting desperately to suppress the sob rising in her throat. Her other hand reached out as well, both hands now clutching Suyu's sleeve as though afraid that loosening her grip even a fraction would cause him to vanish. "Fishgage, you're going to the back to save people, aren't you?" She appeared fragile, but she was no fool. Indeed, she was sharper than most. She had caught every word of the chaotic transmissions over the radio, missing not a single syllable. Suyu had suddenly risen and handed the wheel to Lin Qingli. In an instant she had pieced together the entire chain of logic. Suyu fell silent for 2 seconds. Although Major Han Zheng had only required him to rescue members of the military convoy, he did not deny her assumption at this moment. Instead, he went along with it. He reached out and gently brushed away the tear on her cheek. "Listen to me. Major Han Zheng struck a bargain with me in exchange for our place in the convoy. If any casualties appear at the rear during the evacuation, I must be there to treat them. This is the price we pay for remaining with this convoy. If I cower in the car and do nothing now, Han Zheng could have me shot on the spot." Jiang Mumu's lips trembled. Her hands clutching his sleeve did not release. If anything, they tightened further. Then you have to come back." Her voice had broken entirely into sobs like the whimper of a wounded little creature. Promise me you will definitely come back." "I'll come back. Definitely." Suyu's thumb pressed gently against the back of her hand. A light touch, yet it carried the weight of an immovable vow. Jiang Mumu clenched her teeth. Finger by finger she pried her grip loose from his sleeve. When her fingertips grazed the inside of his wrist, she squeezed once more, tight, before finally letting go. "Both of you, remember this. No matter what happens out there, no matter who knocks on the window, unless you see me return, you absolutely must not open it. Do you understand?" Jiang Mumu nodded with all her might. The tip of her nose flushed crimson, yet her voice had recovered some measure of its usual obedience and quiet certainty. Fishgage, don't worry. I won't open the door for anyone." She paused for a second, then added in a small voice, as though speaking more to herself than to anyone else. "I'll wait for you." Suyu turned to leave. Bang! The car door was flung open, and then swiftly pulled shut again. Jiang Yunhao strode forward, a fire axe gripped in one hand. His tall, powerfully built frame closed the distance to Suyu in a few steps, and his voice rang out with absolute resolve. "Suji, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'm coming with you." Suyu halted. He turned around, his gaze cold and solemn as it settled upon that earnest, resolute face. "No, you have to go back," Suyu refused without hesitation. Jiang Yunhao grew anxious. He tightened his grip on the axe handle, about to speak, but Suyu suddenly pressed a hand firmly onto his shoulder. "Look inside the car," Suyu said in a low voice. There are only a few girls in there. With everything outside in this kind of chaos, what if looters try to take advantage of the situation, or a mutant beast that slipped through the net comes lunging in? You staying behind to guard them matters more than coming with me. Jiang Yunhao froze. He glanced back at the car window, then turned his gaze toward the hellish darkness ahead. His hand tightened around the fire axe, then loosened, tightened again. Veins rose along the back of his hand. Understood. Jiang Yunhao drew a deep breath and nodded through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on Suyu. Suji, go with peace of mind. I swear not even a single mutant fly will get past me. Suyu's foot faltered for a moment. There was something oddly off about the way that sounded wasn't there. Keep them safe. But he said nothing further. He clapped a hand on Jiang Yunhao's shoulder, then abruptly turned away. The halo of the headlights was cast behind them, and the darkness immediately swallowed Suyu's silhouette. Ahead, the tactical flashlights of the reinforcement troops scanned back and forth, their crisscrossing beams of white light casting the twisted branches of plants along the way in an eerie, menacing glow. The chaotic, heavy thud of military boots shattered the night, while the tactical lights mounted beneath their rifles swept swiftly with each shift of the muzzle. Suyu did not follow too closely, maintaining a distance of roughly 20 meters. He drew a flashlight from his spatial storage, dimming it to its lowest setting so that it illuminated only the 2 or 3 meters of road beneath his feet. Turning his back on the military vehicle's defensive line, he was immediately met with an endless convoy of civilian vehicles stretching as far as the eye could see. Vehicles of every description were packed densely along the road, leaving almost no space to set foot. Vans, sedans, 3-wheeled motorcycles, and even several modified pickup trucks. Many of the car windows had been reinforced with strips of adhesive tape in a crisscross pattern, a folk method passed down to prevent shattering. Some vehicles had their doors sealed shut with the faint glow of a phone screen or the lingering light of a flashlight seeping through the cracks in the windows, revealing people hiding within. They had locked the doors from the inside, covered the windows with clothing, and curled up beneath the seats, gambling that those mutated creatures would not be able to bite through the sheet metal. The reinforcement troops advanced with remarkable methodical precision. The soldiers moved in combat teams of 3 to 5, advancing through the gaps between vehicles while providing alternating cover fire as they pushed back. Every 3 to 5 vehicles, one team would halt, firing into the shadows darting out from the shrubs on either side. Once the area was confirmed clear, the next team would press forward. Their tactical lights swayed back and forth through the gaps between the vehicles, the beams resembling white tongues that licked across every window, undercarriage, and roof rack in the darkness. The deeper they ventured into the convoy, the more pungent the air became. A thick, cloying stench of blood surged straight into the nostrils, interwoven with an indescribable fador, inducing a wave of nausea. A 3-wheeled motorcycle had toppled over in the middle of the road, its luggage scattered across the ground from the cargo bed. Beside the 3-wheeler lay a woman face down. 3 parallel claw marks were torn across her back from her left shoulder all the way to her right hip. The wounds were deep enough to expose bone, and her blood had already drained away entirely. The gunfire ahead suddenly intensified. The squad automatic weapon of the reinforcement troops began firing in short bursts, orange-red tracer rounds streaking across the darkness in 3 or 4 parallel trajectories toward the shrubs on the roadbed slope below. A series of shrill, piercing screeches erupted from within the shrubs, the sound of metal scraping across glass. Then came the noise of something heavy tumbling down the slope. Suyu followed at a distance, rounding a white sedan with its door flung wide open as his flashlight swept across the interior. It was empty, blood on the seats, blood on the steering wheel, but the people were gone. In the glove compartment of the passenger seat sat a half-finished bottle of mineral water, its cap unscrewed with half the liquid spilled onto the floor mat. A few steps away on the road lay the carcass of a grayish-brown beast. Its skeletal frame was roughly the size of an ordinary mongrel, though its bone anatomy had long since become deformed. The skull had been forcibly flattened and thrust forward with 2 disorderly rows of jagged teeth jutting from its averted gums. From the ends of its thick, stubby limbs sprouted 5 bone-black hooked spurs, each longer than an ordinary combat knife. Its hairless length bore a covering of fine fingernail-sized scales, and the tail's tip had split into 2 jagged forks. 2 gaping blood holes had been punched through the top of its skull by large-caliber rounds. Suyu dropped to one knee and reached out to touch it, and the corpse on the ground silently vanished. All that remained on the road was a small puddle of blood and a few scraps of flesh. Even if someone had witnessed it, they would have assumed the body had been dragged away by another mutated creature. He stood up, brushed off his knees, and pressed forward. The military sweep continued to plow deeper. A dozen or so meters ahead, 3 soldiers used the rear of a vehicle as cover, their dark gun barrels leveled in unison at the tree line to the left. Swaying shadows of trees shifted within the forest. Through the rustling of tangled branches glinted 2 pinpoints of vicious amber light. 2 sharp staccato cracks rang out, and the creature let out a piercing shriek, falling silent. "Clear, move up." The veteran leading the squad gestured in a hushed voice. The three-man team swiftly rose bent low and threaded their way between the fronts of two vehicles, continuing their advance. The regular army's advance was remarkably efficient. Under the suppression of overwhelming firepower, ordinary straggling mutants were simply shredded into pulp within the metal storm. But the true scenes of hell were only slowly laid bare in the wake of the army's passage. A black SUV came into view ahead, its roof torn open from the outside by something. Metal panels peeled outward like an open tin can. Only half a body remained in the driver's seat. Everything from the waist up had vanished. Entrails spilled out and dangled from the steering wheel, swaying. The van beside it was in even worse shape. The entire vehicle looked as though it had been crushed by some immense force. The roof caved into a concave pit, the interior space compressed by more than half. Within, the huddled outline of a human figure could be vaguely discerned, though whether alive or dead was impossible to tell. Hiding within a vehicle was no guarantee of survival. Some of these mutant beasts possessed strength far beyond human imagination. Su Yu's gaze swept past the gruesome scene, without lingering for even half a moment, his eyes instead fixing intently on the road ahead. This carcass was somewhat smaller in stature, but its broad membranous wings, when fully spread, stretched over a meter long, resembling a bat magnified threefold. The edges of the thin, translucent membrane wings bristled with irregular barbed spurs. At the end of its hairless tail grew a sharp bone needle, its tip even skewering a small strip of human skin torn free. Su Yu stepped forward. His palms swept down, and the membranous winged monstrosity on the ground was drawn directly into his spatial storage. 2. Following the blood-soaked path carved out by the main force, Su Yu picked his way forward for a good several hundred meters. Along the way, countless wrecked vehicles lay with their hoods flung wide, their cabins emptied of everything but hollow shells. Windshields cracked clean through were smeared with bloody handprints, the frantic streaks dragging downward across the glass in long trailing smears. Trunks that had been violently torn open jutted upward at sharp angles, bedding and clothing strewn across the ground. The reinforcement troops threaded their way through these vehicles, carving out their safety line inch by inch into the depths. He collected 4 more mutant carcasses. 2 were the same grayish-brown, rodent-like creatures reported over the radio earlier. 1 was a flying creature of some sort, shot through the wing and fallen onto the road. The 4th was a bizarre shape, a hybrid of some kind between a lizard and a beetle, its back covered in a hard shell, but its underbelly soft, riddled with rounds, greenish fluid pooling across the ground. Oh! A piercing shriek not far ahead tore through the gaps in the shooting. Su Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and his flashlight beam snapped upward. A mutant beast, its size approaching that of a cheetah, its body covered in smooth, waxy scales, shot like lightning from the shadow of a vehicle. Its barbed tongue lashed out in a single coil, wrapping around a soldier's nape. The wretched cry had barely half-formed before that tremendous force hoisted the man bodily into the air, dragging him like a tattered sack into the deeper darkness beyond. Bang, bang, bang. The comrade beside him raised his rifle and squeezed the trigger, several tactical flashlight beams converging on that direction at once, but it was already too late. Damn it, another one. A young soldier cursed viciously, his rifle trained dead on the shrubs, finger pressed against the trigger, his vision filled entirely with vegetation, the target nowhere to be found. Su Yu immediately veered away from that direction, continuing his retreat backward. The main force of the reinforcement troops had already pushed further ahead, and the gunfire grew increasingly distant. This cleared zone had become a temporary sanctuary. Various debris littered the road surface, the remains of mutated creatures, of humans, and of vehicles. Among the scattered personal belongings, a teddy bear, a can of infant formula, a pair of reading glasses, a novel left open halfway through, all silently narrated the fates of their former owners. Using the darkness as cover, Su Yu scanned his surroundings as he walked, collecting any mutated creature corpses he encountered. He gathered 2 more grayish-brown, rat-like creatures, 2 flying creatures, and 1 specimen he had never seen before. The thing resembled a thick, stubby snake, but possessed 6 legs, each ending in a trident-shaped webbed structure. His total harvest had now surpassed 10 specimens. A fleeting smirk tugged at the corner of his lips at the thought. He pressed onward. Suddenly a piercing shriek echoed from above. Su Yu ducked, instinctively swinging his flashlight beam skyward. A flying creature plunged down from the gaps in the forest canopy, its wingspan stretching at least 1.5 meters, considerably larger than the ones he had collected before. Black leathery wings unfurled in the flashlight's beam, blocking out half his field of vision. The bony spur at the tip of its long tail thrust straight toward his face. He threw his entire body sharply to the left, his shoulders slamming against a car's door. The bony spur grazed past his right ear, carrying with it a gust of cold air and a fetid stench. The flying creature missed its strike, its wings beating as it pulled back up. Without hesitation, Su Yu willed a machete into his hand in an instant. The creature's second dive came even faster. This time Su Yu discerned its attack pattern clearly. The instant its tail spur thrust forward, he sidestepped, allowing the spur to embed itself in the car's steel door. Clang! The bony spur pierced through the door's sheet metal and lodged itself firmly. Seizing the window of less than half a second, Suyu gripped the base of one of its wings with his left hand, while his right hand wielded the machete in a frenzy of savage chops at its neck. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Warm blood sprayed across half his face. The creature thrashed violently for 2 or 3 seconds, its convulsing wings smacking his chest with considerable force, knocking him back half a step. After several seconds, its movements rapidly weakened, and it hung limply from the car door motionless. Suyu wiped the blood from his face and glanced down at his chest. The outer layer of his down jacket had been torn open by a bony protrusion along the wing's edge, but he himself was unharmed. He wrenched the flying creature's corpse from the car door and stored it away in his spatial storage. After wiping his face clean, Suyu took 2 deep breaths, suppressing his still racing heart. He glanced back toward the direction he had come from. The glow of the convoy's lights flickered faintly in the darkness nearly a kilometer away now. Within the canopy overhead, the sounds of dark figures diving and striking grew increasingly frequent. The further forward he went, the greater the danger. Rationality told him it was time to turn back. His goal had never been to play the hero. It was to survive, to live on with sufficient resources. Once those flying creatures perched in the canopy above locked onto him, or stronger mutated beasts ahead surrounded him, he would not even have the chance to flee. The camera shifted to the reinforcement troops. After more than 30 minutes of blood-soaked advance, they had finally reached the rearmost section of the civilian convoy. But the fierce resistance they had anticipated never materialized. The road at the very end had been thoroughly soaked in a dark crimson hue, and military boots that stepped upon it produced a sticky, squelching sound. The beams of tactical flashlights swept across, illuminating the scattered, unrecognizable human remains littering the ground, along with shredded and gnawed fragments of personal belongings. The stench of blood and flesh was so thick it seemed almost tangible, but the mutated creatures responsible for this massacre were nowhere to be found. The leading captain stared fixedly at the uneven drag marks of blood on the ground trails extending into the dark jungle beside the roadbed. The flashlight beams followed the trails until they vanished into that seemingly all-consuming darkness of deep green and shadow. His face turned ashen in an instant, a chill racing up his spine to the crown of his skull. The defensive line they had carved through with such bloodshed had not been achieved because firepower had intimidated the beast tied into retreat. It was because those creatures had already eaten their fill. Damn, the captain cursed under his breath, his voice hoarse. The flashlight beam drooped powerlessly, illuminating his combat boots caked with blood and mud. The perspective pulled back to the other side. Suyu was making his way back along another lane of the road. He maintained the highest level of vigilance as he walked and searched. After all, with the highway so wide and the environment so dim and lightless, there were certainly more mutated creature corpses on the road and beneath vehicles that he had yet to discover. This was the final window for stocking up. However, as the reinforcement soldiers continued their advance, the safe zone stretched longer, and gradually large numbers of shell-shocked civilians began fleeing back from behind. The density of the crowd made Suyu's covert collection of mutated creature corpses increasingly difficult to execute. As he passed a deformed SUV with a warped door, a serpentine four-legged monster's corpse lay across the roadside, its body split in two. Beside the corpse, a middle-aged woman cradled her husband, whose thigh was gushing blood, weeping in despair. Suyu drew a steadying breath and stepped forward, retrieving the medical kit from his spatial storage. "I'm a doctor. Let me take a look." His voice was calm, carrying a reassuring professional authority that instantly captured the couple's complete attention. The woman clutched at this lifeline like a drowning person, hastily moving aside and babbling desperate pleas. Suyu dropped to one knee, clamped the flashlight in his teeth, and focused its harsh white beam on the man's gaping wound. He swiftly performed a basic bandaging and hemostasis on the man's bleeding thigh. "Press here firmly. That's right, maintain the pressure," he instructed the woman in a deep voice as she took over the compression. In that very moment, when all her attention was focused on her husband's wound, she thanked him profusely. His foot casually brushed against the half of the serpentine corpse beside him. With a subtle shift of intent, another specimen entered his inventory. Thank you, doctor. You're such a good person." The woman continued her grateful effusions on the ground, entirely oblivious to the fact that the monster's corpse beside her had vanished into thin air. Suyu merely nodded and continued forward with his medical kit. Along the way, he employed the same method, using the treatment of wounded civilians as the perfect cover. He unobtrusively collected the various mutated creature corpses slain by the soldiers into his spatial storage. Even a monster's corpse crushed into an unrecognizable pulp of flesh and blood was not spared. Watching the mutated creature corpses pile up ever higher in his storage, Suyu felt waves of burning excitement welling up within him. As the gunfire behind gradually thinned, Suyu, blending in among the returning survivors, was about to rejoin the military convoy. However, in the very instant when everyone believed death had retreated, suddenly, the mutated canopy overhead, that dome-like mass of twisted foliage that blotted out the sky, emitted an ear-splitting, bone-grinding crack without the slightest warning. Countless withered branches and shattered leaves rained down like a violent storm. Immediately after, 3 colossal shadows of darkness descended with piercing, whistling winds crashing to the ground like 3 falling meteorites. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions of tearing metal erupted the instant they landed. The terrifying kinetic force crushed 2 private cars blocking the middle of the road into flattened scrap iron. Shards of glass and metal fragments burst outward in a radial storm. They were 3 mutant creatures, each the size of a fully grown water buffalo. Their appearance resembled some grotesque fusion of beetle and spider. Hard black carapaces covered in eerie patterns, while beneath their abdomens 6 vicious reversed jointed limbs sprouted like heavy scythes, each as sharp as a sickle of war. One of them descended like the Reaper himself, crashing to earth less than 3 meters from Suyu and the few survivors around him. The moment the other 2 landed, they sealed off the escape routes to the left and right of the crowd, forming a hopeless 3-sided encirclement, a perfect killing ground. The crowd that had barely calmed moments ago now shattered into utter panic, heart-wrenching screams tearing through the night sky. The aberration closest to Suyu did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. Its 6 thick limbs exploded with sudden force, plowing deep furrows into the concrete ground. It lunged towards Suyu's position like a descending shroud of death, claws spread wide. Roar! An overwhelmingly thick stench of rot and acid instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. His brain felt as though it were exploding as adrenaline surged through his veins. His neural reaction speed was pushed to its absolute limit. Suyu's mind didn't even have time to think. His body had already reacted first. He pressed his entire frame close to the ground, executing a lightning side roll beneath the creature's sweeping claws, his spine scraping harshly against the rough concrete. At the same moment, he gripped the flashlight in his hand, pressed the button hard with his thumb, switched it to strobe mode, and hurled it high into the air. Blinding light erupted at point-blank range. The creature instinctively recoiled, its claws slashing past Suyu and raising a searing wind of pressure in their wake. A window of mere fractions of a second. Suyu crawled and rolled beneath the monster's belly, then sprinted on all fours toward the convoy of military vehicles. The instant he broke free from the encirclement, he did not hesitate. On hands and feet, he sprinted toward the glow of the military vehicle's tail lights. Behind him, the cries of the crowd and the roars of the monsters merged into a single hellish chorus. The other 2 aberrations had already begun a savage slaughter among the crowd sides, swinging flesh and blood flying. Suyu leaned against the tire of a military truck, gasping for air. That sequence of movements had drained most of his strength. As the adrenaline faded, the abrasions on his knees and elbows burned with searing pain. Everyone fall back. Open up the distance. Machine gunners prepare to cover. A smoke-streaked officer leapt from a jeep, shouting through a megaphone with everything he had. But conventional bullets only sparked uselessly against the carapaces of those 3 monsters. Just as Suyu thought the defensive line would be breached, an extraordinarily heavy and rhythmic sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the depths of the military convoy. Thud, thud, thud. Each step made the very ground tremble faintly. Bang, crash. From within the military formation, a terrifying figure armed to the teeth burst forth with explosive force. A humanoid fortress. No, a humanoid iron tower standing at least 2 meters tall. Suyu's pupils contracted instantly. He recognized at a glance. This was the military Evolver from Baishui County. At this moment, the Evolver's entire body was encased in full protective metallic armor weighing at least 50 or 60 kilograms. Yet this staggering burden seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. The initial velocity he unleashed was like a completely runaway heavy armored vehicle charging headlong at the nearest arthropod aberration. There was no technique, only the purest, most violent release of raw power. This force made Suyu think of one phrase instantly: 2 hearts and 3 lungs. He instinctively calculated in his mind. This had to exceed ordinary humans by several times, a power index of at least 25. Thud. A thunderous crash. Armored and all, that Evolver drove his shoulder forward like a battering ram, brutally smashing into the chest and abdomen of a mutant beast the size of a water buffalo. Ow. The creature's supposedly indestructible chest carapace caved in and shattered, unleashing an utterly anguished shriek. Its massive body was sent flying backward by that terrifying impact. Black-green ichor mixed with ruptured organs burst forth like a high-pressure hose. Slain on the spot. Instant kill. The other 2 aberrations, enraged by their companion's brutal death, abandoned the prey before them and simultaneously roared as they lunged at the Evolver. Faced with this pincer attack, the Evolver beneath his full-coverage helmet did not spare them even a glance. He merely raised one arm, reached behind to the broad metallic weapon rack on his back, and with a metallic ring drew forth a custom alloy battle axe nearly 2 meters long. Gripping the axe handle in both hands with an overhand reverse hold, his thick legs plunged into a horse stance, his torso twisted violently, and his body spun in place like a raging whirlwind. Whoosh! The incredibly heavy alloy battle axe tearing through the air with a terrifying shriek carved a breathtaking arc of lethal silver light across the dim highway, a deathly crescent moon of destruction. Puff, puff. Two massive grotesque heads soared skyward as black blood sprayed several meters into the air. The two headless bodies charged forward a few more steps under inertia before collapsing with thunderous crashes, their 6 aberrant limbs still twitching with residual nerve impulses. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted less than a minute. Suyu slumped against a military truck, tired, gasping for breath. He gazed at that metallic figure standing motionless amidst the carnage, a war god incarnate, his fingers clenching involuntarily. This was the power of humanity's genetic evolvers. By comparison, his own pitiful power index of 3.5 rendered him as insignificant as an ant in this brutal new world. The moment the battle ended, the military moved with astonishing efficiency. A military truck immediately reversed over. Several soldiers leapt down, slinging steel cables and hooks around the aberration corpses. The 2 more intact specimens were loaded with priority, while the more mangled one was not overlooked either, hauled away all the same. Suyu leaned against the wheel, watching all of this unfold. The military's regard for the mutant creatures' bodies far exceeded his expectations. Not only those 3 behemoths, but even the smaller monsters torn apart by rifle fire on the road were being carefully recovered by dedicated soldiers. He retreated into the shadows, silently circling around to the back of his own car. From his spatial storage, he withdrew a clean set of clothes and trousers, swiftly replacing the ones torn and stained with blood. Having done all this, he walked to the car door and rapped his knuckles against the window with measured force. "It's me." The door lock clicked open. Suyu pulled open the passenger door and slid inside. The instant the door closed, Jiang Mumu threw herself at him. She said nothing, simply reached both arms forward from the back seat, wrapped them around Suyu from behind, and buried her face in his neck. She inhaled deeply as if to confirm that this person had truly returned to her side. "You scared me to death." "It's all right now." Suyu patted her arm, keeping his voice extremely soft. Lin Qingli sat in the driver's seat. She glanced in the rearview mirror, her gaze finally settling on Suyu's exhausted profile. "What's the situation back there?" "We were ambushed from behind and lost quite a few people, but it's mostly been cleared up now." Suyu pulled a bottle of water from the glove compartment, twisted it open, and took several large gulps. As the icy liquid slid down his throat, it finally suppressed the faint metallic taste of blood. He looked out the window. The convoy had restarted, slowly navigating through a stretch of road tightly strangled by giant vines. The rumble of engines, human voices, and occasional shouts blended into a low, droning background hum. "You take the wheel for the next stretch." "Oh, I'm going to catch some sleep." Suyu leaned back, reclining his seat. "Wake me immediately if anything happens." "All right," Lin Qingli replied, pressing down smoothly on the accelerator as the vehicle merged back into the surging flow at the rear of the convoy. Suyu closed his eyes, yet his mind did not rest. Instead, it felt clearer than ever before. His consciousness sank into his personal space. The portable dimension remained that same ash-gray world, 50 meters long and wide and 10 meters high. Inside, a massive array of various supplies was stacked in dense, tight piles. On the cleared ground in the center, over 20 mutated creature carcasses lay strewn about in a chaotic, tangled heap. Bodies of various shapes and sizes were piled haphazardly. Some were riddled and mangled by bullets, others were severed in half, while a few remained relatively intact with their limbs and torsos mostly whole. This was the entirety of the spoils from his perilous venture. Suyu's gaze swept over the remains, finally settling on the conceptual operating table, adorned with mysterious runes. This was the first time he would truly use this operating table. Previously, he had only utilized its storage and decomposition functions. With a single thought, he moved the mangled corpse of a rodent-like creature shredded by bullets onto the operating table. A translucent light screen materialized above the surface. Target integrity 57. Unable to extract gene traits. Proceed with decomposition. Decompose. Decomposing. Obtain 16. 7 points of source essence. Just as he thought. With a clear understanding, Suyu placed another carcass onto the operating table. A flying creature he had slain with his machete during the ambush, which remained relatively well preserved. Target integrity 95. Can be decomposed into 27. 1 points of source essence. Or extractable traits: Chiroptera. Wing membrane reinforcement white aves. Night vision tendency white crustacea. Toxic tail stinger white. Extracting a white trait consumes 5 points of source essence, green consumes 10 points, and blue consumes 20 points. 3 at once. Suyu was somewhat surprised. It appeared that the mutations in these creatures were not simple genetic atavisms, but rather complex chimeric expressions. Proceed with extraction. No, he was in no hurry to extract them. Instead, he placed the remaining carcasses onto the operating table one by one. Target integrity 91. Can be decomposed into 22. For points of source essence or extractable trait candidate. Chinese rural dogs olfaction white. Target integrity 83. Can be decomposed into 20. For points of source essence or extractable traits coleoptera, carapace hardening white lacertilia, low temperature tolerance green salamandridae, accelerated regeneration green. After a series of operations on the 20-odd carcasses, only 6 had an integrity of over 80, allowing for trait extraction. Out of the 6 carcasses, a total of 11 usable traits were filtered out, 3 green and 8 white. The rest were all tossed into the furnace by him. Source essence, 357. 52-inch. Over 300 points of source essence. Staring at the number, Su-Yu felt his spirits lift. His gaze fell upon the 3 green traits. Salamandridae, accelerated regeneration green, consumes a large amount of energy to rapidly heal non-fatal wounds in a short time. Lacertilia, low temperature tolerance green, enhances adaptability to low temperature environments, reducing the probability of frostbite. Bovidae, bison strength green, slightly increases muscle density and strength. Every single one of them was useful, but they were merely useful and nothing more. With a thought, Su-Yu chose to extract Bovidae, bison strength. Extracting a green trait will consume 10 points of source essence. Confirm. Confirm. Source essence, 357. 52 to 347. 52-inch. As the trait was extracted, the carcass on the operating table visibly shriveled, as if some vital essence had been drained from it. Right after, an apple-sized green orb of light slowly emerged from the mutated remains, hovering in midair. Trait extracted. Please use within 1 hour, otherwise it will automatically dissipate. There was even a time limit. Su-Yu immediately thought of the large cold storage unit inside his space, which was meant for storing high-quality materials. It seemed its purpose was indeed to preserve materials containing premium traits. Su-Yu's spiritual form reached out to touch the orb of light, preparing to integrate it directly. Warning detected that the host's current gene slot capacity is 1. Implanting this trait will occupy a gene slot. Confirm. Gene slots. Su-Yu froze. He had assumed he could infinitely stack various abilities like in a video game, but he had not expected a limit on the quantity. This meant that the choice for each gene slot would dictate his future evolutionary path, leaving absolutely no room for waste. Low-level physical traits like bison strength might seem useful now, but their ceiling was far too low. Wasting a precious gene slot on it would be a massive loss. Just as he was hesitating over whether to let this trait simply dissipate, his gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner of the operating table. There was an icon he had never noticed before: trait fusion. Trait fusion allows the fusion of multiple traits with a chance of mutation, generating higher-grade, more complex compound traits. The fusion process carries risks, and the outcome is unknown. Minimum of 2 traits for fusion, with a maximum of 10 fused simultaneously. Isn't this just gacha? Su, the unlucky, Yu's face darkened. He recalled the gacha mobile games he used to play, where throwing hundreds or thousands of dollars down the drain wouldn't even yield a peep. To test his hypothesis, he first spent 10 points of source essence to extract 2 white traits: Cannidi, Jackal's endurance, and Felidae, Bobcat's night vision, and placed them on the table. Fusion consumes 20 source essence. Confirm. Confirm. Source essence, 347. 52 to 317. 52-inch. The 2 white orbs of light spun and collided above the operating table like 2 drops of ink falling into clear water. Finally, with a soft pop, they fused into a single new white orb. A few seconds later, the light faded, leaving a new white orb hovering quietly. Fusion successful. Obtained trait Cannidi, Chinese rural dog's alertness. Su-Yu. Is my luck really this terrible? Or is there some underlying pattern here? He stared at the green orb of Bovidae, bison strength, and the remaining 8 unextracted traits, sinking into deep thought. Should he play it safe, take a green trait and leave, or take a massive gamble? But if he failed, it would not only cost a vast amount of source essence, but also waste the precious materials he had risked his life to obtain. He suddenly recalled that evolved military officer who had looked like a demon god descending upon the world, and the alloy battle axe that had effortlessly torn through the monster's carapace. That crushing power was deeply etched into his mind. In the apocalypse, playing it safe was synonymous with waiting for death. In this mad world, if you didn't gamble, you were destined to remain an ant for the rest of your life. A ruthless glint flashed in Su-Yu's eyes as he made his decision. He spent 50 points of source essence to extract all 9 remaining traits. Source essence, 317. 52 to 267. 52-inch. With the extraction of the traits, the 6 mutated carcasses seemed to lose their structural support and dissolved simultaneously. In an instant, including the failed product from earlier, 10 orbs of light hovered above the operating table, 3 green and 7 white, resembling a handful of colorful candies. 10 trait fusion consumes 100 points of source essence. This operation will greatly increase the probability of high-grade traits appearing, but there remains a risk of fusion failure and trait destruction. Confirm. Confirm. Source essence 267. 52 167. 52. In an instant the 10 light spheres, as if drawn by some invisible pull, violently collided toward the center. Blinding white and green lights intertwined, collided, and devoured each other. The entire operating table vibrated slightly, emitting a low resonant hum. The radiance grew increasingly intense until finally a dazzling golden beam soared into the sky, illuminating the entire space. A few seconds later the golden light dissipated. Only a fist-sized golden orb remained, its entire body flowing with a molten gold luster. On the surface of the sphere one could faintly discern the phantom of a pair of spread wings and a spiraling horn. It exuded an ancient, desolate, and incomparably noble aura. Miraculous mutation triggered. Acquired golden legendary trait, ancient gene, embryonic form. Trait characteristic: upon implantation, it will comprehensively reconstruct the host's bodily structure, drastically enhancing strength, constitution, and neuroresponse. Note: due to incomplete gene fragments, the name and certain abilities are missing. Exploration is required. A legendary drop. Suyu's spiritual form trembled with excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately opted for implantation. Implanting a golden trait requires 100 points of source essence. Confirm. Confirm. Source essence 167. 5267. 52. The golden orb transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into Suyu's spiritual form. The next second, in the real world, Suyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Gurgle. An unprecedented hunger surged from his stomach, instantly sweeping through every single cell in his body. Almost instinctively, he yanked open a backpack at his feet, grabbed a pack of compressed biscuits, tore open the packaging, and stuffed them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. He ate with frantic haste, like a wild beast that had starved for 3 days and 3 nights. 1 pack, 2 packs, 5 packs. Everyone inside the vehicle was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Jiang Mumu gasped in fright. Suyu did not answer. He had already devoured 7 or 8 packs of biscuits and now grabbed a bag of beef jerky, tearing and biting at it, finishing most of it within seconds. The vehicle's meager food reserves were vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The way he is right now. Zhang Yunhao muttered to himself as he stared at Su. The Taotai. You. Why does it look so familiar? Xiao Yao. Jiang Mumu suddenly cried out, snapping her head toward Jiang Yunyao beside her. That night, at the evacuation point's train station, Xiao Yao was exactly like this, suddenly devouring the entire large bag of food I brought. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly realized. Jiang Yunyao's night vision Hawkeye ability had appeared precisely after that night. In other words, this uncontrollable gluttony was a precursor to awakening and evolution. In less than 10 minutes, all the food reserves in the backpacks of the few people in the car were completely swept clean by him alone. Suyu finally chugged 2 bottles of water in a row before forcibly suppressing the hunger that had nearly devoured his sanity. He leaned against the back of his seat, his chest heaving violently. He could clearly feel the muscles and bones throughout his body emitting subtle, crackling micro-explosions. Even more terrifyingly, a tearing, burning pain radiated from between his shoulder blades, as if something were about to burst forth from his body. At the same time, waves of bone-drilling pain throbbed from the center of his forehead, forcing a muffled groan from his throat. Intense waves of soreness, itching, and stabbing pain intertwined like billions of ants laboring deep within his flesh, dismantling and reconstructing everything about him. A scorching warm current surged from the depths of his spine, spreading along every nerve like molten gold, permeating every bone and muscle fiber. He even developed an illusion that as long as he wished, he could easily twist the steel frame of the seat beneath him into a pretzel like kneading dough. Suyu closed his eyes, projecting his consciousness into his body. Detecting violent gene restructuring. Current attributes fluctuating. Strength index 3. 5 4. 8. Neural response 5. 1 7. 4. Constitution strength 3. 6 4. 9. Note: ancient gene fragment is continuously expressing. Current progress approximate. 2. Only 2. Suyu opened his eyes, yet there was no disappointment in his heart. Instead, a tempestuous wave of shock surged within him. A mere 2 of gene expression had already caused his physical stats to leap from those of a sub-healthy ordinary person to the threshold of a professional athlete. This heavy power accumulated within his body, giving him a bloated sensation that begged for release. If it were fully expressed, he did not let his thoughts drift further, because at this moment he could already clearly perceive the changes. The orange glow of the military truck's taillights ahead became exceptionally sharp on his retina, allowing him to discern even the fine stitches on the canvas roof. It was as if a layer of mist shrouding his 5 senses was being slowly brushed away, and the details of the world were unfolding before him inch by inch. Looking at everyone's concerned, shocked, and complex gazes, Suyu neither denied nor admitted anything. He merely spoke a single sentence in a tired, hoarse voice. Keep driving. Don't stop. This ambiguous attitude in the eyes of the others was tantamount to tacit admission. For a moment the atmosphere inside the vehicle became somewhat subtle. The way Zhang Yunhao looked at Su Yu held a trace of envy and anticipation alongside awe. Lin Qingli's gaze was even more complex, carrying a barely perceptible competitive streak. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunhao in the back seat had shifted her posture at some point. With her legs crossed and her back leaning lazily against the car door, her glowing heterochromatic eyes stared unblinkingly at the back of Su Yu's head. "Brother Su Yu, your eyes have changed." Her voice was low and husky, a world away from her sweet soft tone during the day. Her night persona had completely emerged. Su Yu slightly turned his head and glanced in the rearview mirror. In the mirror he noticed a faint, extremely light golden ring had subtly appeared around the edges of his irises, shimmering with a barely noticeable glow in the dim light. "Don't stare at me." Zhang Yunhao covered her mouth and giggled, only settling down after Zhang Yunhao slapped the back of her head. Zhang Mumu said nothing. She merely reached out from the back seat, quietly interlocking her fingers with Su Yu's hand resting on the armrest. The convoy continued its journey. Yet Su Yu could clearly sense that his range of perception was slowly expanding. Furthermore, he keenly noticed that the formation of the entire convoy had changed. Perhaps provoked by the tragic plight of the civilians behind them, or perhaps because the command center had reached a new consensus. More than a third of the military forces from the front convoy had been deployed to guard the civilian vehicles. The military convoy, which originally had a tight formation, began to disperse. Military jeeps and armored trucks continuously cut into the chaotic flow of civilian vehicles behind, forcibly dividing and rounding up the bloated tail end. Some fortunate private cars were permitted to follow closely behind the military vehicles. Meanwhile, survivors who had completely lost their transport clung to the military or private vehicles like geckos, using both hands and feet, jolting along with the convoy. The cost was that the defensive forces of the middle and rear sections of the military convoy were drastically weakened. Su Yu's car was sandwiched between two troop transport trucks temporarily positioned in a relatively safe spot. The second half of the journey grew increasingly eerie and agonizing. Large-scale beast stampedes no longer occurred, replaced instead by a more hair-raising, sporadic predation. Sometimes a mutated creature would suddenly swoop down, snatch a survivor clinging to a car roof, and instantly retreat into the darkness. Sometimes a dark shadow would suddenly leap from the roadside gloom, dragging someone clinging to the side of a vehicle into the darkness, leaving behind only a string of abruptly severed screams. This constant, relentless attrition was even more agonizing than the shock of seeing hundreds of corpses piled together. The attacks came without warning, arriving swiftly and vanishing just as quickly. By the time one reacted, only half a victim's scream and a splash of blood rapidly vanishing into the dark remained. The military's firepower seemed pale and useless against such swift predation. The soldiers could not afford to spray the dark jungle with machine guns for the sake of a single lagging civilian. Ammunition was limited, and their primary mission was to ensure the safety of the convoy's core. Initially, there were still screams and wails. Later on, the entire convoy lapsed into a numb silence. People gradually stopped reacting to the disappearance of their companions, merely staring with bloodshot eyes at the taillights of the vehicle ahead, following with every ounce of their strength. Survival became the sole instinct of this moment. Under these circumstances, the atmosphere inside the vehicle grew oppressive to the absolute limit. Lin Qingli focused intently on driving, while Zhang Yunhao clutched a fire axe, warily scanning both sides. Zhang Mumu pressed herself tightly against Su Yu, her small hand clutching the corner of his shirt, as if this were the only way to find a shred of security. After traveling for over 2 hours in this high-pressure atmosphere, the convoy was once again forced to a halt. A section of the road, buckled by the roots of mutated plants, had collapsed to form a massive crater over 3 meters wide, which engineering vehicles were urgently backfilling. The moment Su Yu's vehicle came to a stop, the walkie-talkie on the center console began to static shriek frantically. Su Yu, please respond immediately if you copy." It was Han Zheng's voice, urgent, filled with suppressed fury and a trace of irrepressible anxiety. Su Yu grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Copy that. Go ahead. The middle of the convoy is under attack by mutated creatures. We have soldiers severely wounded. Penetrating abdominal trauma, severed limbs. We are short on medical hands. I need you." Location. Su Yu wasted no words. 300 meters ahead at the temporary aid station. The medical vehicle with its hazards flashing. Su Yu glanced out the window. Ahead was a steel jungle choked with vehicles, and behind was an endless, desperate crowd of people. With a solemn expression, he pulled the car door open to step out, but his movements paused for a beat. He glanced back into the car, his gaze finally landing on Zhang Yunhao in the corner. In the darkness, her second personality had fully awakened, her heterochromatic eyes emitting a faint cold glow. She stared calmly at everything outside the window, showing not the slightest fear of the surrounding chaos. A thought stirred in Su Yu's mind, and he made a bold decision. This was a gamble, a wager on his intuition and on the extraordinary potential this young girl displayed in the dark of night. He drew his Type 92 pistol from his waist, and under Jiang Yunhao's astonished gaze, thrust it firmly into Jiang Yunhao's hand. Brother Su. Jiang Yunhao nearly jumped in shock, wanting to intervene, but he was stopped by a single look from Su Yu. The cold metallic touch of the gun sent a flicker of surprise through Jiang Yunhao's heterochromatic eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and the surprise was instantly replaced by a deeper, more complex, eerie light. She looked up to meet Su Yu's gaze, asking no questions. Take it, Su Yu said in a hushed, rapid whisper. The safety is here, up is safe. Pull the trigger firmly to fire. It is loud and has a heavy recoil, so grip it tightly with both hands. He paused, his gaze seeming to pierce through the darkness straight into her soul. Do not shoot unless you absolutely have to. But if anyone tries to force their way into our car, or if something attacks you, shoot it. While I am away, protect them, and protect yourself. Jiang Yunhao, or rather the nocturnal Jiang Yunhao, wrapped her slender fingers completely around the cold pistol. She said nothing, merely giving Su Yu a slight nod. Su Yu had a vague intuition, a doctor's intuition regarding human nature. Jiang Yunhao's second personality had been suppressed for too long. Her behavior might be bizarre, but her core was not evil, and her eyes, capable of seeing with pinpoint accuracy in the dark, made her a natural-born marksman. I'm off. Su Yu said no more. He closed the car door, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness of the vehicles and the crowd. Inside the cabin, Lin Xingli looked at the gun in Jiang Yunhao's hand, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. Jiang Yunhao was filled with even greater anxiety. He could not comprehend why Brother Su would hand such a dangerous weapon to his frail sister. Only Jiang Yunhao remained calm. She tucked the pistol close to her body, her fingers slowly caressing the cold metal frame. Deep within those eerie pupils, a flicker of excitement unnoticed by anyone flashed and vanished. After Su Yu's figure disappeared, the air inside the vehicle became suffocatingly heavy. Lin Xingli turned off the engine and killed the headlights. Instantly the cabin was swallowed by darkness, leaving only the faint glow cast by the dashboard. Time trickled by second in the agonizing wait. Screech. Screg. Suddenly, a dozen dark specks darted out from the canopy overhead. They dived at a breathtaking speed, like a handful of pebbles cast into a stagnant pond, sending ripples of panic through the chaotic civilian convoy. One of them, as if locking onto Su Yu's vehicle, circled once in the air before executing a fierce sudden turn, its sharp talons lunging straight for the right side window. What is that? Jiang Yunhao snapped, his head up, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped the fire axe. Immediately after, something slammed violently against the right window. Thud. The entire vehicle shook violently. Up. Jiang Mumu shrieked in terror. Through the window, only a massive black silhouette could be seen pressed against the glass. Its exact features were indiscernible save for a pair of eyes glowing crimson in the dark. The creature was searching for a weak point in the window, its sharp claws scratching frantically at the seam between the glass and the door, producing a hair-raising clicking sound. Deep white gouges were instantly scratched onto the window. Damn it. I'm going out to hack it to pieces. Jiang Yunhao roared, throwing the door open and swinging his fire axe toward the spot where the monstrous bird had landed. But the beast was exceedingly cunning. Having missed its mark, it flapped its wings and instantly surged upward. Jiang Yunhao's axe whistled through the air, hitting nothing but empty space. It's too dark outside, don't go out. It's dangerous. Lin Xingli barked in a low tone. Jiang Yunhao's movements froze instantly. The surroundings were too dark and the gaps between the vehicles were too narrow. It was impossible to effectively combat such an airborne foe from the ground. Realizing this, Jiang Yunhao retreated reluctantly into the car, slamming the door shut. Meanwhile, numerous surrounding vehicles were under attack simultaneously. Gunfire crashes and cries blended into a chaotic din. The military's firepower was completely dispersed, leaving no one to look after their side. The monstrous bird circled in the air, letting out a provocative shriek as it repeatedly dived to attack. Thud, thud, thud. Fine cracks had already begun to spiderweb across the window glass. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the glass shattered. I'll distract it, you find a chance to strike. A flash of resolve crossed Lin Xingli's eyes. She threw open the left door and rolled out, clutching her machete. As expected, the monster was drawn away, abandoning the right window. With a guttural roar, a dark shadow flashed as it lunged toward Lin Xingli. Sister Xingli. Jiang Yunhao's eyes nearly split with rage as he rushed down after her. But in the pitch black, he could only hear the metallic clashes of blades hitting talons along with Lin Xingli's stifled groans. The monster was far too fast, moving like a fish in water in the darkness. Even together, Lin Xingli and Jiang Yunhao could barely defend themselves, forced to retreat step after step. It's no use. I can't keep up with its movements at all. Lin Xingli's breathing was ragged, her hand gripping the blade, throbbing with numbness. Just then the rear door clicked open. Jiang Yunhao stepped out of the vehicle. She showed no panic, her movements as light and silent as a nocturnal cat. Gripping the Type 92 pistol, her heterochromatic eyes swiftly locked onto the dark shadow moving at high speed through the gloom. Sensing a new threat, the monster abandoned its attack on Lin Qingli, turning instead to pounce on this seemingly more delicious prey. The moment had arrived. Just as the monster lunged again, its wings unfurled to seal off all escape routes. Zhang Yunhao lowered her stance, slightly raising the gun with both hands. Bang! The crisp gunshot tore through the silent night. The airborne shadow shuddered, letting out a sharp, agonized shriek before crashing to the ground like a tattered rag. After a couple of twitches, it lay completely still. A single shot straight to the head. The entire world fell silent. Both Zhang Yunhao and Lin Qingli stared blankly at the carcass on the ground, and then at the young girl standing with the gun, their minds completely blank. Was this Zhang Yunhao, the frail sister who didn't even dare to speak aloud during the day? More than half an hour later, Su Yu finally returned. The temporary first aid station ahead had been nothing short of a living hell, and under the extreme pressure, he had managed to complete 3 emergency hemostasis and suturing surgeries. Whether the patients would ultimately survive was entirely in the hands of fate. But after those 3 surgeries, Su Yu had an extremely clear sensation. His hands were far steadier than before. This was the benefit brought by the continuous enhancement of his 3-dimensional attributes. He walked back along the path he had come, his steps light. However, when he was still more than 10 meters away from his car, Su Yu's nose suddenly caught a whiff of something out of place in this environment. Gunpowder. It was faint, already nearly dissipating, but his evolved, keen sense of smell told him this was absolutely not an illusion. Su Yu's heart sank abruptly, his gaze instantly freezing. The first thing he saw was the right side car window shattered into a web-like pattern. The glass hadn't fallen out, but the entire window was covered in dense white cracks like a shattered face, still blocking the wind for now, yet completely obscuring the view outside. Then his gaze fell upon the corpse of that bizarre bird on the ground. Its head exploded. The bullet had penetrated straight through the skull from the front. The entry wound neat and small, while the back of the head had burst open into a fist-sized bloody cavity. One shot dead, instantly clean and precise. Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a ripple stirring within his heart. Before he left, he had spent less than 30 seconds teaching her how to disengage the safety and pull the trigger. No practical shooting experience whatsoever. Yet she, using only those 30 seconds of instruction, had achieved a precise kill in complete darkness against a fast-moving flying creature. She had bet correctly. A wave of relief welled up within him, mingled with an indescribable complex emotion. Her heterochromatic pupil's ability to see in darkness combined with some innate instinct for tracking moving trajectories. These 2 gifts combined to create a natural-born shadow marksman. He opened the car door and quickly scanned the interior with his eyes. No one's hurt, right? The moment the words left his lips, a soft figure lunged from the back seat and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Brother Yu. Zhang Mumu buried her face in his collarbone, her voice muffled with trembling sobs, her body still quivering faintly. Su Yu gently patted her back, his palm feeling the subtle tremors running along her spine. It's okay now. Zhang Mumu gave a muffled hum in response, and after several long seconds, she slowly withdrew her arms and retreated back to the rear seat. She sniffed once, quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve, and resumed her demure composure. In the driver's seat, Lin Qingli's face had taken on a pale hue, yet her grip on the machete remained as steady as stone. Only her gaze occasionally flicked to the rearview mirror, lingering on Zhang Yunhao's reflection in the corner of the back seat. That look concealed the faintest hint of defiance. She and Zhang Yunhao had been struggling against that creature in the dark for several rounds, both of them combined unable to gain the upper hand. And Zhang Yunhao, single shot. Zhang Yunhao's expression was anything but pleasant, his fists clenched tightly, brows drawn together in a deep furrow. Right now his heart was churned with both the lingering dread from his sister's shot and deep frustration at his own inadequacy. When his sister had raised that gun just now, he'd been completely stunned. All he could think was, that's a firearm. How did she dare? Yet she hadn't just dared, she'd actually hit her mark. He looked up and muttered, Brother Su, we're fine. Only Zhang Yunhao kept her head bowed, cradling the still warm Type 92 pistol in both hands as she extended it forward, making it impossible to read her expression. Su Yu took the pistol and ejected the magazine for a quick glance. Seeing 10 rounds remaining, everything became clear. He slid the magazine back into place, his fingers lingering on the frame for a moment. Then he made a decision that surprised everyone in the car. Good work, Su Yu said, a hint of approval coloring his voice without him even realizing it. You keep this gun for now. It might be more useful in your hands than mine. Having said that, he handed the Type 92 back to her. Zhang Yunhao froze, then suddenly lifted her head. Those heterochromatic eyes, swirling with blue and green, caught a glimmer of light in the darkness. This girl, who had been ostracized by her classmates since childhood because of her eyes, understood that trust was a rare commodity. But now Su Yu was placing a weapon in her hands and telling her it would be more valuable with her than with him. A wave of warmth surged through her chest, a sensation of being trusted that she had never experienced before. She fell silent for a moment, then delicately took the pistol back and gave a slight nod. Su Yu didn't say another word. He turned and walked over to the mutant bird's corpse, grasped it by the wings, tossed it into the trunk, and secretly stored it within his spatial dimension. Only after completing this did he return to the car and lean back against the seat. 15 minutes later, the convoy got moving again. The low rumble of engines roared back to life, and the iron serpent of vehicles slithered forward through the darkness once more. Lin Qingli pressed the accelerator steadily, keeping pace with the military trucks ahead. Suyu reclined in the passenger seat, tilting his head slightly, as his gaze swept over his shoulder through the rearview mirror. In that suffocating atmosphere, the convoy continued driving for over 2 more hours. Suddenly, the light outside the windows began to change. The verdant canopy overhead, which had blotted out the sky, gradually grew sparse, revealing patches of bare heaven through the gaps in the treetops. "Look, outside!" Jiang Mumu in the back seat was the first to cry out in surprise. Everyone instinctively turned to look out the window. The towering giants that had blocked the sky began to thin out, and the vegetation on both sides grew shorter and more sparse. Though still larger than the flora before the cataclysm, at least the air no longer felt thick and claustrophobic, as if they were being buried alive within the jungle's stomach. The view suddenly opened up, but with it came not the joy of seeing daylight, but a blast of freezing cold. Inside the car, the temperature gauge on the dashboard was plummeting at a visible rate. 20 degrees 1510. The numbers kept falling until they finally stabilized just above zero, matching the temperature of Baishui County when they had departed that morning. Earlier inside the plant tunnel, a massive natural greenhouse had formed due to the terrifying metabolic rates of so many mutated plants. Now, having left that area behind, it was like stepping from a warm summer night directly into the bitter freeze of deep winter. A layer of white frost quickly formed on the car windows. Suyu turned on the heater, and while the warm air dispersed the chill, it couldn't lift the heavy burden weighing on everyone's hearts. He glanced at the odometer, then checked the rearview mirror again. The civilian traffic trailing behind the convoy was so sparse it was unsettling. When they had set out from Baishui County that morning, the vehicles and crowds behind them had stretched for over 10 kilometers, packed tightly with every make and model clogging the entire highway. Over 300,000 people moving in a massive procession, in former times it would have been indistinguishable from the spring festival travel rush. But now, the ones who had started on foot or bicycle had long fallen behind and vanished. Only those with four-wheeled vehicles had made it this far, with the occasional lucky motorcyclist appearing here and there. Some had been dragged away by mutant beasts, others devoured by plants, but most had simply fallen behind and disappeared forever into that dark corridor of vegetation. Perhaps no more than 100,000 remained here now, losses exceeding half. These figures churned briefly in Suyu's mind before he calmly suppressed them. He redirected his gaze, his expression unreadable, yet the knuckles gripping the steering wheel had turned slightly white. Ahead, the silhouette of a dim toll station emerged from the night. The colored steel tiles of its canopy had been torn away for the most part, leaving only a few bare steel beams jutting skyward. The barrier of the ETC lane had long since been violently sheared off by some vehicle lying sprawled across the ground, its shape warped by the weight of passing tires. The convoy rolled down the highway ramp and merged onto a main road leading toward the heart of Star City. The instant they left the highway, Suyu noticed something different. As far as his eyes could see, there were only vast stretches of wildly overgrown weeds and low shrubs, none reaching higher than a person's height. Suyu recalled that 2 nights ago, when he had rushed back from the southern province, he had taken Star City's outer ring expressway through the city. Even then, he had noticed that within the urban area there was not a trace of green vegetation to be seen. The entire city had been cleared as though shaved bald. But it was clear that the military had once carried out a large-scale removal of plant life and afterward had paid it no further attention. So the weeds and shrubs had seized their chance, reclaiming every inch of exposed soil. But at least there were none of those colossal trees capable of swallowing an entire vehicle whole. The convoy pressed deeper along the main road, and the scenery on either side grew increasingly desolate. This stretch was likely the suburban outskirts of Star City. Rows upon rows of self-built houses in the urban village's aging residential blocks and storefronts along the street. All their skeletons remained, yet their appearance had become utterly unrecognizable. Portions of the walls had been violently stripped away, windows removed, doors taken off, and even the iron handrails of the stairwells had not been spared. The hollow interiors of these buildings had been stripped clean. Massive heaps of construction debris lined the roadside, left behind before they could be hauled away. Shattered bricks, cement rubble, snapped rebar, broken tiles, mostly swallowed by wild grass, with only sharp corners peeking through. The convoy cut swiftly through this ruin-like suburb for roughly 10 odd minutes. Though it was barely 5 in the afternoon, night had already fallen in full. Heavy clouds of a dark, bruised purple churned across the sky, carrying a strange, inexplicable sheen. Like the aurora, yet not quite. Their color was too deep, too heavy, pressing down upon his head until it became hard to breathe. "Brother, what is that?" Jiang Mumu in the back seat suddenly clutched Suyu's arm, a tremor of disbelief threading through her voice. Her other hand pointed toward the windshield ahead. Suyu followed the direction of her finger, and then he too fell silent. At the far edge of the horizon, a halo of light had appeared. It was no natural glow but a pallid white curtain woven from countless searchlights, industrial floodlights, and burning flames. And beneath that luminous veil, an unbroken black silhouette emerged, vast and slow like a dragon stretching across the very breadth of heaven and earth. It was a wall. Concrete wreckage from abandoned buildings, poured cement, thick steel, plating even entire severed segments of elevated roadway. All had been crudely pieced together to forge a continuous gray rampart. Countless pieces of engineering machinery roared on either side of its base. Cranes, excavators, bulldozers, their engines mingling with the clash of metal and the shouts of laborers. Even from kilometers away, that earth-shaking tide of sound came crashing toward them. Yet clearly this wall was far from finished. Many stretches were only half done, with mere foundations set in place, and the steel reinforcement still exposed to the open air. But already its scale and trajectory were apparent. It intended to encircle the entire inner city of Star City. Suyu could not help but feel a tremor of shock. It was only the 6th day since the catastrophe began. The authorities of Star City, with such astonishing audacity and resolve, had in merely a handful of days abandoned the vast outer reaches of the city, thrown every resource into a frantic contraction toward the inner districts, and erected such an apocalyptic barrier. A warrior severing his own arm could do no more. He thought back to 2 nights ago when they had passed through on Star City's outer ring expressway. Even then they had seen the vegetation cleared, but what was unfolding within the city itself they had no way of knowing. Only now did he understand that at the time this wall had already most likely been under construction. For the engineering effort to have advanced to such a stage by the 6th day of the catastrophe meant that by the 2nd day, or perhaps even the very first, complete design plans and dispatch orders had already been issued. The official response was not swift, but rather foreseen. Once again Suyu's thoughts turned to that prophet, the one who had been able to persuade the authorities on the very first day of the catastrophe to make decisions such as abandon the outer city contract toward the inner city, build walls for defense. It proved that he had from the very start, or perhaps even before the catastrophe ever occurred, secured the trust of those at the highest echelons. This made the curiosity burning within Suyu burn all the more intensely, while also stirring within him a vague, indescribable vigilance. A presence capable of swaying the decisions of a nation, whether foe or friend, was worthy of the utmost caution. This. Are they building a city wall? Jiang Yunhao in the back seat gaped, his mouth agape, as though he could scarcely close it. No one answered him. Suyu's gaze swept slowly across the growing gray rampart. His pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. At regular intervals along the top of the wall, temporary sentry posts had been erected, pairing machine guns with searchlights in coordinated deployment. Rows of military vehicles and armored cars sat parked at the base of the wall, soldiers patrolling back and forth. The white beams of the searchlights swept across the wasteland beyond the wall in measured patterns, their coverage crossing and overlapping, leaving no blind spot. His evolved eyesight allowed him to discern even finer details. And dozens of meters out from the wall's foundation, the embryonic outline of a moat was being dug section by section. This was no makeshift defensive line, but a true fortification worthy of any citadel. The convoy began to slow at a distance of roughly 5 kilometers from the wall, and finally came to a halt. After a chaotic exchange, Han Zheng's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. All Baishui County units, heed my command. Assemble to the left, all units. Upon hearing the order from the walkie-talkie, Suyu's heart leapt into his throat. His mother and Su Hang were still on hospital bus number 7. And at this moment the public channel of the walkie-talkie was flooded with the noisy, overlapping dispatch orders of the Star City Military Command after it had taken charge. He could not get a word in, nor could he reach anyone from Baishui County. Moreover, the stream of vehicles ahead stretched on endlessly, his view completely blocked by the sheer mass of cars. There was no way to see the hospital bus up ahead. Suyu frowned. He braced both hands against the edge of the roof rack, planted his feet against the door frame, and exploded upward with the force of his waist and abdomen. An action that would once have demanded considerable effort now felt astonishingly light. His whole body moved like a cat, cleanly vaulting onto the roof and landing without a sound. He himself was stunned for an instant. The strength and fine control of his body had already become something utterly unlike what they had been mere hours before. That golden inscription was silently rewriting every detail of his physical form. Suyu stood steady atop the vehicle, his gaze sweeping downward across the road ahead. The river of vehicles beneath the curtain of night stretched like a dark current, their lights flickering and intersecting in the distance. It was at this moment that his evolved eyesight revealed its fullest worth. Where others could see only blurred halos of light, he could discern the make, the color, and even the lettering on the bodies of the various vehicles. The military convoy was assembling in orderly fashion toward the wall, military trucks and armored vehicles peeling away one after another from the main body of vehicles and merging into the leftward lane. And among the remaining vehicles, he soon found his target. The buses marked with the insignia of Baishui County People's Hospital were still parked where they had been. Bus number 7 sat in the middle of the line, flanked by 2 other hospital vehicles. Its lights were on, its doors sealed tight, and through the windows the faint shadows of people moving about could just be glimpsed. Suyu exhaled a long plume of white vapor. The cold air caused it to expand and dissipate swiftly while the tension that had weighed upon his heart finally lifted. He flipped off the roof and landed with barely a whisper of sound. "What did you see?" Lin Qingli leaned out from the driver's seat, her sharp gaze sweeping over him in one swift assessment. She had noticed the change in Suyu's movements when entering and exiting the vehicle. The former Suyu, while not clumsy, would never have moved with such fluidity and grace. Yet she said nothing, her eyes narrowing slightly before she swiftly looked away. The military vehicles have separated from the others, heading toward the city wall. Suyu opened the door and slid back inside. All the other vehicles remained where they were. From the rear seat, Jiang Mumo's brows drew together in a faint frown. "And Auntie and Xiaohang. Bus number 7 is still here untouched. Everyone is safe." Hearing this, Jiang Mumo's frown gradually relaxed. Several minutes later, a few military vehicles from Xingqing arrived ahead of their stranded convoy, their warning lights flashing. They guided the convoy along the outer perimeter of the city wall, steering them in another direction. Suyu rested against the window, gazing outward. The silhouettes of buildings on both sides retreated slowly in the dim glow of the headlights. Office buildings, residential towers, shop fronts, and neighborhood walls all still stood in skeletal form, the street layout intact. Compared to the ruins along their earlier route where structures had been violently demolished down to raw concrete skeletons, this area at least preserved the basic form of its architecture. But every window was a pitch-black void, and shop roll-up doors were gone entirely, leaving only gaping doorways leading into emptiness. Suyu's gaze drifted through a window opening of a street-facing residential building, catching what little light the convoy provided. The interior was completely bare. The entire building resembled a hollowed-out shell, its organs and viscera stripped away. Even the furniture has been taken. Lin Qingli's voice carried from the driver's seat, her tone laced with barely concealed tremor. She too had been observing. "It's not just furniture." Suyu shifted his gaze from the building to the entrance of a residential community by the roadside. The iron gate still stood, but the access control panel had been ripped away, leaving only a square indentation. The street lamps inside the community remained, though the lamp heads were gone. Everything movable has been taken. Wires, pipes, furniture, not a single item spared. Suyu paused. Only the load-bearing structures were left untouched. Jiang Yunhao leaned forward from the rear seat, glanced outside, then quickly withdrew, his voice muffled. "What's the difference between this and demolition?" No one answered him, but everyone understood. This was not demolition. Demolition was for rebuilding. Here, everything had simply been abandoned. The vehicle bumped along the deserted streets, wheels crunching over gravel and unidentifiable debris. The undercarriage scraped against something protruding, producing occasional harsh metallic grating. When the convoy finally halted in the abandoned district, the doors swung open, and a biting cold wind surged inward, carrying dust and an indescribable putrid odor. Suyu glanced back at the passengers inside. "Stay in the vehicle. Do not get out." He then looked toward Jiang Yunhao, who gave a slight nod. Her fingers brushed unconsciously against the Type 92 pistol concealed beneath her hem. Those heterochromatic eyes flashed with a reassuring coldness in the dimness. Suyu opened the door and stepped out. In the instant the door closed, he heard Jiang Mumo whisper softly from the back seat, "Be careful." He did not look back, merely giving a slight nod. The cold wind laden with fine sand struck his face. His evolved sense of smell allowed him to detect with greater clarity than ever before the unfamiliar and unsettling odor in the air. He subtly furrowed his brow, committing the detail to memory. It took several minutes to navigate through the dense cluster of vehicles and locate bus number 7. The bus sat parked by the roadside, its body scarred with gouges and stained with unidentifiable fluids. The right side rearview mirror had been knocked off at some point, leaving only a bare mounting bracket exposed. Suyu approached and quickly scanned the crowd, soon spotting 2 familiar figures at the periphery. His mother, Yi Chuanmei, wrapped in a down jacket, was anxiously scanning the surroundings. His younger brother Su Hang stood beside her, holding 2 backpacks, his eyes vigilantly sweeping the area. "Mom." "Xiaohang." Suyu called out loudly. Yi Chuanmei whipped her head around, and the moment she recognized Suyu, tears welled up instantly. She stumbled forward, grasping his arm and frantically scanning him from head to toe. "Xiaoyu, are you all right? Hurt anywhere?" "On the road. Those monsters." "Brother." Su Hang stepped up to Suyu and raised his hand to pat his shoulder, but halfway lifted, he pulled it back, sharply clenching it into a fist and striking his own thigh. "We heard so many gunshots on the way here, especially from behind, going on and on for what felt like forever." His words came fast, as though pent up all this time had finally found an outlet. "Mom kept crying. I couldn't stop her. I thought." He left the sentence unfinished, his Adam's apple bobbing, as he drew a sharp, steadying breath. Suyu watched his brother struggling to hold back his emotions, and something deep within him stirred. He He reached out and patted his mother's hand, its skin ice-cold beneath his touch. Wrapping his fingers around her frozen digits, he squeezed firmly, then released. I'm fine. We're all fine. His voice was calm, more reassuring than any words of comfort could have been. And you? Did anything happen to bus number 7? Nothing major, just some frightening encounters along the way, Su Hang answered eagerly. One woman fainted outright from fear, and an elderly man suffered a heart attack. A nurse on board administered first aid. He paused as if recalling something and lowered his voice. Oh brother, there's this guy in the back of the bus. Early 30s, started coughing suddenly partway through, and his complexion was awful. Nobody dared to get close to him. When we stopped, I saw him walk away on his own butt. Su Hang scratched his head and left it unsaid. Su Yu's gaze tightened. Coughing? Dry or with phlegm? Mostly dry, though occasionally he'd make these congested rattling sounds like something was blocking his throat. Su Yu's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, but he did not press further. It was probably just general physical weakness combined with a stress response. Xiaohang. Yi Chunmei tugged at her son's sleeve. Stop talking. Your brother is here now. We're all right. Mom's right, Su Yu said, placing a hand on Su Hang's shoulder and giving it a firm, measured squeeze. Su Hang's words cut off abruptly. He looked up into his brother's gaze, hesitated for a second, then nodded forcefully. Come with me. Su Yu took his mother's hand and began walking. Yi Chunmei continued murmuring softly under her breath, but her feet fell into step automatically beside him. Minutes later, the group reunited at Su Yu's vehicle. Jiang Mumu was the first to step out of the vehicle, coming forward to greet them. A perfectly measured smile graced her face, while the corners of her eyes still bore a faint lingering flush of nervousness. Against her fair and delicate features, she cut such a pitifully endearing figure that one could not help but feel a pang of tenderness for her. Auntie, she called out softly and obediently, her voice as sweet and soft as melting milk candy. Yi Chunmei immediately grasped her hand, scanning her from head to toe. Only after confirming that her prospective daughter-in-law was completely unharmed did she finally let out a long sigh of relief. You poor child, you've suffered so much alongside Xiaoyu. Heartbroken, Yi Chunmei reached out to gently tuck a few stray strands of wind-blown hair behind Jiang Mumu's ear. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Mumu leaned closer to Yi Chunmei. Bowing her head, she naturally slipped her hand under the older woman's arm, an effortless gesture that seemed both like supporting an elder and acting affectionately. Catching this scene out of the corner of his eye, the corner of Su Yu's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He knew Jiang Mumu all too well. Those body language cues, so deeply ingrained they seemed entirely natural, were orchestrated by her with absolute precision. Yet he remained silent. In these chaotic times, anything that could put his mother's mind at ease was a blessing. Yi Chunmei turned back to scan the people inside and around the vehicle one by one, her lips parting slightly, as if to speak. Noting the lingering glances of the other girls directed at Su Yu, she hesitated, but ultimately swallowed her words. However, the warmth of their reunion was short-lived. Squads of armed soldiers suddenly began filing into the settlement area. Moving with swift precision, they set up metal barricades and barbed wire at several key entrances and exits around the perimeter. An officer bearing the rank of major climbed onto the roof of a jeep, raising a megaphone. In his 40s, his facial features were as sharply defined as if chiseled by a blade. Attention, all survivors from the direction of Baishui County. I am Zhou Ku, the officer in charge of the Xingqing Western Suburbs quarantine area. Pursuant to Decree No. 7 of the Xingqing Military Control Command, all incoming personnel must undergo quarantine. Those who pass the screening may proceed to the quarantine observation zone inside the city walls. You will be permitted to enter the inner city of Xingqing only after a 3-day observation period. A clamor of discontent immediately erupted from the crowd, a cacophony of voices exploding all at once. On what grounds? We fled all the way from Baishui County, risking our lives at every turn, and now you're telling us we can't enter. What do you mean by quarantine? How is it conducted? What if there's a false diagnosis? Our families are waiting for us inside. They need medicine. They need food. Over by the Baishui County government faction, a group of officials led by Chun Guodong was the first to rush to the quarantine barricades. Though exhaustion was written all over Chun Guodong's face, he kept his spine straight and his chin held high. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Comrade Zhou Ku, I am Chun Guodong, the party secretary of Baishui County. May I ask if your superiors are present? I need to speak directly with your superiors. Zhou Ku looked down at him without offering any response, his expression as cold and unyielding as a gray concrete wall. Chun Guodong's face darkened. After a long silence, Zhou Ku raised the megaphone once more. Silence. His voice boomed through the speaker, carrying an unquestionable authority. The tumultuous crowd fell quiet for a brief second, but soon someone else began shouting defiantly again. Like hell, will be quiet. I have a sick person in my car. Yesterday, Zhou Ku interrupted, cutting everyone off. He did not raise his voice. He merely paused, ensuring he had the undivided attention of the crowd. A group of survivors who evacuated from Qinghe County to the west. suffered a massive parasite outbreak after entering the quarantine zone. The crowd grew noticeably quieter. Those parasites, Zhou Ku continued, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, burrow through the skin. Within a few hours they multiply by the millions inside the human body, eventually eating a person hollow from the inside out. The silence became so absolute that only the howling of the wind could be heard. In the end, nothing is left but an intact sheet of human skin filled with writhing eggs and purulent fluid. He paused for a second. Out of the entire quarantine station, fewer than 5,000 survived. We burned corpses the entire night. In the front row, a man who had been shouting with his fist raised high slowly lowered his arm. His tightly clenched fist had somehow loosened, his fingers trembling slightly. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. So we are not trying to make things difficult for you. A trace of humanity finally crept into Zhou Ku's voice, though only a mere sliver. This is for the sake of all your lives. Now the second matter. His tone turned cold once again. A powerful cold air mass is rapidly pushing southward. Soon the temperature in Xinjiang and its surrounding areas will plummet to below -20 degrees Celsius. The duration of this cold wave is currently unknown. -20 degrees. These words struck the ears of everyone present like a physical blow. Though it had been cold when they left Baishui County, the temperature had only hovered around freezing. Many were still wearing down jackets they had hastily grabbed from their homes. What did -20 degrees mean? Even northeast China in the dead of winter was barely colder than that. And it was currently June. Therefore, settling you in this old urban district is not an act of abandonment. Although some of the buildings here have been demolished, the main structures remain intact, offering shelter from the wind and cold. Those without food or water can go to the distribution points to collect basic provisions. He paused as if weighing whether to say his final piece. 50 quarantine stations have been established around the perimeter. Please line up in an orderly fashion. The sooner you complete the quarantine process, the sooner you can enter the safe zone within the city walls. Having spoken, Zhou Ku lowered his megaphone, jumped down from the jeep's roof, and walked away. Chun Guodong stood frozen, his face turning pale and flushed by turns. The officials behind him exchanged glances, but in the end no one uttered another word. So you took in all this information. A parasitic infection. He thought of the spores released by the mutated plants on the highway, the car windows corroded by pollen, and the survivors who had been bitten or scratched by mutated creatures during the evacuation, but were still alive. And then there was the man Su Hang had mentioned earlier, who had been coughing the entire journey. Along this path, too many people had been exposed to the mutated environment. There was simply no way to determine who was carrying what. Quarantine was indeed necessary. Su Yu's calm gaze swept over the chaotic crowd, the soldiers who had begun setting up the quarantine barricades, and the construction machinery still rumbling in the distance beneath the city walls. He noticed a detail that had escaped everyone else's attention. Around the quarantine stations at intervals of roughly 20 meters stood soldiers carrying heavy equipment on their backs. Those devices were not firearms. They had short, thick nozzles connected to bulging metal tanks on their backs. Flamethrowers. They had been positioned there from the very beginning. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly, though his expression remained entirely unchanged. Brother, what should we do? Su Hang lowered his voice, pulling his hands into his sleeves and rubbing them together. Should we queue up? Or should we find a place to shelter from the wind first? Queue up, Su Yu replied. We complete the quarantine first. We'll figure out the rest later. He glanced at his mother. Mom, you and Su Hang stay close to me. Don't get separated. Yi Chunmei did not say a word. She simply reached out to pull Su Hang to her side, while her other hand tightly gripped Jiang Mumu's arm. Su Yu and his group began moving toward the nearest quarantine station. Their position was relatively far back, and the area around them had already become densely packed with people. Only the construction floodlights from the distant city wall and the high-powered incandescent lamps at the quarantine point cast down a pallid glow, slicing the queue of people into alternating silhouettes of light and shadow. The bitter wind howled past. Yi Chunmei hunched her neck inward, her breath crystallizing into white vapor that nearly clung to her eyebrows. She rubbed her hands together, tucked both hands into her sleeves, and pressed her lips tightly shut. A thin layer of white frost had begun to form on the cement ground beneath their feet, producing a faint crunching sound with every step. How long are we going to have to wait in this line? Su Hang stamped his feet and blew a breath into his palms. My toes have gone completely numb. Quit the nonsense and move forward. Su Yu's voice was soft, yet his gaze had already passed over the heads of several rows ahead, sweeping toward the quarantine station. The line was exceedingly long, and its pace of movement was agonizingly slow. Su Hang rose on his tiptoes and stretched his neck forward, peering ahead for a long while. Bro, look at those people in white protective suits over there. Aren't they scanning something across people's bodies? Su Yu followed the direction of his gaze and could faintly discern the quarantine procedure ahead. Blood draw, body surface examination, throat swab, and finally a box-shaped device. An instrument of some unknown principle that performed a scan. Not certain. Su Yu's gaze lingered on that instrument for 2 extra seconds. But judging by the scanning method, It appears to be some kind of biological signal detection, possibly a variant of thermal imaging. Can you see it? From this far away. Su-hang squinted his eyes and tried. I can't make out a thing. Su-yu offered no reply. Each person required at least 3 to 4 minutes to pass through the checkpoint, and there were at least several hundred people ahead of them. Within the crowded and chaotic line, people were pressed tightly against one another. Since hearing the situation that Zhou had just described, the way everyone present looked at the people around them had changed. From time to time, someone would tilt their head and regard the person beside them with a tense gaze. A middle-aged man kept touching his own neck and cheeks repeatedly, as though confirming that nothing was moving beneath his skin. The woman beside him shrank back half a step, her voice trembling. You. Stop touching your face like that. Have you been infected? I haven't. Stay away from me. The man grew frantic as well. Su-yu's gaze swept across the heads of the rows ahead, then withdrew. He noticed an elderly man a few rows away leaning against the shoulder of the person beside him. His eyelids were half closed, his lips a bruised blue, as though he might fall asleep, standing up, or perhaps freeze to death on his feet. Auntie, are you cold? Jiang Mumu suddenly unwound the scarf from around her own neck. Without waiting for Yi Chunmei to respond, she rose on her tiptoes and wound it twice around her, movements remarkably natural and practiced. Yi Chunmei was taken aback and instinctively tried to push it away. You keep it for yourself, I'm not cold. I'm young, and I'm dressed thickly. Auntie, you wear it. Jiang Mumu smiled, her tone gentle and soft, having already tucked the ends of the scarf into the collar of Yi Chunmei's jacket. Yi Chunmei's lips moved, but she did not refuse again. She reached out to touch the edge of the scarf, and her eyes welled up slightly. But there were also some whose expressions had already gone numb, like components unloaded from an assembly line being pushed forward, their gazes hollow. A young mother holding a child stood less than 2 meters ahead of Su-yu at an angle. The child was roughly 2 or 3 years old, and whether from hunger or cold, had been whimpering continuously. The young mother had wrapped the child tightly in her coat, while she herself wore only a thin sweater. Her lips had already turned a pale purple from the freezing cold. Yi Chunmei noticed her first. She stared at that young mother's sweater for several seconds, then looked at the child in her arms, whose voice had grown hoarse from crying. An extraordinarily complex expression flickered across her face. Her hand instinctively moved toward the zipper of her own down jacket, as though meaning to take it off and offer it over. Su-yu gently pressed down on the back of her hand. Yi Chunmei looked up at him. Su-yu merely gave a slight shake of his head. He said nothing. His gaze shifted away from the young mother and swept toward a farther distance, where an elderly man lay curled up on the ground, without even a single piece of clothing on his body. It was unclear whether he was still alive. Yi Chunmei followed the direction of his gaze and fell silent. Her hand slowly drew back, and she lowered her head, clutching at the hem of her own clothing. Another gust of bitter wind swept past, carrying fine shards of ice that struck against their faces. The line continued its slow, sluggish crawl forward. No one spoke. Bro, look over there. Su-hang suddenly nudged Su-yu with his elbow and jutted his chin toward another direction. Su-yu looked in the direction he indicated. In another nearby queue, a group of people were roughly shoving aside those waiting ahead of them, forcibly carving out a passage. The burly men at the forefront had faces bloated with flesh covered in haphazard tattoos, cursing and bellowing. Out of the way, out of the way. Every last one of you, get the hell out of my way. Someone grew indignant and started to protest, but was sent crashing to the ground with a casual shove from one of the men. The man landed hard on the frost-rimed ground, his elbow producing a dull thud. He grimaced in pain, ready to curse back, but was seized desperately by his companion and held back. This group swiftly shoved their way to the front of the line. The people waiting nearby were furious, yet dared not speak out, one after another yielding the way. Jiang Yunhao watched with a continuously deepening frown these people. Su-hang glanced at him and gave his arm a pat. Stop looking, it's none of our business. You know them? Su-yu asked. Su-hang squinted for a couple of seconds and let out a cold laugh. Lei Lao. The one from Baishui County who runs casinos, loan sharking, and all that gray area business. I actually ran into him when I was asking around everywhere in the county about fuel. He's got 20 or 30 guys under him. He paused, lowering his voice. I saw them with a modified pickup truck. The windows reinforced with welded steel mesh and a crash bar welded onto the front. They probably only managed to follow the convoy on the road thanks to that truck. Su-yu said nothing, merely casting a glance at that group before drawing his gaze back. Bro, if those guys turn out to have a problem. Su-hang lowered his voice, a note of schadenfreude tinged hope slipping into his tone. That's a matter for the quarantine station. Su-yu offered neither assent nor dissent. He withdrew his gaze from Lei Laohu's group and let it fall once more upon the slow-crawling line ahead. The bitter wind poured into his collar, and he instinctively shrank his neck, his gaze drifting unfocused across the backs of several heads ahead. Just then his nostrils caught a whiff of something unusual. It was a cloying, putrid, damp scent carrying the distinctive musk peculiar to some living creature. His enhanced post-evolution sense of smell magnified this nearly imperceptible trace within his perception infinitely. Su-yu frowned slightly, instinctively attempting to discern the source of this odor. Was it from ahead? Or from the side? The wind direction was unsteady, and the scent came and went as though seeping out from some corner deep within the crowd. His gaze began sweeping rapidly across the faces of the surrounding crowd. Before he could lock onto the source, a piercing wave of panic erupted from the distant crowd. Quick, get back. He's not right. Help me. Somebody help. Suyu's body stiffened as he snapped his head up. 30 meters away at a newly established temporary quarantine checkpoint, chaos was rippling outward in concentric circles through the long line of waiting people. A burly middle-aged man collapsed to the ground without warning, his entire body convulsing as though struck by a powerful current. Beneath the skin of his neck and face, something was writhing at terrifying speed. Within seconds, those writhing shapes had swelled beneath his skin into grotesque fist-sized lumps of dark violet. The tumors pulsed with a sickening rhythm like a nest of deformed hearts. Brother, that man. Su Hang's voice cracked mid-sentence. GHK. The man could no longer form coherent syllables. A bestial snarl tore from his throat as his eyeballs bulged outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, webbed with crimson veins. Under the horrified gazes of those nearby, one of his eyeballs ruptured like a crushed tomato, bursting apart with a sickening pop. A plume of dark ink green mist erupted violently from his shattered eye socket and mouth. Every hair on Suyu's body stood on end. He staggered back a step on pure instinct and seized Jiang Mumu by the wrist. The green cloud billowed outward with alarming speed. Within it, countless thread-like filaments, far thinner than a strand of hair, could be seen writhing in constant motion. The pale fluorescent lights of the quarantine station pierced through the haze, illuminating each writhing filament in stark detail. It was never missed at all. It was alive. Spores. Cover your mouth and nose. Parasites. They're parasites. The surrounding crowd turned ashen with terror, scrambling over one another in a desperate frenzy to escape. Yet several people standing closest were inevitably engulfed by the green cloud. My face. It stings. It burns. It burns so badly. They ran, slapping frantically at their own faces and bodies. But the moment the filaments touched bare skin, they vanished, already burrowing inside. Suyu's stomach clenched violently. He had witnessed his share of horrors on operating tables, but watching a living man's eyeball detonate before him and spew forth writhing vermin, that belonged to an entirely different category of nightmare. He forced down the surge of bile that rose in his throat. Brother, you. Jiang Mumu's wrist remained locked in his grip. She instinctively clamped her free hand over her mouth and nose. Her voice, squeezed through trembling fingers, wavered with unmistakable fear. That man. Did he get infected on the way here? Most likely. Suyu did not look back. The crowd instantly disintegrated into chaos. Shrieks, screams, wails, all surging in one direction. People shoved, stumbled, and trampled over one another in blind panic. From the corner of his eye, Suyu spotted the young mother clutching her child earlier. She was now running desperately in the reverse direction, battered by the surging tide of bodies. She stumbled, but somehow steadied herself, refusing to fall. Suyu seized Jiang Mumu's arm with one hand and grabbed the mother with the other. Stay against the wall. Don't push into the crowd. Su Hang and Jiang Yunhao flanked them on either side, shielding the women in their charge. Mom, hold on to me. Hold tight. Su Hang's lips trembled as he gripped Yi Chuanmei's clothes, though his voice had begun to change. What was unfolding before them had clearly pushed past the limits of what he could endure. Yi Chuanmei's body shook violently, but her feet never faltered. She bit down hard on her own teeth, swallowing every sound that threatened to escape. Lin Qingli's ink-black pupils remained fixed ahead, though her breathing had grown ragged. Move faster. Jiang Yunhao urged his sister, his voice laced with fear. Jiang Yunhao offered no reply, but her heterochromatic eyes flickered faintly. She was perceiving what no one else could. The trajectory of the green mist, the wind direction, the rate of dispersion, all lay bare within her vision. Left, she commanded sharply. The wind is pushing right. Suyu heard her and immediately adjusted their course, angling everyone toward the left. They pressed close to the outer wall of a nearby building, slipping past the thickest of the chaos. Yet this was only the beginning. As though some unseen switch had been thrown, survivors across different lines began collapsing one after another. Dozens, then hundreds. The same convulsions, the same lumps rising beneath the skin, the same lethal spores erupting from mouths and noses. A thought flashed through Suyu's mind: simultaneous outbreaks meant concurrent exposure. Most likely they had all been infected during the same stretch inside the plant tunnel. His mind conjured the image of the coughing man Su Hang had mentioned on the bus. If that man's symptoms had also been a precursor to some parasitic infection, where was he now? But the quarantine station's response was far swifter than Suyu had anticipated. The flamethrower troops he had spotted earlier surged forward without the slightest hesitation, as though they had been waiting for this exact moment. The precedent of Qinghe County had taught them well. HSSSSHHH. Accompanied by a muffled roar of ignition, searing orange flames instantly engulfed those who had collapsed, along with the surrounding crowd trapped within the spore's radius of dispersal. The darkness was torn apart. A colossal bloom of fire erupted into the night, casting every face within dozens of meters in a ghastly wash of warm orange. Against the walls of the abandoned buildings, the shadows of fleeing figures stretched long and grotesque, a mural painted from the bowels of hell. A wave of blistering heat surged outward, the temperature was staggering. Human bodies shriveled beneath such heat into twisted charred husks. The spores and parasites erupting from within burst with sharp crackling sounds as they were reduced to ash. The air reeked of scorched protein. Suyu knew the smell well. It resembled the scent of tissue cauterized by an electrocautery blade in the operating room, only magnified several hundredfold. "Don't look back," Suyu barked. But the corner of Su Hang's eye had already caught something. His face drained of color and his step faltered. "Brother, those people, the fire, they're still moving. Walk." His voice was ice. "That's not movement. It's muscle contracting from the heat. They're already dead." He gripped their mother tighter and quickened his pace. Behind them, flames continued to churn and roll. The orange light flickered endlessly, casting their silhouettes against the adjacent building wall. Suyu led the group to the corner of an abandoned building roughly 100 meters from the quarantine station. They pressed their backs to the wall, temporarily beyond the reach of the surging crowd. Silence swallowed the surroundings. The same people who had moments ago been grumbling about the quarantine now stared at the churning flames and charred silhouettes in the distance, not daring to draw so much as a single breath. Some crouched with hands over their mouths, dry heaving. Others curled up in corners, clutching their heads as they trembled. From the direction of the quarantine station came another sharp hiss of a flamethrower igniting. Another fallen infected being reduced to ash on the spot. At some point, Joku's figure reappeared atop the jeep, megaphone in hand. "Did you see that? This is the fate of those infected by the worm spores. There is currently no cure for this parasitic infection. Once infected, mortality is 100%. Furthermore, after death, it disperses worm spores, causing secondary transmission. This is precisely why we quarantine. Moreover, the infections discovered so far are not limited to just one. There are over 3 known lethal species of parasites, and every single one is incurable. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to bypass quarantine?" A deathly silence fell over the crowd. The few high-power searchlights at the quarantine station could only illuminate a radius of several dozen meters. Beyond that lay a fragmented darkness carved apart by abandoned buildings. Everyone cast terrified glances at their companions, as if the person beside them could turn into a walking time bomb at any moment. In the next instant, everyone rushed back toward the quarantine point, as if driven mad. This time there were no complaints, no shoving. Terror was etched on every face as they scrambled to prove they were clean. The 50 queues were instantly packed, each stretching out like a long dragon. Throughout the quarantine process, people were dragged out of the lines from time to time. Some had anomalies detected by the scanners, while others had subcutaneous lumps discovered during physical examinations. When these individuals were hauled out, most had not yet shown symptoms and were entirely unaware of their infection. "I'm fine. You've made a mistake. Let me go." A young man who had been pulled out struggled frantically as 2 soldiers in heavy hazmat suits flanked him, dragging him toward the rear of the quarantine station. He looked back, his face filled with utter disbelief. The darkness swallowed his silhouette. A minute later, a sharp, brief gunshot echoed from that direction. The sound was not loud, yet in the dead silence of the crowd it resonated louder than a clap of thunder. An officer explained coldly to the crowd through a megaphone, "Remember, any mutated parasitic infection is absolutely incurable. For everyone's safety, we have no choice but to employ the most extreme measures." The ruthless words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Both Su Hang and Jiang Yunhao turned pale. Yi Chunmei reached out, gripping the sleeves of Su Hang, and Suyu beside her with a deathly tight clutch. "Don't be afraid." Suyu's voice was soft yet exceptionally calm. "We are all fine." Seeing their eyes turn to him, he paused, deciding to reveal a portion of the truth to put their minds at ease. He looked at his mother and Su Hang first before speaking. "I didn't mention this earlier, but on the road I awakened. I have become an evolver." These words were like a silent bomb exploding among them. Su Hang's eyes lit up instantly, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Yi Chunmei froze, her grip on his sleeve tightening even more, her face filled with disbelief. Suyu swept his gaze across their expressions. "After awakening, my 5 senses were greatly enhanced." He paused, his tone resolute. "The person who just had the outbreak of infection carried a peculiar sweet and fishy scent beforehand. I smelled it before his symptoms manifested. None of you have that scent." This statement was only half true. He could indeed discern abnormal body odors around him, using his enhanced sense of smell, but the accuracy was nowhere near as high as he claimed. Whether that sweet, rotting, fishy odor was a definitive sign of infection or merely a coincidence, he could not guarantee with absolute certainty. What truly gave him confidence was the conceptual operating table within his space. No matter how formidable the mutated parasites were, they were still living organisms. As long as the host remained alive, it was theoretically possible to extract the parasite's attributes using the operating table. However, the prerequisite was that the infected host had to trust him unconditionally, allowing themselves to be placed on the operating table without any resistance. Yet this was ultimately his trump card, not to be revealed unless absolutely necessary. He only needed to put his companions at ease. So don't worry. Just queue up quietly for the quarantine. I watched the process earlier. It's just a blood draw and an instrument scan. It only takes a few minutes. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuanmei's tense body relaxed visibly, but she seemed to recall some unpleasant images. Still uneasy, she asked, Xiaoyu, now that you've awakened, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Mom, I am a doctor. Suyu tilted his head to look at her, a hint of helplessness in his voice. How could I not be clear about my own body? Yi Chuanmei was momentarily speechless. Realizing his point made sense, she pressed no further. Beside them, Su Hang stood dazed for a few seconds, just as Yi Chuanmei had. Then his eyes suddenly lit up like a flare. That spark made him look like an entirely different person from the one who had just been scared pale by the parasites. His entire spirit seemed as though a switch had been flipped from within. Bro, you awakened. What kind of ability did you get? Can you fly? Do I look like someone who can fly to you? What about your strength? Has it increased? Can you chop bricks with your bare hands? Su Hang's voice grew louder and louder, completely forgetting his trembling legs from moments ago. What about your eyes? You said your 5 senses are enhanced. Can you see through things? His queries grew increasingly outrageous as his eyes shone, reaching out to touch Suyu's arm. Let me see if your arms got thicker. Suyu raised his hand and slapped his paw away. Keep talking and see if I don't use my enhanced strength to beat you up right now. Su Hang finally shut his mouth, but a grin remained plastered on his face, impossible to suppress. Beside them, Yi Chuanmei gave him a harsh tug. Quiet down. Your brother is talking about serious matters. Su Hang shrank his neck and obediently closed his mouth. Yet his gaze kept drifting uncontrollably towards Su Yu, as if looking at some rare curiosity. Jiang Mumu did not press for details. She simply took half a step closer to Su Yu's side, her shoulder gently brushing against his arm. From beginning to end, she showed no surprise. Ever since she witnessed Su Yu swallow everyone's rations in the car, she had already known. She was simply waiting for him to say it himself. Lin Qingli's gaze lingered on Su Yu for a brief moment before she looked away nonchalantly, though her grip on the hilt of the blade in her palm tightened slightly. Su Yu turned his gaze back to the quarantine station. The queue was still crawling forward slowly. Under the pale, harsh lights, the quarantine personnel in white protective suits moved mechanically yet efficiently. He noticed that while the soldiers conducted rapid testing, they were also recording something on tablet-like devices. Su Yu's ears twitched as fragmented voices drifted to him on the wind. Name, age, former occupation. He understood instantly. This was not merely a quarantine, it was a census and resource screening set against the backdrop of the apocalypse. Perhaps this would dictate how they were to be assigned once they entered the inner city. In the darkness, the queue continued to shuffle forward. The faces around them were interwoven with numbness and fear. Occasionally someone would sob softly in a low voice, only silenced by a fierce glare from those beside them. Time dragged on second by second, when Su Yu suddenly sensed something amiss. The wind abruptly shifted. A violent gale swept through, carrying icy particles that howled past like someone had overturned a bucket of ice water from the heavens. The temperature began to plummet. Not right. Su Yu spoke in a low voice, but before he could finish. The cold wave is here, someone shouted from nowhere. The cold wind cut, like knives stinging their faces. Within mere minutes, the temperature plummeted from around 0 to over 10 degrees below freezing, and it continued to drop relentlessly. Su Hang subconsciously wrapped his arm around Yi Chuanmei's shoulders, shrinking himself into a tighter ball. Behind in the queue, some survivors who weren't warm enough began to struggle. At first there was only trembling, but soon someone's lips turned purple, their limbs stiffened, and they collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The crowd erupted into chaos instantly. We can't take it. We'll freeze to death standing in line. Find shelter. Hurry and find a place. The once orderly queue disintegrated in the darkness in an instant. People surged toward the hollow, dilapidated buildings around them like a colony of ants disturbed from their nest, desperate for any corner that might offer shelter from the wind. The buildings around the 50 quarantine points became the most coveted shelters. Everyone scrambled for a room closest to the quarantine point and best at blocking the wind so they could stay warm. And keep watch on the quarantine station's activity at all times, ready to charge forward the moment the crowds thinned. Stick close to me. Su Yu made a quick decision, grabbing his mother with one hand and Jiang Mumu with the other, barking at the others. Jiang Yunhao grabbed Jiang Yunyao and pulled her up, while Su Hang and Lin Qingli immediately followed. The 7 of them pressed together like a single nail driven into the chaotic tide of people. Their purpose clear, they charged straight toward the nearest multi-story office building whose entrance had vanished, leaving only a gaping maw. Su Yu entered the first-floor lobby and quickly scanned the area. It was pitch black inside, as if someone had spilled ink everywhere. Behind him, several people stumbled and squeezed in. Su Hang's foot caught on something, and he lurched forward. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Stay still. Su Yu barked, using the cover of darkness to reach forward, and pull out a flashlight from his storage space. The bright halo of light emerged, pulling the lobby out of the darkness. The beam swept slowly across the room. On the side of the first-floor lobby was a conference room, its door still intact, solid wood untouched. They pushed open the door and entered an empty space with no furniture remaining. The walls were intact with no windows. Once the door was shut, it almost completely sealed out the biting wind outside. Only a thin draft seeped through the door crack and pipe openings in the ceiling. This is it, Suyu decided immediately. But the moment they rushed in, several groups were drawn by the flashlight beam and tried to push their way inside. The leader clutched a phone in his hand, its sickly white glow casting upward onto his face and hollowing out his cheekbones and eye sockets with deep shadows. There's already someone in here. Find another place. Jiang Yunhao stepped to the doorway in one stride, his burly frame blocking the entire frame, and punched the wall beside him, the dull thud echoing as cement debris rained down. His muscular frame, paired with bloodshot eyes, resembled a human fortress wall. The crowd outside was paralyzed by his terrifying aura, and in that moment of hesitation, Su Yu's calm voice drifted out from within. This office building is huge with plenty of space. Instead of wasting time arguing with me here, you'd be better off securing a better spot sooner. The leader glanced at Jiang Yunhao, then looked back toward other directions. Let's go over there. We're going upstairs. Those several beams of phone light flickered, then turned and moved deeper into the corridor. The crowd immediately surged toward the stairwell. Once the door was closed, the noise from outside was cut off. Su Yu dimmed the flashlight and placed it in the corner, the dim yellow halo barely illuminating the 7 faces. Suhang Yunhao, go drive our car here, right up to the conference room door. Su Yu ordered decisively. Hurry back and don't get into any conflicts with anyone. All right, Suhang responded. Though he didn't have a driver's license yet, driving was no problem for him. He immediately grabbed Jiang Yunhao, and they ran off together. Less than 5 minutes later, an engine sound echoed outside the office building. Headlight beams pierced through the deeper darkness inside the building as a gray domestic hybrid car zigzagged into the wide doorway. The tires crunched over gravel, producing a grating sound. The front of the car came to a stop just to the right of the conference room entrance. The engine sputtered out, and the headlights dimmed, plunging the entire lobby back into darkness. Suyu pulled out another flashlight and turned it to its lowest setting. A dim yellow beam carved out a small patch of visibility. The car door opened, and Suhang jumped out, his face flushed red from the freezing wind. His breath formed visible white mist in the peripheral glow of the flashlight. He rubbed his numb fingers and breathed warm air onto his palms, but they remained too stiff to curl properly. Bro, my hands are going numb. The steering wheel feels like a block of ice, and the heater barely had time to kick in before we arrived. Jiang Yunhao followed closely behind, carrying a fire axe in one hand and Lin Qingli's machete in the other. Actually, there wasn't much of value in the car. Everyone had their backpacks with them. The food had been devoured when he evolved, and important supplies were already stored in Su Yu's spatial capacity. But the car itself was the most crucial resource. There was still some fuel in the tank and charge in the battery. If it got too cold, the car's heater could provide warmth for a while. Then there were the melee weapons, the fire axe, machete, and such. Before, when they reached the resettlement area, armed soldiers were everywhere, so brandishing a machete openly on the street would have been quite conspicuous. So nobody took anything when they got out of the car. Jiang Yunhao handed the machete to Su Yu, who passed it to Lin Qingli. Your knife. Lin Qingli took the blade, her fingertips instinctively contracting at the cold metal. Hearing the car return, Jiang Mumu and Yi Chunmei emerged from the conference room entrance as well. Jiang Yunhao followed behind, head bowed, and leaning against the doorframe with her hands buried in her pockets, staying silent. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away on the abandoned street, the howling wind drove ice shards against the truck's metal sides with a dense, sharp rattling. Over a dozen people crammed in the back of a small truck, cursing relentlessly, while 2 sat in the cab, peering through the windshield, scanning for a building that could offer shelter from the cold. Ahead in their line of sight, a beam of headlights pierced through the darkness and drove straight into the wide doorway of an office building. It was the only nearby structure with a first-floor entrance spacious enough for their truck to enter directly. The person in the passenger seat narrowed his gaze slightly. In these extreme low temperatures, driving a vehicle into a building meant they either had rich supplies on board or sufficient fuel to burn for warmth. In the span of a thought, his decision was made. Start the engine. Follow that car. He gave the order swiftly. The camera cut back to the main hall. Suyu was about to gesture for the women to enter the conference room when his head tilted slightly. After his evolution, his hearing had grown incomparably more acute than before. From the mere background murmur of wind that ordinary ears could detect, he distinctly isolated a sound that did not belong to the wind. An engine. Not the smooth hum of a sedan, but the rugged roar of a diesel engine. And it was drawing closer. Something's happening. His gaze shifted toward the entrance. Suhang's hands, which had been rubbing together, froze mid-motion. Brother, what's? The engine's roar amplified violently as a modified small cargo van barreled in through the entrance. Steel bars were welded across the windows, and the front bumper had been refitted into a thick anti-collision beam, its surface stained with dried dark marks. It came to a halt slightly to the left of the hall's center, roughly 10 meters from Suyu's vehicle, with only a few thick load-bearing columns between them. The van's glaring high beams pierced straight into the hull, their stark white pillars of light illuminating every detail of the forward area. Suyu narrowed his eyes instantly against the brightness. He stepped half a pace forward, placing himself in front of Jiang Mumu and Yi Chunmei. Immediately after, the van's rear cargo door was flung open from within and slammed against the side panel with a resounding clang. Roughly a dozen people poured out in quick succession, their shoes crunching on the concrete debris with a chaotic clatter of footfalls. A flicker of tension crossed Suyu's gaze. What they held in their hands immediately caught his attention. Not the box cutters and steel pipes common among street thugs, but genuine replica cold weapons. Oxtail sabers, ring-pommeled Dao goosequill blades. The craftsmanship left much to be desired, but the steel was real and the weight substantial. In the hands of a young man barely past 20, a Tang horizontal saber caught the headlights and flashed with a glint of snow-white menace. The blade was narrow and straight, its guard inlaid with copper, clearly no marketplace trinket. At that moment, the driver's and passengers' doors swung open simultaneously and two figures emerged. Suyu swept a rapid glance around, including those who had leaped from the cargo hold. There were 13 in all. Their leader was a short, stockily built man, a middle-aged fellow wearing a leather cap and a black overcoat left open to reveal a thick turtleneck sweater beneath. The lapels of his black overcoat snapped and fluttered in the draft cutting through the hall. A cigarette dangled from his left hand, his right loosely gripped a sharpened cleaver. At the sight of this man, Su Hang's body stiffened instantly. "Brother, that's Lei Laohu," he whispered, his voice so low it seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. Suyu offered no reply. He had already encountered this group during the earlier quarantine queue. Anyone capable of leading more than a dozen fully armed men out of Baishui County alive was no simple character. Lei Laohu stood beside the vehicle and took a deep drag of his cigarette, his gaze unhurriedly sweeping across the hall. His eyes passed over the gray hybrid sedan, glided past the half-open conference room door, and lingered briefly on the figures standing beside the car. Finally, his gaze came to rest on the faces of Lin Qingli and Jiang Mumu, lingering there without shifting away. The stark white beams of the headlights struck from the side, carving out the cold, austere profile of Lin Qingli. Jiang Mumu's face flickered between light and shadow at the edge of the beam, pale as porcelain. Lei Laohu flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, ground it out beneath his heel, and took two unhurried steps towards Suyu's group, cleaver in hand. His pace was measured, the gravel crunched beneath his leather shoes with each step. "Young man," Lei Laohu's voice rumbled low, his tone deliberately laced with condescension. "Fleeing all the way from Baishui County hasn't been easy for you, and it's been no easier for us. We're all reasonable people here." He raised his hand and gestured toward the 12 men behind him, then pointed toward the conference room on Suyu's side. "I see the space behind you is quite accommodating. We've got a lot of stuff on our end. Why don't you hand it over to us, and you can pick a room upstairs to hole up in." Hearing that the other party was willing to let them go, the tension visibly eased from Su Hang's shoulders. He whispered, "Brother, these people won't be easy to deal with. Maybe we should hand it over and retreat upstairs to lay low." "Retreat." Suyu's gaze was icy as he spoke in a low voice. "Look closely at what the men behind him are doing." Su Hang snapped his head around only, then noticing two figures lurking in the shadows of the load-bearing columns on each side, who had silently crept up behind their flanks. All routes to the stairwell and other exits were cut off, while the rest of the men spread out loosely, forming a net of encirclement around them. Su Hang's face went ashen, a sheen of cold sweat breaking across his back. A burst of jarring laughter erupted from the opposing crowd. A burly man with a threaded steel pipe slammed its end against the concrete floor, sending out a dull, reverberating thud. "Boss Lei, your little speech didn't work. This kid's eyes are sharp." He wasn't fooled at all. Their true nature was now fully laid bare. A scrawny man with a buzz cut stepped forward, glanced at the blade in Lin Qingli's hand, and let out a sharp, ringing whistle. "Since you can see through it, let's drop the act. Boss Lei, looks like there's a real wild mare hidden here." Lin Qingli's gaze chilled by another degree. Another burly, squat figure let his gaze roam incessantly over Jiang Mumu's face, a lecherous grin spreading across his own. "Boss Lei, this time the second taste has got to be mine." He had even taken a step toward Jiang Mumu, his fingers tracing an obscenely suggestive grasping motion in the air. A connoisseur can tell the moment the hand moves. He had barely finished speaking when his voice jammed in his throat. Because Jiang Mumu was watching him, utterly devoid of the panic expected of cornered prey. Her hand had silently closed around the cuff of Suyu's forearm, her fingers tightening ever so slightly. Suyu turned his hand and covered her cool fingers, shielding her at his side, without any visible movement. His gaze locked directly onto the squat man's face. There was no thunderous rage, yet the temperature in his eyes plummeted instantly to absolute zero. It was the look of a butcher sizing up a piece of dead meat about to be deboned. Such undisguised, palpable killing intent caused the squat man's savage grin to freeze on his face, and a cold sweat seeped inexplicably across his back. Lei Laohu keenly sensed the shift in the air and pressed his hand firmly onto the shoulder of the man beside him, silencing the subordinate's clamor. He snorted coldly. When good wine is refused, it's the penalty wine they get. He fixed his gaze on Su Yu once more, his eyes dark and brooding. I'd intended to play with you for a bit, but since you're so sharp, I'll point you toward a clear path. Lei Laohu's tone radiated crushing pressure. I've got 12 brothers on my side. You weigh it carefully for yourself. Out of respect for being fellow townsmen, I'll give you one more chance. He raised his hand, pointing at the women, then gestured toward the hybrid sedan. The car, and these women. Leave them all behind. The men can walk away now. I won't make things difficult for you. Those words concealed a vicious stratagem. Lei Laohu had no intention of letting anyone go. He only sought to fracture the morale on Su Yu's side. Having navigated society for over 20 years, he was a seasoned old fox. He had already sensed that despite the overwhelming disparity in numbers, the people across from him clearly were not as afraid of his group as one might expect. In such situations, they were either brainless fools or ruthless figures with hidden trump cards. Should the opposition prove less united than assumed, such pressure could easily shake their resolve, allowing him to break them apart without shedding a drop of blood. Su Yu saw through these insidious tactics as clearly as a blazing fire. His face remained entirely placid, yet the murderous intent in his heart had fully solidified. He harbored no fear of the enemy's numerical advantage, nor would he take even half a step back. The golden trait granted him absolute confidence. His gaze swept quickly over the crowd behind him. Lin Qingli turned her body, slightly gripping her hilt tightly, and standing half a step to the left, though her breathing rhythm was slightly hurried. Su Heng clenched his fists so hard that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He stared fixedly in the direction of Lei Laohu, his anger having utterly incinerated his previous cowardice. Jiang Yunhao wrapped his palm tightly around the axe handle, his feet rooted to the ground, never retreating even a single step. Jiang Yunhao shrank behind Jiang Yunhao, her head lowered, and both hands tucked into her coat pockets. Her hemline, notably longer than the others, hung just above her knees, bulging slightly, with an unnatural contour. Observing this, Su Yu subtly tilted his head, his gaze briefly meeting Jiang Yunhao's. With an extremely subtle and swift shake of his head, he signaled her not to act rashly. The gun was their ultimate trump card. Now was far from the time to expose it. After suppressing Jiang Yunhao's urge to draw the weapon, Su Yu withdrew his gaze and quickly surveyed the surrounding environment. The interior of the office building was enclosed with sight lines shattered into fragments by load-bearing pillars and deep shadows. The staircase entrance was tucked away deep around the corner, making it impossible for anyone on the upper floors to see what was happening in the first-floor lobby. The military quarantine station was hundreds of meters away. Judging by the ruthless, iron-fisted methods those soldiers had previously displayed, as long as the defensive line was not breached, they would not interfere in conflicts within the resettlement area. Only the two factions remained here. The wind howled, and the snow fell thick. The perfect night for killing. Su Yu composed himself and immediately spoke in a low, solemn voice. Mom, go inside first and lock the door. Meeting Su Yu's gaze, Yi Chunmei parted her lips slightly as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed her overwhelming panic. Releasing her grip on Su Heng's sleeve, she turned and quickly retreated into the conference room. The solid wooden door closed the latch, engaging with a sharp click. Su Yu turned back and pulled open the driver's side door of the hybrid vehicle. Leaning his upper body into the car, he used the seats as cover to sink his consciousness into his dimensional space, instantly retrieving 3 thick-backed machetes. These were the ones seized from the auto repair shop earlier, which had been stored in his space ever since. Carrying the weapons, he stepped back to his original position and handed the first one over Su Heng. Su Heng reached out to take it, gripping the hilt so tightly that the webbing of his thumb turned slightly red from the exertion. Mumu. Jiang Mumu's eyes flickered. Without a shred of hesitation, her slender fingers wrapped around the icy hilt. Su Yu gripped the final blade himself. Caught in the high beams, the blades reflected several piercing gleams of cold light. Standing a dozen meters away, Lei Laohu watched as the smile on his face vanished bit by bit. He sensed that the young man opposite him might truly possess some hidden trump card, but he was not without cards of his own. As if recalling something, he cracked his neck, his bones emitting a sharp pop. Taking a deep breath, he roughly exhaled a plume of white mist from his nostrils, which was instantly torn apart and dispersed by the freezing wind. Since you want to do this the hard way, get them. Lei Laohu took 2 steps to the side, suddenly raising his voice. Slaughter the men, bind the women. The moment Lei Laohu's words fell, the crowd behind him surged forward in response. He himself retreated to the side of the truck's cabin, standing beside a taciturn, scar-faced man. 3 others quickly ran to the rear of the truck, thoroughly blocking the exit of the lobby's entrance. The 8 thugs charging at the forefront instantly divided their prey. 2 raised their weapons and rushed straight for Su Yu. 2 tangled with the hulking Jiang Yunhao, and another 2 lunged towards Su Heng. The pale beams cast by the truck's high lights were severed by the lobby's load-bearing pillars. Everyone's silhouettes flickered back and forth between the blinding glare and the dense shadows. The white breath exhaled by everyone billowed in the light beams, turning hazy like a thin veil of mist draped between the opposing sides. Their rapid breathing transformed into plumes of white vapor in the sub-zero air. In a blind spot in a far corner of the lobby, Jiang Yunyao pressed herself flat against the wall, melting into the darkness. Her blue-green eyes lit up in the gloom, but her gaze did not rest on the 8 charging thugs. Instead, she kept her eyes glued to the scar-faced man beside the truck's cabin. She saw it clearly. Ever since Suyu had started distributing the machetes, that scar-faced man's hand had been groping around for something in the gap of the car door. In the center of the fray, 2 thugs charged howling towards Suyu. One swung a steel pipe, while the other brandished a ring pommel saber. As the steel pipe and saber rained down in succession, Suyu channeled power into his feet, pivoting his torso. Relying solely on basic footwork to evade, he occasionally flicked his wrist, using the spine of his blade to precisely deflect strikes aimed at his vitals. He did not retaliate immediately. Though the members of his team dared to swing their blades against beasts, they still harbored the deeply ingrained rules of a civilized society, lacking the sheer ruthlessness required to slaughter their own kind. Lei Laohu's gang happened to be the perfect whetstone. In the brief gaps between parries, Su Yu's dark eyes peered over the shoulders of the 2 men before him, taking in the entire battlefield at a glance. He was closely monitoring everyone's limits. The moment anyone faced a genuine life or death threat, he would end the battle in an instant. Through the gaps between the load-bearing pillars, his peripheral vision caught movement to his left. Jiang Yunhao gripped the handle of his fire axe with both hands, meeting an oncoming oxtail saber head-on in a brutal clash of force. Relying on his imposing 1.9-meter stature and dense muscular strength, he violently brought his arms down and shoved forward, forcibly jolting the armed thug back 2 or 3 paces. The 2 opponents circled him, fire axe and blades clashing violently as sparks flared and died instantly in the cold air, yet neither side could gain the upper hand for the moment. This big guy is tough and thick-skinned. The thug with the oxtail saber tilted his head, signaling his partner. You tie him down from the front, and I'll sneak around the back to blindside him. Stop wasting fucking time, just hack him to death. The other cursed in a gravelly voice. Brother, who set the rules? Whoever finishes first gets the meat, and if you're late you won't even get a sip of the broth. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's Adam's apple bobbed violently, the blood vessels in his pupils nearly bursting. You're dead meat. He let out a beast-like roar, raising his fire axe and swinging it down with all his might toward the head of the man in front of him. That unstoppable colossal force nearly rattled the hilt out of his opponent's grasp. Jiang Yunhao was going all out. Su Yu assessed internally. The situation on Su Hang's side was entirely the opposite. He possessed absolutely no combat experience, swinging his machete purely on brute force and instinct. It was nothing short of a chaotic, wild flurry of strikes. Under the tactical pressure of 2 seasoned veterans, his stamina was being drained in vain. One suppressed him forcefully from the front, while the other, armed with a Tang straight saber, craftily circled to his flank. Su Hang's fingers gripping the blade had already grown numb from the cold, and the machete felt incredibly icy in the sub-zero temperature. With every clash of weapons, the resulting shockwave seeped through the joints of his bones and surged up his forearm. Fuck! With a furious roar, of burning, tearing sensation suddenly flared across the side of Su Hang's face. A line of blood stretched from his earlobe to his chin. The tip of the Tang straight saber held by the flanker now dripped with several beads of blood. Before the blood droplets could hit the ground, they froze into dark red, icy pellets in the bitter cold. You little brat, you're far from good enough. The thug grinned wickedly, casually wiping the blood-stained blade against his trouser leg. Su Hang's eyes instantly turned crimson. Without a word, he tightened his grip on his machete. Driven by a suicidal frenzy, he unleashed a vicious backhand horizontal slash. This reckless strike forced the enemy in front of him to retreat in a panic. However, he had overextended, throwing his posture completely out of control. Seizing the opening, the other thug raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick to the outer side of Su Hang's thigh. Su Hang's body swayed, his feet slipping violently on the frost-covered ground. Losing his balance entirely, he fell backward toward the side. Yet this very fall happened to roll him right out of the duo's deadly pincer movement. Su Hang! Jiang Yunhao bellowed, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. He wanted to break out of the fray to save him, but his path was thoroughly blocked by 2 large blades, leaving him unable to advance an inch. The instant the line of blood appeared on Su Hang's face, Su Yu had already pivoted his feet, every muscle in his body tightening to its limit. But in the end he held back. His fingers tightened joint by joint around the hilt, veins bulging on the back of his hand from the sheer intensity of his grip. Su Hang could still hold on. Su Yu's gaze swept past the flashing blades before him, then turned coldly toward the other side of the hall. Lin Xingli stood in front of Jiang Mumu, a slender cleaver hanging loosely at her side, its tip nearly grazing the ground. 2 thugs were closing in on them from across the way. The one in front was the crew-cut thin fellow who had whistled earlier, followed by the squat pockmarked heavy-set man. They advanced with unhurried steps, almost casual. Two women. What trouble could they possibly cause? Don't be scared, little sis. The crew-cut thug tilted his head, his goose feather blade swaying twice against his thigh, his eyes gleaming with something lewd. Behave, and we can get this done quick. Business finished, all of us gone. The squat man trailed behind, hunching his neck against the draft blowing through the hall. The white vapor of his breath clouded his face. He rubbed his thick, reddened palms together vigorously, his gaze stuck fast to Jiang Mumu's face. It's freezing out here. Come on, let big brother warm you up. Wouldn't want that pretty little face getting frostbitten. Lin Qingli said nothing. Her breathing was slightly rushed, the hand gripping her blade trembling almost imperceptibly. Her stance was stiff, her shoulders drawn in. She looked like a girl who'd never once found herself in a situation like this. Her right hand hung at her side, 5 fingers curling and uncurling in restless twitches, the pads of her fingers pressed against the ice-cold grip reddened by the chill. The crew-cut thug sized her up, his grin widening. He tilted his head toward the squat man. You go grab that one. This one's mine. The squat man let out a lecherous chuckle, sidestepped around Lin Qingli's flank, and reached out his fat, fleshy palm toward Jiang Mumu's arm. Come on, come with big brother. Jiang Mumu took a half step back, her face bloodless, but those bright, clear eyes locked tight on the squat man's movements, both hands clenched white-knuckled around her blade's grip. At the same instant, the crew-cut thug lunged forward, reaching for Lin Qingli's wrist. Just as their bodies were about to make contact, something suddenly changed. Lin Qingli's right foot slammed hard against the ground, her center of gravity dropping half a foot in an instant. Muscles that had seemed to tremble a heartbeat ago now coiled taut, delivering explosive force across an impossibly short distance. She did not use her blade. Her left hand seized the crew-cut thug's outstretched wrist, her body pressed forward, and her right elbow, driven like a blunted hammer, struck with brutal precision against the outside of his elbow joint. Crack! The brittle snap of bone echoed with sickening clarity through the empty hall. The crew-cut thug's right arm bent at an utterly grotesque angle from the elbow. Pallid shards of bone punched through skin and flesh, glinting a sickening white under the truck's headlights as crimson blood surged forth. Ah! He erupted into a piercing scream, dropping to his knees with a heavy thud, his goose feather blade clattering to the floor. A single strike, one arm ruined. Get lost. Lin Qingli's voice was barely a whisper, her ink-black pupils utterly devoid of warmth. The squat man turned his head, his outstretched hand still suspended in midair. His grin had not yet faded from his face, but his eyes had gone rigid, fixed in stunned disbelief on his companion's grotesquely bent broken arm. His mind had barely begun to register what had happened when Lin Qingli's foot flicked upward, sending the fallen goosefeather blade leaping into her hand. The edge reversed, driving straight toward the squat man's right shoulder. A man's reflexes dull in extreme cold. The squat man's attempt to raise his blade in defense came a half-beat too slow, his strength lacking. Steel met steel, his arm jolted violently, the web between his thumb and fingers splitting open in searing pain, his entire arm nearly going limp. In the half-second, the squat man scrambled to parry her second strike. Silently, without warning, a cleaver drove into his right kidney from behind. It was Jiang Mumu. Her face was deathly pale, all 10 fingers clamped tight around the grip, each knuckle jutting sharp and bloodless beneath the skin, her hands trembling faintly. Yet those bright, clear eyes held not a trace of retreat. Slipping through the dead angle of the squat man's defense, she stepped forward half a pace, the blade finding the most lethal angle, driving straight into the hollow of his right kidney. The squat man's entire frame seized in violent convulsions, his body curling uncontrollably to the right. Lin Qingli's blade sliced down along the contour of his ear, opening a gash of terrible depth across his left shoulder. Blood spattered across half of Lin Qingli's sleeve. She did not so much as furrow a brow. The squat man let out a pig-like shriek of agony, scrambling backward on hands and feet, waving his blade in frantic defense, desperately trying to widen the distance. Arg! Mama! Someone! Help! Brother who? Save me! These two little bitches are crazy. Someone get over here. In the meeting room, Yi Chunmei crouched against the heavy wooden door, the muffled thuds, the clash of blades, and the men's screams filtering dull and heavy through the door panels. Her hand found the door handle. Her fingertips touched the freezing metal, and then pulled back. She knew that going out would only make her useless in the way. Suyu had told her to stay inside precisely to remove any worry from the rear. Rushing out now would only make her a liability. The only thing she could do was not be a burden to her son. Tears slid soundlessly down her cheeks, falling onto the frost-glazed floor. Beside the truck lay Lao, whose brows knit sharply into a hard knot. He said nothing, wasted no breath, merely tilted his head toward the 3 men behind him. The 3 understood at once, splitting immediately into a pincer formation. One blade bearer surged toward Zhang Yunhao from the flank to apply pressure, while the other 2 coordinated to flank Lin Qingli. This was precisely why Lei Laohu had never allowed everyone to swarm forward at once. He had spent over 20 years in the underworld, witnessed countless brawls. The more people who rushed in, the more chaotic it became, the easier something went wrong. Keep a few men in reserve at the rear ready to fill in wherever the line buckled. A masterful deployment of reserve forces, seasoned and shrewd. But he had gravely underestimated the young man who had been held in check all along. The instant Suyu saw those 3 men charge out, his gaze narrowed slightly. The warm-up was over. The 2 men before Suyu continued to swing wildly, utterly unaware that the prey before them had just shed its disguise entirely. Suyu's right foot stamped down. The cement floor gave a dull cracking groan, spiderweb cracks bursting outward from the point of impact. His entire body shot forward like an arrow loosed from its string. The body, reforged by ancient genetic modification, unleashed its true terrifying explosive force. The steel pipe-wielding brute had only a blur before his eyes, before his brain could even register pain. A thick-backed cleaver had already sheared diagonally through his collarbone and into his chest cavity. Squelch! The blade shattered ribs, churning his innards to ruin. Scalding blood burst forth, instantly vaporizing in the sub-zero air into a crimson mist, blood droplets striking the ground, already crystallizing into dark red shards of ice. The man's eyes bulged, his mouth gaped wide, and not a single sound escaped. His body, driven backward by the tremendous kinetic force, staggered several steps before slamming to the floor like a broken tree trunk. His legs twitched twice, then went still. From the strike to his death, less than a second. The ring pommel blade thug only snapped out of his daze when he saw his companion's corpse hit the ground, only to come face to face with Suyu's dark eyes threaded faintly with veins of pale gold. You! The cry of terror caught in his throat. Before he could finish, Suyu's left hand had already clamped down on the wrist, gripping his blade, and wrenched it sharply outward, snapping bone. Amid the sound of splintering bones, Suyu's right arm had already gathered swing for a sweeping lateral strike. The blade slid in smooth along the left side of his throat, bursting out through the right side of his neck. His head, tilted at a grotesquely unnatural angle, held on by nothing but a few strips of flesh. Blood from his severed carotid artery sprayed over a meter outward, rising in the cold air into great billowing clouds of bloody vapor, staining the mottled load-bearing pillar nearby. The sounds of 2 bodies hitting the floor came almost on top of each other. The 3 thugs who had charged toward their comrades had barely covered a few steps when a sudden rush of cutting wind rose up from behind them. The last man instinctively turned his head. In his line of sight, a gale reeking of dense, thick blood surged toward his heart from behind. Suyu, cleaver in hand, came cutting in. His speed had already surpassed what any mortal could fathom. In the bitter wind, a blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek before driving at an oblique angle into the ribs of the last man standing. Suyu's blade tip slipped with surgical precision between the 9th and 10th ribs on the left side, angled inward, aimed directly at the spine. He could locate this spot with his eyes closed. Countless surgeries had mapped every vessel and the trajectory of every bone within the human body to his fingertips. The edge pierced through the lower lobe of the left lung and sliced cleanly into the wall of the descending aorta. On withdrawal, it sheared through the intercostal artery for good measure. The man was still upright, but he was already dead. The instant the aorta ruptured, blood pressure collapsed like a breached levee. With his lung torn open, blood from the chest cavity flooded backward into the airway, surging out simultaneously through the wound and his mouth and nostrils. His eyes bulged as he fixed a deathly stare upon the steaming gap gouged into his chest. His lips quivered once. Then he crashed backward, stiff as a plank against the frost-rimed ground. The 2 men behind him had not yet broken their stride when Suyu glided past the first fallen corpse in a lateral blur. The blade flashed twice beneath the lights, swift beyond the eye's ability to follow its arc. A crimson seam blossomed across one man's throat. The high-pressure spray of blood had barely left the wound before the extreme cold transformed it into dark crimson beads suspended in the air. His body, still locked in the posture of a sprint, carried him 2 stumbling steps forward before he crashed heavily to the floor. The final survivor twisted his head, instinctively raising his short blade in a parry. Yet the only thing his steel met was empty air. The cleaver had already carved straight through his abdomen. He stared down at the gap in his belly, wisps of heat rising from it, and his knees buckled, sending him crashing down among the rubble. From the moment Suyu surged forward to the instant the 5th man fell, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed. In those 10 seconds, the entire hall fell deathly silent. The fighting ceased. The shouting vanished. All that remained was the mournful howl of the gale beyond the doorway and the faint, brittle patter of blood freezing as it dripped from the corpse's wounds. Suji. Zhang Yunhao's voice drifted in from the left, his throat constricted as though something were lodged within it. You. Not from fear, but from the sheer magnitude of the shock. The Suyu he had known, and the figure now strolling idly among the corpses, seemed to belong to 2 entirely different people. Every gaze in the hall instantly froze upon that solitary silhouette standing amidst 5 lifeless bodies. The truck's high beam struck from the side, stretching his shadow across the floor until it swallowed nearly half the ground. Suyu's clothes were mottled with splatter, exuding the piercing stench of fresh blood. The crude cleaver's edge had already curled from impact, yet its tip still gleamed with a cold metallic radiance. Fresh blood crept slowly down the length of the blade. Drip, drip, drip. On the ground below, each drop froze into a dark crimson bead of ice. Then, without warning, a sudden premonition of death surged through Su Yu, every hair on his body standing on end in a single instant. Gun! Get down! Su Hang's hoarse cry exploded through the empty hall. Beside the truck's cab, the scarred-faced man who had remained silent throughout those 10 seconds had already produced a makeshift shotgun from beneath the driver's seat. Its barrel was thick and short, the body welded crudely from sheet iron, catching the lamplight in a dull leaden gleam. Kill him! Lei Laohu roared, his eyes blazing crimson. The instant that dark, gaping muzzle swung towards Su Yu, every heart in the hall clenched tight. At this range, the scattergun's iron pellets would be more than enough to tear a man into a sieve. The scarred man's fingers squeezed mercilessly against the trigger. Bang! A deafening crack tore through the frozen air, the muzzle blossoming with a searing burst of flame and thick, white smoke. But the one who fell was not Su Yu. The scarred man's head snapped backward as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer. A single 9mm pistol round had bored through his forehead and burst out the back of his skull, leaving a crater the size of a bowl. Crimson and white matter sprayed across the truck's iron flank, freezing on contact with the bitter air into a mottled crust of dark frost. His finger twitched against the trigger in spasm, and the shotgun lurched skyward as it discharged. The crude pellets peppered the ceiling, sending a soft rain of debris sifting down. The corpse toppled backward, the back of its skull striking the truck's running board with a muffled thud. Every gaze followed the report of the gunshot. Beyond a load-bearing pillar 10 meters away, half-shrouded in shadow, Jiang Yunyao was half-concealed within the blackness. She held a Type 92 pistol level in both hands, her blue-green heterochromatic eyes gleaming with an unsettling, otherworldly luminance from within the unlit corner. Her breathing was terrifyingly steady. The pale wisp of gunpowder smoke curling from the muzzle was torn apart by the wind, while those uncanny eyes locked onto her next quarry with unwavering fixation. From the very instant Su Yu had begun distributing the cleavers, she had kept her gaze fixed upon that scarred man's hands. To anyone else, the hand fumbling within the gap of the door was little more than a blur of motion, but within her vision, every finger and every degree of its curl stood out in perfect clarity. Lei Laohu's unfinished command lodged dead in his throat, every hair on his body standing erect in that instant. In the few seconds preceding the gunshot, he had witnessed firsthand the entire sequence of Su Yu cutting down 5 men. These were seasoned veterans who had served beneath him for years, men tempered by blood and blades, and a young man had dispatched them all in 10 seconds as casually as one might slice through vegetables. That impossibly deviant blade work, that strength of burst far beyond ordinary limits. Lei Laohu's eye twitched violently at the corner. It reminded him of the second day after the catastrophe, when he had devoured half a raw hog stored in the casino's kitchen out of sheer starvation, then writhed in agony on the warehouse floor for an entire night. Unawakened, that young man across from him was unquestionably an evolver, just like him, and with that unerring pistol lurking in the shadows. His opponent held the stronger hand, a foe that could not be faced head-on. Lei Laohu's mind completed its assessment in a split second. The muscles of his thighs bunched taut, his knees bent sharply, and his soles drove violently backward into the ground. Crack! The frost-coated concrete beneath him spidered into a web of fractures beneath the force. His entire body became a low-flying iron projectile, erupting with terrifying kinetic force as he hurled himself toward the blind spot at the rear of the truck. His straight-line speed far surpassed any ordinary human's limits. At the very instant he sprung away, Jiang Yunyao squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet skimmed past the shadow of Lei Laohu and struck the truck's iron flank, sparks bursting forth as a deep crater was gouged into the metal. Lei Laohu had vanished into the blind spot. She gave no chase and no pause. With a subtle adjustment of her wrist, her muzzle snapped instantly toward the remaining hostiles on the far side of the hall. Bang! To the left. A thug who moments ago had been ferociously pummeling Jiang Yunyao had his skull blown open from behind. He had not even time to scream before his entire face was crushed flat against the frost-rimed concrete floor. Bang! To the right. The man wielding the Tang Dao who had earlier carved a bloody streak across Su Hang's face convulsed violently. He glanced down at the small smoking hole in his chest, his eyes clouded with nothing but blank bewilderment. His lips parted soundlessly twice more before he crashed into the ice and rubble, stiff as a felled log. 4 shots. 3 kills, 1 miss. The bitter scent of gunpowder smoke rolled outward on the gale, instantly smothering the all-pervading stench of blood. Before the flash of Jiang Yunyao's second gunshot had even faded, Su Yu was already like an arrow released from a bow, relentlessly pursuing Lei Laohu from behind. The tiger must not be allowed to return to the mountain. Behind the truck, a half-enclosed narrow alley was formed between the iron sheets on both sides of the cargo van and the wall at the rear. The truck's high beams illuminated the area ahead, leaving this place in near darkness with only a sliver of pallid light seeping through the gaps beneath the vehicle, casting distorted and grotesque shadows of the gravel on the ground. His line of sight was completely cut off. Lei Laohu pressed his back firmly against the cold metal cargo door, his hands gripping a thick-bladed machete, the blade held horizontally across his chest. His heavy breaths turned into dense fog in the bitter cold, his eyes gleaming with a beastly light in the darkness. He had no intention of fleeing at all. He had retreated into this blind spot solely to evade the deadly pistol in the main hall. In this narrow passage enclosed by iron sheets and walls, his advantage in range was completely neutralized. But in close-quarters combat within such confined space, he was confident. With his evolved, terrifying, monstrous strength, he had absolute certainty he could cleave the young man who pursued him in two. Once the ringleader was dealt with, everything else would fall into place effortlessly. Su Yu's footsteps were rapidly closing the distance. Just as he rounded the rear of the truck, a machete swept through the air with a piercing shriek, striking straight toward his face. An ambush. The timing was exquisitely calculated, striking precisely within Su Yu's blind spot as his field of vision shifted from the side to the front. Had any other evolved being faced this devastating blow, it would have been more than enough to shear clean through the entire front half of their skull. But as Su Yu stepped into this area, the heavy breathing to his right and the accelerated heartbeat had already been detected by his evolved keen senses in the darkness. His arm muscles surged instantaneously, raising the machete in a horizontal arc from below. Clang! The deafening metallic crash erupted suddenly, nearly shattering his eardrums. Sparks flashed orange against iron cargo sheets before dying out in an instant. A tremendous, irresistible force surged from where the blades met, as though struck head-on by a truck traveling at full speed. This brute strength is greater than mine. Su Yu's feet carved half a foot into the frost-covered concrete ground, his right arm bones vibrating under unbearable strain, a tearing pain lancing through his palm. There was no time to overthink. Lei Laohu's second and third strikes came in rapid succession. Each blow was delivered with full force, devoid of any fancy technique. Pure overwhelming power that sliced through the air with stinging force against the face. By the time the third strike descended, the machete in Su Yu's hands had already been notched into jagged teeth. He retreated 3 steps in quick succession, his back slamming against the cold wall with a thud. Just as Lei Laohu raised his blade again, a fanatical, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Su Yu suddenly hurled the notched machete from his hands like a hidden weapon straight toward Lei Laohu's face. Lei Laohu instinctively tilted his head to block. Clang! Ringing out as sparks flew, and the useless blade was deflected away with precision. Seizing this fleeting half-second window, Su Yu stomped hard against the wall with his left foot and propelled himself forward. His entire body moved like a bow drawn to its limit, sliding along the inner side of Lei Laohu's form and forcefully entering the fatal blind spot where the long blade could find no leverage. You seek death. Lei Laohu's eyes bulged wide, his left elbow rising instinctively like a massive hammer as he slammed it down towards Su Yu's temple. But before his elbow had even reached its target, a bone-chilling coldness struck his waist, piercing straight through to his soul. It was a blade. Somewhere along the way, Su Yu had drawn a narrow pig-killing knife. The blade slipped beneath the lower edge of his ribs, bypassing the protective curve of his ribcage, then flipped upward to plunge directly into his left kidney. Huh! Lei Laohu let out a muffled groan as every muscle in his body locked rigid, a torrent of agony exploding from his waist, where nerves were being torn apart, radiating through every limb and bone. His strength faltered fatally in that moment, and Su Yu gave him no respite whatsoever. His right hand released the knife handle and seized the back of Lei Laohu's head, fingers driving into his hair like steel claws as he forced him downward with brutal pressure. Simultaneously, his knee shot upward with all his might, smashing directly into his face. Thud! The sharp crack of a shattered nasal bone echoed painfully through the cramped space. Lei Laohu staggered backward, his spine crashing hard against the truck's iron siding with a dull impact. Su Yu closed the distance in one step, gripped the knife handle embedded in his waist, and yanked it sideways with vicious force. The wound tore open into a horrifying crimson cavity, viscous blood and shredded internal tissue gushing forth, steaming violently in the biting cold. Lei Laohu's legs buckled, his knees sliding down the iron sheet until he fell, the machete clattering from his grasp onto the concrete ground. He lifted his head, his blood-soaked face contorted in the dim light, mouth opening and closing as he gasped desperately for air. Su Yu rotated his wrist and brought the killing blade down hard onto Lei Laohu's neck, the edge biting deep into the vertebrae and locking firmly in place. Lei Laohu's body convulsed violently, limbs splaying outward at unnatural angles, the light in his eyes fading rapidly before going still forever. Su Yu stepped on his shoulder and wrenched the blade free, warm blood splashing across his hand. He drew 2 ragged breaths, the frigid air flooding his lungs with the thick, cloying stench of blood. He glanced down at the corpse on the ground. The man's physique was a full tier above his own thick body hair visible beneath the torn turtleneck sweater, a clear sign of atavistic genetic reversion. This was unquestionably an evolved being who had awakened earlier than him, with far more intense gene expression specializing purely in raw strength. Suyu turned his gaze away and faced the truck's rear door. It wasn't locked, merely secured with wire twisted around from the outside. He unwound the wire and pulled open the cargo door. A nauseating stench of blood and decay hit him instantly, still pungent despite the freezing wind below zero. Using that faint light seeping through the cracks, he made out two human figures curled up in the farthest corner of the cargo area. They were two naked women. Their mouths were gagged with cloth, hands bound behind their backs, rope marks cutting deep into bruised purplish flesh. Their skin was covered in bruises, cigarette burns, and the telltale marks of abuse. They were already frozen to death. A thin layer of frost coated their skin, their eyes half-open, pupils dilated and frozen in endless terror and despair. Suyu stood at the cargo opening, his breath catching imperceptibly for a moment. All other thoughts vanished from his mind, leaving only absolute icy silence. He immediately understood what had happened. These two women had almost certainly been kidnapped by this group along the way. Once they reached the Xingqing settlement area surrounded by armed soldiers on all sides, Lei Laohu and his gang dared not let these two women live to be seen by anyone. Suyu's gaze lingered on the corpses for 2 seconds, his expression unreadable. Silently, he retrieved an unused cotton quilt from his spatial storage and draped it over the two bodies. After covering the two bodies, he placed 7 additional unused quilts alongside the cargo wall in silence. He then retreated and left the door slightly ajar. Suyu turned and walked out from behind the truck, the pig-killing knife still dripping blood in his hand, his eyes completely devoid of warmth. Suyu stepped out from the shadows at the rear of the truck, the freezing wind instantly filling his blood-stained sleeves. He raised a hand to wipe his face, his palm trailing a wisp of white breath in the frosty air, his gaze devoid of warmth within the pale beams of the high headlights. His teammates gathered around with weapons in hand, their footsteps pressing brief, scraping sounds out of the gravelly ground. The tip of Zhang Yunhao's fire axe dragged along the earth, carving a pale white scratch. The wound on Su Hang's face had formed a dark scab, his lips were tightly pursed, and his blade pointed downward, though his knuckles gripped the hilt so hard they turned white. Only 4 bound survivors remained on the ground. Kneeling at the very front was the thin, buzz-cut man whose right arm had been broken by Lin Qingli. With his sole remaining hand, he pressed desperately against the exposed shard of white bone on his severed arm, tears and snot smearing across his face. Beside him lay a short, stout man who had been stabbed in the kidney and wounded in the shoulder. Sprawled across the gravel-strewn ground, he had already lost half his life. The other 2 were the survivors left over from Su Hang and Zhang Yunhao's sides respectively. Zhang Yunhao remained hidden behind a pillar, her gun barrel slowly drifting across the 4 captives. She did not show her face, but her heterochromatic eyes gleamed coldly in the darkness. Suyu walked over to the buzz-cut man and lightly kicked his head with the toe of his boot. "Look up." The man raised his trembling face, his voice cracking. "Boss, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Lei Laohu forced us. We were just trying to survive." Beside him, the short, stout man also nudged forward, lifting his head from the icy slush. "My daughter is only 8. Boss, please spare us." The other 2 were already sobbing uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent word. Suyu stopped listening. He turned around and looked at his own people. "All of you come here." He paused. "Take 1 each and finish them off." As his words fell, the expressions of the men instantly froze. "Brother." Su Hang parted his lips, his grip on his knife slipping slightly. "What did you say?" Zhang Yunhao's atoms apple bobbed with difficulty. The heavy blade of his fire axe drooped, scraping against the frosted ground and leaving a pale trail. He took half a step back, his voice dry as if filled with sand. "Brother Su, they're already crippled. Why don't we leave them for the military outside to handle?" Suyu did not repeat himself. He merely stared at them, his words like iron. "You can be soft-hearted today, but what about tomorrow? When the next group comes, will you all hide behind me and wait for me to do all the killing alone?" The hall fell into a dead silence. Suyu took in everyone's inner struggle. Yet beneath this surface of collective silence lay vastly different minds. A fleeting calculation flashed through Lin Qingli's pitch-black eyes. She did not object to Suyu's command. In fact, within half a second of his words, her wrist holding the knife had already turned slightly, raising the blade by an inch. For a person of absolute rationality like her, the threshold of killing her own kind was not high. All she lacked was an excuse to completely cast off the shackles of the peaceful era. With just a bit of mental preparation, she could step forward right now and hack that thin man down. Yet, Jiang Mumu standing behind her was in an entirely different state. The moment Suyu gave the order, her slender fingers had already gripped the hilt tightly. If Suyu called her name once more or gave her a definitive look, she would undoubtedly plunge her blade into the short, stout man's neck without hesitation. She listened only to Suyu. Yet clever as she was, her peripheral vision keenly caught Jiang Yunhao's retreat and the intense struggle written across Su Hang's face. To avoid appearing too cold-blooded and aberrant in front of them, Jiang Mumu forcefully suppressed her impulse to strike immediately. Mimicking Jiang Yunhao, she slowly lowered the tip of her blade, bowing her head to feign being troubled by conventional morality as well. Yet her gaze remained glued to Su Yu's back, her chest rising and falling unsteadily. The freezing wind tightened once more, chilling them to the bone. Su Yu did not push further, knowing well that verbal lecturing could never match the impact of reality. Su Yu cast a glance at Jiang Yunyao, who stood in the shadows holding her gun, signaling her to keep an eye on the captives on the ground. He then turned and strode into the darkness at the rear of the truck. "Follow me." Jiang Yunhao, Su Hang, Lin Xingli, and Jiang Mumu exchanged glances, tightened their grips on their weapons, and followed him in silence. The blind spot at the rear of the truck was shielded from the high beams as pitch black as an abyss. Su Yu rounded the corner, pulled open the half-closed container door, and pulled out a flashlight to shine it deep inside the cargo hold. The moment the beam of light swept across, a bulging silhouette lay quietly in the deepest corner of the container, covered by a brand-new quilt. Su Yu stepped up into the cargo bed without a moment's hesitation. Grabbing the edge of the quilt he had personally laid down, he ripped it open, thrusting the most brutal, bloody reality of the apocalypse bare before their eyes. With a sharp metallic clang, the machete slipped from Jiang Mumu's hand and struck the cold ground. She froze instantly as if struck by an electric shock, her pupils contracting violently. Two naked female corpses lay there, their hands and feet bound with ropes, their mouths stuffed with rags. Their bodies were covered in bruises, bite marks, cigarette burns, and various signs of violence, stretching densely and overlapping from their necks down to their ankles. They curled up on the steel floor in the corner of the container, their skin frozen to a slate gray, ice crystals clinging to their eyelashes. They stared straight into the beam of light, unable to close their eyes, even in death. "This." Su Hang opened his mouth, but it was as if someone had choked him, preventing even half a syllable from escaping. "Fuck." Jiang Yunhao's teeth ground together with a creak, the muscles of his thick arms spasming violently and visibly as he spat out that single word through his teeth. Lin Xingli stared intently at the two contorted corpses in the truck, her face turning almost translucently pale. If Su Yu had not been here tonight, she and Jiang Mumu would be the ones lying in there. Whatever shred of mental preparation she had previously needed was utterly shattered by this extreme cruelty. Her blade was already held tight in the shadows. Jiang Mumu bent over, her hands propped firmly against her knees as her slender shoulders heaved violently. The extreme gore and horrific sight triggered an intense physiological revulsion. Not until she dug her nails into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped red marks, did she snap back to alertness. Yet it took several seconds before she finally stood upright. Wiping the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, she completely discarded her previously feigned demeanor. Nothing but boundless cold severity remained in her eyes. She bent down and retrieved the frost-covered machete from the ground. "Let's go," Su Yu said, covering them with the quilt once more. The four of them turned in unison and strode out from the shadow at the rear of the truck. Su Yu followed at the rear, watching the four figures ahead of him radiating a chilling intent to kill. He knew that the final shackle of civilized society had broken. In the hall, seeing them walk back, the four individuals seemed to realize something. They raised their heads in sheer terror, letting out agonizing wails like slaughtered pigs. "Big brother, please, spare us. I really have a daughter. She's only 8 years old. Big brother, have mercy." No one responded to them. Jiang Yunhao was the first to walk up to his designated target. The man desperately craned his neck, his eyes filled with despairing pleas. Brother, you look like a good person. You wouldn't." In Jiang Yunhao's ears there was only the howling of the freezing wind whipping against the metal carriage, and before his eyes flickered the images of those two bruised corpses inside. The fire axe was raised high above his head, the muscles and veins in his arms trembling. "You don't deserve to call me brother." The sound of the sharp blade slicing through bone and flesh followed immediately. Lin Xingli stepped forward, almost simultaneously stopping in front of the thin man with a buzz cut. Tears mixed with blood smeared across the thin man's face as he shrieked hoarsely, "Sister, big sister, I beg of you, I won't ever do it again. You've already broken one of my arms, I'm already crippled, please spare my life." Lin Xingli looked down at this scum, the coldness in her eyes far surpassing the freezing blizzard outside. Without a shred of hesitation, her hand fell and the blade struck. The cold, hard edge cleaved straight through his neck bones, swift and decisive to the absolute limit, cutting off his desperate pleas mid-breath. The third to act was Su Hang. Gripping the hilt tightly, his breathing heavy, his gaze had completely transformed as he unleashed the wild wind blade style. After delivering several consecutive slashes, the man became completely still. Finally, only Jiang Mumu and the short, chubby man remained. By now, the short, chubby man had utterly broken down. Having witnessed the fate of the other three, he couldn't even make a sound, only squirming and writhing desperately on the ground. Jiang Mumu held her blade, stepping forward until she stood before him. "Spare. he mumbled, squeezing out the words. Jiang Mumu stared intently at his face. In her mind, there was no remorse for the loss of life, nor even much anger driven by hatred. Her logic was crystal clear. If Suyu wanted her to kill him, it must be the right thing to do. Raising the somewhat heavy cleaver with both hands, she swung it down with all her might. Splat. Due to her lack of experience and the man's frantic dodging, the strike missed his vital spots, instead cleaving into the chubby man's collarbone. The man erupted into an agonizing, ear-piercing shriek. Jiang Mumu remained expressionless, not even blinking, as she pulled the blade free. She hacked down again and again until the man's head slumped to the side. Only when the howling wind was the sole sound left in the hall did she finally stop. However, the physiological reaction she had forcibly suppressed finally recoiled once the flesh and bone were completely severed. Warm blood splattered across her face, and the pungent stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of viscera rushed straight up her nostrils. Jiang Mumu's stomach instantly churned violently. With a sharp clang, the cleaver slipped from her hand and clattered onto the concrete floor. Clutching her mouth, she stumbled backward, bending over as she began to dry heave. When she straightened up and looked towards Suyu, her eyes were rimmed with red and droplets clung to her long eyelashes. The ruthlessness from a moment ago had completely vanished, and she shrank back into that frightened, docile state, looking so vulnerable and aggrieved that it evoked pity. Suyu took in the entire scene. His gaze lingered for a brief moment between the blood-stained cleaver and her reddened eyes before he withdrew his eyes and gave a slight nod. Remember what happened tonight? Suyu swept his gaze over the heavily panting crowd, his words sharp as nails. In the future, if anyone kneels and cries before you claiming they have elderly parents and young children at home, no matter how eloquently they plead, just think of those two women in the carriage. The wind rushed in through the doorway, kicking up thin flakes of frost that drifted in the air, which was as cold as an iron plate. Suyu organized the subsequent cleanup work quickly and calmly. I'll handle the bodies, he said to everyone. Go back to the meeting room, stay there, and tend to your wounds. No one objected. At this moment, both their bodies and minds were pushed to their absolute limits. They needed time to process the scorching stench of blood. Before leaving, Jiang Yunhao paused, then turned back. Brother Su. Yeah. Thanks. He left immediately after speaking, leaving Suyu unsure of what he was thanking him for. Perhaps he was thanking him for holding off the most vicious group of people, or perhaps for forcing everyone to cross that threshold. Or maybe it was nothing at all, just an exclamation born from failing to find a better word. Jiang Yunhao took the lead in bringing Jiang Yunyao into the meeting room. Su Hang and Jiang Mumu followed behind. Lin Qingli paused at the doorway, casting a backward glance at Suyu. There was a complex mix of emotions in her eyes, but she said nothing. The moment the door opened, Suyu heard a long-suppressed sob from Yi Chunmei inside. Then came Su Hang's voice. Mom, I'm fine, really. Look at me, I'm completely whole. The door closed. Suyu stood alone in the pitch-black hall. The voices behind the door gradually faded, leaving only faint muffled sobs and whispers leaking through the gaps of the door frame. Leaning against the door frame of the meeting room, he tilted his head back and stared at the ceiling for a few seconds. Thinking of nothing, he simply felt exhausted. Forcing them to execute their own kind was by no means a pleasant task, but he knew all too well that in this post-apocalyptic world, if one wanted to protect those they cherished, one had to have an iron fist or else be eaten clean down to the bone. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. He began cleaning up the mess. One by one, the corpses were collected into his space. It was done rapidly, taking less than a minute in total. His consciousness instantly plunged into his space. Before the decomposition furnace, 12 corpses of ordinary humans were thrown in one by one. The yield was miserably low. Decomposition complete. Obtain 0. 38 source essence. Decomposition complete. Obtain 0. 33 source essence. Decomposition complete. Obtain 0. 29 source essence. Decomposition complete. Obtain 0. 35 source essence. 12 ordinary human corpses had yielded a grand total of 387 source essence. It was roughly the same yield as those 5 thugs from the old city district. The source essence content in normal human corpses was pitifully low, of little value. Source essence 67. 52 to 71. 39. Suyu turned his gaze to Lei Laohu's corpse, placing it onto the conceptual operating table and scanning it. Lei Laohu's data was the first to manifest. Target integrity 99, decomposable into 42. 8 source essence. Extractable trait Ursity, ancient giant bear blue. Trait characteristics moderately increases strength index, and physical constitution strengthens physical defense against strikes. Side effect, slight decrease in agility. Blue. Suyu stared at the word blue, feeling rather surprised. An evolved human who had completed natural metamorphosis so early in the cataclysm was indeed not to be underestimated. The physique of a black bear, a path of pure strength. However, the side effect of decreased agility perfectly explained why Lei Laohu's reaction speed in close-quarters combat was far inferior to his. This man had stacked all his attributes into raw physical stats, sacrificing his agility. If he had been given a few more months to grow, facing him in the future would not have been so easy. Su Yu scanned the talent information once, pushed it all into the cold storage without hesitation, and kept it as a reserve. Once everything inside the space was dealt with, Su Yu withdrew his consciousness. Target completeness 97 can be decomposed into 25. 6 points of source essence. Or extractable talents: falconity, peregrines, diving vision white, chiropter infrasound perception green, raptor sharpened, talon enhancement green. 1 white, 2 green. Only he remained in the hall. Wind surged through the doorway, sweeping fine shards of ice across the floor with a sound like sandpaper grinding against stone. Su Yu rolled his shoulder blades twice, then turned and walked toward the modified cargo van. He pulled open the rear door, but did not glance deeper into the compartment. Keeping close to the sidewall, he felt his way to the 7 sealed cotton blankets and lifted them out one by one. He set them down on the ground beside the van's cab. Then he shut the rear door tight and twisted the iron wire around it once more. Su Yu leaned against the van and sank his consciousness back into the space. When he withdrew again, several cases of mineral water, vacuum-sealed packs of braised meat, and a case of compressed biscuits had appeared at his feet, neatly stacked beside the running board. A bag of chocolate bars was stuffed on top. The supplies were not abundant, but enough to last through the night. Having done this, he pulled open the driver's side door, bent to climb into the cab, and sure enough, the key was still in the ignition. He turned off the engine. The high beams died abruptly, the rumble of the motor ceased, and the hall plunged into darkness. He then retrieved a flashlight from his space and switched it on. Outside the doorway, the wind howled, and the snow drove inward while a layer of blood-frozen ice blanketed the hall's floor, congealed among scattered rubble and discarded blades. Su Yu gathered several cotton blankets, then turned and walked toward the meeting room. When he pushed the door open, a few silhouettes emerged within the halo of his flashlight. Yi Chunmei saw him come in and sprang to her feet, at once reaching out to grasp Su Yu's arm and examining him from head to toe. "Xiao Yu, you're not hurt, are you?" Su Yu turned his hand over and pressed down on the back of hers, his fingertips lingering a moment on her icy knuckles, then immediately handed her a blanket. "Mom, I'm fine. Wrap yourself in this blanket quick." Yi Chunmei's lips moved as though more words were lodged in her throat, but she swallowed them back along with the embrace of the blanket. Su Hang sat beside her, a crooked band-aid already covering the slanted wound on his cheek. He had been watching the door the whole time. Only when he saw Su Yu enter did his spine ease a fraction away from the tense wall behind him. "Bro." Su Hang's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. His gaze swept past the dark crimson shards of ice clinging to Su Yu's sleeve, then fell back to his own hands curled against his knees, his knuckles tightening, then loosening beyond his control. Su Yu set the remaining blankets on the floor. He walked up to Su Hang, crouched, and pinched the corner of the band-aid between his fingers, gently peeling it back. His gaze lingered on the wound for a few seconds. "It's not deep. Just needs disinfecting." He took out alcohol from the medical kit, first dampened a gauze pad to wipe his own hands clean, then began disinfecting Su Hang's wound. The scent of alcohol instantly dispersed, yet it could not mask the thick, inexorable stench of blood lingering between Su Yu's fingers. The hand that had just finished battle now gripped the edge of a band-aid, steady, betraying no tremor. The instant the alcohol-soaked cotton touched the wound, Su Hang flinched backward, instinctively the back of his head nearly slamming into the wall. Yet he did not cry out as he usually would. His lips pressed together, his Adam's apple rose and fell as though something surged up from his throat, only to be swallowed back down. Hiss! Only a short, sharp breath escaped. Su Yu glanced at him. Su Hang's gaze met his for an instant, then darted away, settling on his own hand curled into a fist. That hand was still trembling faintly. Su Yu said nothing. One hand pressed against the back of Su Hang's head, while the other swiftly applied 2 fresh band-aids in parallel, pressing the edges together firmly. His movements were slightly more forceful than usual. Su Hang bared his teeth, his fingertips brushing the corner of the band-aid before withdrawing. Su Yu stood and began distributing the blankets one by one. When Jiang Yunhao took his blanket, his palm lingered on the fabric for several seconds before tightening his grip, his rough hands rubbing at his stiffened knuckles to work some warmth back in. But on the third rub, he suddenly went rigid, staring at his own palm for an instant. That hand had only moments ago been gripping a fire axe, splitting open a man's skull. He clenched his fist sharply, hiding the lingering dark stains within his palm lines. "Thanks, Suji." His voice was muffled as though squeezed from the depths of his chest. Lin Xingli reached out to take her blanket without looking at him, without a word. Only a slight nod. She draped the blanket over her shoulder and leaned back against the wall, her movements betraying no excess of emotion. The Yanling saber she had seized in battle lay bare-bladed across her knees, its surface already wiped clean of blood. She closed her eyes, her breathing shallow. Her left hand unconsciously rubbed the fingertips of her right over and over, as if trying to scour away something invisible. When Jiang Mumu took her blanket, her fingertips brushed Su Yu's hand, cold enough to pierce the bone. "Fish Gid," she whispered, "your hands are so cold." Saying this, she drew his hand to her own cheek and held it there. Her fingertips still trembled faintly. Suyu pulled his hand back, patted her hair, and said, "Don't overthink it. Wrap yourself in the blanket first." Jiang Mumu glanced down at the blanket around her, curved her lips into a faint smile, and pulled it tighter. Suyu turned toward the doorway and paused at the step. "Jiang Yunhao, Su-Hang, come with me. There's stuff outside we need to move." Jiang Yunhao rose without a word, as though eager to put his hands to some other task. Su-Hang, one hand pressed to the band-aid on his cheek, gritted his teeth, and stood his knees buckling briefly before finding purchase, his legs a little weak. As he passed Yi Chunmei, he reached out and patted her shoulder. "Mom, lie down and rest for a bit. I'll be right back." Yi Chunmei seized his wrist at once, held it for a long moment, then released it without a word. The three stepped out of the meeting room into a hall so dark one could not see his own hand. Suyu switched on the flashlight, illuminating a wide stretch. The draft swept straight into their faces, carrying fine shards of ice that stung their cheeks. The temperature had dropped another notch since they had entered the building. The white breath they exhaled froze into rime the instant it left their lips, and a fine layer of ice crystals had formed on their eyelashes. The concrete floor beneath their feet had somehow acquired a fresh layer of frost at some unknown hour, crunching and crackling under each step. Beneath it lay a layer of dark crimson, the blood splashed during the earlier battle frozen into ice, and then veiled by frost, its edges seeping outward in irregular dark patterns. Su-Hang's boot slid on the frost-rimed blood ice, and Jiang Yunhao grabbed his arm in a flash. "Careful. The ground's covered in ice." Su-Hang steadied himself, then noticed the supplies stacked on the ground ahead. Mineral water, braised meat, compressed biscuits, chocolate bars, all neatly piled in the flashlight's beam, a thin layer of frost coating every item. He opened his mouth, his gaze darting between the pile and Suyu twice over. "Bro, all this." "Move it," Suyu cut him off. Su-Hang swallowed the latter half of his sentence, bent down, and picked up a bag of braised meat and compressed biscuits. Jiang Yunhao squatted, lifting 2 cases of mineral water, one in each hand, his arm muscles tensing as the two strode toward the conference room. Suyu remained where he was, bending down to gather the weapons scattered across the ground. Cleavers, Tang-style horizontal swords, oxtail swords, lining them up beside the truck one by one. The scabbards of these weapons had been callously tossed onto the ground by those men, coated in dust and congealed blood ice. Suyu showed no disgust and gathered them all up as well. He deliberately weighed the thick-backed cleaver that Lei Laohu had been using. Strictly speaking, this was an antique-style large executioner's blade. Its weight struck heavy the moment it entered his palm, and its surface was etched with dense, intricate folding and forge patterns, clearly indicating a considerable investment. Such a blade wielded by someone with sufficient strength would descend with devastating power, capable of splitting both flesh and bone asunder in a single strike. Though the edge bore a few minor nicks from the fierce clashes of moments before, the blade remained largely intact. This substantial counterweight perfectly matched his enhanced strength after the evolution. With a mere thought, Suyu silently deposited it into his spatial storage. Finally, he picked up the rustic hunting rifle, weighted in his palm, and stored it in his space as well. Jiang Yunhao and Su-Hang returned one after another. On the second trip, Suyu gestured toward the pile of weapons on the ground. "Bring all of these inside." The three carried the cold weapons back to the conference room and piled the food and water in the corner. Once the door closed, the howling cold wind was shut out by the solid wooden panels. Though the temperature in the conference room remained below zero, it was at least marginally warmer than outside. This caused the dark red blood ice congealed on the scabbards and everyone's clothing to begin a slight sticky melt, and a faint metallic scent of blood immediately permeated the air. Suyu crouched, lifting each weapon one by one under the cold beam of his flashlight. He casually wiped away the blood with a torn cloth and tested the balance of each blade. The others were still mired in post-battle exhaustion. Gazing at the cold iron scattered across the floor, they stood motionless for a moment. Lin Qingli, however, stepped forward first. She glanced at the bare blade in her hand and selected a matching leather scabbard from the scattered pile. With her head bowed, she slowly slid the Yenling sword, still bearing traces of blood, into its scabbard. Metal scraped against leather with a low muted rasp, fitting seamlessly. Her knuckles, gripping the hilt, slowly relaxed before tightening again with sudden force. Suyu glanced at them and selected a Tang-style horizontal sword with a wooden scabbard, passing it behind his back to Jiang Mumu and pressing it into her hands. "This one is slightly lighter and easier to control. Use it for self-defense." The scabbard felt cold against her palms. Jiang Mumu's complexion remained pale, and exhaustion mingled with lingering moisture in her eyes from the dry heaves moments before. Yet she showed neither hesitation nor pretense. Both hands clamped tightly around the scabbard, and she gave a firm nod. Next, a heavy scabbard oxtail sword was held out before Jiang Yunhao. "This should feel more natural than your fire axe. Give it a try." Jiang Yunhao caught it and drew half the blade with a sharp ring. His rough thumb grazed the thick spine. Swinging it twice through the air with one hand, the broad blade sliced through the atmosphere with a fierce whoosh. "Truly a fine weapon." Jiang Yunhao set his old fire axe aside in the corner. Though his voice remained hoarse, barely contained excitement threaded through it. This weight is far more effective than an axe. Finally, Su Yu selected a relatively lightweight ring pommel sword, scabbard included, and handed it to Su Hang. This one is lighter. Use it for now. Su Hang took the ring pommel sword with both hands, testing its weight and running his fingers over the rustic hilt. It's certainly much better than that battered cleaver the first had before. He drew the blade for a moment, spotlessly clean with no trace of blood, and stared at the bare steel for a while before sliding it back into its scabbard, placing it close at hand within easy reach. With weapons distributed, the team's close combat capability had instantly leapt to a new tier. In the brief silence, several deep, rumbling growls echoed abruptly through the empty conference room. The hunger brought on by the interplay of intense combat, an extreme cold gnawed at each person's stomach like a dull blade. Su Hang could no longer resist. He casually grabbed a package of braised meat from the supplies they had just brought in and tore it open. He took a bite and froze mid-chew. Strange. He pressed his fingers against the packaging. It's so cold outside, but why does this food feel warm? Yi Chuanmei, seated on the other side, had just picked up a case of compressed biscuits. Hearing this, she instinctively reached inside and touched them through the plastic wrap. Her fingertips felt quite unmistakably a lingering warmth that had no place in this frozen wasteland. Her heart skipped a beat. Her gaze flicked quickly towards Su Yu, then swept calmly over the others. Without a word, she snatched a pack of compressed biscuits and shoved it into Su Hang's arms, glaring at him sharply. You talk too much. Can't even keep your mouth shut when there's food. Eat up quickly and get some rest. Su Hang shrank his neck under his mother's scolding and forcibly swallowed the rest of his question. Only then did Yi Chuanmei turn her head. She picked out the warmest vacuum-packed beef from the supplies, carefully tore open the packaging, and held it out towards Su Yu. In the dim light, her eyes concealed an untamable worry and unconditional tenderness. Shall you eat something first? Su Yu met his mother's gaze and understood the protective cover and concern beneath it. He took the beef without refusal. He was indeed hungry. His stomach felt like a furnace, impossible to satisfy no matter how much he ate. He bit into a large chunk of braised beef and swallowed the savory juice along with the icy air. He then tore open a pack of compressed biscuits and devoured it in 2 bites, followed by a second, then a third. He unwrapped a chocolate bar and stuffed the entire thing into his mouth. The hard chocolate cracked between his teeth, and its high-calorie sweetness flooded his stomach. But the hunger was only partially relieved. Jiang Yunhao ate just as voraciously, finishing most of a pack of beef and 3 biscuits on his own. His Adam's apple bobbed his cheeks, working with each chew. Lin Qingli nibbled on a compressed biscuit, yet her gaze kept drifting toward the growing pile of empty packages before Su Yu. On the other side, Jiang Yunhao sat quietly in the corner. She ate slowly, taking tiny bites of her biscuit, delicate as a kitten. But within minutes, Jiang Yunhao glanced over, and his eyelid twitched. The empty bags in front of his sister had somehow formed a row, their quantity rivaling that of the burly 1.9-meter man himself. Jiang Yunhao stared at the pile of bags for 2 seconds, looking as though he had seen a ghost. His mouth twitched, and he could not help but speak. Yao Yu. I haven't seen you eat this much in recent days. Your usual appetite isn't even half of this. Eat slowly, don't overfill your stomach. Su Hang beside them also noticed, leaning over to take a look and clicking his tongue in amazement. Good heavens, this appetite nearly matches my brother's. Little Yao, don't I remember you eating at most 2 steamed buns in a single meal normally. Hearing the sound, Jiang Yunhao paused her gnawing on the biscuit and slowly raised her head. The halo of the flashlight did not fully illuminate the corner where she sat. In the half-light shadows, her heterochromatic eyes, woven with blue and green, faintly glimmered with a serene cold light. Glancing at the empty packaging in front of her, she spoke with a barely perceptible touch of mockery. Brother, I'm not enduring it. It's just that the me from daytime is a fool. Jiang Yunhao froze. Huh. Jiang Yunhao lowered her eyelids, silently picking up a new pack of biscuits. Her voice was faint in the quiet conference room, yet remarkably clear. She always feels she's holding everyone back, afraid that eating too much would drain the team's supplies and draw resentment. So even when her stomach burns with hunger, she forces herself to stay silent. With that, she took a bite of the biscuit, the crisp crumbs crunching faintly between her teeth. In the darkness, those luminous heterochromatic eyes appeared strikingly composed. After becoming an evolved, a hunger that clings to me like a shadow has plagued me constantly. But while she can endure it, I cannot. If I don't eat more, even my hand holding the gun will tremble. Evolved. Hunger. Jiang Yunhao hesitated, his thick fingers suddenly pausing in midair. Those words struck like thunder, shattering the silence in the conference room in an instant. Everyone's movements halted collectively. Several pairs of eyes instinctively shifted, landing squarely on Su Yu seated across from them. Leaning against the corner wall, Lin Qingli's ink-black pupils scanned the towering pile of empty packaging bags before Su Yu, a flash of contemplative realization flickering in her eyes. Facing the probing gazes of everyone, Su Yu made no attempt to dodge. He simply gave a slight nod and confirmed with a deep voice. Indeed, I felt it as well. It seems my body after evolution is constantly changing with a persistent, unending hunger gnawing at me from within. Jiang Yunhao's eyes instantly reddened. His calloused hand scratched at his short hair, his face etched with guilt. You silly girl. Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Mumu, listening from nearby, was also taken aback. Without saying a word, she quietly placed 2 more high-calorie chocolate bars and beef jerky beside Jiang Yunyao's hand. Jiang Yunyao gazed at the offered food, the cold light in her heterochromatic eyes flickering slightly. She did not refuse, simply nodded gently and tucked the provisions close to her chest. Seated across from her, Su Yu's gaze flickered subtly, understanding dawning within him at once. It seemed Jiang Yunyao not only possessed dual personalities, but the memories of both were interconnected. The nighttime version of her, rational and cold, was acutely aware of every grievance and forbearance the daytime personality endured, even replenishing the energy she needed to survive. This also reinforced his own experience. The metabolic cost of genetic reconstruction in evolved individuals was enormous. Su Yu consumed another large batch of high-calorie food, wiped the corners of his mouth, and felt the burning sensation in his stomach finally ease somewhat. Yet something shifted deeper within his body. He clenched his fist, feeling the weight in his knuckles slightly heavier than before. His body resembled an insatiable furnace with a more primal hunger lurking within the cracks of his bones, distinct from ordinary starvation, yet he couldn't articulate what exactly needed to fill that void. To one side, Yi Chunmei was neatly stacking the remaining compressed biscuits into tidy rows. As the meal concluded, the warm food had filled their stomachs, but it also drained the last remnants of their exhausted energy. Once the adrenaline faded, the accumulated strain from intense combat and the struggle against the biting cold finally demanded its toll. A wave of profound exhaustion surged forward, relentless and unstoppable. Su Yu glanced at the group and spoke quietly, "Get some rest. Wrap yourselves tightly in the blankets and recover your strength while you can." Without a word, everyone bundled their cotton quilts and lay down where they sat in the corners of the conference room. Click. Su Yu switched off his flashlight, plunging the room into profound darkness. In the corner, Su Hang positioned his sheathed ring pommel sword within arm's reach and rolled onto his side. The bandage on his face brushed against the rough quilt fabric, drawing a sharp hiss of pain from him before he settled flat on his back. The conference room fell so quiet that only the faint sound of breathing and the occasional metallic clink could be heard. "Brother." Su Hang stared at the pitch black ceiling, his voice low and weighed down by exhaustion. "Tell me, when will this all end?" In the darkness, Su Yu offered no response. His eyes remained closed as his fingers, still carrying the faint metallic scent of blood, curled into a tight fist. Su Hang waited a few seconds, then fell silent, his breathing gradually lengthening into a steady rhythm. Jiang Yunyao curled up beside Jiang Yunhao, the glow of her heterochromatic eyes now extinguished, leaving only a quiet silhouette against the darkness. By early morning, Su Yu was roused not by sound, but by the burning sensation churning in his stomach. Su Yu's eyes snapped open, a faint golden shimmer flickering deep within his dark pupils. Pale gray daylight struggled through the gap beneath the door, casting light on a small frost-crusted patch near the entrance. It was the 7th day of the apocalypse. The howling wind outside had dissolved into a heavy, suffocating silence, yet the bitter cold had already penetrated to the very core of the building. In the corner, Jiang Yunhao shifted in his sleep, his 6-foot frame instinctively curling into a tight ball beneath the thin cotton quilt. Each breath, he exhaled plumed, thick, white mist into the frigid air. Su Yu rose silently, his muscles stretching as his bones emitted a series of subtle, yet continuous pops. He made his way to the supply corner and casually picked up the half-bag of vacuum-sealed braised meat he hadn't finished the night before. Then his brows furrowed. He'd been careless. Tapping it with curled fingers produced a hollow drum-like sound. It had frozen solid as a brick. Even the nearby water bottles had cracked from expansion, their contents turned to solid ice. The temperature was far too low, freezing everything completely. Last night, while clearing away the aftermath, he'd overlooked a fundamental principle. Though the conference room wasn't as bitterly cold as the exposed areas outside, it still dipped well below freezing. In conditions like these, leaving food out was tantamount to storing it in a freezer. With an impassive expression, he tossed the frozen brick of braised meat back and brushed his hands off. He'd need to retrieve something edible from outside. Turning, Su Yu pushed open the conference room door, and the moment the wind surged in, Jiang Yunhao flinched violently, his hands scrambling for the knife at his side. "It's me," Su Yu said in a low voice. "I'm going to the car to grab something." Jiang Yunhao blinked, his sleep-heavy eyes recognized Su Yu, and his tense muscles instantly relaxed as he curled back into the blanket. The lobby floor beyond the door bore a thin coating of frost, and snow likely swept in from the main entrance overnight. That pale white blanket of snow and ice acted like a natural shroud, completely concealing the evidence of last night's massacre. The gray minivan's roof and hood were caked with thick frost, its webbed crack patterns on the windows entirely sealed by ice and snow. Su Yu navigated across the crunching ice toward his vehicle, pulled open the driver's door, and slipped halfway inside. The moment the door shut, his consciousness sank into the spatial dimension. Soon Suyu reemerged through the conference room door, carrying 2 large plastic bags. They were filled with over a dozen vacuum-sealed instant chicken legs, beef jerky, a case of self-heating rice meals, and purified water and milk that hadn't frozen at all. When he returned to the conference room with the food, the others had already begun waking. Suhang rubbed his eyes and sat up, reaching for a box of self-heating rice. The instant his fingers brushed the packaging, his entire body went rigid. In this hellish weather where one's breath turned to ice and even urine would freeze a small bird solid in an instant, the boxed meal behind its plastic film was still room temperature. Suhang's atoms apple bobbed sharply, and the instant a sliver of an opening appeared between his lips, his mother's words from last night, "Always running your mouth," flashed through his mind. As if struck by electricity, he snapped his mouth shut, swallowing back the words he had been about to say. He cast a guilty glance at Yi Chunmei beside him, saw his mother nonchalantly tearing open the packaging, and immediately lowered his gaze to his own boxed meal, ripping it open with great effort. Lin Qingli took a bottle of unfrozen, purified water nearby, her obsidian dark pupils lingering on the plastic bottle for a second. Due to the contrast between hot and cold, a thin veil of fine water droplets was rapidly condensing on the bottle's surface. But she asked nothing. Silently, she twisted off the cap, stealing a sidelong glance at Suyu. Only the rustling of torn packaging filled the room. Steam from the self-heating rice rose into the frigid air, thickening into dense white mist. None of them were fools, and no one opened their mouth to ask unnecessary questions. The blood from last night had long taught them that within this group, Suyu's secret was the guarantee of everyone's survival. They made do with the purified water Suyu had just retrieved, dampened tissues to haphazardly wipe their faces, then impatiently started to fill their bellies. Hiss! Suhang took a massive bite of the chicken leg, the movement pulling at last night's knife wound and drawing a sharp intake of cold air. Eat slower, no one's competing with you. Were you a starving dog in a past life? Yi Chunmei was soaking her self-heating meal and shot him an exasperated glare. Jiang Mumu sat nearby holding a box of prepared self-heating rice, her clear eyes lifting to glance at Suyu. She then looked toward Jiang Yunyao, who had shrunk back and seemed reluctant to reach for food. The girl's eyes curved gently as she voluntarily extended her warm portion of rice toward Jiang Yunyao. Xiaoyao, you need to eat more. If you're not full, tell everyone. Don't bear it alone. Jiang Yunyao accepted it with lowered head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Thank you, Sister Mumu. Suyu tore open a packet of beef jerky and glanced at her quietly. Jiang Yunyao, after dawn, had indeed returned to that timid, utterly unassuming appearance. She spoke in delicate, hushed tones with slightly hunched shoulders, a stark contrast to the cold-faced sharpshooter who had put a bullet through someone's head in last night's shadows. With breakfast finished, the atmosphere had eased considerably compared to last night. No one mentioned those dark, crimson memories of the previous night. Like the thin frost on the lobby floor, everyone tacitly pretended it didn't exist. But the bond forged through killing enemies together was undeniably different. Jiang Yunhao even began discussing the newly acquired oxtail saber, with Su Heng debating its balance and feel in his coarse, gruff voice. The contrived politeness and cautiousness from their first meeting had faded from his tone, replaced by a candidness and closeness born only after weathering life and death side by side. Suyu quietly consumed 3 times the normal portion, barely suppressing the hunger gnawing at his very bones. He rose to his feet and brushed the crumbs from his hands. Pack up. We're heading to the quarantine station. At his words, everyone began gathering their belongings. Each person's possessions were already sparse, so it didn't take long to get ready. But a problem quickly surfaced. Everyone's gaze fell upon their respective weapons, and then upon the remaining half-box of compressed biscuits and blankets in the corner. Outside lay the military quarantine station. To enter the interior of Star City, control blades would surely be confiscated on the spot. Bro. Su Heng clutched his ring pommel saber, his tone laced with reluctance and agitation. Outside is military jurisdiction. Taking this gear out will definitely get it confiscated. But leaving behind these life-saving tools here, isn't that too much of a waste? Jiang Yunhao's rough thumb reluctantly traced the thick spine of the oxtail saber as he echoed in a muffled, hollow voice. Yeah, Brother Su, it'd be a shame to throw them away. In this apocalypse, going unarmed doesn't sit right. There's no telling what emergencies we'll run into. After last night, those blades were no longer scrap metal in their eyes, but a second life. Suyu swept his gaze across the group. By then he had already completed his final deliberation. The existence of his spatial ability had throughout this journey revealed far too many details in the name of keeping the group alive. These illogical supplies, the machetes appearing from nowhere. In the eyes of these clever people, it had already connected into a clear line. Yet no one chose to expose it. Furthermore, after last night's bloody battle where everyone drew blood, they had all effectively paid their allegiance, binding themselves firmly to his ship. Having already crossed that line from which there was no return to civilized society, mutual trust had reached its threshold. Moreover, since the apocalypse descended, all things were evolving and abilities beyond common sense were bound to emerge. Therefore it was time to lift a corner of certain trump cards. Don't move. Watch. Suyu walked to the quilts piled in the corner, bent down, and lifted 2 of them with one hand. Then under everyone's gaze his 5 fingers abruptly loosened. The thick quilts vanished into thin air before they could touch the ground. The conference room fell deathly silent. Su Hang's mouth hung open wide enough to stuff a duck egg, his atoms, apple bobbing up and down like a jammed gear, unable to make a sound. The saber in Jiang Yunhao's hands nearly slipped and struck his instep. Yi Chunmei let out an ah, and instinctively stepped back half a pace before forcibly stopping herself. Lin Qingli's pupils contracted sharply. Though she had long harbored suspicions, those obsidian black eyes remained unblinking, fixed intently on Su Yu's now empty palm. I knew it. Jiang Mumu frowned and stepped forward half a pace, a knowing look surfacing in her bright eyes. Jiang Yunyao suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide and lips slightly parted. Su Yu didn't give them much time to process. He walked over to the remaining supplies. Mineral water, braised meat, compressed biscuits, picking them up one by one, watching each vanish from his hands in turn. Finally, he turned to face the group. When I awakened, I gained an accompanying ability, something like a small pocket dimension. The capacity is limited, nothing too big, but it's enough for daily supplies. The mysterious source of the food you noticed before was taken from there. The moment he finished speaking, Su Hang couldn't contain himself. Bro, you actually have a spatial ability. His voice jumped an octave, his eyes glowing even brighter than yesterday when he'd learned Su Yu was an evolver. Su Hang spun around several times, circling Su Yu and grabbing at the empty air behind him. For real? Let me try. How much can it hold? Can it hold people? If it can hold people, we won't have to worry about freezing when we sleep. It can't hold people. Su Yu swatted away his grasping claws. And it can't hold anything too large, just some odds and ends. Jiang Yunhao swallowed hard, his honest features filled with awe. Brother Su, this ability of yours. It's even more incredible than flying to the heavens. Lin Qingli's gaze flickered, but she said nothing. Su Yu didn't elaborate further, simply pressing down the tide of their questions. I don't fully understand the origin of this ability myself, but it can store things and save lives at critical moments. The reason I'm revealing this trump card today is because after what happened last night, Su Yu swept his gaze around the circle, his eyes gradually sharpening. I trust you understand the gravity and won't leak this card I've shown you. Those words were half truth, half bluff, but they sufficed. After last night's life and death trials, their trust in Su Yu had already reached its peak. This spatial ability merely added another weight to that trust. No one pressed further. Instead, Jiang Yunyao, head lowered, murmured softly, so amazing. Su Yu surveyed the group. Hand over all your weapons. I'll keep them safe. No one hesitated. Lin Qingli was the first to extend her goosefeather blade in hand. The instant every weapon touched Su Yu's palm, it vanished into nothingness, as though swallowed by deep water. Jiang Yunyao stood at the very back, slipped her hand beneath her coat hem, and drew out a gun, which she likewise handed to Su Yu. Then the group walked out of the meeting room, and Su Yu stood before the gray hybrid vehicle in silence for a few seconds. This car had followed him from South Province all the way back to Baishui County, then through the tunnel of twisted vegetation. Its engine never stalling, never failing once. But now its right side window was shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, the windshield pockmarked with corrosive pits, and its windproofing and insulation had been greatly compromised. Moreover, to enter the Star City settlement zone, all vehicles had to be left outside. Su Hang edged closer, his face etched with reluctance. Brother, we're just leaving the car. Can't your space store it inside? It can't. Su Yu patted the car door. He had long since considered tucking the vehicle into his space, but the layout within left no room. The disassembly furnace, the concept surgical platform, and the large preservation vault occupied the vast majority of the area. The remaining nooks and crannies were crammed with supply crates, food sacks, medical materials, and all manner of miscellaneous items. Everything that fit inside could only be small or medium-sized objects capable of being disassembled and carried. A complete automobile, a metal shell measuring 4.5 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide, simply could not be squeezed in, physically speaking. Su Yu reached out to touch the thick shell of ice atop the roof. A biting chill traveled from his fingertips. This iron-skinned companion that had fought alongside him all the way out of encirclement had, it seemed, reached the end of its road here. Let's go. He withdrew his hand, cast one final glance at the vehicle, then turned to summon the others. Stepping out from the office building, the world outside was blanketed in a pale, grayish-white luminescence. The clouds hung low like a slab of damp, frigid lead pressing down upon their heads. The wind had lessened since the night before, yet the temperature remained bone-piercing, the white breath that left their mouths shattered into ice crystals the instant it left their lips, scattering onto their collars. Sparse pedestrians on the street were bundled in thick layers of clothing, necks hunched, as they shuffled in one direction, the quarantine station. Compared to the landslide tsunami-like tide of humanity from the night before, the queue now was far more desolate. After a night of bitter cold, some had failed to hold on until dawn in the darkness. Along the roadside, one could occasionally spot figures curled up against walls, no longer stirring, half buried beneath frost, and snow, with only stiffened blue-tinged fingers or the soles of shoes left exposed. Yichuanmei's stride halted abruptly, her body trembling with a shudder beyond her control. Suyu reached out and gripped his mother's stiffened arm, giving it a gentle but firm squeeze. "Don't look. Follow me," he spoke in a low voice. Yichuanmei immediately withdrew her gaze, clenched her jaw, and quickened her pace. The seven retraced last night's route back to the nearest quarantine station. Before long, the outline of metal barricades emerged within their field of vision. Military soldiers in cold weather gear stood on either side, rifles in hand. Beyond the isolation netting, flamethrower operators still stood ready with fuel canisters strapped to their backs. Only a few dozen people were waiting in line ahead, far fewer than Suyu had anticipated. After a night of bitter cold and that horrifying spectacle of the parasites, those who had survived but had yet to be quarantined were either already frozen beyond saving or had endured the brutal cold and waited through the night, or were still hiding inside buildings, reluctant to emerge. Suyu led the group to the end of the line. The process ahead matched what they had observed from afar the night before. Each person took roughly 3 minutes to clear, the pace swifter than before, perhaps owing to the operator's growing proficiency. The line crept forward at a sluggish pace. Su Hang rubbed his frozen, reddened hands together occasionally, poking his head out to peer ahead, then ducking back with his neck hunched after a couple of glances. Unable to contain his burning curiosity any longer, he sidled up to Su Yu's ear and whispered, "Brother, you said yesterday that thing might be infrared detection. I don't really think so. It looked damn creepy." "Then it must be biosignal detection, scanning the body for any abnormal active tissue." Su Yu's gaze swept briefly across that device. "Parasites generate bioenergy signals distinct from the hosts. That thing is designed to catch exactly that." Su Hang listened, dumbfounded, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Holy crap, that high-tech. Brother, how the hell do you even know this? Did your hospital have something like this before?" "Just a guess." Suyu withdrew his gaze and calmly uttered 2 words. "Su Hang." The bitter wind cut like a blade as the line inched forward beneath the pallid gray sky. Their turn arrived swiftly. The registration process proved faster than expected. "For his occupation," Suyu reported, "Doctor." The registering soldier glanced up at him, once more tapping a few extra entries onto the tablet. Medical practitioners were scarce resources in this era, each one worthy of being specially flagged. Blood draw normal. Surface examination normal. Throat swab normal. Then came that square-shaped device. A quarantine officer in protective gear swept the tablet-like instrument across Suyu's body. Suddenly, a line of red text flashed onto the screen. A masked lieutenant colonel stepped over, glanced at the screen, and his gaze landed precisely on Suyu's eyes. "Look up. Look into my eyes." Suyu frowned slightly but complied. The lieutenant stepped half a pace closer, staring at Suyu's irises for several seconds. In the morning light, the faint golden ring tracing the edge of Suyu's iris was distinctly visible. At a casual glance, one might attribute it to the refraction of light, but at this distance that unnatural hue could not be ignored. The lieutenant straightened up, tapped his stylus across the screen twice, without looking up. "Evolver. How many days since awakening?" Suyu's heart sank sharply, though his face remained impassive. He had in fact prepared contingency plans for exposure, but the word evolver had come far too quickly, far too directly. The officials weren't even bothering with pretense. He hesitated for less than half a second, his tone steady. 3 days. The officer nodded, jotted a number onto the form, and did not press for details about his ability type. He merely added an additional line of notes beside Suyu's registration information. "Standard resettlement. Someone will notify you after your 3-day quarantine ends." His tone carried the briskness of pure routine. Suyu nodded and moved forward. Behind him, the others in the group continued through the quarantine one by one. Yichuanmei, Su Hang, Jiang Mumu, Jiang Yunhao. Each one passed without incident. When Lin Xingli went through, that lieutenant didn't even bother to lift his head. Then came Jiang Yunyao. Her head was lowered, her shoulders slightly drawn in her whole being, radiating an aura that wished not to be noticed. Yet those blue-green interwoven vertical pupils remained, even in daylight, far too striking. After the device completed its scan, the technician glanced at the screen and shot a look back toward the lieutenant. The lieutenant walked over and lowered his gaze to Jiang Yunyao's eyes. "Also an evolver." Jiang Yunyao's slender frame gave a violent shudder. Like a startled rabbit, she shrank half a step behind Jiang Yunhao's broad back, her head nearly buried in her collar. After several seconds, Jiang Yunyao managed to squeeze out a single word, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. The lieutenant made no further moves, merely adding a note beside her registration information before waving her through. The entire exchange lasted no more than 20 seconds. Suyu led the group toward the city wall, but his mind churned like boiling water. The military's reaction to the evolvers was far too calm. It sent chills down their spines. This was only the 7th day after the calamity, yet they identified people at a glance, registered them quickly, and let them pass without a ripple. What did this imply? This meant that Star City and even the national government had long established a complete definition and classification system for evolvers, along with a mature response protocol. In a metropolis like Star City with millions of inhabitants, the base population of evolvers would naturally be substantial, coupled with the inevitable connections between Star City and the national government. That profit was likely positioned at the heart of the government itself. Suyu's steps faltered briefly. If Star City's authorities had already developed a systematic approach to studying evolvers, then whatever the prophet knew probably exceeded his wildest imagination. He had always believed his cheat ability and fragmented visions of the future gave him an edge over most. Now he realized his knowledge might only be the tip of the iceberg. Brother, what are you spacing out for? Suheng pushed him. We're at the city gate. Suyu snapped back to reality, hiding the deep glint in his eyes. A burly man ahead was discovered with a military dagger concealed in his pant leg and confiscated on the spot. He tried to protest stubbornly, but two soldiers knocked him down with rifle butts and dragged him across the ground like a dead dog to an empty area nearby. When it was Suyu and his group's turn, they were clean. Only a few changes of clothes and basic medical supplies in their backpacks. They appeared to be ordinary survivors who had brought nothing more than what they were wearing. The soldiers' sharp gaze swept over them, found nothing prohibited, and waved them through. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. The seven crossed through the massive wall constructed from concrete and steel plates, officially entering the quarantine zone on the inner side. Unlike the ruins outside where buildings had been reduced to skeletal frames, the structures here remained intact. Residential buildings, community walls, and street lamps were all still present, though clearly emptied once before. The infrastructure remained intact. Uniformed staff moved through the streets with armed sentries positioned at regular intervals, everything appearing orderly and controlled. A worker in a military green cotton coat with an armband approached, carrying a stack of paper forms and a key ring. How many people? 7. The worker scribbled on the form, glanced up at the group's composition, and began searching through the key ring in his hand. Suyuan Residential Community, Building 3, Unit 402, 4 bedrooms, and 1 living room. He handed the keys to Suyu. 2 families already live inside with 2 empty rooms remaining. You can't leave the building for 3 days. Daily provisions will be delivered to the ground floor at 7 in the morning. Pick them up yourself. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the group before his voice turned cold. Report immediately if anyone develops a fever, coughs, or shows abnormal subcutaneous lumps. Concealment and delays are strictly forbidden. This is for your own survival. Do you understand? Understood. Suyu nodded, took the keys, and led the group to the left. Occasionally survivors could be seen lingering at building entrances along the street, with faint light glowing from windows. This long-lost sense of everyday life felt utterly unreal against the cold wind. After following the signs for about 7 or 8 minutes, Tuan Residential Community came into view. A 6-story building with faded beige paint on its exterior walls and expired property management notices still posted at the entrance. It resembled an ordinary neighborhood frozen in time. On the 4th floor before door 402, Suyu inserted the key, the lock turning with unmistakable clarity in the quiet corridor. He pushed open the security door. The apartment was spacious, with an old sofa and square table in the living room, 2 stacks of compressed biscuits, and several bottles of mineral water already waiting on the table. Near the wall, a door led to a balcony beyond the window. Across the corridor, one room's door stood open with voices drifting from within. 1 family of 3. Young parents with a child around 4 or 5 years old. The boy leaned against the headboard, clutching a one-legged stuffed toy, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the strangers who had just burst through the door. At the sound of the door opening, the man rose instantly like a wolf defending its prey, half his body blocking the entrance, as he eyed Suyu's group with acute wariness. His wife pulled him back from behind, her expression revealing the characteristic alertness and fear of someone who had barely escaped hell. She gave Suyu's group a stiff nod in greeting before closing the door. Another family of 4 lived in the adjacent unit. A middle-aged couple in their 40s or 50s with 2 children around 10 years old. The father was frantically stuffing a bulging bundle under the bed when he heard the commotion and looked up sharply. His gaze swept over Suyu's group like a beast guarding against natural predators. After confirming no threat, he lowered his head to continue, though his spine remained visibly rigid. Everyone had survived escape routes through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so being abruptly placed under the same roof in Star City's safe zone meant no one could lower their guard. Suyu walked over and pushed open the doors to the 2 remaining empty rooms. Small bedrooms under 10 square meters each, with only hardened old padding on the floor that yielded to bare wooden planks beneath his fingertips. Damn it, Suheng leaned in halfway, a bandage on his face stretching as he sucked in a sharp breath. They took the master and secondary bedrooms with beds and left us this bare floor. Jiang Yunhao's expression darkened, his thick hands curling into fists that cracked audibly. The 2 households across the hall had clearly heard the disturbance. A crack appeared in the left door, and a pair of watchful eyes scanned from the shadows before the door slammed shut with a definitive bang. Suyu raised his hand and pressed firmly on Jiang Yunhao's shoulder to stop him from leaning forward. Glancing down the corridor, he said, Mumu Qingli Yunyao and my mother take the slightly larger rooms on the left. The three of us men will stay on the right. Let's go inside and make the beds. Inside the room, Suyu reached to his side, and one after another brand new cotton quilts materialized from nowhere, piling heavily at his feet. Su Hang's eyes widened. In spite of knowing about Suyu's spatial abilities, he still couldn't hide his astonishment. Let's get the floor covered first and make do for now, Suyu said, bending down to grab a quilt and toss it toward the corner. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunhao crouched to help, deftly smoothing out the mattress. After finishing the small room, he strode into the larger one and repeated the process. Once the bedding in both rooms was neatly arranged, everyone began to explore the four-bedroom, one-living-room apartment from top to bottom. An incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim, yellowish glow. Moving to the kitchen, Su Hang's gaze came to a rest on the stainless steel sink. The faucet was dripping steadily, each drip drop sounding exceptionally grating in the quiet apartment. The people who cleared this place did a terribly sloppy job. They didn't even tighten the valve. Su Hang rubbed his frozen hands together and reached out, intending to twist the faucet completely shut. Don't touch it. Suyu stepped forward and held Su Hang's wrist. That gap was left on purpose. Su Hang froze in confusion. Suyu pointed to the window panes outside, which were heavily coated in ice, and explained in a low voice. In temperatures of -10 degrees, once the water flow is completely cut off, the water in the pipes will freeze solid. Within a few hours, the pipes will burst. Leaving it to drip maintains a faint flow, preventing it from freezing solid. Su Hang suddenly understood and silently withdrew his hand. He tried turning the faucet open. A water gushed out with a splash, running murky for a couple of seconds before turning clear. He walked into the bathroom, ran his fingertips over the casing of the old-fashioned gas water heater mounted on the wall, and tried the switch. The gas pipe showed no response, clearly having been cut off long ago. On the living room wall, where a wall-mounted air conditioner once hung, only a few screw holes remained. The unit had been stripped away by either the previous occupants or the cleanup crew. There was running water and electricity, but no hot water and no heating. In temperatures of -10 degrees, being able to wash one's face with hot water was already a near luxurious privilege in the apocalypse. Suyu returned to the room and began pulling items out of his storage space one after another. 3 large red plastic buckets, a stack of disposable paper cups, toothbrushes, toothpaste, several new towels, and other daily necessities, along with 3 immersion heaters, the kind of electrical metal rods thrown directly into water to boil it. Looking at the pile of items on the floor, Su Hang's eyes went wide. Holy crap, bro, you even hoarded immersion heaters. Back in college dorms, this stuff was the dormitory monitor's prime target. If you got caught, it was immediate confiscation and a school-wide warning. Before the apocalypse, they were contraband. Now they are life-saving tools, Suyu replied flatly. Go fill up the buckets, plug them in, and let the girls wash first. Before long, plumes of swirling steam rose from the bathroom. Lin Xingli, wrapped in a down jacket, pushed the door open and stepped out, water still dripping from her pitch-black hair. She didn't find a place to sit immediately. Instead, she leaned against the doorframe, looking down at her hands, which were flushed red from the hot water. The pad of her thumb pressed hard against her index finger's knuckle as she rubbed them together vigorously. The hot water had washed away the blood, yet she still felt as though the sticky sensation of cleaving through a living person's neck bone was trapped under her fingernails. A dry towel was handed to her from the side. Jiang Mumu stood nearby, her eyes clear. Sister Qingli, if the moisture freezes on your head, you'll get a headache. Lin Xingli looked up, took the towel, draped it over her head, and rubbed her hair haphazardly a few times. Her tense shoulders and neck finally relaxed slightly amidst the lingering steam. On the old sofa in the living room, Su Hang pulled out his phone and lit up the screen. Staring at the words, "No service," in the top left corner, he let out a sigh. Bro, why is there no signal in Xingqing either? I was hoping to call a few of my local classmates here to ask about the situation in the city. Jiang Yunhao turned his head and stared at his phone screen for a few seconds. We can't even make emergency calls. If things are like that outside the city, how much better could it be inside? So he took out his own phone and glanced at it. There was likewise no signal whatsoever. It's been so many days since the cataclysm. The cell towers in the wild must have been destroyed long ago. The entire country's network is probably down. Even if there is any communication left, it's likely only satellite systems that still function. Suyu flicked his wrist and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Then doesn't that make my phone nothing more than a brick? Su Hang grumbled as he shoved his phone back into his pocket. As long as you're alive, there might still be a chance to meet again. Suyu pulled out a wooden chair and sat down. They kept busy until 3 in the afternoon before everyone was completely cleaned up, by which time the meager compressed biscuits in their stomachs had been fully digested. Right on cue, Su Hang's stomach let out a long rumbling growl. Time to eat, Suyu said, standing up and walking to the center of the living room. With a wave of his hand, a box of self-heating meals, vacuum-packed braised meats, and several cans of braised pork appeared out of thin air on the square table. Su Hang's eyes lit up. He deftly tore open the packaging of a self-heating meal, poured in water, and snapped the lid shut. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao grabbed a can opener, swiftly pried open a can of braised pork, scooped the congealed fat and chunks of meat onto the rice, and let them steam together inside the self-heating container. Within a few minutes, the rich aroma of meat mingled with the sweetness of rice wafting through the freezing air. In a quarantine zone where everyone else was gnawing on dry rations and frozen food, this steaming hot aroma of braised pork was nothing short of an absolute, overwhelming indulgence. The rich fat melted exquisitely on their tongues, and the piping hot warmth surged down their esophagi straight into their stomachs, finally dispelling the deep, bone-chilling cold that lingered in their marrow. However, the aroma inevitably drifted through the gaps of the door and toward the neighboring rooms. With his exceptional hearing, Su Yu clearly caught a heavy gulp from the master bedroom on the left, followed immediately by a man's suppressed low curse. "Stop crying. Shut your mouth. Cry again, and I'll whip you." It was the family of three. The man was clearly covering his child's mouth tightly, terrified that the child's whimpers would draw the attention of the wealthy neighbors next door. The middle-aged couple in the second bedroom on the right remained quiet, but Su Yu could hear the rustling sound of them rummaging through things, likely searching for some dry rations to stave off their cravings. "Bro, isn't this smell a bit too conspicuous?" Su Hang scooped a mouthful of rice, cast a wary glance toward the gap under the door at the end of the hallway, and lowered his voice. "Let it be conspicuous. As for the neighbors." His gaze shifted slightly, looking past the square table toward the tightly shut bedroom doors. "But this aroma is indeed powerful. Since we have to live under the same roof for 3 days, we might as well test the temperaments of these two families." Su Hang paused mid-chew and nodded in understanding. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, the sky outside began to darken. Bundled tightly in their down jackets, everyone gathered around the square table in the living room. "Bro, do you have any playing cards?" Su Hang sprawled on the old sofa, rubbing his stuffed belly. "Just sitting here is too boring. Let's play Fight the Landlord." Su Yu glanced at him, his consciousness sweeping through the pile of miscellaneous goods in his storage space. Back when he was looting for free in the old district, he had swept the shelves of a small convenience store on a whim, and there actually happened to be a few decks of playing cards. With a flick of his wrist, he slapped 2 brand new decks of cards onto the table. "Well, you actually have some." Su Hang excitedly tore open the packaging, expertly shuffling and cutting the deck. "Come on, let's play Fight the Landlord. The loser gets paper strips stuck to their face." Jiang Yunhao leaned in with a sheepish grin. "I'm not very good at cards, so you guys have to go easy on me. Brother, how there are no friends or family at the card table. We play by merit." Su Hang dealt the cards boastfully. Jiang Mumu also pulled up a small stool and sat down. After a few rounds, Su Hang's face was adorned with 5 or 6 torn strips of tissue paper. As he exhaled, his warm breath swept over the strips, causing tiny icicles to form at the bottom ends, which now hung stiffly from his chin. "This is bizarre." Wearing fingerless gloves, Su Hang clumsily held his cards with stiff, frozen fingers and scratched his head in frustration. "Sister Mumu, your card counting is too accurate. There was absolutely no way to counter that red joker." Jiang Mumu, bundled up in her thick down jacket, smiled until her eyes curved into crescent moons. "Xiao Hang, all your playing habits are written right on your face." Jiang Yunhao grinned from the side. His thick fingers slipped, and he accidentally threw a single card instead of a straight, immediately drawing counter-ridicule from Su Hang. Yi Chunmei sat on the adjacent sofa, pulling her cotton quilt tighter around herself. Her gaze swept over the young people gathered around the table, a long-lost sense of peace welling up in her eyes. They played until 9 at night, still reluctant to pack away the cards. Jiang Yu produced some food and had a simple supper. As the night deepened, the 2 neighboring households kept their doors shut with no stir from within. Everyone took turns washing up and retired to their rooms. Inside the spacious bedroom on the left, 4 women squeezed side by side on a thick floor mattress. In the darkness, no one spoke first. Only their breathing rose and fell in the night, accompanied by the howling wind and snow outside the window. Not knowing how long they endured, Jiang Mumu turned onto her side, her face almost entirely buried beneath the blanket. The white breath she exhaled vanished quickly into the darkness. She sniffled, her voice thick with nasal congestion. "Sister Qingli, are you asleep?" "Not yet," Lin Qingli replied softly. "I just dreamed about my mom." Jiang Mumu's breath hitched for a moment. "She was frying eggs in the kitchen and asked if I wanted to come home next weekend. I said I'd be back Friday afternoon. And then I woke up freezing." Yi Chunmei reached out from the other and gently patting her back through the blanket. "No news is good news. Your mom loves you so much, she'll surely fight for her life no matter what." Jiang Mumu bit her lower lip hard, stifling sobs, yet her thin shoulders trembled uncontrollably beneath the thick blanket. Jiang Yunyao curled up at the far end, kept her luminous, unusual eyes wide open. By night she was lucid and cold, but the thoughts she had forcibly suppressed during the day now sprang up like weeds. "Sister Mumu," Jiang Yunyao mumbled, her chin tucked into her collar. "At least you still remember what your mom last said to you. My home is in Tianhe district. That day when I was leaving for school, my mom stuffed clothes into my suitcase. I thought she was being too fussy and walked away without a word. The words hung in the air, and even Yi Chun-mei didn't know how to respond. In the adult world, regret always sharpens its teeth only after the fact. Lin Qingli lay on her back, eyes wide open, staring at the indistinct ceiling above. The sorrow from those beside her washed over her like a tide, yet it failed to moisten her own eyes. Her understanding of family had always differed from others. In Nan Province, the Lin family. To the outside world, they were the preeminent wealthy clan, their influence spanning half of southern China. Yet few knew that the Lin family's early rise depended not on commerce, but on force. Her grandfather Lin Jinshan had earned a formidable reputation in Nan Province's martial arts circles through his mastery of Baji Fist. By her father's generation, the brothers could not endure the rigors of martial training and turned to business, instead leveraging the old man's connections to amass their vast fortune. The Lin family had numerous grandchildren, over a dozen cousins of various degrees, who would pack the ancestral home to capacity during holidays. Yet among those cousins, not one was willing to follow their grandfather in the grueling physical training. Only she was, for she had lived beside him since she could remember. Her father traveled constantly for business, and her mother went with him, leaving her behind at the old estate. From childhood, she practiced horse stances and hardened her body, training in the bitter cold of winter and the sweltering heat of summer day after relentless day. Her grandfather often insisted that the Lin family's martial legacy must never lose its foundation. It was not until she was admitted to a university in the provincial capital that she finally left that courtyard. Her grandfather had grown old and moved in with his eldest brother the year before last into a villa complex along Nan Province's coast. When the calamity struck, Lin Qingli was a junior at Yangqing University. The moment the sky seemed to fall, the first thought that flashed through her mind was not of her parents, but of her grandfather's seaside villa. The tsunami had already swept through. She had no idea what had become of her grandfather, nor whether her extended family perished in the disaster or managed to flee Nan Province through their connections. She had tried countless times to call home from the first day of the calamity until signals died completely with no answer each time. Whether dead or alive, escaped or trapped, all dissolved into an indistinguishable tangle. Strangely, from the moment she left the railway station until now, she had received no word from any family member. Given the Lin family's far-reaching network, if they had truly sought her out, it would have been impossible not to find her. Yet there was nothing. That silence troubled her far more than any confirmed tragedy could. "Sister Qingli, are you cold?" Jiang Mumu's gentle inquiry dragged her abruptly back to the present. The girl shifted closer. "Your hand is chillingly cold." "I'm fine." Lin Qingli withdrew her hand from beneath the covers and tucked it back in. "Go to sleep." She closed her eyes. She never spoke of these things to anyone. Whether pride or aloofness, they were simply armor she had wrapped around herself. In such a ruthless world, only by burying one's vulnerabilities deep could one hope to survive. The movements of the four women next door gradually stilled. In the small room separated by a wall, Suyu lay flat on 3 layers of quilts. His post-evolution hearing, far beyond ordinary, allowed him to clearly catch every heartbeat and breathing rhythm within the apartment. Jiang Mumu's breathing was long and drawn from crying herself exhausted, while Jiang Yuhao's snores were the deepest. Next to them, Su Hang turned over beneath the covers, mumbling incoherently and kicking the air with his legs. Suyu composed his mind and sensed the strange changes within his body. The biting cold, combined with last night's life and death struggle, had left his muscles and bones in a constant state of tense excitement, as though fire burned within. His consciousness sank, diving straight into the space. A virtual panel quietly appeared above the conceptual operating table. Source matter 7139. Gene loading slot 11. His gaze skipped past these and locked onto the progress bar of the final golden entry. The numbers were ticking upward imperceptibly. 2, 8, 2, 9. The progress had risen nearly 1% from yesterday. The increase was small, but undeniably moving forward. Suyu clenched his fist, feeling a faint crackle from his knuckles, another fraction of strength settling in. He exited the space, rolled over in the darkness, and soon sank into sleep. On the 7th night of the apocalypse, the silence between them, unspoken yet deeply felt, slowly descended. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, dawn was just breaking. The blare of a megaphone from downstairs woke the entire building. "Attention, all units of Tsuyuan community. Please gather at the open ground downstairs at 7 o'clock to collect your daily supplies. Registration and collection will be done by household. No double claiming and no looting." In the dim second bedroom, Suyu leaned against the base of the wall, tipping the last half of a Snickers bar along with the crumbs at the bottom of the wrapper into his mouth. The sickly sweet high-calorie treat slid down his throat, yet it was like a drop of water falling onto parched land, utterly unable to quench the persistent gnawing hunger. The veins on the back of his hand bulged slightly as he pressed his knuckles hard against his knees several times. "Hang Yunhao, come down with me." Su Hang scrambled up, wrinkling the band-aid on his face. He gasped in pain, yet his spirits instantly rallied. Wrapping their coats tightly around themselves, the 3 headed downstairs. A long queue had already formed in the open ground, winding slowly under the pale gray dawn like a frozen serpent. A dead silence hung over the crowd, broken only by the rustling of the cold wind against fabric and occasional muffled coughs. Suyu peered over the shoulders of the people ahead. Every 10 meters stood a soldier armed with a rifle barrels pointed downward. Their sharp gazes swept back and forth through the crowd, intimidating every pair of eyes that gleamed with desperate hunger. The ones distributing the supplies were several staff members clad in military green padded coats. One was verifying information on a tablet, while the others retrieved items from the crates of supplies stacked behind them. The efficiency was high, taking only 3 to 5 minutes per person through a fixed routine, verifying name and identity, then collecting the daily ration. Soon it was their turn. The staff member in charge of distribution took Suyu's registration certificate, his gaze lingering on the tablet screen for a brief moment. He suddenly looked up, locking his eyes onto Suyu's irises, which were laced with faint golden threads. He swept a glance over Jiang Yunhao and Su Heng behind him. Room 402. The household of 7 with 2 evolvers among them. He bent down to retrieve 2 items tightly wrapped in brown paper from another metal chest behind him, pushing them towards Suyu along with 7 standard supply packs. These 2 packages are extra rations for evolvers. One for each of the 2 evolvers in room 402. Having said that, he straightened up, his expression turning solemn. Just a reminder, the metabolism of an evolver is higher than that of ordinary people. You will get hungry much easier than others. We are well aware of this. But no matter how hungry you are, do not cause trouble in the quarantine zone, or you will be dealt with the utmost severity. He paused. Understood. Understood, Suyu nodded. With that, the staff member waved his hand, gesturing for them to leave. Suyu turned around, gesturing for Jiang Yunhao to take the supplies, and began walking back. Su Heng did not follow immediately. Instead, his eyes darted around as a smile spread across his face, and he stepped half a pace closer to the distributing staff member, lowering his voice. Hard work, comrade. We just arrived and don't know much. Before entering the quarantine zone, we saw that the city wall of Xingqing isn't finished yet, but it's truly spectacular. All those heavy machinery and crowds of people working. Once our 3-day quarantine is over and we leave this area, how will we be arranged? The staff member frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Su Heng, clearly reluctant to engage in conversation. With a swift flick of his wrist, Su Heng slid a small piece of the compressed biscuit he had just received from his sleeve, seamlessly slipping it into the pocket of the staff member's oversized military coat. The staff member paused momentarily. Feeling the hard object through the fabric of his pocket, the stiffness in his expression softened slightly. That wall is currently the biggest project in Xingqing. The staff member leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a low murmur. I heard they are rushing construction from all directions of the city simultaneously. The higher-ups have issued a strict order that the enclosure must be completed within half a month. Right now, the labor force invested in it is at least 2 million. Pausing briefly, he continued to explain. As for resettlement, people won't be forcibly separated. How exactly it will be arranged will naturally become clear once your quarantine period ends and you leave this place. Su Heng immediately assumed a humble, inquiring expression, pressing further. What about the evolvers? My brother is an evolver. Will things be different for him once we enter the inner city? The soldier turned his head and sized up Su Heng for a moment. Actually, it's not much different, he said, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. It's just that for evolvers, someone will specifically come to contact you after the quarantine period ends. You'll understand then. With that, he waved his hand and turned to move the next crate of supplies, ignoring Su Heng. Having obtained the information, Su Heng turned around, intending to catch up quickly, only to find that Suyu and Jiang Yunhao had stopped in their tracks after walking just a dozen paces. Suyu kept his head tilted. With an evolver's sensory hearing that far surpassed ordinary people, every word of that whispered conversation had clearly reached his ears. Su Heng hurried over, opening his mouth to claim credit. Brother. I heard everything. Well done, Suyu said, cutting him off with a slight tilt of his chin. His eyes flicked around, signaling that there were too many prying eyes and ears. Let's head back to the room first. The 3 retraced their steps up the dim staircase. Pushing open the door to room 402, they saw Yi Chunmei boiling water to wash her face, while Lin Qingli and Jiang Mumu were tidying up the bedding they had laid out on the floor the night before. Jiang Yunyao sat huddled in a corner of the living room with her knees pulled to her chest, holding half a compressed biscuit in both hands. She nibbled on it slowly like a little hamster, yet her fingers holding the biscuit trembled involuntarily. At the sound of the door opening, everyone looked up at once. Suyu placed the distributed ordinary food on the table, then set aside the 2 tightly wrapped brown paper packages, placing them squarely in the center of the table. He casually tore open one of the paper packages. Inside lay a charred roasted steak roughly the size of an adult's palm. Congealed grease coated its surface, and the coarse texture of the meat fibers was frighteningly thick, with pale, ghastly fascia still clinging to the edges. The moment the paper was torn, an indescribable odor instantly burst forth. Beyond the smell of charred meat, a pungent, gamey stench rushed straight to their noses. Holy crap! Su-hang, bearing the brunt of the smell, pinched his nose and took 2 hasty steps back. Ignoring him, Su-yu picked up the meat, which still retained a trace of warmth. Sweeping his gaze over the dense, thick muscle fibers and smelling the wild stench that absolutely could not belong to any ordinary animal, images of the various mutated creatures decomposed in his spatial dimension flashed vividly through his mind. Su-yu fell silent for a few seconds before tearing off a piece, stuffing it into his mouth, and chewing vigorously. "Brother!" Su-hang cried out in alarm. The texture was coarse and incredibly fibrous, like chewing on an undercooked piece of tough beef tendon. Yet as the meat was swallowed, something miraculous happened. Just a brief moment later, a warm current exploded from his stomach, like glowing embers surging through his bloodstream to every corner of his body. Most importantly, that lingering shadow-like hunger was visibly suppressed. Su-yu's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes as he finished off the rest of the meat in a few quick bites. He scanned the room, noting the varied expressions of everyone present. This is mutated beast meat. It can replenish an evolver's energy consumption. Hearing mutated beast meat and replenishing energy, the atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Lin Xingli's dark pupils constricted slightly as she looked thoughtfully at the piece of meat on the table. Su-yu turned decisively, picked up the other unopened paper package, walked over to Jiang Yunyao, and handed it to her. "Yunyao, eat this. In your current state, ordinary biscuits are useless." Jiang Yunyao looked up, her heterochromatic blue and green eyes staring intently at the paper package. She seemed to have sensed something as well, her throat swallowing convulsively, though the pungent gamey smell still made her instinctively shrink back. Seeing this, Jiang Yunyao, aching with concern, firmly pressed the paper package into his sister's hands. "Eat it, don't force yourself to endure." Jiang Yunyao hesitated no longer, but as she took her first bite, her facial features instantly twisted together. She was clearly choked by the coarse gamey stench, her cheeks working with difficulty for a long moment before she managed to swallow. But immediately after, in less than 3 seconds, her heterochromatic eyes widened in astonishment, and she clutched her stomach in disbelief. From then on, without needing any prompting, she began devouring it ravenously. Watching Jiang Yunyao finish the steak in just a few bites, Su-yu asked, "How do you feel?" I don't feel bad anymore. I'm full," Jiang Yunyao replied, a trace of undeniable relief in her voice. "Just as I thought." Su-yu thought to himself. The final piece of the puzzle regarding the abnormal hunger of evolvers, in his mind, had clicked perfectly into place. No wonder the authorities were so intent on collecting the carcasses of mutated beasts during our escape. Is this meat only edible for evolvers? Beside him, Su-hang stared at the torn brown paper on the table. Driven by curiosity, he leaned in to sniff it, only to be repulsed by the wild stench once more, making him recoil sharply. "You can eat it if you want." Su-yu pushed the remaining bit of charred fascia toward him. "Just don't throw up in the room after eating it." Su-hang's outstretched hand quickly redirected to scratch his cheek. He laughed sheepishly. "Never mind then. I think compressed biscuits taste pretty good." Comfortable times like sand that could not be held in one's palm slipped away rapidly. Over the next 2 days of quarantine, Su-yu and his companions experienced an exceptionally tranquil existence. With the spatial dimension serving as an absolutely concealed logistical warehouse, food could be retrieved at will. Scalding hot water and canned meat rich with the savory aroma of fat became the most covert, yet luxurious indulgences within the room. While Su-yu and his group lived comfortably there, 2 neighboring households were clearly unsettled by the aroma of meat and steam wafting from their meals, finding every passing day to be an agonizing eternity. Su-yu had initially assumed these starving, desperate people would take reckless risks to plunder them, but to his surprise they became even more vigilant and fearful. In the apocalypse, anyone who could brazenly feast on steaming braised pork was certainly not someone to be trifled with. The man from the family of 3 on the left now made a conscious effort to bypass them whenever he went downstairs to collect free supplies. Each time he passed through the corridor, his eyes darted away, terrified that a single extra glance might invite a fatal disaster. The family of 4 on the right was even more cautious. They always moved in a frantic rush, hugging the base of the walls, deeply afraid of drawing any attention from Su-yu's side. Yet the tranquility separated by a single wall could not ultimately conceal the collapse of the world outside the window. On the evening of the 8th day of the apocalypse, a dull rumble suddenly echoed from afar. Even through layers of floorboards and walls, a faint tremor could still be felt beneath their feet. Immediately following was a second blast, more dense, and carrying the faint sharp screech of tearing metal. Su-hang looked up from the table, the playing cards in his hand instantly squeezed out of shape as his face turned deathly pale. "Brother, this sound. Is it artillery fire?" Jiang Yunyao stood up abruptly, his thick fingers gripping the windowsill with a death grip as his gaze swept toward the gloomy sky. Jiang Mumu instinctively nudged closer to Su-yu, her slender fingers gently grasping a corner of his shirt. Jiang Yunyao curled up in the corner of the sofa like a frightened quail, her arms tightly hugging her knees, her eyes filled with terror. In her daytime state, she possessed an instinctive aversion to loud noises. The artillery fire persisted for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. In the early hours of the 9th day of the apocalypse, while everyone was fast asleep, a continuous volley of automatic rifle fire completely shattered the night, crackling like a dense barrage of firecrackers. The source of the sound was clear, but it originated from the periphery of the quarantine zone near the city walls of Xingqing. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness, a cold gleam flitting across his dark pupils. He sat up and listened intently for a few seconds, still faintly catching several dull, heavy rumbles. The gunfire and artillery lasted for about 10 minutes before gradually thinning out, eventually swallowed by the howling wintry wind. A soft rustling came from the floor bedding beside him. Jiang Yunhao had also awakened. He rolled over, sat up, and lowered his voice. Brother Su, with such a massive commotion outside, could it be a horde of beasts attacking the city? It's hard to say, Suyu analyzed in a low, solemn voice. But with the cold wave plunging temperatures, if they can't find food in the wild Xingqing, which harbors over 10 million living souls, is nothing but a giant granary in the eyes of mutated beasts. Jiang Yunhao shuddered, pulling the zipper of his down jacket all the way to the top. After dawn, the area downstairs became noisy once again as more new refugees were packed into the residential compound. Baishui County had evacuated early, staying ahead of the total collapse. Those who flooded in over the last 2 days were mostly fleeing from the suburban counties surrounding Xingqing. Xingqing, an inland provincial capital with a population of 10 million, was like a giant sponge frantically absorbing fleeing survivors from all directions. Furthermore, over these past 2 days, people whose quarantine periods had ended were constantly being escorted out of the quarantine point by the military. Some were overjoyed, some dragged their families along, and others clutched their soul-remaining bundles, too terrified to take a step forward until they were urged along by the soldiers. On the morning of the 10th day of the apocalypse, the loudspeaker downstairs finally called out the building they were staying in. See you in Community Building 3A, rooms 402, 403, or 405. Your quarantine period has expired. Please gather downstairs with your personal belongings within 20 minutes. Latecomers will not be waited for. Su Hang instantly bounced up from his bedding on the floor. Brother, it's finally our turn. Pack our things first and wait until the neighbors have left. Suyu issued the command. Soon the hurried sound of a door opening echoed from outside. The man from the family of 3 on the left clutched his bundle, while the woman shielded their child tightly in her arms. As they passed Suyu's door, the man even quickened his pace, as if terrified they would fling the door open and rob them. The middle-aged couple on the right emerged next. The man guarded a bulging pack in his arms with both hands, his face filled with wariness as he immediately turned sideways, urging his wife and child to hurry downstairs. Once the footsteps completely faded from the stairwell, everyone quickly gathered the supplies in the room. With a wave of Suyu's hand, the extra bedding and toiletries were all swept into his spatial storage. In an instant, the room reverted to the dilapidated, barren state it was in before they moved in, leaving nothing but cold walls. Su Hang paused as he reached the doorway, looking back at the apartment they had inhabited for 3 days, and rubbed his chin. Let's go, there's nothing to see, Jiang Yunhao said, patting his shoulder. Carrying backpacks merely for show, the 7 of them made their way down the stairs. By now the stairwell was already packed with people. Everyone lugged bags of various sizes, their faces gaunt and sallow, worn with anxiety and bewilderment. The freezing wind howled through the windowless stairwell, leaving the shivering crowd trembling in the cold. As they reached the exit of the building unit, a long queue had already formed. A staff member checked names on a tablet while nearby soldiers held their rifles to maintain order. Though the barrels pointed downward, it was enough to make anyone attempting to cut the line shrink back. When it was their turn, the staff member looked up and swept his gaze over them. Su Yu Yichuame, Su Hang Jiang Mumu Lin, Qingli Jiang, Yunhao Jiang Yunyao. Upon hearing the names, Su Yu took a step forward. The staff member looked down to verify the screen, but the moment his eyes swept over the detailed dossier, under Su Yu's name, his finger tapping the screen froze abruptly. He quickly raised his head, his gaze lingering on Su Yu's face for an extra moment, and a subtle trace of wariness and solemnity immediately surfaced in his eyes. Shedding his previous casual demeanor, he politely pulled out several documents stamped with red seals from a nearby file box and handed them back with both hands. These are your quarantine clearance certificates, 1 for each person. Please keep them safe as they will be checked at the checkpoint. Su Yu accepted the stack of documents and looked down, glancing at his own and Jiang Yunyao's. Among the ordinary black and white printed documents, the top right corners of these 2 sheets were stamped with an extremely eye-catching square seal in bright red ink, Evolver. Su Yu calmly distributed the certificates and whispered, "Let's go." Walking with the crowd through the freezing wind for nearly 20 minutes, a quarantine checkpoint constructed of sandbags and barbed wire appeared ahead. At the turnstile, the soldiers waved them through after verifying their certificates. Just outside the checkpoint, a simple long table was set up. A burly logistics officer wearing a red armband and wrapped in a tattered military overcoat was listlessly distributing something to each person passing by. When it was Su Yu and the others' turn, the staff member handed over several paper slips printed with crude patterns. Listen carefully to the rules. The staff member didn't even lift their eyelids. Once you pass through this gate, you've entered Xing City. Your old paper currency and mobile phone balances are now worthless. Xing City enforces a strict rationing system. Vouchers are recognized, not money. Su Hang held the 2 palm-sized slips of paper and leaned in to examine them. Holy shit, grain vouchers worth 1 gene. This is like being thrown back decades overnight. The staff member tapped the desktop and pointed toward a signboard not far away. Go to the municipal hall to register your occupation and find work. Reinforce the city walls, haul supplies, do hard labor, and you'll receive grain vouchers. If you refuse to work, no one cares if you freeze or starve. Next, crossing the checkpoint, everyone formally entered the inner city of Xing City. Su Yu had assumed that under military administration the city would exude an aura of solemn discipline and order. But the scene before them resembled a vast and chaotic refugee camp. A 6-lane main street stretched out, flanked by buildings that had once housed upscale shopping centers and branded stores. Now all their glass display windows were sealed with wooden boards. Roller shutters stood half open, revealing interiors crammed tightly with dilapidated bunk beds and darkened floor mats. Pedestrians thronged the streets, residents in assorted worn clothes pushing wheelbarrows and carrying sacks, hurrying through the biting cold wind. There were no cars. The fuel had long been controlled by the military. Occasionally, a few military trucks rumbled past, kicking up clouds of dust mingled with ice crystals. Su Hang stood by the roadside, mouth slightly agape, gazing at the familiar high-rises in the distance, his eyes brimming with disbelief. I used to queue for 2 hours with classmates just to get a barbecue meal here. How did it become like this? Jiang Yunhao was equally stunned. I heard back in Baishui County that Xing City was the provincial capital. It should have been quite prosperous. Prosperity belongs to times of peace. Lin Qingli said faintly. After the cataclysm, the population exploded and supplies grew scarce. Just having a place to shelter from wind and rain is already something to be grateful for. They walked east along the main street. Passing a canvas shed, noisy voices echoed from within. Su Yu glanced sideways. It appeared to be some kind of labor market. Dozens of sallow, emaciated people crowded inside, eagerly raising their hands toward a few uniformed staff members. We're recruiting wall clearance workers here. 2 meals a day plus 3 gene of grain vouchers. A staff member wearing a red armband bellowed at the top of his lungs. Me? I'll do it. I'm strong. A gangly man shoved desperately through the crowd. We need heavy truck drivers here. Excavator operators will do too. 2 gene of grain vouchers per day, plus 3 steamed buns. Electricians. Substation emergency repairs. Skilled workers needed, the kind willing to risk their lives. 8 gene of grain vouchers per day for whoever dares. The chaotic shouts and shoving merged into a symphony of desperate survival. Yi Chunmei's heart raced as she watched, clutching Su Hang's arm tightly. Su Yu withdrew his gaze, his expression unreadable. Let's go. As the group prepared to move forward, the rumble of an engine shattering the ice on the ground echoed from behind. Everyone turned to see a black sedan approaching slowly, coming to a steady halt beside them. In Xing City, where even fuel was scarce, driving a private car through the streets was itself a privilege. The car door opened, and a familiar figure emerged from the driver's seat, wrapped in a dark gray down jacket, shrinking from the cold wind. It was Zhao Mingxian. His hair was somewhat disheveled, but his demeanor stood in stark contrast to those sallow refugees. Upon spotting Su Yu, a warm, familiar smile immediately spread across his face. Dr. Su, I've finally waited long enough to meet you. Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Director Zhao. You. Zhao Mingxian stepped forward with long strides and casually patted Su Yu's shoulder. Don't be surprised. My quarantine period ended a night earlier than yours. I entered the city last night. Su Hang, standing nearby, glanced between Zhao Mingxian and Su Yu. Brother, someone you know? Deputy Director Zhao Mingxian from Baishui County People's Hospital. He helped us greatly before the evacuation, Su Yu said, briefly introducing him to the others. Zhao Mingxian shook his head with a smile. Stop calling me Deputy Director. Who knows how many hospital signs are still standing these days? Making it to Xing City alive matters more than any title. Su Yu withdrew his hand, his tone calm. How did you know we'd be coming out today, Director Zhao? The roster. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, his smile unchanged. The list of personnel whose quarantine has expired is synced to our unit daily. I took a look this morning and came specifically to intercept you at the right time. His gaze swept over the group behind Su Yu, and he nodded approvingly. You all look in good health. It seems you didn't suffer from the cold in the quarantine zone. Su Hang muttered quietly from behind. We nearly froze to death. Zhao Mingxian heard him and quickly replied. Young man, you're being modest. The military's basic support for the quarantine zone was adequate. He paused, his eyes subtly scanning the disordered crowd around them before lowering his voice. Dr. Su, it's windy, and there are too many ears here. Could we speak elsewhere? Su Yu regarded him for a moment, then gave a slight nod. The group moved to the side of the black sedan, away from the envious gazes of the refugees. Zhao Mingxian sighed. This damned weather in Xing City grows colder by the day. I hear the mutated beasts outside the city walls are becoming increasingly numerous. Su Yu kept his hands in his pockets, his expression unchanged, awaiting his continuation. Zhao Mingshuan's smile faded and seriousness flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. Dr. Su, I'll be direct. The provincial government already knows there are 2 evolvers in your group. Su Yu's face remained impassive. You're well-informed, Director Zhao. Just the convenience of my position, Zhao Mingxian said, standing straighter. After we got out last night, we finally reached my uncle's former leader, who now handles talent coordination at the Provincial Emergency Command Center. His eyes burning with intensity, he continued, Dr. Su, we've shared hardships together. I've come on behalf of the provincial government to invite you to join us. Su Yu's eyes shifted slightly, though his face betrayed nothing. The provincial government, he countered, tilting his head slightly. Isn't the entire Xing city under military control at this point? Zhao Mingshuan's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly recovered. The military and the provincial government each have their roles, he laughed offhand. The military handles defense and security, while the provincial government manages livelihood and resettlement. We work in tandem. Su Yu did not press further, merely acknowledging with a soft hum. Noticing Su Yu's indifferent reaction, Zhao Mingshuan's brows furrowed slightly, and his speaking pace quickened noticeably. In short, Dr. Su, as long as you join the provincial government's Evolver team, the benefits will be absolutely superior. Inner-city housing, exclusive supplies, high-grain vouchers, all at the highest standard. Seeing Su Yu's expression remain utterly unmoved, he seemed to make a decision. Leaning in half a step, his voice dropping to an extremely low register with an earnest quality. You've just arrived here and known neither the people nor the place, but we forged our bond through blood and death in Baishui County. Joining the provincial government means at least having a backing. As for the military, there are too many rules and constraints, and they'll demand your life without hesitation, not suitable for someone with your ambitions. Su Yu fell silent for several seconds before finally speaking. Director Zhao, as you mentioned, we have just arrived in Xingqing and are unfamiliar with the surroundings. His manner was impeccably composed. We would like to first seek refuge with a relative and familiarize ourselves with the environment before deciding. He neither agreed nor refused. A hint of melancholy flashed in Zhao Mingshuan's eyes, but his smile remained unchanged on his face. It is only natural, but Dr. Su, given your medical skills and your group's capabilities, joining the provincial government system would seemingly be more suitable. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Su Yu. This is the Provincial Government Evolver Affairs Coordination Office. If you change your mind, you must contact me immediately. If you cannot reach me, mention my uncle's name, Chun Guodong. Chun Guodong was indeed the name of the first secretary of the Baishui County Party Committee. Su Yu took the business card and put it in his pocket. Zhao Mingxian patted his shoulder forcefully, turned around, opened the car door, and sat back in the driver's seat. Watching the car's tail disappear at the end of the street, Su Heng approached and whispered, Brother, what does Zhao Mingxian mean by inviting us to the provincial government? Isn't the military in control of Xingqing now? Su Yu did not answer immediately. Lin Xingli stuck her hands in her down jacket pockets, her ink-black pupils gazing at the tire tracks on the ground. He claims to represent the provincial government, but Xingqing is under military administration. Either the provincial government and the military are competing for power, or he is lying. Whichever it is, it shows that the internal situation in Xingqing is not simple. Jiang Mumu spoke softly from the side, her clear eyes observant. We should not rush to take sides. Su Yu gave an almost imperceptible nod. Just as he was about to turn back, a military jeep approached from the other end of the street. The car door was thrown open with a bang and 2 officers in military overcoats jumped down. The lead officer was in his early 30s, wearing a captain's insignia on his shoulders. His back was straight as a rod in the cold wind, and his sharp gaze swept over the crowd like a tangible force before settling on Su Yu. He strode forward, his long boots clicking crisply on the ground. Stopping in front of Su Yu, he raised his hand in a salute. Comrade Su Yu. Su Yu returned a nodding salute. I am. The officer took a document from a folder and presented it to Su Yu. I am Lin Yi from the Xingqing Military Region Evolver Recruitment Office. I am ordered to invite Comrade Su Yu and his companions to join the military Evolver forces. His words were precise and decisive, reflecting the characteristic efficiency of a soldier. Upon passing the assessment, you will be formally commissioned as a non-commissioned officer entitled to all benefits corresponding to your rank, as well as rations of Evolver resources. Su Yu took the document and glanced at it. It was a formal invitation letter with a bright red seal of the Xingqing Military Region stamped on the lower right corner. Yet he still made no response. Lin Yi stood rigidly straight, his voice resonant. Comrade Su Yu, we have already learned of your performance in Baishui County through Lieutenant Colonel Han Jing. Given your capabilities, joining the military would truly be worthy of your prowess. He took out a card from his pocket and offered it. This is the address of the Regional Recruitment Office. We await your visit at any time. Su Yu took the card, glanced at it, and nodded calmly. I will give it serious consideration. The officer did not press further, saluted again, and turned to leave with decisive efficiency. Su Heng watched the jeep's exhaust disappear down the street, then looked at the 2 distinctly different recruitment credentials in Su Yu's hands, his mind somewhat bewildered. Brother, this commotion. Before he could finish, a man and a woman quickly approached from the side. Although they wore ordinary civilian clothes, the fabric was thick and refined, and their demeanor appeared highly capable and shrewd. "Hello, Mr. Su. We are representatives of the Zhou family from the Xingqing Commercial Alliance." The man handed over a business card, his face beaming with smiles, quickly explaining their purpose on behalf of the Zhou family to invite Su Yu and his group to join them. The temptations offered were extremely direct: high-end housing in the inner city, supplies of luxury goods, large quantities of ration tickets, and even guarantees of satisfaction regarding women. Su Yu deftly parried with vague remarks, neither accepting nor explicitly refusing. Seeing that Su Yu was impervious to their enticements, the two did not persist, but left their address and retreated into the crowd with ingratiating smiles. After these three groups had completely dispersed, Su Hang was utterly dumbfounded. The refugees by the street were still scrambling to join suicide squads for a daily meal, while here the city's big shots were lining up to offer privileges. "Brother, so many people are competing to have us. It's not just us they're competing for." Su Yu lightly twirled the several business cards between his fingers, a cold sneer touching his lips as he pocketed them. "They're competing for evolvers." He had already noticed that it was not just them. Near the exit of the isolation point in the distance, several similar groups were also wandering about. Some were pulled aside for whispered conversations, some went directly with the vehicles, and others stood in the icy snow weighing the pros and cons. It seems evolvers have become highly sought after in Xingqing. Lin Qingli had obviously also noticed this and remarked dismissively. Su Yu did not respond. He looked down at the several business cards in his hand, then raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Xingqing was far more complex than he had imagined. The military, the provincial government, capital families, and aristocratic cliques. This vast web had only just begun to reveal its edges. "Let's go." Su Yu turned and beckoned to the group. "Where to?" Su Hang asked instinctively. "To the military region, or to find that Director Zhao." Su Yu's gaze swept over the address on Zhao Mingxuan's business card, then scanned the vehicles still waiting like rabbits by the tree in the distance before suddenly turning to Su Hang. "Didn't you say you had a classmate living in Xingqing? Where's her home?" Su Hang paused for a moment and began to stammer. In on the Xiangjiang side, it seems. It seems to be called Fengshu Residential Quarter. She chatted with me just 2 days before the apocalypse. Her family had stockpiled quite a lot of supplies." "Do you remember the exact address?" Su Hang hastily took out his phone and scrolled through it for a long time before finding a record in his notes. Su Yu glanced at it and nodded. "Let's go. We'll check this address first." Su Hang was so surprised that his mouth fell open. The cold wind rushed into his throat, making him cough repeatedly. Cough. "Oh, are we going now? What else would we do?" Su Yu looked at him over his shoulder. Su Hang opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his myriad questions and walked ahead silently. The accumulated snow made a teeth-aching crunch sound underfoot. On both sides of the street, originally bright shop windows had been nailed shut with wooden planks and tin sheets. In the corners of walls, figures wrapped in rags huddled together, their eyes numb like trash by the roadside. Walking less than 500 meters along the main street with 7 people, Su Hang's steps gradually slowed down. He scratched the back of his head and looked around. "Brother, I don't know the way." Su Yu gave him a sideways glance. "Aren't you a student at Xingqing University?" "I'm only a freshman. Besides, who used to measure the urban area on foot? Didn't we all take the metro and buses? Just tap the phone navigation and you'd arrive." Su Hang wore a wronged expression. "Well, no help from him." Su Yu glanced around, took out a ration ticket worth 1 jean from his pocket, and handed it to Su Hang. "Take this to ask for directions." Su Hang clumsily caught it and targeted a middle-aged man squatting by the wall, rubbing his hands for warmth not far away, then approached him. "Big brother, trouble you to ask for the way." The middle-aged man originally didn't even lift his eyelids. Only upon seeing the ration ticket did a pair of frozen cracked hands abruptly reach out, tightly grasping the ticket into his palm. He vaguely pointed eastward. "Go straight, turn left after 2 traffic lights, and keep walking." After saying this, he stood up, tightened his tattered cotton-padded jacket, and without looking back darted into a nearby narrow alley. His movements were so quick, as if afraid Su Hang might change his mind. The group walked against the wind for 15 minutes before rounding a bend to discover that the area to their left had been sealed off with temporary sheet metal fencing. The roar of heavy machinery echoed from within. Towering cranes turned slowly against the ashen sky, leaving not even a sliver of passage. "What the fuck? They're building a defensive wall, not heading to Xiang River." Su Hang stamped his foot in rage, turning back. "That bastard took our ration tickets and pointed us down a dead end. I'm going back to settle this with him." "Hold it." Su Yu grabbed the back of his collar, his voice cold. "He's long gone. Inside the inner city, there are plenty of con artists who trick people with nonsense for food rations. Consider it tuition." The wind swept several tattered plastic bags past their feet. "Enough, save your strength." Su Yu's gaze crossed the long street and settled on an old man crouching beside a brazier on the opposite side. The brazier burned furniture scraps of unknown origin, spitting black smoke. "Excuse me, elder, I need directions." Suyu squatted blocking half the wind with his body and produced a ration ticket. How do I get to Fengshu residential area near Xiang River? The old man hunched his neck, raising wary eyes to size up their group of 7. His gaze lingered several seconds on their clean clothes and relatively well-fed complexions. When he spotted the ration ticket, his Adam's apple bobbed violently. He snatched it quickly and tucked it into his innermost layer of clothing. Fengshu residential area? That's far. You'll need to go east across more than half the city. His shriveled lips pursed and clicked twice before he pointed. Keep straight along this main street. When you see an overpass, turn south. You won't reach that area until you've crossed the river. How far? On foot. The old man grinned, revealing yellow gap-toothed gaps. 3 or 4 hours at least before you even reach the edge. Young man, you're new to the inner city, aren't you? Su Hang, standing nearby, clicked his tongue. Is Xing City really this big? The old man returned his hands to the brazier, his wizened fingers trembling. The inner city spans over 10 li in circumference, and the Xiang River runs straight through it. See that commotion over there? Just building that ring of defensive walls mobilized over 2 million people. Tell me, is that big or not? After thanking the old man, the 7 continued eastward against the bitter winter wind. After nearly 3 hours, the weakest members of the group were already breathing heavily, their exhaled breath frosting the scarves around their necks. The team took shelter from the wind beneath the portico of an office building. Suyu retrieved several compressed biscuits from his spatial storage and distributed them. Huddled in a windblown corner, they hurriedly swallowed the dry food with cold mineral water. Brother, look over there. Su Hang choked, rolling his eyes back, pounding his chest as he pointed at the wall across the street. Where notices about missing persons should have been posted, the surface was now plastered with colorful paper scraps, red backgrounds with black text, handwritten notes on scrap cardboard, all kinds mixed together. Lin Qingli swallowed her food and approached to examine them, reading softly. Single room, daily rental, 2 Jin of ration tickets. 4-bedroom apartment, sublet, 15 Jin per day. There are even capsule bed spaces. Half a Jin per day. She turned back, eyes wide with surprise. With the current situation, hasn't the authorities issued mandatory requisition orders for private properties? Oh, sharp-eyed beauty, didn't you just escape from outside? A middle-aged man wrapped in a cotton-padded coat, a tattered briefcase tucked under his armpit, suddenly emerged from behind a concrete pillar. He rubbed his hands together slyly, weighing the 7 of them from head to toe, lingering a moment longer on their neat clothing. The authorities declared early on that private property inside the inner city would not be touched to keep the locals calm. He rubbed his reddened hands. So interested in renting legitimate apartments with title deeds officially stamped. Then what about those relocated from the suburbs, eh? Lin Qingli fixed him with a steady gaze. The middle-aged man sneered. Where would they stay? Under bridges, on the streets. Tents were tolerable a few days ago, but with this damn weather, dropping tents become ice houses. People have frozen to death. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Right now in the inner city, a roof that blocks the wind is a lifeline. Hey, bosses want a room? No thanks. Suyu rejected him coldly, filing the information away, and waved his hand to lead the group onward. The farther east they went, the more vendors appeared on the streets. On both sides of the road, every few paces someone crouched with a cloth spread before them, displaying an eclectic array of goods. There were old clothes, lighters, flashlight batteries, and even someone selling a few battered books and a pair of reading glasses. Every transaction recognized only 1 currency, ration tickets. Su Hang scanned the scene in passing, muttering under his breath. Just like the black markets described in history books. Jiang Yunhao's gaze swept warily over several vendors with hostile expressions before he replied grimly, far messier than black markets. Only places without rules look like this. Watch your bags. Hardly had he finished speaking when a burst of cursing erupted from the intersection ahead. Clang. Several stainless steel thermoses and iron spoons rolled far down the icy asphalt. 2 burly men flanked a emaciated vendor on either side. One lifted his foot and stomped hard on the vendor's cloth. Can't understand human speech, can you? Street stall fees are due every 3 days. Pay up or get the hell out of here now. The vendor knelt on the ground, scrambling and rolling to gather his scattered belongings. His cracked lips moved, spilling incoherent pleas for mercy. Numerous passers-by walked past, yet all pretended to be blind and deaf, quickening their pace to circumvent the scene. Go around. So you didn't even pause, issuing the order directly. As they rounded the corner, a 3-wheeled motorcycle suddenly sped out from a side alley. 3 men rode aboard, wearing mismatched clothes, but all sporting walkie-talkies at their waists and reflective police vests over their jackets. One even wore a fluorescent yellow traffic officer vest. The motorcycle skidded to a halt at the intersection. The lead man leapt off, pointing a rubber baton at the thugs and barking sharply. What the hell are you doing? Who gave you permission to lay hands on someone? Disperse. The 2 domineering bullies exchanged a glance. Unexpectedly, neither dared to retort. They spat viciously on the ground, grumbling as they turned and melted into the crowd. Watching from a distance, Suyu noticed the faint outlines of gun holsters behind those police officers. Their movements were lax, but their positioning instinctively covered each other's angles. A makeshift unit barely holding things together. Are these the ones maintaining internal security? Lin Qingli murmured, clearly having noticed the ragtag nature of the squad as well. Not enough troops. Suyu withdrew his gaze. All the regular military is deployed at the city walls and outer defensive lines. The city can only rely on veteran officers from before cobbled together into patrol teams. These guys can intimidate with firearms under normal circumstances, but if a real riot breaks out, they won't be able to control it. Jiang Mumu clutched her backpack straps tightly, her face pale from the cold. Does that mean anything could happen here as long as the patrol isn't around? Suyu didn't answer directly. Instead, facing the wind, he zipped his jacket to the very top, concealing half his face. Stay close. Try to reach Fengshu residential area before dark. See if we can get a clearer picture of what Xing City is actually like now through Su Hang's local classmate. At 2:40 in the afternoon on the west bank of the Xiang River, the river wind struck like a bone-scraping steel blade carrying shards of ice that stung their faces. The river flowed through the city, it stretched so vast that no end could be seen at a glance. Suyu gazed into the distance, spotting a massive steel interception net stretched across the river near the walls on both banks. Along the defenses on both banks, besides the dense searchlights and heavy machine gun watchtowers, were mounted numerous large whaling harpoons with thick steel cables and mechanical winches. Those steel cables are so thick. Jiang Yunhao stuffed his frozen red hands into his sleeves and gasped. Whatever they're guarding in this river is definitely enormous. In this era where all things have mutated, the waters certainly harbor countless unknown variant creatures. It's not just about defenses. Suyu's gaze narrowed slightly as he turned away from those mechanical winches. The authorities are systematically hunting the mutated creatures in the river. That coarse, gamey mutant beast meat distributed to evolvers at the isolation point most likely came from catches pulled from these waters. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. A steel concrete bridge spanned the river with scattered pedestrians crossing it. The group crossed the bridge to the east bank, navigated through a maze of narrow alleys for nearly half an hour, and finally spotted the crumbling wrought iron gate of Fengshu residential community at the end of their sight. Glass from the guard room lay shattered across the floor with only a few cardboard pieces loosely patched over the drafts. Inside the compound, the green belt had long been cleared away, leaving bare frozen soil, and figures could be seen moving in and out at the stairwell entrance. This is the place. Su Hang quickened his pace, revitalized. Don't look back. Suyu followed close behind, stopping at the compound entrance and lowering his voice. About 50 meters to the left rear, there are two tails following us. I felt something was off when we crossed the bridge, Lin Qingli said, her gaze chilling. Should we find a dead end and take care of them? No rush. Suyu calmly scanned the refugees around them. Among us, some of us look well-fed and neatly dressed, like conspicuous fat sheep in this inner city. Being targeted is only natural. For now, hold back and gather intelligence first. The ground of the residential area was covered with a thin layer of ice that crunched underfoot. Su Hang checked the address on his phone. Building 3, Unit 2, 501. Let's go. The group crossed the open space, heading toward Building 3. The unit door on the first floor of Building 3 stood ajar, the spring mechanism broken, the iron door propped open with a brick. Power was still on, but the elevator had stopped working. The stairwell plunged into darkness. The incandescent bulbs had burned out at some point, and only the faint gray light seeping through windows on each floor made the steps barely visible. Suyu led the way upstairs, but when he reached the fourth floor landing, a jarring noise suddenly erupted from above. Please give me 2 more days, my daughter. An elderly man's voice, trembling with sobs, cut off abruptly. A man's harsh voice growled downward. 3 days should have been generous enough. Today's the deadline. You know, Brother Zhang, his patience runs thin. Please don't hurt him, my father is truly very sick. The moment this slightly hoarse female voice rang out, Su Hang behind him tensed completely. Though much rougher than the girl he remembered, she seemed like a stranger now. He still recognized her voice. Certain things in her tone couldn't be altered. Li Yi. Su Hang breathed, about to charge upward. Suyu held him back, stepping ahead to the 5th floor first. The stairwell was cluttered with debris, the musty smell mingling with traces of blood reaching their nostrils. Behind a half-closed door came the sound of shoving and a woman's muffled sobs. Uncle Li, that's not how you put it. Another slick male voice chimed in. Brother Zhang, taking an interest in your daughter is a blessing your family lineage earned. Many would kill to be in your position. Your father's illness can't wait. Those wounds are rotting. Without medicine, he'll die. Girlie, you should go with Brother Zhang. For medicine and ration coupons, isn't it all just one word from him? Suyu halted at the doorway, peering through the crack. Inside the dim room, a middle-aged man slumped on the sofa, had a sallow complexion and beaded with sweat. They're Li Yi's father. Beside the bed, a gaunt woman clutched her daughter's hand tightly. The girl, flanked by 2 men, wore an oversized padded jacket, stained with grease, her hair chopped unevenly, her face smeared with soot. Yet those defiant eyes and the occasional glimpse of fair wrists still revealed her true nature. I won't go. The girl gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse. I'll find another way to get the medicine. Find another way. The smooth-talking man grabbed her chin. With your family's wretched state, what way could you possibly find? Su-hang, unable to contain himself any longer, clenched his fists so tightly that the words barely escaped through gritted teeth. It really is he. The person before him, short hair pressed against her scalp, face caked with grime, collar peeled from wear, looked nothing like the girl in white who used to serve him sweet and sour pork ribs. She was like a stray cat, eyes wide with terror and wariness, a world apart from his memories. Su-yu flipped his wrist, producing a sheathed wild geese feather sword that appeared in his palm as he passed it over. Lin Qingli took the blade, her thumb tracing lightly along the hilt before she nodded slightly. Su-yu stepped aside half a pace, turning his gaze to Jiang Yunhao and Su-hang. Leave those two inside alive, just barely. Jiang Yunhao grinned, his towering 1'9" frame lunging forward as his shoulder crashed into the door. With a sharp bang, the door flew inward. The two thugs inside were caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. One had just started cursing, "Who the hell?" when Jiang Yunhao strode through the doorway. His powerful hand seized the man's collar and yanked him off his feet, swinging him around to slam into the wall with a heavy thud. The old plaster crumbled away in sheets. The sickening impact of his skull against the walls silenced the room instantly. He rolled his eyes back, foam gathering at his lips, and collapsed. The second slick-looking man moved faster, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging forward, but Jiang Yunhao kicked him down before he could strike, sending the blade flying from his grasp. Su-hang charged in with eyes blazing red like a feral beast, yet he remembered Su-yu's instruction to leave the man breathing and didn't bother retrieving the dagger from the floor. Instead, he straddled the man, gripping his collar with both hands, knuckles white and veins bulging on his forearms, unleashing a torrent of suppressed rage as his fists hammered into the man's face again and again. No words were spoken. No pointless curses, just the damp, heavy sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoing through the dim room, punctuated by Su-hang's labored, ox-like breathing. The entire upheaval transpired in a mere matter of breaths. Li Yi froze in place, staring at the group of strangers who had descended from the heavens, and the moment she clearly discerned the face charging at the very front, her entire body instantly stiffened. Su-hang. Her parched lips quivered slightly as though she had suddenly become agonizingly aware of her current wretched state. Caked in grime, with hair jaggedly chopped like a dog's gnawing. Her hands instinctively recoiled deep into her baggy, tattered sleeves, attempting to conceal the backs of her hands, which were covered in chilblains. She took half a step backward, her eyes devoid of any ecstatic joy of a long-awaited reunion. Once that fleeting trace of embarrassment passed, her eyes were rapidly flooded with an intense bewilderment and wariness resembling that of a feral stray cat. It's me. Su-hang scrambled up from the ground, a few drops of blood splattered across his face, his expression fraught with agitation. How did you end up like this? Li Yi, however, did not answer him. Her gaze, laden with defensiveness, swept across Su-yu and the others before she asked in a raspy voice, "Who are you people?" From the corridor outside the door, two muffled thuds suddenly echoed, immediately followed by a flurry of chaotic and suppressed footsteps stumbling down the stairs in flight. Su-yu remained motionless by the door, knowing that Lin Qingli had already dealt with the two tails trailing them. He walked straight into the room, looking down imperiously at the slick-tongued man who was struggling to get up from the floor. "Who sent you?" You guys are dead meat," the slick-tongued man blustered, trying to act tough. "Brother Zhang has dozens of men under him. If you dare touch me." Without waiting for him to finish, Su-yu nodded toward Jiang Yunhao. Understanding the gesture, Jiang Yunhao stomped down. With a dull crack, the man shrieked like a slaughtered pig. It's broken. My ribs. I'll talk. Zhang Shun sent me to get her. He has his eyes on this girl. We are just errand boys, please don't." Errand boys. A sliver of coldness flickered in Su-yu's eyes. "Scram back and deliver a message. This girl is under our protection." As Jiang Yunhao lifted his foot, the slick-tongued man scrambled to his feet, dragging his unconscious accomplice as they retreated toward the door. Just as they rushed to the corner of the stairs, they screeched to a halt, their faces turning deathly pale with terror. A tall, cold, and glamorous woman stood blocking the corridor like a deity of death, holding a sheathed long saber. On the steps near her feet, glaring streaks of blood had not yet dried. Lin Qingli swept a frigid gaze over them. The two thugs dared not even breathe, pressing themselves against the musty walls like stray dogs, scrambling and crawling down the stairs to flee the building. Jiang Yunhao shut the wooden door behind him, sealing it with a click, completely shutting out the world outside. Silence descended upon the room, broken only by the heavy, labored breathing of Father Li on the sofa and the occasional crackle of the charcoal fire from the dilapidated coal stove in front of it. A few pieces of old wood salvaged from somewhere, and two half-crushed coal briquettes burned inside the stove, emitting a faint red glow that barely dispelled the biting cold. Yet the thick, lingering scent of blood on these newcomers caused the atmospheric pressure in the room to plummet to freezing point. Like a stray cat with its fur standing on end, Li abruptly spun around to shield her parents. The oversized worn cotton coat hung loosely on her frail frame, and beneath her jaggedly cut short hair a pair of vigilant eyes swept intensely over Su Yu and his companions. What do you want in exchange for saving us? Her voice trembled, yet it carried a near-desperate clarity. Su Heng took a heavy step forward, his eyes reddening as the veins on the back of his hands bulged. It's me, Su Heng. This is my brother. Who were those two men just now? We clearly came to save. Save me. Li let out a bitter laugh, a trace of blood seeping from her cracked lips. She gripped the hem of her cotton coat, tightly squeezing so hard that her knuckles turned an unnatural pale white. Su Heng, in this world no one saves another for nothing. Tell me, what are you after? Food coupons? Or something else? Su Yu had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, a flicker of approval crossed his eyes. This girl had brains and was sufficiently clear-headed. We need information, he said calmly, stepping past Su Heng. We have just entered the city and are completely in the dark. You are a local? Just explain the inner workings of Xingxing clearly. Li stared at Su Yu for several seconds. Once she was certain he was not joking, her tense shoulders slowly relaxed. Is it really that simple? Correct. Su Yu's gaze shifted to Father Li's right arm on the sofa, which was swollen and shiny. The gauze was already oozing yellowish-green pus, and the red swelling had spread above the elbow joint. But before that, we must save your father's life. He knelt down, pressing his fingertips around the wound. The man let out a muffled groan of pain as pus seeped out from the edges of the gauze. It is a common infection, not yet septicemia. We can suppress it with anti-inflammatory drugs and fever reducers, and then clean and dress the wound. He will recover. Su Yu stood up, reaching his hand into his backpack, though in reality he was retrieving them from his spatial storage. He placed a box of cephalosporin, a blister pack of acetaminophen, and a medical kit onto the coffee table one by one. What made Li's pupils contract slightly was that the bottle of liquid medicine had clearly been extremely well insulated. When it was first taken out, a faint wisp of condensation actually rose from the bottle's surface, standing out vividly in the dim glow of the stove fire. Li's gaze clung to the pristine medicine as if she had been burned. Her lips trembled for a long time before she finally managed to squeeze out, "How many food coupons do you want? An advance payment for the information." Su Yu did not look back. Having already put on plastic gloves, he began to unravel the gauze. As the scissors cut through the old gauze stuck to the flesh, a foul stench of decay and blood wafted through the air, overpowering the smoky scent of the coal stove. Using tweezers, he gripped a cotton ball soaked in hydrogen peroxide, meticulously clearing away the pus and necrotic tissue around the wound. Father Li clenched his teeth, his body convulsing repeatedly from the excruciating pain. Beside him, Mother Li turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. 10 odd minutes later, the wound was cleaned and bandaged, and the fever reducer had been administered. By now, Father Li was somewhat delirious, whether from the fever or the pain, but his breathing had noticeably stabilized. Mother Li silently retrieved a tattered cotton coat from the corner, draped it over him, and tucked the edges in tightly. Li glanced at the bandaged wound, and the tension she had held for days finally broke. She stood up and bowed deeply to Su Yu, her voice thick with emotion. Regarding the information you want, I will tell you everything I know. By this time, Su Yu had removed his gloves. After wiping his hands clean with an alcohol wipe, he sat down on a dilapidated wooden chair in the living room. Sit down, let's talk. His gaze swept over to Li. How did a city under military control end up in such a godforsaken mess, eh? Unable to hold back any longer, Su Heng pulled over a stool and sat down, his tone urgent. I chatted with you just 2 days before the apocalypse, and you said you had food and drink at home. How on earth did things turn out like this? The flickering firelight reflected on Li's face. Her grime-covered facial muscles twitched as she squeezed out a smile that sent a shiver down Su Heng's spine. It was 8 days ago. She spoke each word deliberately, tucking her frozen hands deep into her sleeves. Back then, my family was still doing well. My father was a supplier for supermarkets, and the stockpile in our warehouse could have fed us for half a year. But you have no idea how many refugees have flooded into Star City these past few days. The outskirts have been completely abandoned. Everyone is crowding into the inner city, and supplies grow tighter by the hour. But the real turning point came on the 6th day of the apocalypse. She paused, lowering her voice even further. Before that, Star City was under full military control, an iron grip. When the military gave orders, the people below obeyed, and order was still relatively normal. Then, for some unknown reason, the military suddenly handed over control of civil affairs and resource distribution in the inner city. The old provincial officials resurfaced and took over the day-to-day operations of Star City. As she spoke, she tugged self-mockingly at the oversized padded jacket she wore. That very night, the situation changed. Some men with guns broke down our door. They claimed they were there for unified resource allocation and started hauling things away. When my father tried to stop them, they slashed his arm. Everything in the house was stripped clean. Li raised a hand and gestured at the empty room around them. All that's left is this hollow shell of a house. Since the property is still under my father's name, they couldn't just seize it outright. Didn't the police do anything? Su-heng shot to his feet, his chair scraping across the freezing floor with a harsh screech. Do what? With what? How could they possibly handle it all? Li Yi let out a cold laugh. Later my father's wound became infected, and he developed a fever. He needed antibiotics. On the black market, a single pack of cephalosporin cost 50 jin of grain rations. She paused. Even pooling every last bit of savings our entire family had, we still couldn't afford it. She looked at Su-heng, her eyes, once always bright with laughter, now dry as a winter-cracked riverbed. Su-heng, in today's Star City, being fine, without any backing, only makes you a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered in someone else's eyes. It's a death warrant. Silence filled the room, broken only by the faint crackle of burnt coal chunks tumbling into the ash basin. The red glow from the coal stove flickered unsteadily, casting its light precisely upon Li Yi's hands, covered in chilblains and split with bleeding fissures. Su-heng's gaze locked onto those hands. In his memory, those same hands had once handed him a steaming cup of milk tea. His mouth opened and closed again, his chest heaving violently, yet not a single word came out. After a long while, as if drained of strength, he slumped back onto the stool, gripping its edges so tightly that the veins on the backs of his hands bulged. The last remnants of innocence he had carried over from the peaceful era were utterly crushed by the bitter wind in this broken room. Su-yu observed all of this in silence. He offered no words of comfort. In the apocalypse, lessons can only be learned through blood and pain. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze sharpened as he returned to the main point. So right now the inner city is split 3 ways. The military handles city defense, the provincial government handles civil affairs and resources, and local merchant guilds are taking advantage of the chaos. A tripartite rule, is that right? Li Yi nodded. Yes, each faction governs its own territory, but Star City is falling into greater disorder by the day. Su-yu leaned back in his chair, rapidly sorting through all this information in his mind. Many things that had once been vague suddenly became crystal clear. The power structure in Star City's inner district was even more chaotic than he had predicted from the quarantine zone. The military held the walls and outer defenses, the provincial government had taken over livelihood and resource distribution, and local capital forces had seized the opportunity to grab a share. No wonder Zhao Mingxian was in such a hurry to recruit people early this morning. Having just defected to the provincial government, he was clearly eager to prove his worth as quickly as possible. Su-yu remained leaning back in his chair, his gaze settling once more on Li Yi's face. Zhang Shun. He tossed out the name directly. Do you know where he comes from? How many men does he have under him? Li Yi tucked her frozen hands even deeper into her sleeves, her hoarse voice laced with hatred. Before the catastrophe, he ran 3 nightclubs and was deep in the gray businesses. He used to control the underground order along the east bank of the Xiang River. When Star City's order collapsed, people like him actually thrived. He gathered all his old thugs and recruited more desperate men. He must have at least several dozen under him now. Every small household within 2 blocks of this area has to pay him protection fees. Those who can't pay with grain rations, the women get dragged off to. And besides, I heard he has connections with people in power. What about the patrol units? Jiang Yunhao frowned, his thick palms still pressed against the doorframe. Li Yi looked at him, her face showing no mockery, only the numbness ground out by reality. Most of the city's surveillance is already down now. When the patrols show up, his people scatter. Once the patrols leave, they come back and take brutal revenge. Anyone killed gets dragged into an alley to freeze overnight. By the next day, they look no different from any other refugee who died of cold on the streets. Su-yu filed this information away silently, neither pursuing the topic nor pressing her. Instead, he raised his second question. Evolvers, have you heard of them? Li Yi blinked blankly, her cracked lips moving twice. Evo. What? Su-yu rephrased the question. People whose strength suddenly increases, whose speed becomes faster, or who can consume far more food than ordinary people. Have you seen anyone like that in the city? No, Li Yi answered quickly, even with a hint of self-mockery. People like us spend every day wondering if we'll still have food tomorrow. Who has the energy to care about those rumors? I only know the mutated creatures outside the city keep growing in number. Su-yu tilted his head slightly upon hearing this, and exchanged a glance with Lin Qingli beside him. A flicker of understanding passed through Lin Qingli's jet-black pupils. She lowered her voice. It seems the officials have kept the information tightly sealed. The refugees at the bottom haven't even heard of it, yet they're already rushing to recruit people. Not only that, Su-yu tapped the frozen wooden table lightly twice with his knuckles, his gaze darkening slightly. In just a few short days, the 3 factions in Star City have completed their power split and territorial division. The speed is almost impossibly fast, defying all reason. The situation in Star City was far more intricate than he had imagined. Without pursuing the topic further, Su-yu rose to his feet and walked to the windowsill. He cracked open the window, a sliver to glance down at the terrain below, then knocked on the slightly bulging, load-bearing wall with the back of his hand. This is a good spot, close enough to the main street, and the structure is sturdy. We're not leaving tonight. We'll stay here. So you turned around and made the final call. Li Yi jerked her head up, her eyes instantly filled with terror. No, you absolutely cannot stay here. She blurted it out, and in her urgency her voice had gone terribly hoarse. Those two men will definitely report back. Zhang Shun has dozens of men under him, and you injured his people just now. He won't let this go. She was breathing heavily, her gaze suddenly sweeping toward her father and mother on the sofa. An overwhelming terror of death made her abandon all pretense and restraint in an instant. She grabbed Su Hang's sleeve with desperate force, her fingernails nearly digging into the fabric, her voice trembling with the humblest of pleas. Su Hang, I'm begging you. Please ask your brother to take us with him. As long as he can get my whole family out of this neighborhood, I'll work for you like oxen and horses for the rest of my life. Su Hang's face twisted with conflict, and he subconsciously turned his head. Brother. Dozens of street thugs. Going out to lie low is pointless. Su cut him off without hesitation. A bottomless despair flashed in Li Yi's eyes. She could only think that this man in front of her was incredibly arrogant. How could a few people possibly stand against a local gang boss with dozens of subordinates? Her lips moved, ready to continue arguing her case. Click. A dull metallic thud echoed across the wooden table, cutting off all of Li Yi's words. In the center of the square table lay a black pistol that hadn't been there moments before. Cold, hard metal gleamed with a chilling, ominous light. The air in the room seemed to freeze completely at that moment. Li Yi stared fixedly at that gun, her pupils contracting violently. In today's Star City, inner-city firearms represented absolute martial dominance, nowhere near comparable to a few kitchen knives. Zhang Shun, having dozens of men under him, is his business. Su picked up the pistol, expertly ejected the magazine, with one hand glanced at it, and clicked it back into place. Whether I can slaughter them all is my concern. He holstered the gun beneath his coat, and looked down at the frozen girl. Now shut up and do as I say. Li Yi's throat convulsively swallowed. The appearance of the gun was like a heavy hammer, forcibly shattering the despair in her heart, and barely steadying her crumbling composure. Though the fear in her eyes had not completely faded, she dared not utter another word at this moment. Su secured the gun, turned directly, and said, Mumu, take Qingli and my mother to tidy the bedroom and prepare the bedding. Yunhao Xiaohang, check all the doors and windows. The group dispersed. Twilight flooded through the windows from outside, darkness fell rapidly. Su walked into the kitchen, his back to the living room, and reached into his backpack. With a mental command, supplies from his spatial storage precisely emerged: self-heating rice meals, braised pork, vacuum-sealed marinated snacks, ham, sausages, chocolate, and mineral water. He laid each item one by one onto the square table in the living room. He pulled open the heating pack, poured in cold water, and the hissing sound of boiling rang especially loud in the silent room. Within 5 minutes, rich meat fragrance and sweet rice aroma mingled together. In that dilapidated room, hovering around -10 degrees Celsius, this scent was like a spiritual poison, frantically stimulating taste buds that had been starving for far too long. Li Yi was feeding her father water when her movements suddenly froze. She stared fixedly at the steaming, self-heating rice and the opened braised pork on the square table. Her emaciated stomach spasmed with cramping pain, her throat convulsively swallowed without control, and saliva quickly flooded her mouth. Li's mother stood rooted to the spot, half a hardened steamed bun still gripped in her hand, her entire body frozen. Come eat. Su pushed 3 portion meal boxes to the edge of the table and jerked his chin toward the Li family of 3. Li Yi gazed at the food, her hand halfway extended before stopping abruptly. She knew the rules of this new world too well. Such a meal could purchase several lives outside. After eating this meal, does our family's life belong to you? She stared at Su with a hoarse voice, her eyes carrying the last remnants of vigilance. Su didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply tossed a pair of disposable chopsticks into her hand. Eat until full to have strength for tonight. As for your lives, that depends on how you fight for them. Those words completely stripped away the last protective shell that Li Yi had been clinging to. She lowered her head, picked up a box of rice, and took a bite. The scalding grains reddened her lips, yet she did not stop. She picked up a piece of braised pork and shoved it into her mouth. The moment the fat exploded across her dry mouth, huge tears splashed into her meal box. She made no sound, simply swallowing bite after bite, her shoulders trembling violently. Li's mother held another portion of food, first feeding her husband several spoonfuls of broth, before lowering her own head to eat hastily and cautiously, as though fearing the meal would vanish in the blink of an eye. Yi Chunmei sat over and whispered soothingly, "Take your time, don't choke. There's still water here." Upon hearing this, Li's mother's tears fell even more heavily. Su Hang sat nearby, watching the girl who once scrutinized calories before even sipping milk tea, now devouring food desperately like a stray dog, and his eyes stung uncontrollably. He offered no cliched words of encouragement, only quietly transferring a braised egg from his own bowl into her container. Li Yi stopped eating and raised her crimson-rimmed eyes to look at him. Su Hang tugged at the bandage on his face, pretending nothing was wrong. "Eat. In the cafeteria before, you used to pile ribs onto my plate, claiming you couldn't finish them while dieting. Today this braised egg counts as me paying you back. Li Yi gripped her chopsticks tightly, her lips trembling violently, yet unable to speak a single word. She lowered her head and chewed the sauce-covered egg forcefully, swallowing it down along with her choked sobs. Suyu observed the scene without interruption. In this apocalypse, a hot full meal and a loaded weapon were far more effective than 100 hollow promises. On the east bank of the Xiang River, near Maple Tree Residential Quarter, stood a 4-story detached building. Most of its exterior plaster had peeled away, windows were tightly shuttered with curtains, and a dim yellow ceiling light burned on the ground floor. In the ground floor hall, over 20 people huddled together around 3 iron fire pans, clutching hard flour buns that crumbled at the touch. 7 or 8 bulging woven sacks were piled in the corner of the wall, their tied openings revealing packaging edges of rice flour and compressed biscuits. From the second floor came a muffled woman's cry, soon interrupted by a heavy thud followed by a man's indistinct cursing. No one downstairs bothered to look up. On the worn sofa directly facing the door, a stocky man with a buzz cut sat with his legs crossed, gripping a sharpened military knife with a piece of charred black hardened meat impaled on its tip. He tore off a large chunk, the meat stringy and tough as he chewed like old beef sinew, while a strong gamey stench spread through the air. The 20-plus people below listened to those heavy chewing sounds, unconsciously swallowing sour saliva, yet none dared to glance upward. Brother Shun Xiaozhou and Lao Huang from the lookout have returned. At the doorway, a thin-faced young man poked his head in, speaking in a hushed tone as a gust of cold wind swept in from outside. Zhang Shun swallowed the last bite of meat, wiped his knife on a rag, and nodded toward him. 2 men in tattered black cotton jackets slipped in with hunched shoulders. One had a clearly broken nose bridge with blood smeared across half his face. The other's right wrist swelled like a steamed bun, hanging limply at his side, and trembling constantly, his cotton jacket caked with dust and grime. Shunji. Old Huang, whose nose bridge had been flattened, collapsed to his knees with a thud the moment he stumbled through the door, his voice thick with sobs. Over at Xiang River Bridge. We caught ourselves a big one. 7 people, 3 men and 4 women. Dressed clean from head to toe, their complexions rosy and flushed with health, each one carrying a backpack on their shoulders. Old Huang gestured wildly with his hands. The best part is there were 3 women among them. Faces like that, figures like that. Back in the old days, the only place you'd ever see that was on a screen. At the words supplies and women, the sound of gnawing on stale steamed buns in the first floor hall died instantly. Several coarse, ragged breaths rose from the shadows. Gulp. Is that for real? In times like these, there are still catches like that. Someone beside the fire basin couldn't help swallowing hard, a greenish gleam of hunger and lust intertwining in his eyes. Zhang swallowed the meat in his mouth. A greedy flash of fire swept through his gaze, yet he didn't let his excitement get the better of him. Instead, his brows knotted into a tight, unyielding crease. Clean from head to toe, parading around with a few pretty women in tow. Zhang Shun sneered coldly. Old Huang was your brain, made just to make up your height. In times like these, how many fat sheep who dare to strut around like that have you ever seen live past tomorrow? The moment the words left his mouth, he spun his blade and pointed it at the 2 men. And weren't you 2 supposed to be keeping watch at the bridge? Then who the hell beat you into this sorry state? Old Huang's eyes darted evasively, and a cold sheet of sweat broke across his back in an instant. How could he possibly admit he'd been sent running home by a woman? If he told the truth, Shunji would have him chopped up and fed to the dogs before the day was out. He gulped hard, gritted his teeth, and blurted out a lie. Shunji, those people were seriously creepy. We were scouting out the stairwell of Building 3 at Maple Tree Residential Complex when they ambushed us from the shadows. We weren't ready for it and got kicked down the stairs. Zhang Shun paid no heed to Old Huang's lie, riddled with holes as it was. He saw through their nonsense at a glance, but didn't call it out. He simply snorted, useless. Then what? We lost them. Didn't dare go back up. Zhang Shun gave a grunt about to speak when a sudden violent commotion erupted from the doorway. With a resounding bang, the door was thrown open. Shunji, something terrible's happened. Of the 2 thugs Su Yu and the others had driven from room 501 earlier, only the oily-mouthed one came staggering and stumbling and lurching. Half the oily man's face was caked in blood. Clutching his chest, he kept sucking in sharp gasps of cold air. The moment he crossed the threshold, he hurled himself at Zhang Shun's feet. Zhangji. Cough cough. Something happened. Old Li sighed. Some seriously vicious characters showed up. Zhang Shun's brow furrowed fiercely. He seized the oily man by the collar. Where's Delu? I sent you to demand that girl from the Li family. How the hell do you have the nerve to come back alone looking like a ghost? The oily man trembled all over from the pain, his voice quivering. Delu got slapped into the wall by some 9-foot-tall monster. Whether he's alive or dead, I don't even know. I really couldn't carry him anymore afterward, so I just dumped him halfway there. And that bunch had the gall to throw down a threat before they left. Zhang Shun's body tilted forward slightly, the words squeezed from his nostrils accompanied by a furious teeth-gnashing hiss. What kind of threat? They said They said that girl is under their protection now, and they told Shunji to stay the hell away. A twitch rippled across Zhang Shun's eyelid. He first turned to look at the two subordinates who'd been kicked down the stairs, then swiveled back to the oily man, the muscles at the corners of his mouth spasming twice. Building 3 at Maple Tree Residential Complex. The oily man nodded frantically. Damn it, they're all from the same crew. Zhang Shun released his grip on the oily man's collar, his expression so dark it looked as if water were about to drip from his face. Just some outsiders who only just rolled into town not knowing whose territory this is, and they dare to touch my people. The oily man, prostrated on the ground and drenched in cold sweat from the pain, tried to counsel him. Shunji, how about we feel them out first? That bunch is a bit weird. The kid leading them doesn't look like much on the surface. But for outsiders who just got to town to act this cocky, I reckon they might have someone backing them from above. Feel out my ass. Zhang Shun cut him off coldly, the dagger in his hand suddenly stabbing deep into the grain of the coffee table. Were they wearing leather coats, military, or police uniforms? And no, they were all in regular down jackets. Carrying long arms, rifles on their shoulders? No guns at all, I swear. They were all armed with cold steel. At those words, the taut tension in Zhang Shun's shoulders eased imperceptibly by a fraction, and a cruel arc slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. He knew perfectly well in his heart that this group absolutely could not be evolvers. Any outsider evolvers who came into town would have been poached away the moment they arrived. That gnawing hunger, that craving wasn't something just anyone could resist. Just a bunch of broken blades and nothing but raw nerve, and they dare to strut around town with a handful of prime women sticking their noses into my territory to boot. He shot to his feet, kicked over the coffee table before him, and his voice exploded through the hall. These bastards are already shitting right on our necks. If we swallow this, who's going to hand over their ration tickets to us tomorrow? Think you can take a swing at my people and feel that my nameplate Zhang Shun's isn't hard enough? He swept his gaze across the subordinates gathered in the hall, and his voice abruptly rose. Hosey, get 3 men down to stake out the foot of that residential building. Wait until full dark, then everyone grab your weapons. I'd like to see for myself whether those 7 people of theirs grew 3 heads and 6 arms, and whether they can really stand up to my 50 or 60 brothers. The subordinates scrambled to their feet one after another, letting loose wails and howls like ghosts and wolves. Zhang Shun plucked a cigarette from the coffee table, tucked it between his lips, and lit it by the fire basin. Ignoring the howling rabble below clamoring about their flesh, he ascended alone to the 2nd floor. At the far end of the 2nd floor hallway was a small room, tightly locked. Zhang Shun produced a key he kept close to his body, opened the door, stepped inside, and bolted it behind him. The room was modest in size. A sheet metal cabinet stood flush against the wall, 3 padlocks hanging from its doors. He undid all 3 locks and reached into the deepest part of the cabinet, retrieving a hard object wrapped in oilcloth. Layer after layer of cloth fell away to reveal a black Type 92 pistol lying at the center, a fully loaded magazine resting beside it. This was his trump card, obtained at great cost. Even his closest subordinates didn't know he possessed such a thing. No matter how tough your fists are, can they really be faster than this? Zhang Shun shoved the magazine into the grip with a crisp click and cocked the slide with practiced ease. He felt the unyielding metallic outline pressed against the small of his back, and the last lingering flicker of wariness toward unknown tough guys faded into nothing. He stood by the window, peering through the cracks in the planks at the dark, heavy snow outside, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'd like to see for myself, old man, whether that head of yours is bulletproof. Meanwhile, at the Lee household. After dinner, Lee's father's breathing had finally steadied, the fever reducer had taken effect, and the dense beads of sweat on his forehead had subsided by half. Lee's mother kept vigil by the sofa, tucking the edges of the thin blanket over and over again, as if only this gesture could bring her peace. Suyu drew out a napkin and dabbed the corner of his mouth, then rose to his feet. Lee, the young woman who had been tidying up the meal boxes and scraps, went stiff all over her head, jerking up in an instinctive reflex. Suyu looked down at her, his gaze cool. Where is Zhang Shun's lair? The living room fell dead silent for 2 seconds. What? Lee parted her dry, cracked lips, glancing out at the pitch-black night sky. Are you going to attack him? Not attack. Suyu zipped up his down jacket, his tone nonchalant. I am going to exterminate those scumbags. The address. The words caught in Lee's throat instantly. Looking into Suyu's entirely cold, emotionless eyes, she forced herself to swallow back the words. They have dozens of men. The east bank of the Xiangjiang River, 300 meters south of the bridge, had a 4-story detached building. Suyu nodded, turning to walk toward the bedroom. Follow me. Su Hang and the others filed in one after another, the door shutting behind them with a sharp thud. The moment the door closed, Lee, standing outside, felt her heart seize violently. Inside the bedroom, Suyu flicked his wrist. Their weapons materialized on the makeshift bedding on the floor. Su Hang, quick-eyed and swift-handed, caught his own ring pommel saber. The others picked up their respective weapons as well. Finally, Suyu turned to Jiang Yunyao in the corner. The bedroom lights were off, illuminated only by a sliver of faint light filtering in from outside. In the darkness, Jiang Yunyao's heterochromatic eyes, a striking blend of blue and green, glowed with a heart-stopping, eerie light. Su Yu handed over the black Type 92 pistol. Jiang Yunyao reached out with both hands and caught it steadily. With none of her daytime timidity left, she flicked her thumb against the side of the gun, releasing the magazine with a sharp click. Glancing at the brassy bullets inside, she slammed it back in with her palm, chambering around with a crisp clack. This seamless, fluid motion made Jiang Yunhao's eyelids twitch as he watched from the side. 6 rounds. She looked up at Su Yu, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering with a cold luster in the dim light. Is that enough? Su Yu asked. As long as I can reach the 5th floor, 6 rounds will take 6 lives. She lowered the barrel, letting the weapon dissolve into the shadows. Su Yu nodded slightly, then turned to face the group. Yunhao, Mumu, Yunyao, the 3 of you will stay behind and guard this place. The safety of the 3 from the Li family, plus my mother, all 4 of them, is in your hands. Jiang Yunhao snapped to attention immediately. Brother Su, you're not taking me with you. Defense is more important than offense. Su Yu cast a glance at him. If anyone sneaks up, Yunhao, you block the door. Yunyao will provide backup fire. Jiang Yunhao grimaced. Though reluctant, he still nodded firmly. Understood. Jiang Mumu walked up to Su Yu's side and looked up at him. Her lips parted slightly, but in the end she said nothing. Su Yu reached out and gently ruffled her hair. He pulled open the bedroom door and stepped out. In the living room, Li Yi and Mother Li exchanged bewildered glances, having no idea what was happening inside, until Su Yu pushed open the door once more, walked out, and stopped in front of her. Lead the way. Li Yi froze. Me. It's too dark. You know the way. But I. She instinctively took half a step back. Su Hang followed him out of the bedroom, holding a thick black down jacket. He strode over to Li Yi, and without a word wrapped the jacket around her, zipping it all the way up to her chin. Don't be afraid. Su Hang gripped her wrist tightly. Stay close to me later, and don't fall behind. Li Yi looked down at her captured wrist, her lips trembling slightly. Her instinct was to pull her hand away, but when she met Su Hang's earnest gaze, she stopped herself. The 4 of them stepped out of the apartment, stepping on the icy slush in the stairwell as they headed down. When they reached the corner of the 2nd floor, Su Yu did not slow his pace. Ahead near the 1st floor exit, 3 dark figures were huddled inside the building entrance. One was stamping his feet with arms crossed to keep warm, while the other 2 crouched in the corner. The sound of footsteps alerted the 3 men. Aided by the reflection of the snow, the leading thug's eyes clashed directly with Su Yu's gaze. He then looked at Lin Qingli and Su Hang behind him. Their hands were hidden deep inside their oversized down jackets, the hems of which bore the subtle, heavy contours of concealed weapons. The thug instinctively stepped aside to clear the path. His calves trembled betrayingly as he pressed himself hard against the wall, squeezing out a smile that looked worse than crying. This wretched weather. The roads are slippery, watch your step, folks. Su Yu didn't even spare them a glance, leading his group straight past them. The footsteps of the 4 faded into the distance over the snow. The 3 thugs remained in place, staring at each other in stunned silence. It took a full minute before the heavy sound of exhaling breath echoed in the stairwell. One of the thugs felt his legs go weak and slid down against the wall. Fuck. When that guy in the lead looked at me, I swear to God, I thought I saw a ghost. Those must be the people old Huang talked about, right? Should we follow them? The leading thug slapped him with the back of his hand, keeping his voice extremely low. Follow my ass. Didn't you see the long weapons hidden in their coats? You want to go up there and die? Zhang Shun only gave us 2 stale, unleavened buns. You really want to throw your life away for that? He spat on the ground. Besides, there are still people in room 501. We just need to keep our eyes glued to the upper floor to report back. The 3 of them exchanged looks and silently crouched back down against the wall in unison. On the streets outside the residential area, the wind and snow raged fiercely. The sub-zero 20-degree wind swept in from the direction of the Xiangjiang River, whipping tiny shards of ice against their faces. Only a few scattered streetlights remained lit, their orange halos shattered into fragments by the swirling snow. Su Hang deliberately quickened his pace by a couple of steps to walk ahead of Li Yi, using his own body to shield her from the biting headwind. He fished a piece of chocolate from his pocket. It had softened slightly from his body, its tin foil wrapping crumpled and wrinkled. Take this. He pressed the chocolate into Li Yi's hand. Li Yi looked down at the warm chocolate in her palm, a wave of bitterness rising in her throat. Without saying a word, she tore open the wrapper and took a small bite, letting the sweetness melt across her tongue. By the dim light of the street lamp overhead, she gazed at the back of Su Hang, who was shielding her from the wind. That back seemed much broader than she remembered. Turn left ahead, she whispered. The 4 of them turned into a narrow alley, passing through 2 rows of abandoned storefronts. At the end of the alley was the head of the Xiangjiang River Bridge. The bridge was completely deserted, with only the accumulated snow casting a deathly pale gleam under the streetlights. Across the bridge, and then south. In less than 20 minutes, a detached 4-story building came into view. A dim yellow light spilled from the 1st floor, and the faint chaotic buzz of human voices could be heard from within. Su Yu stopped 50 meters away from the building. Is this the place? Li Yi nodded, shrinking back behind Su Hang, her voice trembling. There are at least 20 or 30 people inside. Su Yu ignored her, turning to Lin Qingli. Qingli, the back door and windows are yours. Lin Qingli nodded, her hand resting on the Yanling saber concealed at her waist. With a swift movement, she vanished into the shadows on the side of the building. Su Yu then looked at Su Hang. Protect her. Don't let her out of your sight. Su Hang squeezed Li Yi's hand tightly and nodded firmly. Su Yu turned and walked toward the tightly shut iron gate. On the eastern bank of the Xiang River, smoke and haze drifted lazily through the first-floor hall of a 4-story standalone building. Zhang Shun sat astride a battered leather sofa with the commanding poise of a warlord. His face darkened with menace as he cast a cold, appraising gaze over the thugs who had gradually gathered in the hall. What had begun as some 20 men had with each new summons swelled into more than 30 desperate souls, now hovering around the tin braziers, machetes, and steel pipes clutched in their hands, barely able to contain their bloodlust. Brother Shun, when do we move? A burly, shaven-headed thug sidled up, rubbing his chilblained hands together. What's the rush? Zhang Shun stabbed his dagger into the coffee table, fished a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. Pale smoke curled upward beneath the sallow glow of the overhead lights. I've already sent Hosey to keep watch. Once we've got enough men, we'll hit them all at once. Anyone bold enough to cross us tonight will perish in Fengshu community. He rose to his feet, cigarette pinched between his fingers, and swept his gaze across the room of hired killers. Pointing forward, he began his pre-battle rallying, dangling the bait before them. Listen up, brothers. That group's haul is nothing short of extraordinary. Clean supplies and 3 women so gorgeous they could grace the cover of any magazine. Once we take them down tonight, whatever meat I Zhang Shun get to eat, I'll be sure to leave you fine brothers a taste of the finest broth. Brother Shun is unstoppable. Let's slaughter those out-of-towners. The hall, inflamed by the promise of beauty and bounty, erupted into pandemonium. Whistles and wolfish howls rose in discordant chorus, and one man struck his machete against the floor tiles hard enough to send sparks flying, hollering with abandon. Zhang Shun drank in the racket of his men and smiled in satisfaction, preparing to issue a few final instructions. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air without warning. The heavy sealed door was sent flying inward, slamming directly into the nearest tin brazier and overturning it. Glowing red embers scattered in all directions, and the thugs sitting nearest the entrance were swept away by the door panel, shrieking as they tumbled across the floor. Howling wind and driving snow surged in through the breach. The hall's clamor died as if a hand had clamped shut every throat. 30 pairs of stunned eyes turned in unison toward the doorway. A young man of slender build stood amid the ruined lintel, brushing flecks of snow from his shoulders. Behind him, snowflakes swirled through the inky blackness of night. Su Yu. He stepped into the hall, his gaze sweeping unhurriedly across every face present. Which one of you is Zhang Shun? The hall fell deathly silent. 30-odd thugs gripped their machetes and steel pipes, yet not a single one surged forward in that first instant. It wasn't for lack of will. It was the image of that door hurtling inward that had shattered every man's mind. That was a solid iron door. A single kick, just one. Holy shit. It's him. It's that crew. Cowering in a corner, the oily-mouthed man instantly recognized Su Hang and Su Yu. He shrieked in terror, writhing against the wall as though electrified, desperate to burrow into the bricks themselves. Zhang Shun froze before the sofa, his eyelids twitching violently. He had never imagined the enemy would arrive so swiftly, and with just 2 companions dare to smash head-on through the gates of his stronghold. He fixed his gaze on the young man at the door, then glanced at the iron door lying 5 or 6 meters away. His Adam's apple bobbed heavily. I'm Zhang Shun. He straightened slowly, his right hand stealthily reaching toward the small of his back. His voice remained steady. Brother, which road do you walk? We can talk this. Oh, get him. Kill him. Before Zhang Shun could reach his pistol, the bald-headed thug, eager to prove himself, struck, first brandishing his machete and charging with a wild howl. Where the first moved, the rest followed. The desperate men surged forward with frenzied roars. Su Yu didn't so much as furrow a brow. The bald thug closed the distance, machete whistling through the air as it arced down towards Su Yu's skull. Su Yu shifted his footing, almost imperceptibly sidestepping with fluid ease. His elbow snapped upward in a vicious counter, striking dead center of the man's chest bone. A sickening crack rang out. The bald man's chest caved inward instantly, and his entire body hurtled backward 4 or 5 meters, plowing into 3 or 4 others behind him and sending them crashing into a tangled, screaming heap. The second thug, machete raised, couldn't even discern how Su Yu had struck. A vicious front kick caught him square in the abdomen, and he folded like a shrimp, skidding 5 or 6 meters across the floor before slamming into the base of the wall, vomiting blood and slipping into unconsciousness. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Su Yu carved through the throng using only his fists, elbows, and knees. 3 of the most primal and direct weapons of the body, moving as though through an empty field. Every collision was accompanied by the brittle snap of splintering bone and heart-wrenching wails of agony. Against an evolver, these ordinary men moved with the clumsy speed of children. In less than 40 seconds, the hall was strewn with groaning bodies. The thick stench of blood overpowered the lingering scent of charcoal. 3 thugs, their courage shattered, screamed as they bolted sideways, attempting to smash through the windows in desperation. Crash! The glass had barely begun to splinter when a blade of biting cold flashed in from outside, like a striking serpent. Lin Xingli, already positioned outside the window, swept her goosequill saber inward through the gap. The blade met no resistance as it carved through the lead thug's forearm, blood spraying across the shattered glass. The 2 behind him shrieked in abject terror, scrambling backward on hands and knees. They dared approach neither the windows nor the back door another inch. Suyu stood at the center of the hall, his breathing steady, not a single wrinkle disturbing his clothes. His post-evolution physique barely registered these common thugs. They were less than a warm-up. He lifted his gaze, his vision cutting through the writhing wreckage of fallen men, to settle precisely on the lone silhouette still standing before the sofa. Zhang Shun. At this moment, Zhang Shun's face had gone pale as the snow beyond the window. He stared at the carnage before him, his temples throbbing. 30-odd brothers. They hadn't held out for even a single minute against one man's onslaught. That inhuman speed, that terrifying eruption of strength. An evolver, without question. And one vastly superior to himself. A high-tier evolver. Zhang Shun's back was drenched in cold sweat. His right hand gripped the handle of a Type 92 pistol tucked at his waist with white-knuckled desperation. Yet his fingers had turned to iron, trembling violently. Draw. Could he even land a hit? Suyu's ghostly evasion left him no confidence of a clean shot. Miss once and he'd share the bald thug's fate. A chest bone caved in by a single elbow. No, it would be far worse. Suyu was already striding toward him through the pooling blood. Zhang Shun's pupils contracted to pinpoints. The next instant, the muscles in Zhang Shun's legs bulged grotesquely, his trousers straining taut, until the outer cotton fabric tore apart with a sharp rip. He slammed his foot into the ground. The tiles beneath him shattered instantly, and his entire body launched skyward like a cannon shot. The boss is making his move. The thugs huddled in the corners snapped their eyes wide open. They watched as Zhang Shun completed an impossibly contorted folding motion, mid-air, his twin knees crashing down toward the floor with thunderous force. Thud! A dull boom. The tiles beneath his knees cracked instantly. Harnessing the momentum, his entire body slid forward more than 2 meters and dropped directly to his knees at Suyu's feet. His hands shot high above his head. What he held in his palm was unmistakably that Type 92 pistol he had treasured upstairs just moments ago. Big brother, I just polished this gun tonight. I was waiting for you to take it. Zhang Shun shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his posture reaching the lowest point of servility. It was this humble subordinate's ignorance, and my worthless men were even more blind. I insulted your men. I deserve to die. This pistol is but a token of respect. I am willing to serve you as dog and horse from now on. A deathly silence fell over the hall. The thugs clutching their wounds wore expressions as if they had seen ghosts. Their ruthless boss Shun, holding a real weapon, didn't dare fire a single shot, and simply knelt in submission. Suyu looked down coldly at the local bully kneeling at his feet. For several seconds of silence, his fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Finally, he reached out and took the Type 92 pistol from Zhang Shun's raised palms. Pressing his thumb, he ejected the magazine and glanced at it. Fully loaded, 15 rounds, excellently maintained. He slid the magazine back into place and sheathed the pistol with practiced efficiency. His gaze returned to Zhang Shun, a flicker of deep meaning crossing his eyes. You are also an evolver. Outside the door, hearing the commotion settle, Su Heng immediately brought Li Yi into the hall. The moment Li Yi stepped across the threshold, her feet froze, her eyes wide with shock. Dozens of armed thugs lay scattered about, blood and ash mingled across the floor. The local bully who had once driven her entire family to despair now resembled a stray dog with its spine broken, cowering at Suyu's feet without daring to breathe loudly. Su Heng stepped forward, grinning, and winked at her over his shoulder. See, I told you nothing would happen. Li Yi's cracked lips trembled, yet no sound could escape her throat. Suyu casually dragged over a broken wooden chair and sat down, crossing his legs as he looked down at Zhang Shun. I have a few questions. Think before you answer. Ask away, big brother. Zhang Shun pounded his head against the ground repeatedly. When did you awaken? What ability? Zhang Shun's spine trembled violently, his words tumbling out fast. 3 days ago. My legs mutated. My jumping power exploded. I can leap straight from the first floor to the second. Suyu glanced at his legs, the muscles knotted and twisted. But a single limb enhancement was at most a green-tier trait, of little real value. Who do you work for? The Zhou family. The Zhou family of the Xingqing Business Alliance. Zhang Shun disclosed his allegiance without hesitation. Suyu leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Do you know how many evolvers are currently in Xingqing? Zhang Shun hesitated, then lowered his voice. From what the Zhou family told me, the awakening tide erupted starting from the 6th day, and by then there were already around 20 to 30,000. Their abilities vary wildly, but most are quite weak, not much stronger than ordinary people. Xingqing had a population of 10 million. This ratio was actually reasonable. Have all these evolvers been recruited? We have no choice but to recruit them. Zhang Shun's face twitched violently, his tone laced with bitterness. After awakening, the hunger is so intense you could gnaw on table legs. Ordinary food is completely useless. Only mutant beast meat works, but all that meat is controlled by those above. If you really don't want to join up, you can hunt on your own, but that's just sending yourself to death. Who among ordinary people would dare? Su Yu's eyes flashed. The military, the provincial government, and the business alliance. All three are competing for people, eh? Yes. Zhang Shun clung to this like a lifeline, desperately trying to prove his worth. The military offers official positions, the provincial government provides high benefits, and the business alliance grants freedom. I found the system too restrictive, so I joined the alliance. At this point, he cautiously glanced upward, hurriedly changing his words to make amends. If I had known Big Brother ruled this area, you could have given me 10 times my courage, and I still wouldn't have dared to come here to collect grain tickets. Su Yu ignored his flattery and went straight to the next question. Has anyone lost their sanity after awakening? Zhang Shun didn't understand at first, confusion written all over his face. Su Yu added, I mean someone who doesn't look human or beast, bites anything they see, completely gone mad. Zhang Shun's expression changed instantly, and he shivered. Yes. He swallowed hard, his voice dropping lower. 2 days ago I saw it with my own eyes. A man in his 30s went berserk in the middle of the night, his body erupting with black fur and hard armor, plates, his nails transforming into spikes over 10 centimeters long. He was extremely fast, tearing into anyone he encountered. When the patrol team arrived, he had already bitten dozens to death. It took the military deploying 2 armored vehicles with mounted machine guns just to kill him. A grim expression flickered across Su Yu's eyes. Malicious mutation. The brain was rewritten, sanity completely lost, reducing him to a mere beast. Where did they take the corpse? Taken away by the military in trucks. Zhang Shun strained to remember. I heard from the Zhou family that those mutants who completely turned into beasts were all sent to a biological research institute on the east bank of the Xiang River. Do you know what exactly the research institute does? Not at all. Not even flies can get through the outer perimeter. I only know the military sends supplies there every few days. Su Yu filed this information away and abruptly changed the subject. On the 6th day in Xingqing, the situation changed drastically, and the military handed over some of their authority. What was the reason? Zhang Shun's face filled with panic, and he shook his head desperately. Big Brother, someone at my level. They wouldn't tell me this. I've only been with them for 3 days and haven't even met the Zhou family members. Su Yu stared at him for 2 seconds, convinced he wasn't lying. Then what about the business alliance? You must know something about that, right? I'm familiar with this. Zhang Shun eagerly jumped in. The business alliance is mainly led by the Zhou and Qin families. Before the catastrophe, the Zhou family was in heavy industry. They owned machinery factories and steel mills. Now they're helping the military produce wall steel plates and weapon components. The Qin family started in pharmaceuticals. They control drug factories and warehouses. Antibiotics and surgical supplies are more precious than gold in these times. These 2 families have rallied over a dozen smaller clans together. They have the people they need and the factories they need. Even the provincial government has to show them some respect. Su Yu rapidly connected this information in his mind, and a rough puzzle of Xingqing's power structure gradually took shape. The military controlled the walls and forced the provincial government held administrative power and population management, and the business alliance controlled factories and civilian supply production lines. The 3 sides were interdependent, yet secretly vying against each other. Then where does the mutant beast meat in the business alliance's hands come from? This question made Zhang Shun stumble. He was stumped, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. I only know there's a fixed channel. We collect supplies every 3 days. Where exactly the goods come from, the Zhou family keeps it tightly hidden. Su Yu suddenly stood up, his cold gaze sweeping across the floor where the howling thugs lay. Anyone who met his gaze instinctively shrank their necks, and the hall fell completely silent. Su Yu lowered his eyes and looked coldly at Zhang Shun. From now on, your life belongs to me. The protection fees from these streets are all cancelled. Zhang Shun smashed his head violently against the floor tiles, making thudding sounds. Wherever Big Brother points, I'll never go the opposite direction. Su Yu gave him a meaningful look before turning and walking toward the door. Wind and snow whipped against their faces as they stepped out once more from the small building, which still cast a dim yellowish glow. Li Yi's legs were still somewhat weak, and she shuffled forward, half supported by Su Hang. The freezing wind rushed down her throat, yet it did nothing to suppress the surging hostility and resentment in her chest. She could not help but look back, staring intently at that illuminated window. How did he just kneel? How could he just kneel and beg for mercy like that? Her voice trembled, laced with a gnashing hatred, but even more so with utter disbelief. In that previous moment, a wild hope had actually blossomed in her heart. How she wished Zhang Shun had shown some spine. Even if that beast had only drawn his blade to resist like a true local tyrant, it would have sufficed. As long as Zhang Shun dared to strike back, Suyu, who walked ahead, would have snapped his neck without a second thought. She had fully expected to see Zhang Shun become a corpse. Who could have known that the fierce and arrogant tyrant would not even dare to utter a peep before Suyu frantically kowtowing like a spineless cur just to cling to life? Intense malice and regret churned wildly within her chest. Li Yi bit her lower lip so hard she could almost taste copper. But the moment her gaze brushed past Suyu's cold, imposing figure ahead, her body froze, and she forced herself to swallow the question, "Why didn't you just kill him?" She did not dare. She could only suppress her resentment deep inside. Suyu did not look back, yet he seemed to have long deciphered the thoughts she harbored. Braving the swirling snow, he tossed back a chilling remark. "In the apocalypse, might is the only right." Lin Qingli emerged from the shadows to the side, casually sheathing her Yinling saber. She cast a sideways glance at Li Yi, her eyes carrying a discerning indifference. The river wind blew continuously, but this time Li Yi felt it was not as cold. Downstairs at Fengshu Community, the three lookouts from before had already vanished without a trace. In room 501 on the 5th floor, the security door cracked open from the inside. Zhang Yunhao peered out warily, and upon confirming they were his own people, he quickly pulled the door wide open. "Brother Su, is it done? Everything is settled." Suyu stepped into the room, casually brushing the snow off his shoulders. Following Su Hang into the apartment, Li Yi's frayed nerves finally unraveled. She slid down against the wall as if drained of all strength, burying her face in her knees as she wept bitterly. Seeing her daughter in this state, Mother Li immediately rushed over in a panic, wrapping her in an embrace and murmuring reassurances. Meanwhile, Jiang Mumu dashed out of the small bedroom, plunging into Su Yu's arms and nuzzling against him. She tilted her face up to examine him thoroughly. Once assured he was completely unharmed, she obediently took half a step back. She knew Su Yu's way of doing things all too well. Braving the blizzard to go out was never merely about standing up for someone else. Her clear eyes darted slightly as she suddenly asked, "Brother Yu, that gang of local thugs must know a lot about the inner city. Did you manage to squeeze any valuable intelligence out of them this time?" In the corner, Zhang Yunyao sat quietly on a low stool, a pistol resting flat across her knees, her heterochromatic blue-green eyes gleaming with a cool luster in the dim light. Lin Qingli locked the security door behind them and picked up where Jiang Mumu left off. Zhang Shun only disclosed some of the superficial networks of interest, Lin Qingli said after a brief pause, sharing the clues she had gathered. Currently, the number of evolvers in Xingqing is surging, but the mutated beast meat required to sustain them is strictly controlled by three parties: the military, the provincial government, and the local business alliance. Jiang Yunhao frowned deeply upon hearing this, and Su Hang paused his motion of handing a tissue to Li Yi, turning his head to look over. Suyu walked to a wooden chair in the living room, sat down, glanced at everyone, and took over the conversation. What Qingli mentioned is merely the surface. Monopolizing the beast meat is simply the result of dividing the spoils, Suyu said, his gaze darkening. The deeper reason must stem from the rift in power that occurred on the 6th day of the cataclysm. The room fell into absolute silence save for the faint crackling of the charcoal in the brazier. Suyu pieced together the fragmented information. Although we didn't get the exact reason from Zhang Shun, combining it with our experience during the day, Zhao Mingxian was evasive, speaking only of the provincial government while deliberately avoiding the military. This proves that on the 6th day some major upheaval must have occurred in Xingqing, which the common people at the bottom simply remain unaware of. Crouched by the brazier to warm his hands, Su Hang suddenly snapped his head up and asked eagerly, "Brother, what do we do next?" Suyu stood up abruptly, tossing back 2 decisive words. "Sleep." "What?" Su Hang looked utterly bewildered, his face practically plastered with question marks. A moment later, everyone retired to rest. Suyu lay on his floor bed, closed his eyes, and felt the continuous surge of warmth within his body. He suddenly clenched his fist, and a series of subtle, rapid pops echoed from his knuckles. The profound sense of power, so dense it almost overflowed from his body, was intoxicating. His consciousness sank into his space, and his virtual status panel lit up. Source Essence 71. 39. Gene Slot 11. Gene Expression Progress 7. 3. Strength 14. 1. Neural Response 11. 2. Constitution 9. 6. During the 3-day isolation period, the continuous nourishment from the mutated beast meat combined with the autonomous expression of the golden trait caused all 3 of his attributes to soar. A strength of 14. 1 meant his explosive punching power was now 3 times that of his pre-cataclysm self. Tonight, those 30-odd blade-wielding thugs had been as fragile as rotting wood, a testament to the reality of these formidable stats. Yet Suyu felt not a shred of complacency. His gaze swept over the carcass of the monstrous bird in his cold storage and the fierce image of that fully armored evolver officer in Baishui County swinging his battle axe suddenly flashed across his mind. That kind of monstrous strength was at least 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary human. Perhaps the quality of the other man's trait was far inferior to his golden one, but because he had awakened earlier, his gene expression progress held an absolute advantage. As for himself, all he lacked was time. Suyu rolled over, burying his thoughts deep within. Drowsiness washed over him, and the winter night of the 10th day of the apocalypse gradually dissolved into the endless, swirling snow. The morning of the 11th day of the apocalypse. The moment Suyu opened his eyes, the burning hunger in his stomach surged once more. It was even more intense than yesterday. With every notch, the golden trait's expression progress advanced, his body's craving for energy deepened. He sank his consciousness into his space. Inside the cold storage, the carcass of the monstrous bird hung silently, its feathers, bones, spurs, and talons preserved exactly as they were when first collected. With a thought, he skinned and sliced off the bird's 2 thighs. Thicker than an adult's arm, they were at least several times larger than the beast meat supplied by the military. He then retrieved metal skewers, a grill, wire mesh, and a box of charcoal from his space. Sitting before the half-extinguished stove in the living room, he brushed aside the ash, revealing a faint red glow beneath. Tossing in a few fresh pieces of charcoal, Suyu blew on them twice, and flames immediately flared up. He transferred the lit coals into the grill, piled on more charcoal, and set the wire mesh on top. He then sliced the meat, impaled it with several metal skewers, placed them on the grill, and began to roast it. Suyu stared at the beast legs slowly changing color over the charcoal fire, his fingers rhythmically turning the iron skewer while his mind raced at breakneck speed. The mutated beast meat distributed by the military to the evolvers was entirely roasted, and only in minuscule portions. Stewing in a large pot was clearly more efficient, yet they deliberately chose this time-consuming method. Either roasting prevented a certain unique energy substance within the mutated beast meat from dissolving and draining away in water, or there was some other underlying reason. Regardless of the reason, since the military uniformly adopted this method, there had to be data support from the Biological Research Institute behind it. Therefore, he also opted for roasting, wishing to test whether consuming more mutated beast meat would accelerate his evolutionary speed. Before long, grease began to slowly drip onto the charcoal, erupting in a dense crackle of sizzling pops. A pungent, choking wild musk wrapped in a charred aroma gradually flooded the entire room. "Brother, what on earth are you roasting so early in the morning? This stench is enough to make someone pass out." Suddenly, Su-Hang rushed out of the second bedroom, covering his mouth and nose. He poked his head out to glance at the slightly blackened roasted leg on the grill, his entire face contorting in disgust. "So you did not look back? Mutated beast meat. You can't eat it." Su-Hang retched twice, hastily tore off 2 clumps of tissue paper to stuff into his nostrils, and slipped away to the bathroom. An hour later, the meat was finally cooked. Suyu tore off a piece, popped it into his mouth, and chewed vigorously. Coarse, gamey, and with fibers so thick it felt like chewing on tree bark. The texture was almost identical to what the military had distributed. Wrapping one of the large roasted legs in clean craft paper, he turned and handed it to Jiang Yunyao, who was standing behind him. She had long been awakened by the pungent odor standing nearby, and unable to tear herself away. Suyu could distinctly hear her swallowing her saliva. "Eat it while it's hot." Jiang Yunyao accepted it with both hands and murmured her thanks. As expected, her features scrunched up at the first bite. However, her chewing grew faster and faster, her small cheeks puffing up repeatedly as she took another bite. Suyu turned to pick up his own portion and took a large bite. Scalding juices exploded between his teeth, and his stomach instantly responded with a wave of intense burning heat. That persistent, deep-seated hunger was swiftly suppressed. "Brother Su, can ordinary people really not eat this?" Jiang Yunhao stood at the doorway of the second bedroom, watching his sister devour the meat ravenously, his tone laced with a hint of envy. "It hasn't been tested," Suyu said, quickly swallowing the last bite. "Why don't you be the first guinea pig?" Sniffing the lingering gamey stench in the air, Jiang Yunhao decisively abandoned the idea. The others began to wake up one after another. Suyu retrieved self-heating rice meals and canned luncheon meat from his spatial storage to distribute among them. Soon the sweet aroma of hot rice drifted through the living room, masking the previous gamey odor. After the meal, Jiang Mumu cleared away the leftovers, while Su-Hang helped Yi Chunmei pour the freshly boiled water into the thermos. Lin Xingli leaned against the doorframe, wiping her weapon. She painstakingly wiped the blade of her Yenling saber multiple times with a cloth, her movements showing immense patience. Suyu sat down in the living room, leaning back against the worn wooden chair, and closed his eyes. As his consciousness drifted inward, he could clearly sense the large chunk of mutated bird meat he had just consumed being rapidly digested, transforming into an endless scalding torrent of heat that washed through his limbs and bones like a surging river. This continuous surge of heat from within was far more violent and robust than when he had consumed the small piece of military ration beast meat back in the quarantine zone. Clearly his hypothesis was correct. As long as the body could withstand it, consuming more flesh of mutated beasts could indeed directly and substantially accelerate genetic evolutionary speed. While Suyu silently savored the powerful transformation within his body, Su-Hang paced around him 3 times before finally losing his patience. Brother, the military, the provincial government, and the merchant alliance have all shoved their business cards into our hands. Which side are we actually joining? What's the point of you just sitting here? Suyu continued to rest his eyes. Waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the fish to bite. Su Hang was completely bewildered and wanted to press further, but Lin Qingli, standing nearby, gently shook her head to stop him. About half an hour later, the silence downstairs was shattered by the sound of an engine crunching over ice. This was followed by the dull thud of heavy footsteps ascending the stairs, and then 3 measured polite knocks on the door. Suyu opened his eyes and jerked his chin toward Jiang Yunhao. Open the door. Jiang Yunhao held his oxtail saber horizontally across his chest and pulled open the security door with his left hand. As the cold wind rushed in from outside, Zhang Shun's face, wearing an expression more miserable than crying, was the first to come into view. He stood at the very back, his posture hunched, hands clasped over his lower abdomen, and his neck shrunk like a subservient maidservant, as if there were an invisible line on the threshold that he dared not cross. Behind him stood 3 individuals with starkly different temperaments. Boss. Zhang Shun's voice was weak as he rubbed his flushed hands together, taking half a step inward before quickly retreating. These distinguished guests are from the Zhou family. Having heard of your formidable skills, they came specifically to pay their respects to you. The moment Suyu left last night, Zhang Shun had immediately leaked the news to the Zhou family's contact point overnight. According to his original calculation, there was a 90% chance the Zhou family would send someone to clean up this audacious, ruthless newcomer nipping the trouble in the bud. Yet at the break of dawn this morning, it was not assassins who arrived. To his utter shock, it was Zhou Yinheng, a high-ranking figure of the Zhou family, who had personally come to pay a visit. Zhang Shun had been completely dumbfounded at the time, but he could only steel himself to act as the guide, his voice trembling slightly even now. The man leading the group was wrapped in a finely tailored dark gray cashmere overcoat. He possessed a handsome, refined face and appeared to be in his early 30s. However, his neatly trimmed sideburns and eyebrows exhibited an unusual grayish-white hue, and his pupils gleamed with a chilling, eerie green reflection in the dim light. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the room, taking in the neatly dressed group and the tall, cold-faced woman by the wall with her hand resting on the hilt of her blade. None of the people in this room were to be trifled with. Zhou Yinheng swiftly made his assessment. Pardon the intrusion. I am Zhou Yinheng, the representative of Evolver Affairs for the Zhou family of the Xingqing Merchant Alliance. 2 people followed behind him. A burly man stood guard by the door, his already broad neck appearing exceptionally thick and muscular. The skin on his hands exposed outside his winter gear was a rough, dark, greenish-black, even faintly possessing a tough leather-like texture. His shoulders and back were tense straight, his eyes scanning the room like a predator poised to spring at any moment. The other was a woman in her late 20s. Her shoulder-length hair showed a large patch of eerie crimson starting from the roots. She had deep-set eyes, and her amber slit-like pupils dilated and contracted occasionally. Upon entering, her nostrils flared almost imperceptibly as she frowned, casting a brief glance toward Jiang Yunhao before pulling her gaze back. Her expression flickered, but she remained silent. Suyu leaned against the back of his wooden chair, neither rising nor replying. Sit. He uttered just a single word. Zhou Yinheng did not mind. He casually pulled up a chair and sat down with an easy composure, meticulously smoothing the hem of his coat. He then went straight to the point of his visit. Mr. Su, I won't beat around the bush. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat, retrieved a document bearing the Merchant Alliance letterhead, placed it on the table, and tapped it gently with his finger. The Zhou family is willing to offer Mr. Su the following terms of cooperation: a standalone villa in the core district, unlimited heating and electricity, a daily exclusive ration of mutated beast meat, a monthly food coupon allowance starting at 500 caddies, and medical supplies provided on demand. He paused briefly. Furthermore, the evolvers within the Merchant Alliance enjoy full autonomy. It is unlike the military system, where once you are in, you must obey every command. The terms were exceptionally generous. In the eyes of the refugees outside who risked their lives building city walls just for a single meal, this was a dream-like heavenly treatment. Suyu glanced down at the document, then raised his gaze. What makes you think I would lack any of this? Zhou Yinheng's smile stiffened slightly. This reaction was entirely outside his expectations. Which newly arrived evolver in the city wasn't driven mad by hunger, held firmly in the grasp of beast meat rations. But he reacted with lightning speed, raising the stakes almost without a pause. You are quite right, Mr. Su. How about this? On top of the supplies, the Zhou family's factories can manufacture weapons. You may choose any cold weapons you like. And if you find them of interest, I can even secure a small quota of firearms and ammunition for you. Suyu slowly tapped his fingers twice on the tabletop. What else? Zhou Yinheng's brows finally knitted together. This man's appetite was far greater than he had anticipated. No. Rather than a voracious appetite, it was more accurate to say the man hadn't so much as glanced at the tempting bargaining chips Zhou had tossed before him. Then tell me, Mr. Su, what is it you truly want? Zhou Yinheng suppressed the strange glint in his eyes and steadied his composure. 3 things. Su Yu unhurriedly raised 3 fingers. First, the true origin of the mutated beast meat, the complete chain from capture to processing. I want to know every link. The faint smile at the corner of Zhou Yanheng's mouth stiffened almost imperceptibly. Second, regarding the mutated beast meat supplied to me henceforth. I want no pre-cut chunks. I want the whole beast. In the corridor outside, the burly man guarding the door whipped his head sideways, his thick brows knotting tightly, as his gaze sharp as a blade sliced toward the room. Third, Su Yu slowed his pace, each word bitten out with deliberate weight. I wish to know certain classified information beyond the reach of ordinary people. For instance, what truly transpired within its borders on the 6th day of the cataclysm. The moment those words fell, the room fell so silent one could have heard a needle drop. Zhou Yanheng lapsed into a long silence. The air seemed to have frozen into blocks of ice. The woman standing behind him subtly drew half a step closer, bending at the waist to press her lips against Zhou Yanheng's ear, and whispered a reminder in a breath-thin voice. The scent of mutated beast meat lingers in this room. Zhou Yanheng's eyelid twitched at once. To possess beast meat meant this group not only had combat strength, but had very likely already made contact with other factions. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. After a long while, he drew a deep breath. A smile reappeared on his face, though it was several degrees stiffer than before. The Zhou family is willing to negotiate Mr. Su's terms. He rose to his feet, straightened the hem of his coat, and made no further pretense of concealing the probing edge in his gaze. But the Commerce Alliance judges men by solid demonstrated ability. Might we trouble Mr. Su to grace us with his presence at the Zhou family compound, so that we may witness your strength firsthand? Su Yu cast him a cursory glance, then rose to his feet without ceremony. Let's go. At those words, the smile on Zhou Yanheng's face froze on the spot. The second round of arguments and the third round of concessions he had prepared were both lodged firmly in his throat by those 2 blunt words. But he was after all a seasoned veteran of the scene. He reacted with swift precision, extending his right hand almost without pause. Splendid. We shall await Mr. Su in the car downstairs. Please take a moment to prepare. Su Yu did not reach out to take his hand, but simply nodded, gesturing for them to see themselves out. Zhou Yanheng showed none either. He withdrew his hand, cast a glance at the 2 behind him, and the 3 filed out in succession, their footsteps fading down the stairwell. Zhang Shun had been pressed flat against the wall of the corridor outside the door the entire time, not daring to move a muscle. Only after Zhou Yanheng and his party stepped out did he immediately trail after them. Bang! The door had barely closed. Su Heng sprang up from his chair as if launched by a spring, his eyes wide with bewilderment, firing off questions in urgent tones. Bro, are we really going? We're in unfamiliar territory here. What if they've set up a Hongmen banquet for us? Wouldn't this be like a lamb walking straight into a tiger's den? It's not us going. Su Yu raised a hand and pressed it downwards, signaling him to hold steady. I'm going alone. Jiang Yunhao rose to his feet at once, as well his face etched with worry. Su Ji, this won't do. You walking alone into the heart of Zhou family territory. The risk is simply too great. Su Yu did not respond to his words, but turned and walked directly into the bedroom, beckoning to the others. Everyone in. Close the door. The group exchanged glances, then filed in one after another. The bedroom door clicked softly and shut tight. Su Yu came to a halt, and with a slight turn of his wrist, guided by his consciousness, a mountain of provisions materialized out of thin air upon the previously empty bedding, as if conjured by sleight of hand. Self-heating rice, canned goods, compressed biscuits, mineral water, all stacked in neat rows, and atop them even several boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine. Su Heng stared at the mound of supplies, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. These supplies should be enough to see the rest of you comfortably through 3 to 5 days. Su Yu straightened the topmost tin of canned food. While I'm away, watch yourselves carefully. Remember, no matter what happens outside, under no circumstances are you to step out alone. With his instructions given, he turned and walked directly up to Jiang Yunyao. With another turn of his palms, several chunks of mutated beast meat tightly wrapped in thick tinfoil were tucked into the girl's arms. When you're hungry, roast it hot and eat. Don't force yourself to endure. Then he drew from his coat the Type 92 pistol he had confiscated from Zhang Shun the previous night, and pressed it into Jiang Yunyao's hands as well. Counting the one she had carried before, the seemingly delicate girl with the heterochromatic pupils was now armed with 2 pistols. Su Yu gazed at her pupils, dimmer in daylight, yet no less arresting, and intoned a solemn reminder. I know you're the same person whether it's day or night. During the day, keep your temper leashed and stay composed. But if someone truly has a death wish and comes knocking at our door, don't hesitate. Pull the trigger. Jiang Yunyao cautiously lifted her head to glance at him. Her pale lips moved as though she wished to say something, but in the end no sound came out. She merely gripped the cold, hard handles of the pistols tightly in both hands and nodded with exceptional force. With all arrangements settled, Su Yu was about to turn and leave the bedroom. You gidge. Jiang Mumu, who had been quietly standing at his side the whole time, suddenly raised her fair, innocent face. Her eyes darted once, and in a small voice she spoke up. Is this the reason you spared Zhang Shun's worthless life last night? The moment those words left her lips, several startled gazes within the bedroom instantly converged upon the two of them. Suyu halted his steps, turned his head to look at Jiang Mumu's demure, yet perceptive expression, and a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. That's right. You understand my mind best after all. Su Hang's face was a portrait of bewilderment. He instinctively scratched the back of his head and asked, "What do you mean?" Suyu casually pulled over a wooden chair and sat down, his sharp gaze sweeping across the group. He decided to seize this moment to sound a warning bell in their minds. Think it through yourselves. Right now Star City has three major factions. The military holds the city walls and the guns, the provincial government clutches the administration and the population. What does the Commerce Alliance hold? Lin Qingli stood at the door with her arms crossed. A flicker of understanding flashed through her eyes, and she picked up the thread at once. Just factories and a pile of dead resources. Correct. Suyu nodded in approval. Without absolute military might, without official legitimacy in this dog-eat-dog apocalyptic world, possessing supplies alone is like a toddler clutching gold bricks through a bustling marketplace. Problems are inevitable. So among these three powers, the one most desperate to bulk up its foundation, the one most thirsting for powerful evolvers to join its ranks, must be the Commerce Alliance. Lin Qingli's eyes flickered. She had already grasped Suyu's line of thinking. Now back to Zhang Shun. Suyu continued with a cold smile. The meager supply of mutated beast meat that sustains his evolution is entirely dependent on the Zhou family's charity, meaning his very lifeline is clenched tightly in another's grasp. From the instant he dropped to his knees last night, I knew the submission of a scoundrel like him was destined to be untrustworthy. But he can't beat me, and he's terrified to his marrow that I'll kill him. Under such crushing fear, what is his only path to survival? Report upward, Lin Qingli answered crisply. Exactly. Suyu curled his lips in satisfaction. That's why I didn't kill him last night. I needed to use that mouth of his to carry every ounce of my capability word for word straight to the ears of the Zhou family's upper echelons. The room fell into absolute silence, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Su Hang's mouth slowly parted. What I want, Suyu said, his voice deep and low, is to turn the passive into the active. Rather than approaching them ourselves, it is better to first show our hand to the Merchant Alliance, the most desperate and least constrained of them all, and force them to bring their bargaining chips to our doorstep begging for cooperation. He tilted his chin up slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. You see, he shrugged, didn't the Zhou family come to us today? Jiang Mumu gazed at Suyu's resolute profile, her eyes shimmering with a bright sparkling light. Su Hang stood frozen on the spot, and only after a long silence did he manage to squeeze out, "Brother, you're playing 3 moves ahead." Thinking 3 moves ahead is far from enough. Suyu stood up and zipped up his down jacket. In this apocalyptic game of chess, if you cannot foresee the life and death 10 steps away, you will sooner or later end up as cannon fodder. Although Suyu spoke with ease, sounding as if he held everything in his grasp, his words were merely meant to put everyone's minds at rest. In truth, a profound sense of urgency weighed heavily upon his heart. This unprecedented cold wave, which had never occurred in his memories, coupled with the treacherous and fractured situation within Xingqing, instilled in him a powerful sense of impending crisis. Furthermore, according to the macro-memory fragments he had acquired in his mind, Xingqing, this seemingly impregnable fortress city, did not even survive for a single month. Worse still, the existence of that mysterious prophet at the core of the state government meant that the information that evolvers would become the mainstream combat force of the future must have already been acquired in advance by the high-ranking authorities of every major city across the nation. If those in power had anticipated this, then the scramble and struggle for control over powerful evolvers among the 3 major factions in Xingqing would undoubtedly be far more frenzied than what appeared on the surface. All he could do now was seize every opportunity to quickly fathom the depths of Xingqing's undercurrents and elevate his own evolution level as fast as possible. He had to acquire high-grade traits to fully arm his core team. Only absolute power could crush the fear of the unknown. After the others pondered his words, Lin Qingli's brow remained slightly furrowed, seemingly unable to let go of her concerns. You are entering the Zhou family's territory all by yourself. What if they cannot figure out your trump cards and decide to make an underhanded move against you? There is no such possibility. Suyu denied decisively. The Zhou family is desperately short of people. Alive, I am worth far more to them than dead. He pulled open the door crisply, and as his figure vanished, the distinct sound of his footsteps gradually faded down the stairwell. Jiang Mumu followed him closely to the threshold, leaning half her body out over the doorframe, and called out softly, "Brother, you come back early. I'll be waiting for you at home." Suyu's voice drifted back from the stairwell, very faint. In the living room, Li Yi, like a startled little quail, was wiping the sweat from her father's brow beside the sofa. Her hands did not stop, but her eyes kept tracking Suyu and the others' every move. This man who had caused a bloodbath just last night had forced a prominent figure of the Zhou family to the negotiating table this morning. In less than an hour, he was venturing alone into the heart of enemy territory. Just what kind of person is he? Li clenched and unclenched her fists which tightly held the towel. When Suheng walked past her with a can of food, he saw her expression and felt a pang of pity. Setting down the can, he patted her shoulder and lowered his voice to comfort her. Don't worry, just stay here. Trust my brother, you can't go wrong. Li looked up at him, her lips parting slightly, but in the end, she only nodded in silence. Suyu went downstairs alone where the freezing wind howled. A black sedan was parked by the roadside, the white exhaust plumes particularly striking in the -20-degree air. Suyu pulled open the rear door and slid inside. A blast of warm air rushed over him, and as the door clicked shut, the biting cold was instantly sealed away. In the driver's seat sat the burly man from earlier. His back was straight, his hands firmly on the steering wheel, silent and stoic. Zhou Yanheng sat in the passenger seat and handed over an unopened bottle of mineral water. There's still some distance to go, mister. So make yourself comfortable. He then pointed to the driver's seat. This is He Mingjing, in charge of security. He Mingjing glanced at Su Yu through the rearview mirror and nodded in greeting. Zhou Yanheng then tilted his head toward the passenger sitting next to the door in the back. Liang Zhixia, she handles our routes and resource dispatch. No one knows the streets of Xingqing better than her. Liang Zhixia flashed a charming smile and nodded to Su Yu as well. Su Yu nodded slightly, leaning back into his seat, his gaze sweeping across the car's interior. Leather seats, an uncapped thermos sitting in the center console, and the heater blasting. It felt like a completely different world from the city of starving corpses outside. Su Yu turned his head to look out the window. An elderly man wrapped in a torn woven sack curled up by the curb, a thin layer of snow already covering him. It was impossible to tell if he was still breathing. He Mingjing shifted into gear, and the sedan rolled smoothly out of Fengshu community, crushing the snow beneath its tires as it picked up speed. Su Yu suddenly noticed a comical figure in the rearview mirror. Zhang Shun. He was currently sprinting for his life through the snow on his awakened legs. Su Yu glanced at him through the rear window, barely holding back a laugh. The freezing wind had blown snot from his nose, freezing it into two white lines hanging from the corners of his mouth. He ran like a stray dog abandoned in the snow by its master, yet he did not dare to pause for a single second. Occasionally passers-by were startled by his sudden dash, stumbling back. They would look back at this burly man chasing the car like a madman, mutter a few curses, and shrink back against the walls. Isn't he coming up? Su Yu asked casually. Zhou Yanheng followed Su Yu's gaze and looked back, his face expressionless as he replied nonchalantly. Him? What right does he have to be in this car? It's already a privilege that he can run behind us. How many people wish they could run but don't even have the leg strength? Su Yu withdrew his gaze and looked away. The car fell silent for a few seconds. Liang Zhixia's gaze kept lingering on Su Yu. She wanted to glean some clues from the young man's clothing, posture, and expression, but the more she looked, the more off things seemed. His breathing was remarkably steady. Having entered a stranger's car and heading deep into the Zhou family's territory, he showed not even a hint of unease. She couldn't help but speak up. Is this Mr. Su's first time entering the city? You seem remarkably calm. Yes, Su Yu replied, his eyes remaining fixed on the ruined streetscape flashing past the window. I've seen too many dead bodies on the road. I've grown used to it. The words were spoken flatly, yet a sudden chill ran down Liang Zhixia's spine. Her nostrils flared almost imperceptibly, and in the end she pressed no further. The car drove deeper toward the east bank of the Xiang River. About 15 minutes later, it turned onto a wide industrial avenue. The streetscape began to change dramatically. The snow on the road had clearly been cleared. The buildings on both sides were no longer makeshift refugee shelters, but sprawling industrial factories and warehouse complexes. Huge slogans were painted on the walls, some of which were safe production mottos from before the cataclysm, their paint weathered and peeling from the wind and snow.